My name is Xing Lu, an ordinary high school boy. One Saturday morning, I intended to spend the day leisurely at home, watching anime and playing games as usual. However, an unexpected event transpired. I found myself traversing through time. Remarkably, I had arrived at a moment just before the birth of Naruto, specifically during the time when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to seal the nine tails that I in the land of fire within the hidden leaf village at the residence of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He tenderly supported his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, as they paced the room. Kushina, our child should be arriving soon, correct? Minato inquired. I have a premonition that our child will be born in the next few days, but at that moment, the nine tails within me, Kushina anxiously caressed her round belly. Kushina, it is merely the nine tails. I have faith that Lord Minato will find a way. A young man seated nearby remarked with a smile. Xing Lu is right, Kushina. You only need to focus on nurturing our child, while I will take care of everything else. Minato declared resolutely. Even if it costs my life, I will ensure your safety and that of our child. Xing Lu, observing Minato's determination, vowed silently that he would not allow the golden flash of the leaf, Minato, to fall alongside his beloved wife. As the day of Naruto's birth approached, the very day when both Minato and Kushina would meet their tragic fate, the forest outside the village was sparsely guarded, with only a handful of people at the perimeter, leaving the ritual platform occupied solely by the Namikaze. Couple and Xing Liud, is it not outrageous that the villagers have sent you, Kushina, to such a desolate place to give birth? With only a few dozen guards, do they not fear an attack while the nine-tailed seal is weakened? Xing Lu said, his lips curling in disdain as he stood before the ritual platform. Xing Lu, do not be too harsh on the third Hokage. He has responsibilities to the villagers, Minato replied. Moreover, if my inept disciple, Itachi Uchiha, truly intends to cause chaos, then the presence of more villagers would only complicate matters. This number of guards is sufficient. Yet you, Xing Lu, I recall you possess no ninja skills. Why would you venture to such a perilous location? If time permits, I could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to send you home, Minato suggested, gazing at Xing Lu. There is no need for such trouble, Lord Minato. While I may lack ninja skills, I can care for Aunt Kushina. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you need not be distracted by my concerns, Xing Lu replied with a reassuring smile. Minato, Xing Liu's reasoning holds merit, Kushina added. If anything unusual occurs, having one more person to assist me will ease your burden. Reluctantly, Minato acquiesced. Very well. However, should danger arise, I implore you to prioritize your safety. If you cannot promise me this, I would rather you return home immediately. I understand. I will prioritize my safety, Xing Lu assured him. Then it is settled. I agree to your staying with Kushina, but I hope that my preparations will never need to be employed. Minato glanced at Kushina, lying on the ritual platform, contemplating the potential calamity that could unfold. Xing Lu, I entrust everything to you, Minato said, his complex gaze reflecting the weight of his responsibility. If anything were to befall him, Xing Lu was the only one he could rely on. Despite their brief acquaintance, Minato felt an inexplicable kinship with this man who had appeared so unexpectedly. Do not worry, Lord Minato. I am here to ensure everything goes smoothly, Xing Lu responded, recognizing the unspoken trust in Minato's eyes. Just the night before, Xing Lu had received a most fortuitous gift, a requisite for any time traveler. In his room the night prior. Where am I? Xing Lu lay in bed, pondering how to avoid the tragic fate of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Suddenly, the world around him transformed into a blinding white void, devoid of anything but his presence. Are you the chosen traveler? An elderly man with a bushy beard appeared, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze. Though your physical prowess is lacking, I believe you can accomplish the task at hand, the old man muttered to himself. Ahem. Pardon me, old man, but where is this place? And who exactly are you? Xing Lu coughed, interrupting the elderly figure. This is merely your consciousness space, and I'm just an old man you might encounter anywhere. Of course, you may refer to me as God. And as for your presence here, the answer is quite evident. I summoned you. I am aware you summoned me. My inquiry pertains to why I am here. As Xing Lu mentally berated the old man, he recalled the latter's self-introduction. You are God? Xing Lu gazed at the elder in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, I just introduced myself. Were you truly unaware of why you are here? The self-proclaimed God regarded Xing Lu with a knowing smile. If I am not mistaken, you are here to grant me a power-up. Yes? Speak. Do you desire a system or a time-traveling gift? Ah, I must commend you. You truly live up to your title. A system, perhaps? Or might I simply receive invincibility? No systems, but I can bestow upon you a unique skill. The old man raised his hand, and a brilliant light enveloped Xing Lu. The gift has been granted. You may return now. Without waiting for Xing Liu's response, his consciousness was abruptly thrust back into his room. You have yet to inform me of this skill. At that moment, a panel appeared before Xing Lu. Gifted skill copy. What on earth is this? The timeline returns to the present. Although Xing Liu remains perplexed about the utility of the extraordinary gift bestowed upon him by the elder who claims to be a deity, he cannot shake the feeling that this ability possesses a unique prowess. What does it even mean to be able to replicate everything one has seen? Xing Liu sighed, pondering aloud. His sudden exhalation startled Uzumaki Kushina, who lay upon the ceremonial platform. With a gentle smile, she inquired, Xing Liu, have you encountered some trouble? Would you care to share it with me? Aunt Kushina, I merely find myself grappling with a question that eludes my understanding. If someone were to unexpectedly present you with an extraordinary item, yet fail to provide its manual, offering only a vague explanation instead, would you still consider utilizing it? Xing Liu lamented, his head drooping in contemplation. Is this what has rendered you so listless? Kushina chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Things are crafted for the purpose of being used. If one lacks the courage to employ even the most formidable of items, it remains nothing more than an ordinary object. Having absorbed Kushina's words, Xing Liu resolved to act. Indeed, even if that item possesses remarkable capabilities, without my engagement, it is merely akin to any other ordinary object. Aunt Kushina, I comprehend your meaning. Allow me to take on the task of protecting you this time, Xing Liu declared earnestly. What are you two discussing? Why has Xing Liu's expression suddenly turned so serious? At that moment, the patrolling Minato Namikaze appeared before them, approaching with a smile. Minato, you must hear me out. Xing Liu has declared his intention to protect me. How should I respond? Kushina feigned shyness, cupping her cheeks as she turned to Minato. Ah, young man, impressive. I didn't expect that while I was away. You would dare to take such liberties, Minato remarked with a hint of disapproval directed at Xing Liu. The woman lying before you is my wife. If anyone is to protect her, it should be me. What do you mean by confessing your feelings? Wait. I merely intended to express my willingness to safeguard Aunt Kushina in your absence. How did it suddenly morph into a declaration of affection? Xing Liu stammered, panic rising within him. He knew that to remain in this world, the fourth Hokage's support was indispensable. Sigh, Kushina, why must you frighten him so? Let us see how you resolve this. Minato sighed. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated this child would be so amusing. A moment's lapse led to a bit of mischief. Kushina turned to Xing Liu, her smile softening as she apologized. I'm sorry, little Xing Liu. You appeared far too serious, and I simply wished to tease you a little. Would you hold it against me? Upon hearing Kushina's words, Seiryu hastily waved his hand and replied, No, how could I possibly blame you? You are only looking out for my best interests. Very well, let us cease the idle chatter here. However, Seiryu, we appreciate your goodwill, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, let it be as we previously agreed, prioritizing your own life. I shall take it upon myself to protect Kushina. Understood. As time slowly passed, the pain in Kushina's abdomen became increasingly pronounced while she lay upon the ritual platform. Minato, I feel as though I am about to give birth. She grit her teeth, persevering through the agony. Fear not, everything will be all right. Just relax. I am right here, Minato reassured her, his gaze fixed intently on the radiant light emanating from her belly. Though he had anticipated the unsealing of the nine tails within Kushina, he had not expected it to manifest to such an extent. Lord Minato, Seiryu gestured towards a masked stranger who stood a short distance away, observing them. It was unclear when he had suddenly appeared nearby. Rest assured, leave it to me. With that, Minato released his grasp on Kushina's hand and approached the masked man. Is that you, Obito? Minato spoke softly to the masked figure. Taken aback by Minato's inquiry, The masked man paused before shaking his head. No, my name is Fei. I am not the Obito you speak of, the fourth Hokage. I see. Let us proceed with that understanding. So, Mr. Fei, what brings you here? Surely, you did not come all this way merely to witness another man's wife giving birth? Minato inquired with a smile. That might indeed be a possibility. For I have taken quite an interest in the demon fox residing within your wife. Fei jested back at Minato. So his true objective lies with the nine tails within Kushina. Minato mused inwardly. That is truly unfortunate, as this fox has accompanied my wife for many years. Regrettably, we have no intention of parting with it. Perhaps you might reconsider? That is not for you to decide. As he spoke, the single eye visible through Fei's mask transformed, causing Kushina to struggle more fiercely upon the ritual platform. The light within her rounded belly growing ever brighter. The Sharingan, Minato exclaimed in astonishment. To my knowledge, the Sharingan is solely possessed by the Uchiha clan. Who are you truly? Who am I? Have you not already disowned that? Fei replied. My esteemed teacher, no, I should say. The Sharingan of Uchiha Obito has evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In that very moment of transformation, the surrounding scenery shifted to a monochrome hue. The light within Kushina's belly separated from her. This is bad. It's Tsukuyami, and the seal on the nine tails has been broken. As Minato gazed at the radiant light that separated from Kushina, it slowly drifted towards Obito. Is this the nine tails? Obito mused, observing the glowing entity in his hands. It appears rather unimpressive, yet it is sufficient to obliterate an entire village. In the next instant, Obito vanished from sight. Minato, you must pursue him. Starry Lu is more than adequate here, Kushina implored, her voice tinged with weakness as she lay upon the ritual platform. But, oh dear, Minato, do not falter with your buts. Have you forgotten why I chose to remain here? Hurry after him. I fear that foolish Obito may commit irrevocable acts. With those words, Minato too disappeared. Wow, it seems you truly are the golden flash of Konoha. Obito had already arrived above the Hidden Leaf village. Lin, I shall make this world pay for your loss. Let us commence our reckoning from here. As he spoke, Obito drew from his sleeve the freshly extracted nine tails. Come forth. Nine tails, let me witness if you are as formidable as the legends proclaim. In an instant, the palm-sized creature swelled to a towering height, eclipsing even buildings. Save for the Sharingan that adorned its eyes, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled fox. A howl erupted as a sphere of energy, encased in black light, materialized from the nine tails maw, slowly compressing into a solid form. Let the foolish ninjas of Konoha experience your might. With Obito's command, the nine tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb, erasing everything in its path. Have I arrived too late? Minato lamented as he surveyed the village, now a mere wasteland of ruins. Casting a regretful glance at the masked Obito. Cease this madness, Obito. Do not engage in such foolishness. Obito reflected on his former teacher, recalling the myriad missions he and Lin had accomplished under Minato's guidance, only to fall victim to an ambush by ninjas from other villages, resulting in Lin's demise and his own near fatality. Teacher, do you believe this shinobi world is still worth protecting? Obito did not respond directly to Minato's question. Instead, he observed the ongoing rescue efforts in Konoha. Is the conflict between villages truly so significant? Even if we continue to fight, all that remains is hatred. Turning back to Minato, he declared, I shall first annihilate this ignorant shinobi world, and then create a new, beautiful one. Brother Obito, are you aware that your condition is referred to as Chinibu in my world? At that moment, a figure suddenly darted past Minato. Initially, Minato was on guard at the unexpected sound, but upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, his expression shifted from surprise to one of resigned acceptance. Even if you were to obliterate this world and reconstruct it, your beloved Rin would never return. Xingliu observed the increasingly grim expression on Uchiha Obito's face, realizing he had struck a chord with his innermost thoughts. Shut up. What do you know about me? If it weren't for those damned villages warring, Rin wouldn't have been captured and wouldn't have perished at Kakashi's hands. Obito's voice dwindled, gradually morphing into a sob. Alas, it appears you have been quite deceived by that old man, Uchiha Madara, Xingliu murmured to himself. As the one who held the script, he was well aware that all of this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Madara, and the pitiful individual before him was nothing more than one of his pawns. Teacher, and that nameless man, you have indeed resolved to stand in my way, haven't you? The rejuvenated Obito gazed at the two figures before him. Had it merely been his teacher, He might have allied with the Nine Tails to annihilate Konoha, but now there was an enigmatic man whose strength he could not fathom. Though he bore no chakra, Obito sensed an overwhelming terror emanating from him, even surpassing that of his teacher. We are so obviously standing before you. Yet you continue to prattle on. Do you possess the resolve to engage in battle or not? If not, it would be better for you to return to your respective homes. Are you not aware that your teacher's wife has just given birth? Xingqiu remarked, casually cleaning his ears as he addressed Obito. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to accommodate you. With that, the Nine-Tails' eyes abruptly transformed into Sharingan, and it lunged towards Xingqiu, poised to strike him with a fist. However, it noticed Xingqiu's resigned sigh as he said, "Do you truly have no new tricks up your sleeve?" The Nine-Tails, having just swung its fist, realized it had not struck anything, and upon glancing around, discovered that Xingqiu had somehow positioned himself behind it. It would be prudent to dismiss the Nine-Tails now. Otherwise, if it caused any significant damage, erosion would ensue. After uttering this thought, Xingqiu confined the Nine-Tails within a hastily constructed wooden box. It certainly appeared more endearing in this form, Xingqiu mused, peering through a deliberately left aperture at the now palm-sized Nine-Tails. Who are you? How can you free the Nine-Tails from my Sharingan's control? Even Obito, despite his foolishness, comprehended that this individual was not to be trifled with, and was indeed far more formidable than his own teacher. Me? Xingqiu, slightly taken aback, pointed to himself and with a smile addressed the masked man before him, saying, I am merely a passing masked knight. So, do you wish to engage in a duel with us, despite having lost your Nine-Tails? Originally, dealing with just his teacher was already quite daunting, and now he had to contend with an unknown adversary. Even when the Nine-Tails was still under his control, he found it impossible to defeat them, let alone now. Perhaps it would be best to forego this encounter. He lacked the confidence to handle both his teacher and this formidable opponent simultaneously. He decided that this confrontation should be postponed for another time. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, his body gradually became engulfed by the mask. At last, the man who had been used as a pawn departed. After glancing around at the now empty surroundings, Xingqiu finally exhaled in relief. Had the battle continued, he was uncertain if he could overcome that seemingly invincible man. Xingqiu, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to watch over Kushina? Watergate approached, having perceived that the crisis had passed, and patted Xingqiu on the shoulder. Kushina is unharmed. Mother and child are safe, Xingqiu replied with a smile. I have also aided her recovery from the injuries inflicted by the loss of the Nine-Tails through alternative means. Watergate had initially been somewhat skeptical upon hearing Xingqiu's claim of helping Kushina recuperate, but when they later instantaneously arrived at the altar, they found Kushina soothing the little boy in her arms to sleep. Kushina was not at all surprised by the sudden appearance of the two, considering that her husband's ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God, was well known to all. Therefore, she felt no astonishment at his sudden emergence or disappearance before her. What truly astonished her was the realization that Xingqiu could also wield her husband's ninjutsu. Of course, it was possible that she had misjudged. After all, how could an inexperienced youth so effortlessly master such an S-rank technique? Watergate, Xingqiu, you've returned. What is the extent of the damage in the village? Kushina inquired, smiling at the approaching pair. The fact that they had returned in such a short time indicated that the calamity had passed swiftly, although we merely took a cursory glance. Aside from the structures initially devastated by the tailed beast bomb, there appear to be no casualties. Thus, it seems we have weathered this storm, Watergate replied. Had it not been for Xingqiu's intervention, we might have suffered severe losses this time. He then turned to the beaming Xingqiu, expressing, We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Lord Watergate, you need not be so formal. I simply did what I believed to be right, Xingqiu responded, suddenly flustered by Watergate's earnest gratitude. He felt that he had merely replicated the opponent's ninjutsu and intimidated him slightly. Surely, anyone could achieve such a feat, however. Upon reflecting on the gratitude expressed by the illustrious ninja prodigy, Namikaze Minato, Hashiryu felt a flicker of joy within. No, Hashiryu. You are most certainly deserving of that heartfelt thanks. In a public sense, you not only reclaimed the Nine-Tails, but also frightened off Obito, thereby safeguarding countless villagers of our woodlands. On a personal note, Minato gazed at Kushina, radiating maternal warmth as she cradled their newborn son, and acknowledged, You have saved the two most precious individuals in my life. Thus, you are indeed worthy of the sincere gratitude from our family, and indeed from the many inhabitants of the village. The words of the fourth Hokage mirrored closely with those I intended to express. At that moment, an elderly man approached, wielding a stick. The individuals behind him first bowed respectfully to Minato before standing vigilantly behind the old man, remaining motionless and alert to their surroundings. Upon recognizing the approaching elder, Minato promptly bowed with Kushina and inquired, "Third Hokage, what brings you here? Does the village not require your leadership?" Haha. It would be quite improper for me to be absent during the enemy's assault. If I were to appear only after their departure, it would invite ridicule. The elder, known as Sarutobi Hiruzen, laughed heartily, seemingly contradicting the rumors of his aloofness. Indeed, this elder, known as Sarutobi Hiruzen, should have only appeared during the sealing of the Nine Tails alongside Minato and Kushina, according to the original storyline. However, due to the impenetrable barriers set by Minato, he could only helplessly witness the designated heir perish alongside the sealing of the Nine Tails. Although he later extended some assistance to Naruto due to the sacrifice of his parents for the village, the hardships of Naruto's childhood could not be absolved from the third's responsibility. "Is this the young man you mentioned before?" The third suddenly focused his gaze on Hashiryu. "Indeed, he is the youth I previously spoke of," Minato affirmed with a nod. "His name is Hashiryu, and his efforts were instrumental in allowing the village to escape with minimal losses." Subsequently, Minato recounted to the third the various insights Hashiryu had shared with him over the past few days, as well as how he had thwarted the enemy's advance. Initially, the third was skeptical about how a mere boy could possess foresight into future events, but upon witnessing the Nine Tails contained within the box he held, he was enlightened. The ability to release the Nine Tails without causing harm to the host, Uzumaki Kushina, was an extraordinary feat, one that transcended ordinary capabilities. As long as he did not engage in actions detrimental to the village, the third resolved to turn a blind eye to his extraordinary talents. Indeed, heroes often emerge from youth. Minato himself had attained near legendary prowess in his teenage years. "I believe it will not be long before I can retire and enjoy the fruits of my labor." The third Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. Though he had endured numerous battles throughout his life, even collaborating with Danzo to forge the formidable Hidden Leaf Village, age had begun to weigh upon him. While he was still capable of making significant decisions, who could foretell whether he might succumb to fate at any moment? From the instant he appointed Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, as the next Hokage, he was perpetually eager to transfer the burdens of leadership to the younger generation. "Third Hokage, your body is ill-suited to utter such words," Minato remarked, clearly feeling unworthy of assuming such a pivotal role, especially with his newborn child in need of his presence. "Surely, I should spend more time with my newly born son before taking on this responsibility. Therefore, I must rely on you to carry on for a few more years." Minato's words left the third Hokage at a loss for retort. He had just expressed grand ambitions, only to have Minato nonchalantly brush them aside. "Ah, well then, if that is your stance, I suppose this old body must contribute a few more years to the village." The third Hokage conceded with a resigned shake of his head. "Indeed, wise third Hokage." Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing glances, both breaking into laughter. They were still so young, reluctant to be ensnared by the village's demands so soon, especially with their infant son just born. Why should the vibrant years of youth be spent in the company of those in their twilight? However, the matter of abdication would have to be set aside for now, for there was a matter of greater urgency at hand. The third Hokage glanced at the box held by Hashiryu. "Should we not discuss this enigma that has troubled us for many years?" The next day, Hashiryu and Minato prepared to bear the Nine Tails to the legendary Hokage Tower. Due to the late hour and the fact that the third Hokage was mindful of their recent victory over their adversaries, he had granted them a delay until the following day. "Hashiryu, should any peculiar elderly gentleman pose strange inquiries, feel free to answer if you wish, or remain silent if you prefer. I shall be right behind you, offering my support," Minato advised as they walked along the revitalized streets of the village, imparting essential guidance to Hashiryu, who appeared to be struggling to maintain coordination. After a short while, they arrived before the Hokage Tower, the emblematic edifice of the Hidden Leaf Village. Gazing upon the carved visages of past Hokages, Hashiryu felt a deep sense of reverence. Did it truly matter whether he would become one among them? For a traveler from another world, was it not merely a matter of seizing the opportunity? Yet, unlike others, he would not foolishly aspire to lead. Even the youngest Hokage, Minato, seemed hesitant to inherit the mantle from the third Hokage too swiftly. Did this not indicate that the position of Hokage was not as alluring as it appeared? Upon our arrival, are you certain you wish to enter in this manner? Mizuki cast a glance at Xing Lu, whose eyes had inexplicably taken on a lifeless appearance akin to that of a dead fish, and spoke to him while cradling his head. My apologies, I was merely lost in trivial thoughts. It was only after Mizuki's reminder that he realized his expression management had faltered somewhat. Under Mizuki's inquisitive gaze, he reverted to his previous pallid demeanor. Had Mizuki not previously witnessed the dead fish-like eyes of Xing Lu, he might have been convinced by the facade this expression concealed. Now, to be frank, should anyone truly seek to make your life difficult, do not hesitate to leave this place. I shall shield you from any troubles that arise. Mizuki spoke earnestly to Xing Lu. With your assurance, I feel emboldened. I truly harbor a fear of these antiquated relics of the past. However, should they attempt to provoke me, I am not one to be trifled with. Although Xing Lu maintained a smile while addressing Mizuki, a thread of hidden confidence and disdain could be discerned beneath that veneer. Let us hope those antiquated figures do not become overly aggressive. Although the reasoning behind Xing Lu's initial concealment of his capabilities as he approached them remains a mystery, the merits of his actions, saving my wife and child, as well as rescuing Konoha, stand undeniable. If that group of antiquated souls seeks to extend their lives, perhaps I could assist them in alleviating this burden sooner than expected. After all, I am resolute in my support of Xing Lu, even at the expense of my title as the fourth Hokage. At last, you have arrived. Upon entering the conference room, Xing Lu and Mizuki discovered not only the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but also numerous unfamiliar faces, including Danzo, the leader of the Root. Indeed, Lord Third, we have come. After performing a respectful bow to the third Hokage, Mizuki responded to his inquiry. As for Xing Lu, aside from initially adopting a more serious demeanor when greeting the third Hokage, he had maintained an air of nonchalance since their entrance, as if merely present to observe. Perhaps, as Mizuki had anticipated, the surrounding antiquated figures began to adopt a sardonic tone upon witnessing Xing Lu's seemingly carefree demeanor. Is this young lad, with his striking yellow hair, truly the great hero spoken of by the third and fourth Hokages, the savior of Konoha? Could it be that this boy has deceived the two esteemed Hokages? At that moment, an individual of apparent standing commenced his performance. Following his lead, others, presumably members of the village's affluent elite, began to chime in. Indeed, it is conceivable that this yellow-haired boy has taken advantage of the fourth's relative inexperience to hoodwink him. After all, the third has always placed trust in the fourth, which may have led to both being ensnared in this deception. How astonishing it is that those who cannot bear to witness the success of others are perpetually present in any circumstance. Clearly, since my inception here, apart from a brief greeting to the third Hokage, I have uttered not a single word. Yet, these individuals have audaciously fabricated an entire drama in their minds. Such a talent, if harnessed in contemporary times, would undoubtedly position one as a best-selling author of online novels, even if not a renowned director. Perhaps akin to those who pen melodramatic tales of wealthy protagonists. Have you all said enough? At this moment, Watergate cast a cold gaze upon those so-called aristocrats who incessantly gossiped. I witnessed firsthand when Xingliu intervened to save the wood industry. If you doubt my words, where were you when the enemy invaded? Upon hearing Watergate's remarks, those aristocrats, who had been so carelessly prattling, broke into a cold sweat. Surely, they could not claim they were too fearful to venture outside. If they dared to utter such a statement, the two esteemed Hokages might initially be taken aback. But the aftermath could see them reduced to mere commoners or, at worst, expelled from the village. They, lacking any capability themselves, dared to speak to the hero who saved the village with such disdain. Was that not a provocation against the dignity of the Hokage? If it were a more hot-headed individual, they might have been slain without a second thought. Enough of this. My invitation to you all was not to engage in such verbal disputes. Observing the quarrel among the next generation and those beneath me, the third Hokage could no longer stand idly by. He promptly halted the confrontation, redirecting his attention to his own inept subordinates. I do not wish to witness such occurrences again. Should they arise, you need not appear before me any longer. Those so-called noble families had intended to continue their arguments, but upon meeting the third's scrutinizing gaze, they quickly silenced themselves. Once they had tempered their audacity, the third Hokage's gaze shifted back to the nonchalant Xingliu, standing beside Watergate. Xingliu, Do you comprehend the reason for my summoning you? Upon hearing his name, Xingliu ceased his indifference, placing the box containing the 9 tails before the third. You summoned me specifically for this little trinket, did you not? Coincidentally, I intended to entrust it to your care, had you not requested me to safeguard it last night. I would not have had to return today merely to endure the disdainful remarks of others. Saying this, Xingliu regarded those who dared not meet his gaze with a semblance of a smile. He was far from naive enough to forgive those who had spoken ill of him merely due to a few admonishing words from the third. Had he not just traversed into this world, perhaps he would have been more inclined to adopt a conciliatory stance, believing that sometimes it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, the man I am now holds an extraordinary advantage, even if I cannot intimidate them solely with my sheer presence. I must possess the ability to subdue those insolent individuals with my fists. Alas, it seems this matter cannot be so easily resolved, sighed the third Hokage. His initial intention to suppress the influential aristocrats stemmed from his belief that, given Xing Lu's youthful appearance, a few well-chosen words could suffice to address the issue. Yet upon hearing Xing Lu broach the subject once more, his carefully laid plans appeared to crumble. So, how do you intend to punish them? If the conditions are not overly harsh, I may consent in advance. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that the 9 tails, sealed away in its box, would prove so effective, mused Xing Lu inwardly. Before arriving, he had already conferred with Minato, agreeing that should anyone provoke him, Xing Lu would stand his ground unwaveringly, even against the third Hokage. However, witnessing the third's conciliatory demeanor made him acutely aware of the formidable resolve of this elder, who upheld the village's welfare above all else. It is easy to utter such words, yet the challenge of actualizing and adhering to them is monumental. Third Hokage, my demands from the very beginning have been singular. Xing Lu gazed at the third with a smile. No need to elaborate. I believe I have discerned your request, replied the third, directing his attention toward the noble families. Those among you who have spoken ill of young Xing Lu, step forward voluntarily. Third Hokage, please do not compel me to repeat myself. Step forward. The third fixed a cold gaze upon one individual who still sought to argue. After a moment, a few individuals with downcast heads emerged, standing motionless before the third. Excellent. The third scanned the assembly and continued. Those who have stepped forward must apologize to Xing Lu, after which I shall assure you that no further action will be taken against you. The individuals who had initially come forward collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared their gamble had paid off. Conversely, those unrepentant souls would face expulsion from their current positions and must vacate the village within 3 days. Of course, their transgressions would not extend to their families. They would leave alone. Upon hearing the third's pronouncement, those who had remained silent were filled with regret. Yet they were forcibly escorted outside by the guards. The third offered not a glance to those being taken away, finding this resolution quite satisfactory. Not only had he provided Xing Lu the justice he deserved, but he had also seized the opportunity to eliminate those who had consistently undermined him. Thus, he held no resentment toward Xing Lu for resurrecting this matter. Rather, he felt a profound gratitude. Young Xing Lu, are you satisfied with how I have handled this situation? The third Hokage gazed kindly at Xingliu and remarked, while I am indeed satisfied, do you not think that the punishment may be a tad excessive? Xingliu responded awkwardly, expressing that although his initial intention was to seek retribution against those who had maliciously slandered him, he had merely wished for them to endure a fortnight of discomfort at home. However, with the third's intervention, the outcome had escalated to their expulsion from the village. It is worth noting that in the ninja world at that time, anyone cast out from their village could never join another. This meant that those expelled would be doomed to wander the desolate mountains or dense forests. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, the third merely shook his head slightly. Rather than concern yourself with the scoundrels within the village, you ought to contemplate how to manage the 9 tails you possess. The tailed beasts are typically sealed within the bodies of their jinchuriki, and the 9 tails, being the most formidable among them, cannot be entrusted to just anyone. Just as Watergate was about to defend Xingliu, the third interrupted him. I am aware of what you wish to express. I have great faith in you, young Xingliu. However, as the third Hokage, it would be utterly irresponsible for me to dictate the village's course based solely on personal sentiments. Watergate, shaking his head in resignation, added, have you forgotten your duties as the fourth Hokage? I have not forgotten, Watergate sighed. Yet, I made a promise to Xingliu to support him unwaveringly from the very beginning. Thus, regardless of the third's insistence that he remember his responsibilities as the fourth, Watergate declared, "Today, I shall stand by Xingliu." Exchanging a knowing glance, both Watergate and Xingliu understood one another. "Before I became the fourth Hokage, I was merely a husband," Watergate continued. "I cannot forsake the benefactor who saved my wife and child by opposing him." The third, observing the bond shared between the two, sighed deeply before addressing them. "Very well. Since the Nine Tails was extracted from your wife, you may arrange it as you wish. However, ownership of the Nine Tails must unequivocally belong to Konoha. As for who among you holds it, that is no concern of mine. Now, let us conclude this matter. You may return." After bidding farewell to the third, Xingliu and Watergate strolled once more through the bustling streets of Konoha. Yet, this time, the atmosphere felt markedly different. Though their outward demeanor radiated harmony, an undercurrent of unspoken tension lingered between them. At last, sensing the peculiar ambience, Watergate resolved to share the matter weighing on his heart with Xingliu. "Xingliu, I have something I wish to discuss with you." In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, Minato suddenly adopted an unusually serious expression as he regarded Seiryu. "What a coincidence! I too have matters I wish to discuss with you. However, conversing in the bustling streets is rather inconvenient. So why don't we return home to have a more thorough discussion?" Seiryu understood the conflicting emotions swirling within Minato. On one hand, there was his duty as the fourth Hokage of the village, and on the other, the gratitude he felt for having saved his wife and child. The fact that Minato publicly supported him before the third was already a significant gesture. Moreover, according to the original storyline, the Nine Tails belonged to his son, Naruto. Thus, this was merely a matter of extending a favor to the future hero of the ninja world. Of course, since his arrival in this realm, whether Naruto would ever be needed to save this ninja world remained uncertain. After a brief moment, the two returned to the fourth's residence. They first informed Kushina about the events at the Hokage building, then playfully interacted with the little boy who had recently been bestowed the name Naruto by Minato. Finally, they retreated to the study to engage in discussion. As soon as Seiryu took his seat, Minato inquired about how he intended to manage the Nine Tails in his possession. "Seiryu, while I personally hold great trust in you, I hope you can appreciate my responsibilities as the fourth Hokage." "I understand, Lord Minato," Seiryu replied. Recognizing the forthrightness with which Minato approached the matter, he shared his proposed solution. "Are you suggesting we re-implant the Nine Tails into my son, Naruto?" "Indeed. I initially contemplated sealing the entire Nine Tails within Naruto," Seiryu acknowledged with a nod, but later decided, for safety's sake, to divide this power into two. Upon hearing Seiriu's proposal, Minato instinctively leaned towards rejection. Yet, as Seiryu elaborated, his initial resolve began to waver. After a moment of contemplation, Minato made his decision. "What is the success rate of your method of division, and will it affect Naruto's daily life?" As Minato posed these questions, Seiryu recognized that he had made his choice. With a confident smile, he replied, "A perfect 10. Not only will there be no adverse effects, but it will also allow Naruto to draw upon the power of the Nine Tails at any moment." "Very well, I will inform Kushina about the sealing of the Nine Tails, and I shall let you know the timing of the ceremony shortly." Minato scrutinized Seiryu for a moment, ensuring he was not jesting, before finally releasing a sigh of relief. It appeared that the troubling dilemma that had occupied his thoughts throughout the night could now find resolution. He had spent the entire previous evening pondering how to approach the delicate task of persuading Seiryu to entrust the Nine Tails to him without jeopardizing their amicable relations. However, after contemplating various opinions, Minato ultimately decided to convey his true thoughts to Seiryu. Fortunately, Seiryu is a person of profound understanding and even assisted him in devising a solution. Whether this method will prove effective hinges on whether his wife, Kushina, is willing to let Naruto take that risk. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall return to my chamber. Observing the look of relief on Minato's face, Seiryu sensed that his counterpart had reached clarity, prompting him to suggest leaving the study so Minato could ponder his forthcoming words. "I understand. Thank you sincerely for your assistance this time." "No need for thanks. I merely restored the power that rightfully belongs to Naruto." Seiryu waved goodbye to Minato as he departed from the study. 5 days later, at the ceremonial altar in the Konoha forest, 3 men and 1 woman stood, the latter cradling an infant boy in her arms. "Seiryu, I must rely on you for this ceremony. I have already notified the guards to ensure that no intruder enters within a radius of several hundred miles." The third Hokage explained to those present. "Understood." Shiryu nodded and turned to the anxious faces of Minato and Kushina. There is no need for such trepidation. This matter poses no danger whatsoever. However, enough, Kushina. Since we have resolved to trust Shiryu, we must do so wholeheartedly. Though Minato spoke these words, the hand that held Kushina trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, after all, Shiryu is Naruto's uncle, is he not? Hearing her husband's assurance, Kushina swallowed her concerns. Once everyone had consented, Shiryu placed the box containing the nine tails upon the ground. Let us commence. I will first release the nine tails and subsequently seal it within both Minato and Naruto. Shiryu rarely displayed such a serious demeanor, even if the ritual was guaranteed to succeed. He felt it was imperative to embody the gravity befitting those who placed their faith in him. Kamui. Suddenly, Shiryu's ordinarily unremarkable eyes transformed into a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and within the empty forest, a distorted space emerged. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared within this warped realm. Roar, the liberated nine tails. Upon seeing Shiryu, the one who had sealed him in the box, immediately began to gather energy for a tailed beast bomb. Must you harbor such enmity? Is unleashing a tailed beast bomb necessary upon sighting me? Yet, whether you can unleash it remains to be seen. Tsukuyami. Ultimately, after regaining a fleeting moment of freedom, the nine tails was once again subdued by Shiryu. Though he had witnessed Shiryu execute these techniques before, witnessing them again evoked a sense of astonishment. They had previously searched the village for any records pertaining to the Uchiha clan, yet found no mention of an individual named Hashiryu. Moreover, his sudden appearance piqued their curiosity regarding his mysterious origins. Well, I have successfully subdued the nine tails. Now, I merely require the vessel intended to seal this beast. With that, Hashiryu's gaze fell upon Minato and Kushina, who were cradling Naruto. Hearing Hashiryu's words, Minato nodded seriously, first placing Naruto onto the ceremonial platform before lying down beside him. Thus, the ritual was set to commence. Hashiryu approached the two individuals, biting his fingertip to draw blood, and inscribed a peculiar symbol upon each of them. With a sigh, he declared that all preparations were complete. Now, there remained only the final technique. Although this technique was originally employed by Minato in the original story, I shall temporarily replicate it. 8 trigram seal. Hashiryu dramatically formed several hand seals, and from beneath Minato, Naruto, and the nine tails, an array reminiscent of a magical circle emerged. After a brief moment, the nine tails split into 2 differently colored orbs of light that entered the bodies of Minato and Naruto. Phew, it seems to have succeeded. Observing the 2 individuals lying on the ceremonial platform, they appeared to be merely in a transient state of unconsciousness, with no other issues to speak of. Hashiryu, have we succeeded? Kushina, standing not far away, glanced anxiously at the 2 most important men in her life. Of course, we have succeeded. This is hardly a complex sealing technique. Lord Minato will awaken shortly, Hashiryu replied, feigning a contemplative demeanor. What about Naruto? Is he all right? Has something happened to him? Upon witnessing Hashiryu's grave expression, Kushina felt a surge of panic. That little boy, still in his swaddling clothes, was her precious newborn. If anything were to happen to him, how could she and Minato endure such a tragedy? Hey, I never said that. I merely meant that little Naruto might sleep a tad longer than expected. Hashiryu stammered, noticing Kushina's tears beginning to fall. His intention had merely been to inject a bit of levity into the atmosphere, but he had inadvertently escalated the situation. What did you say? Realizing she had been tricked, a red aura of spiritual pressure enveloped Kushina, advancing steadily towards Hashiryu. With each step she took, the ground beneath her feet cracked ever so slightly. Sigh, why must I provoke this volatile woman? The third Hokage, witnessing Kushina's fury, prudently stepped back to avoid becoming embroiled in the commotion. Kushina, Sister Kushina, Mother Kushina, calm yourself for a moment. My previous remarks were merely intended to lighten the atmosphere, devoid of any intent to mock. Unlike the relentless approach of Kushina, each step she took towards him caused Hashiryu to retreat 2 steps in response. Faced with the woman encircled by an aura of spiritual pressure, known for her fierce reputation, Hashiryu found himself utterly intimidated. Words were futile. Observing Hashiryu's capitulation, Kushina not only showed no mercy, but even quickened her pace towards him with a playful smile. Little Hashiryu, why not yield to your elder sister? I only wish to impart a mild lesson to the mischievous child who played tricks on me. I assure you, my punches are hardly painful at all. Kushina approached him with the demeanor of a whimsical aunt luring children with a lollipop, her laughter echoing as she coaxed him closer. Were it not for the unnerving grin on her face, many children might have fallen under her spell. Suddenly, Hashiryu found his retreat blocked by a stone wall. This meant that, should he fail to devise a plan, he would soon receive a warm, albeit forceful, greeting from Kushina. Just then, the little Naruto, lying on the ritual platform, began to wail. The sound of Naruto's cries was more melodious to Hashiryu than any celestial music, for it signified that Kushina's attention would shift away from him. As expected, upon hearing Naruto's cries, the previously imposing Kushina transformed back into the familiar gentle mother. The trivial incident involving Hashiryu had long been forgotten in her mind. After soothing Naruto, Minato, who lay nearby, also began to awaken. Have we succeeded? Minato rubbed his sleepy eyes, observing the attention of those around him now focused on him. It appeared they had indeed triumphed. He felt a foreign power manifesting within him, confirming that Hashiryu's sealing had been effective. Gazing at the somewhat familiar symbol on his body, Minato felt an unsettling sensation, akin to witnessing something that was rightfully his being snatched away by another. Upon seeing Minato awake, Hashiryu suddenly felt invigorated, his previous fears dissipating. The fierce little pepper no longer seemed formidable. Thus, he approached the family of three under Kushina's predatory gaze. After inspecting the symbols on Minato and Naruto, he began to jest with them. Lord Minato, you're awake. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Hashiryu beside him, Minato was overcome with an urge to reprimand him. Despite the fact that he was their savior, why did such thoughts arise? Lord Minato? Upon witnessing the intriguing gaze suddenly cast by the couple before him, Xingliu felt an unexpected wave of anxiety wash over him. Surely, he hadn't committed any acts that might provoke disdain? No, nothing of the sort. Mizumoto, realizing that his expression while looking at Xingliu had grown somewhat fierce, quickly adjusted his demeanor, donning a warm smile as he addressed him. This time, we owe our success entirely to you. Without your input, we would not have devised such an effective solution. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But Xingliu sensed an underlying implication in Mizumoto's words. Time passed slowly, and within these few years, myriad events had unfolded. The tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, and the sacrifice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, among others. Although Xingliu, as a time traveler, possessed the ability to avert these calamities with ease, he had previously received a warning from an old man claiming to be a god after altering one individual's fate. Consequently, he approached every subsequent intervention with utmost caution, mindful not to induce excessive disruption in this ninja world. 5 years later, at the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf Village, a man clad in a specially designed jonin jacket stood before the students, imparting knowledge. Chakra is a unique substance that enables us ninjas to perform ninjutsu. The potency of the ninjutsu one can learn is directly correlated to the quantity of this substance. The man illustrated the principles of chakra on the blackboard, initially captivating his audience with the wealth of knowledge he shared. However, as time wore on, some students succumbed to fatigue, resting their heads upon their desks. The instructor's gaze fell upon a boy in an orange jacket, and he raised his hand to unleash a small water balloon. The sudden splash roused the boy from his slumber. Who is it? Who disturbed my rest? The boy, now alert, surveyed his classmates, only to find them regarding him with teasing expressions. Yet, the students surrounding him remained silent, not out of reluctance to respond, but due to the watchful glare of the man at the podium. Perhaps sensing the tension, the boy gradually lifted his gaze, only to meet the smiling eyes of the instructor. Xingliu. No, I mean, Teacher Xingliu. My apologies. The boy had intended to address him as uncle, but the instructor's stern countenance startled him, prompting an immediate correction. Lowering his head, he offered an earnest apology to the man at the front. Hearing the boy's contrition, the instructor initially shook his head in exasperation, then, with a deeper sense of resignation, addressed the standing boy. Naruto, I believe this marks the third time this week you have assured me of your commitment, correct? While I acknowledge that you have successfully gathered chakra, are you not aware that, for certain advancement tests, theoretical knowledge is often more crucial than practical application? Gazing at Naruto, who was scratching his head below, one might hardly imagine that this boy, often found dozing in class, would eventually become the hero destined to save the ninja world. Furthermore, he would ascend to the position of Hokage as the first to do so, while still bearing the title of a genin. However, before assuming Kakashi's mantle as Hokage, he must first make up for the foundational knowledge he had previously neglected. I truly acknowledge my mistakes, so please refrain from reporting me to my mother. Otherwise, you shall be subjected to the lamentations of my voice tonight, Naruto remarked with a pout. Naruto's mother, of course, is Kushina. Yet, due to the fact that Minato did not perish in that fierce battle, Naruto was not the familiar Uzumaki Naruto of the past, but rather the newly dubbed Namikaze Naruto. Although this name might seem out of place to Xingliu, it only further underscores Naruto's princely status within Konoha. Indeed, since the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perished in his battle against Orochimaru, the next generation of Hokage was succeeded by Minato. According to the original storyline, this role should have been filled by Tsunade as the fifth Hokage. However, the unexpected variable of Xingliu rendered her potential ascension to history's script non-existent. As the school bell rang, several students in the classroom surged toward the exit, leaving only a few familiar faces behind, concerned for Naruto. That fool Naruto is about to be punished by the teacher, a boy with a small dog perched atop his head mocked. Please refrain from speaking ill of Naruto-kun. He might simply be exhausted from class. A timid girl beside him defended Naruto. Don't be foolish, Hinata. With Naruto's personality, do you really think he fell asleep from fatigue? Shino, seated in front of Hinata, concurred with the boy's observation. Yet, Shino was indeed quite peculiar himself. Despite the sweltering temperatures outside, he insisted on wearing a heavy, impenetrable trench coat. Furthermore, it baffled many how he thought to don sunglasses indoors. By the way, Sakura, you must feel quite troubled knowing that such an eccentric person has feelings for you, a girl with silvery white hair suddenly inquired. Huh, did someone just say something? Sakura, seated in the back and admiring the aloof boy, glanced curiously at the others. You foolish Ino, were you just saying something? I meant to say, what is it like for a violent person like you to have someone so enamored with you? Perhaps stirred by Sakura's words, Ino repeated her earlier statement in a slightly louder voice. Alas, those two have begun their quarrel again. A boy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle sighed as he observed the impending clash between the two girls. Shikamaru, I recall you are the least adept at dealing with such matters, right? Queried the stout boy beside him. Shikamaru gazed with a hint of exasperation at the plump boy, Dingtsi, who was eagerly shoving handfuls of chips into his mouth. Was he truly more intent on consuming snacks than engaging in conversation? Dingtsi, could you refrain from speaking while munching? It is rather impolite, he remarked. Oh, my apologies. I'll speak with you once I've finished these, Dingtsi replied, focusing intently on his culinary endeavor. Confronted with the deteriorating atmosphere caused by the students below, Xingliu found himself lacking the motivation to continue reprimanding Naruto. After offering a few more words of caution, he exited the classroom. It seemed best to leave the child rearing to the professionals. Indeed, Xingliu resolved to inform Kushina of the situation. Since he, as an uncle, was unable to guide Naruto, it was best to entrust him to his natural adversary. Besides, it presented an opportunity to enjoy a meal at the Namikaze residence, which was a delightful prospect. As night fell, just as Minato opened the door to his home, he was greeted by the sound of his wife chastising their son. The orchestrator of this domestic drama sat back, relishing the display of maternal affection. Minato was scarcely surprised by the scene of Kushina scolding Naruto. In fact, he found it somewhat monotonous. Such occurrences transpired approximately every 3 days, often instigated by either Xingliu's complaints or Naruto's reckless challenges to Kushina's authority. Thus, Minato merely advised Kushina to remain calm and not let Naruto's antics distress her, allowing the mother-son duo to continue their affectionate exchange. As for any potential bruises, under Xingliu's watch, such trivial injuries were hardly of concern. Ah, is Xingliu here for another meal? Minato inquired, settling beside him amid Naruto's lamentations. Indeed, being alone at home is rather dull. It's far better to come over to my brother's house for a bite, Xingliu replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tender interaction between mother and son. Your home is so lively. It truly makes me, a solitary soul, envious. Xingliu's words bore sincerity. Having traversed into this world at merely 16, he would still be a first-year high school student if he were in the modern era. With 5 years elapsed since his arrival, it would be disingenuous to claim he didn't miss his family. After all, anyone who has been away from home for so long would inevitably yearn for their loved ones. That is why I have been eager to introduce some young ladies to you, he continued. Upon hearing this, Minato recognized the longing in Xingliu's voice. Although he had previously attempted to discreetly inquire about Xingliu's origins, every time the subject arose, Xingliu would merely smile and gesture towards the boundless sky, asserting that he hailed from a place so distant it was beyond return. Perhaps it was Xingliu's feigned nonchalance that caught Kushina's attention, for she, while still nursing Naruto, rushed over and embraced him, momentarily setting aside her focus on her infant son. From this point onward, you shall be regarded as part of our family. If it does not trouble you, feel free to consider us as your elder siblings. Rest assured, as long as we are here, there will always be a place for you in this home. Kushina's heartfelt words instantly pierced the defenses of the 16-year-old Hashiryu, who vividly recalls the expressions of those two, gazing at him as if he were their kin. It was their presence that instilled within Hashiryu a sense of belonging in this unfamiliar world. Dear brother, please refrain from attempting to introduce me to girls. I can barely take care of myself, let alone look after someone else. You truly overestimate my capabilities. For 5 years, Minato had employed various excuses in his attempts to arrange a marriage for Hashiryu, all of which were met with firm refusals on the grounds of incompatibility. Are you two discussing Hashiryu's marriage again? After concluding a tender exchange between mother and son, Kushina approached the two boys with a refreshed demeanor. Indeed, our younger brother is once more rejecting my proposal with the same reasoning he used during his 29th refusal. Minato stood and guided Kushina to sit on the other side. Upon hearing her husband lamenting about Hashiryu again, Kushina merely smiled, covering her mouth with amusement. After all, this matter was pivotal to her son's lifelong happiness. Their role as outsiders was merely to offer suggestions, while the ultimate decision rested upon Hashiryu himself. What? Uncle Hashiryu is getting married? As someone who harbored both affection and exasperation for Hashiryu, Naruto naturally wished for him to wed soon. This would not only provide him with another person to care for him, but also serve to divert attention away from himself, alleviating the burden of his mother's affection. Talkative, aren't we? It seems you haven't suffered enough this evening. Hashiryu cast a cold glance at Naruto, who promptly darted behind his parents in fright. Mom, Dad, look, Uncle is scaring the little ones again. Watergate and Kushina exchanged resigned glances at the antics of the two boys. While their playful banter was lively, it could also be quite bothersome. Nevertheless, witnessing the camaraderie between them brought joy to their elders' hearts. Well, both of you are certainly a handful. It seems we must have committed some misdeed in our past lives to endure such torment. Sighing, they lamented the recurring nature of this sentiment. Upon seeing Kushina launch into another theatrical display, Hashiryu and Naruto exchanged exasperated glances. Each time they engaged in playful antics, Kushina would employ such tactics to compel them to please her. Otherwise, she would resort to her formidable strength, compelling them to submit. Under the amiable exchange of glances between Xingliu and Naruto, one went to pour tea while the other offered a comforting back rub, all in an effort to cheer Kushina. Finally, after much exertion, the group settled at the dining table to commence their evening meal. However, at the table, the fourth Hokage and his wife once again broached the subject of Xingliu's marriage, as though their persistent nudging would continue unabated until he tied the knot. I'm full. I suddenly recalled that I had yet to prepare for tomorrow's lesson, and thus excused myself, bidding farewell. Unable to endure the relentless pressure from the couple any longer, Xingliu took his leave from Minato and returned to his own home. Though he referred to it as his home, it was merely the vacant house next door, which he had moved into as Naruto grew older. In fact, even the rent was waived by Minato under the guise of his position as the fourth Hokage, benefiting Xingliu as a public servant. I truly cannot comprehend why conversations inevitably shift to the topic of marriage. At my age, in modern times, one wouldn't even be of legal marrying age. Yet, in this world, is marriage with another truly feasible? Xingliu gazed out at the boundless sky, pondering whether he could truly leave his mark on this realm. Typically, the summer sun rises early, but today, a thick haze enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village. We should be nearing our destination. A figure carrying a bundle of wrapped weapons remarked to the man ahead. It's just ahead. You know our objective, correct? In the pursuit of this goal, we must avoid causing any significant disturbances. After all, that luminary is still alive, the man clad in a black trench coat replied. In response to his words, the figure carrying the weapons laughed heartily. Huh, you're merely a luminary. Can't we handle him with our combined strength? Are you suggesting you're afraid? With a smirk, the figure regarded the man before him. Fear not. If you truly dread that luminary, I shall deal with him. The other minions are yours to manage. You ought not to underestimate the situation. The man shot a sidelong glance at the figure who was now regarding him with an amused expression. Besides that luminary, the hidden leaf harbors another formidable individual. Hearing this, the figure displayed an uncommon seriousness. Are you referring to the man who single-handedly drove the masked man back 5 years ago? Indeed, that is precisely who I mean. The one who, despite not being from the Uchiha clan, possesses the Sharingan. The man confirmed with a nod, continuing, although the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, once investigated his background, the man's past remains an enigma, as if he simply materialized from thin air. Moreover, upon my induction into the Akatsuki, I was once interrogated by that enigmatic masked man regarding the affairs of a certain individual. After divulging all that I knew, he merely uttered a single phrase to me. What was that phrase? The shark man gazed at the man before him with a look of perplexity. The masked man was a figure of considerable repute within their organization. And the man who single-handedly thwarted him, what manner of being was he? Under no circumstances should one become adversarial with that man. The man in the trench coat reiterated, word for word, what the masked man had conveyed to the shark man. Is he truly that fearsome? The shark man inhaled sharply, his lips curling in skepticism. I say, Itachi, could it be that the masked man is merely deceiving you? The words of the masked man were met with disbelief by the shark man, for he had been duped on numerous occasions, having fallen prey to his own words no fewer than 5 times. Kisame, never underestimate your opponent. Itachi Uchiha cast a serious glance at the shark man, who showed no sign of belief in his words. Very well, very well. Regardless, if we cannot defeat him, we can always escape using your genjutsu, can we not? Kisame waved his hand dismissively. I truly do not know how to address you. Itachi sighed before continuing to lead Kisame toward the direction of Konoha. In the apartment where the higher-ups of Konoha resided, the formidable Xing Lu, whom the Akatsuki feared, was sprawled across his large bed, soundly asleep. Knock, knock. Xing Lu, are you awake? A woman's voice called from outside the door. Who is it? Knocking on my door so early? Can't a person get some sleep? Xing Lu grumbled, glancing at the pale light filtering through the window. Creaking open the door while stifling a yawn, he found Kushina standing outside, looking exasperated. Good morning, Kushina. What brings you here so early? I knew you had forgotten what happened last night. Kushina regarded Xing Lu with an expression of knowing amusement, then proceeded to reiterate the words spoken by Minato the previous evening. Did Minato not mention that an old acquaintance would be visiting in the coming days? He specifically asked us and a few others to be there to welcome them. It seems that is indeed the case. Xing Lu scratched his head in realization. After a prolonged period of wakefulness and with Kushina's reminder, he finally recalled Minato's instructions. Minato had said, Konoha has recently endured Orochimaru's assault. It is certain that many other ninja villages will seize this opportunity to strike. Thus, I need you, along with Kushina and several other ninjas, to remain vigilant against outsiders in the vicinity of the village. It appears you are fully awake now, Kushina observed, her expression transforming from the initial concern she had when he opened the door. I am nearly 80 alert, which should suffice. Xing Lu nodded in agreement. With that, he retrieved a towel from the distorted space and, without a backward glance, strode into the bathroom to wash up. As she gazed at the receding figure, Kushina prepared to return home to fetch a few buns, so that after Xing Liu completed his ablutions, they could set off without delay. In front of the Hokage building, several jonin stood, each stationed apart, yet collectively focused on the distant high-rise apartments, as if awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Hey, Kakashi, do you have any idea what our mission entails? At this moment, a man with a cigar approached, draping an arm around a book-clutching individual. How would I know? The reason I am here today is merely because my teacher summoned me to the office yesterday and assigned me to this task. As for the specific details, he mentioned that someone would come to brief us later, Kakashi replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the book in his hands. That shouldn't be the case. If you, as the disciple of the fourth Hokage, are unaware of this matter, then who would be? The man with the cigar muttered to himself. Come on, Asuma. Have you forgotten that besides Kakashi, there is another individual closely associated with the fourth? A woman with an elegant figure interjected. Yuhi Kurenai, are you referring to him? Asuma finally recalled another figure in Konoha, aside from the fourth Hokage. Although that person was understated, his strength was indeed formidable. Indeed, if it is that individual, he could certainly bear this responsibility. Kakashi nodded in agreement upon hearing their conversation. By the time Xingliu and Kushina arrived at the Hokage building, 10 minutes had elapsed. Although Xingliu contemplated employing the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato or Obito's Kimui to transport them directly to their destination, he was deterred by Kushina, who cited a fear of motion sickness as her reason. Thus, upon their arrival, Kakashi and the others, who had been waiting for a considerable time, finally displayed expressions of relief. "Hey there, how's everyone? Have you eaten?" Upon noticing that all attention had turned towards him, Xingliu raised his right hand in greeting. Looking at the smiling youth before them, Kakashi and the others found it hard to fathom that this seemingly harmless individual was the legendary hero who had rescued the Fourth's family. Wait, did I say something wrong? Why are all these esteemed figures looking at me so peculiarly? While Xingliu pondered in his mind, Kushina sighed and stepped forward to address the gathering. The leader of this mission is the rather foolish person beside me, and I shall serve as his deputy. Is that agreeable to everyone? As Kushina spoke, the crowd shifted their focus back to her, acknowledging her status as the wife of the fourth Hokage with the respect it warranted. I shall not indulge in pleasantries. Our primary task this time is to patrol the village and its surroundings. Should we encounter any unusual circumstances, remember to signal with a flare. As she spoke, Kushina exchanged a meaningful glance with Seiryu, prompting him to produce several signal flares to hand over to Kakashi and the others. The Hidden Leaf Village had only recently weathered the attack by Orochimaru, leaving its defenses particularly vulnerable. To prevent hostile villages from sending spies to gather intelligence, this team had been assembled. The fourth Hokage placed great importance on this matter, which is why he specifically dispatched me and that foolish individual to assist you in your investigation. As she uttered these words, Kushina again signaled Seiryu, indicating that he should elaborate on his previous statement. Seiryu, taken aback by Kushina's gaze, hesitated momentarily before finally articulating his thoughts under the scrutiny of the group. If I recall correctly, it's quite possible that an acquaintance might visit the village today. Indeed, according to the original storyline that Seiryu had perused, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki were destined to arrive in Konoha on this very day in search of something, which indirectly tied into the subsequent events involving Naruto and that foolish character. Therefore, to avoid being disturbed by the self-proclaimed god, Seiryu resolved to let events unfold naturally. Though Kakashi and the others were eager to comply with the fourth Hokage's orders and follow Seiryu, they couldn't help but feel skeptical. Why was he so certain that an acquaintance would come to visit today? Was there some intelligence they were unaware of? Thus, Asuma, the elder statesman of the group, raised his hand and inquired, "Lord Seiryu, how can you be so certain that an acquaintance will choose this day to visit our village? Did you receive some information elsewhere that we are not privy to? If so, could you kindly share that intelligence with us?" Here it was. Seiryu anticipated that someone would express curiosity regarding this matter. Although the information in his mind indeed stemmed from another source, he could not simply reveal that he possessed what could be described as a script. If others were to learn this, they would undoubtedly consider him insane. Thus, Seiryu resolved to intimidate this elder brother a little, dissuading him from probing further. Ahem, Asuma-sensei, if I remember correctly, you have a particularly astute student, don't you? Seiryu cleared his throat and responded with a remark entirely unrelated to Asuma's inquiry. Indeed, my student is renowned as the intellectual powerhouse of the Nara clan. Not only does he possess an intellect rivaling that of his father, but his ninjutsu skills are also among the finest in his peer group. Asuma expressed pride in his student, yet he maintained that this was a separate matter. One could not simply dismiss an inquiry because the other party praised his student. Why do you think your student's brilliance has no bearing on this situation? Seiryu feigned surprise as he addressed Asuma. This matter is significantly intertwined with the previous topic we discussed. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Kakashi-sensei or Irika-sensei. They would surely concur with my earlier statements. However, just as Asuma was about to articulate further thoughts, he was halted by Irika by his side. Fool. Lord Seiryu merely suggested that a wise person wouldn't ask so many questions. Why do you still not comprehend this? Irika whispered into Asuma's ear. Moreover, since the fourth Hokage chose not to disclose the details to us, we should simply focus on fulfilling our responsibilities. After all this time as a ninja, have you forgotten the principle of not asking what should remain unasked? Indeed, had Irika not intervened, Asuma would have nearly committed a blunder unbecoming of a ninja. Thus, after expressing his gratitude to Irika, he directed an apology towards Seiryu. Lord Seiryu, please dictate our course of action. Since the fourth Hokage has placed his trust in you, we shall obey your commands without hesitation." With that, Asuma, along with Kakashi and Irika, half-squatted on the ground, awaiting Hashiryu's instructions. "Well then, since you have all chosen to trust me, I shall commence with the arrangements for your patrol locations." After a sigh of relief within himself, Hashiryu began to designate the areas for the trio's patrol, recalling the locations from the anime where Itachi Uchiha and Hoshigaki Kisame would likely pass. Moments later, upon receiving their orders, the group dispersed to the predetermined locations. Furthermore, just before their departure, Hashiryu emphasized repeatedly that they should not act recklessly and must signal if they encounter an opponent beyond their capabilities. According to Hashiryu's planned patrol route, the distance between the three was such that they could reach one another in mere minutes. One might argue that Hashiryu was overly cautious. Yet it must be acknowledged that both Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki possessed combat prowess far superior to any of them. Not to mention, they typically operated in tandem. Thus, any individual confrontation with either of those two would likely result in a swift defeat. This was precisely why Hashiryu insisted on maintaining their patrols in relatively close proximity. While it is understandable that any one of them would be swiftly overpowered by these foes, what if three individuals were to confront them simultaneously? Surely, they would not find themselves so outmatched that they could not even flee. If that were the case, it would be wiser to simply resign and do nothing. Now that they had commenced their actions, Hashiryu thought it prudent to address another pressing matter. He lifted his gaze towards the distant rooftops and murmured to himself. According to the original manga storyline, that lecherous sage should be residing atop a building, gathering inspiration for his novels. Indeed, what Hashiryu needed to focus on was not resolving matters with the old acquaintances arriving in Konoha, but rather finding a mentor for young Naruto's future endeavors. In a world where the fourth Hokage has not yet made the ultimate sacrifice, it appears that Naruto here is living an exceedingly comfortable life. Adorned in the attire of the Namikaze clan, he enjoys a level of respect in the village that few can rival. Consequently, his signature technique, the Rasengan, is merely a recent acquisition. However, a silver lining exists. He exhibits a commendable aptitude for controlling tailed beasts, managing to maintain his composure even while harnessing the power of the One Tail. While searching for Jiraiya, Kakashi and the others have encountered Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who are casually wandering the streets of the village. "Asuma, they must be our targets for this mission," Kurenai observed, glancing at the Akatsuki members clad in their distinctive uniforms from a distance. It seems there is no mistaking them. Yet it is surprising that they have not yet abandoned their pursuit. Asuma can easily surmise that the Akatsuki's visit is solely to capture their prince, Naruto. What should we do now? Should we wait for Kakashi to arrive before deciding? "No need," Asuma replied, puffing on his cigar as he spoke to Kurenai beside him. "In a 2-on-2 match, the outcome is still uncertain. Are you so confident that you can defeat us?" At that moment, Kisame's figure emerged unexpectedly behind Asuma and Kurenai. Though they reacted swiftly upon sensing Kisame's presence, they were still a moment too late. "You didn't think we were oblivious to your little spying, did you?" Kisame remarked, poking at the two who had been ensnared by Itachi's Tsukuyami. "What you're seeing could very well be an illusion, don't you think?" Asuma and Kurenai stood not far away, smiling at them. Despite Asuma's seemingly relaxed demeanor, beads of cold sweat had already formed on his back. Had it not been for Kurenai's timely use of Jinjutsu to deceive the two when they were distracted, they might have already fallen into the enemy's hands. "Impressive. You managed to deceive the Sharingan user Itachi in such a short time." Kisame whistled in admiration before swatting away the illusion created by Kurenai. He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi, whose expression bore the mark of disdain. "Weren't you the one who claimed to be a master of Jinjutsu? How is it that you couldn't see through such a trivial illusion?" Itachi chose not to respond to Kisame's taunts, instead turning his head away. In truth, he had already discerned that what they had witnessed was merely an illusion. However, he refrained from warning Kisame, as he preferred the mission to unfold at a leisurely pace. After all, how else could the subsequent plot develop? Furthermore, being a covert operative for Konoha, he was content to let the situation play out without much effort. "Tch, how boring," Kisame muttered, redirecting his focus back to Asuma and Kurenai. "Although you managed to escape this time with your little trick, don't expect to be so fortunate again." Speaking thus, Kisame swiftly formed a hand seal, and the once tranquil surface of the water began to churn violently. Water style, Water Shark Bomb Technique. As the words left his lips, a colossal shark, sculpted from water, soared down from the heavens towards Asuma and his companions. Simultaneously, from another direction, yet another gargantuan water-formed shark hurtled toward them, nullifying Kisame's technique. Could this identical jutsu belong to Kakashi? Uchiha Itachi observed the silver-haired man hastily approaching from the opposite side, noting that his previously concealed left eye was now revealed, albeit markedly different from his other eye. Are you all right? Kakashi, in his rush, addressed his two comrades before him. Upon seeing Kakashi's timely arrival, Asuma and the others released a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you made it. Otherwise, we would have had to endure that technique head-on. Let us save the pleasantries for later. For now, we must unite to withstand this wave of attacks. Kakashi had intended to offer a warning to Asuma and the others, but his body suddenly became unresponsive. The Leaf's ninjas don't seem particularly impressive, do they? It appears you've fallen under my Jinjutsu again, Kisame remarked, realizing that Itachi was once again behind this predicament. I say, Kisame, why are you so chatty today? Itachi replied, casting a disapproving glance at the shark man beside him. Instead of engaging in idle chatter, shouldn't you be dealing with the other two? Yes, I'll leave Kakashi to you. Kisame shrugged in resignation and moved to confront Asuma and his team. Kakashi observed as Itachi's Sharingan transformed from its three-tomo form into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, confirming the rumors he had heard. Whispers had circulated in Konoha that Uchiha Itachi had allied with outsiders to annihilate his own clan, leaving only his brother, Sasuke, alive. Who could say how true such rumors were? In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Itachi neither confirmed nor denied the allegation, instead offering a cryptic answer for Kakashi to ponder. However, rather than dwell on this inconsequential matter, I possess a far more significant question for you. As he spoke, under Itachi's Jinjutsu, Kakashi's surroundings abruptly morphed, and he found himself bound to a cross, with multiple iterations of Itachi looming before him. Where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Each Itachi in front of Kakashi brandished a kunai, and they spoke in unison. Your objective is indeed him, isn't it? Kakashi, upon hearing Itachi's inquiry about Naruto's whereabouts, felt no surprise. It seemed a foregone conclusion. However, I must refrain from answering that question, as he is one of my comrades, much like your brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke? As the devoted brother Itachi Uchiha trembled slightly with the kunai in his hand upon hearing Kakashi mention his sibling's name. He reflected on the bitter necessity that forced him to abandon his brother and join the notorious Akatsuki organization, all due to that accursed Danzo. In this peculiar moment, Itachi softly uttered a poignant question that deeply moved Kakashi. Has he been well these years? Kakashi retorted with a sardonic smile. What concern is it of a parasital sinner like you, whether your brother thrives or not? However, I am quite curious as to why you exterminated the Uchiha clan, yet spared only your brother. You wouldn't understand. I have my own burdens to bear. Itachi replied with a bittersweet smile. Are you truly unwilling to disclose the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Kakashi's resolute denial, Itachi resigned himself to the situation. This did not imply surrendering his mission. Rather, he felt he had accomplished his objective. Then I shall leave you with a mark that cannot be healed by conventional means, he declared. As the saying goes, one must commit fully to the performance. After all, with so many powerful figures in the village, such a level of Jinjutsu should pose no problem for them. Relish the pain that Tsukuyomi brings you. As his words lingered in the air, Itachi abruptly thrust the kunai he held towards Kakashi, who had been standing obediently before him until now. Although Kakashi was acutely aware that the pain he felt was illusory, he could not withstand the overwhelming might of the Jinjutsu. Even he, a wielder of the Sharingan, found it impossible to discern the blurred lines of reality. Is this truly the extent of the Sharingan's power in the hands of one without a bloodline limit? Itachi mused as he observed the turmoil within Kakashi's left eye. How much time had elapsed? This was a question that plagued Kakashi, ensnared in the grips of Tsukuyomi. Surely, 2 or 3 days had passed. Otherwise, the bloodstains on his body would not have dried so quickly. What is the matter? Are you now inclined to reveal the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Itachi inquired, noting Kakashi's gradual descent into madness. Not a chance. Even if you were to torture me to death, I would never divulge that information, Kakashi replied, lifting his head, now devoid of its former spark. Since you insist, I shall grant you release, Itachi stated, producing another kunai that he thrust towards the entrapped Kakashi. At that moment, a spirited man clad in a green jacket surged forth with astonishing speed and strength, propelling the battling Kisame toward Itachi. Your friend, the fervent and youthful Might Guy, has arrived. A figure approached from the side, adorned with a kappa-like head, characterized by his prominent brows and large eyes. He struck his signature pose, with his right hand resting on his hip and his left hand giving a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile. Who on earth is this person? Where did he suddenly appear from? Kisame exclaimed as he rose from the ground, gazing at the man before him. The azure beast of Konoha. I never expected you to show up, he continued. Itachi Uchiha, who had once lingered in Konoha, had heard this name before, a man who had honed his physical prowess to perfection. Is this individual also one of Konoha's trump cards? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame displayed not fear, but an eager expression. If he is regarded as a trump card, he must be formidable, indeed. Observing Kisame's restless demeanor, Itachi extended a hand to restrain him. Hold on, Kisame. Since someone who is usually only interested in training has appeared, the next person to arrive will undoubtedly be even more formidable. What's the fuss? I thought we might witness a thrilling ninja battle, Kisame retorted. At that moment, a distortion in space manifested in an otherwise empty expanse, revealing Seiryu, who was accompanied by a man sporting wooden clogs. Whoosh. I can't believe even one of the legendary three of Konoha has arrived. It's fortuitous that you are here to intercept me, Kisame remarked, whistling at the sight of the two newcomers. Although he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, beads of sweat began to form on his back. The sage of Konoha. Alongside a man capable of effortlessly intercepting attacks, it seemed their mission had come to a complete failure. Itachi cast a cold gaze at the Konoha ninjas surrounding them. Not entirely a failure, I would say, to have compelled us to assemble this formidable array to encircle you. You could consider yourselves quite fortunate, Seiryu replied, smiling at the living embodiment of Itachi Uchiha before him, suppressing his desire for an autograph. Indeed, it is somewhat fortunate, but to say encirclement would be an exaggeration. As he spoke, the figures of Itachi and Kisame gradually transformed into crows, leaving behind the promise of their next encounter. As expected, those skilled in illusion depart with such flair, Seiryu commented, watching the two crows vanish into the sky. Observing Seiryu's soliloquy, Jiraiya pondered whether accompanying him had been a wise choice. A few minutes prior, Jiraiya had been atop a building, peering through binoculars at a woman changing clothes across the way. Ah, this is indeed the life that a normal person ought to enjoy, he mused, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth as he continued to gaze through the lenses. Knock, knock. Just as Jiraiya was engrossed in his observations, he felt 2 taps on his shoulder. Cut it out. I'm in the middle of something serious. If you need something, wait until I finish reviewing this material. He called back without turning. Is this the famed representation of the yellow from Konoha's legendary 3? Xing Lu gazed at Jiraiya, who was eagerly holding a telescope, and thought to himself that he truly deserved the title he bore. The origin of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha dates back to their encounter with Hanzo of the Salamander during the Second Shinobi World War, where they were bestowed this honor. Furthermore, in that fierce battle, this trio was the only team that managed to endure until the very end, even after Hanzo summoned the Salamander to unleash a massive toxic spray. Just as Xing Lu reflected on Jiraiya's background, he was suddenly interrupted by an exasperated voice. These little beauties are utterly ungrateful, pulling the curtains just when it matters most. Jiraiya scoffed. Turning around, he was startled to find an unexpected presence behind him. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared at my back? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Xing Lu, quickly patting his chest to calm his racing heart. The reason Jiraiya did not perceive Xing Lu as a foe was that the latter emitted no aura of hostility. Instead, he merely wore a resigned smile upon their encounter. I say, lecherous sage, have you forgotten someone just tapped your shoulder? Xing Lu teased. What? I may have felt a tap, but that hardly qualifies you to call me a lecherous sage. Moreover, I am neither a sage nor a lascivious individual who gazes upon others with depraved eyes, Jiraiya declared, arms crossed, with an air of righteousness. Indeed, you are a paragon of virtue, it seems. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are merely pretentious fellows, I suppose. I wonder who was just peering at the young ladies outside with such a lascivious expression, Xing Lu retorted, observing Jiraiya's disgruntled demeanor. Listen, kid. Considering you once saved my disciple, I can overlook your attitude towards this old man. However, could you now elucidate the reason for your visit? I actually have no particular reason for coming. I merely wish to inquire if you would be interested in taking on another disciple, Xing Lu replied, twiddling his fingers. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback by Xing Lu's statement. He could not help but bombard him with a flurry of questions. Another disciple? Who do you mean? You? Although Xing Lu was tempted to tease him further, the incredulous expression on Jiraiya's face compelled him to earnestly mention Naruto's name. Naruto? Initially, Jiraiya could not recall who that was, but a glance at the novel in his hand jogged his memory. It was the son of his disciple. Oh, you mean that little rascal from the Namikaze family? Jiraiya exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, and then he regarded Xing Lu with a peculiar look. Why would you want to help that little brat find a master? Even if you share a brotherly bond with Watergate. It seems implausible that you would exert such effort to assist in finding a teacher for his son. Confronted by Jiraiya's peculiar gaze, Xingliu merely relaxed his shoulders slightly before uttering words that left Jiraiya utterly astonished. Master Jiraiya, I recall the toads of Mount Mayaboku mentioning that your future disciple would be the hero destined to save the world. Am I wrong? In an instant, as soon as Xingliu finished speaking, Jiraiya had swiftly positioned a kunai against his throat from behind. How did you come to know of this? Apart from myself and the Toad Sage, no one else is privy to such information. With a steely tone, Jiraiya pressed further, speak. How did you acquire this knowledge? Gazing at the kunai pressed to his throat, Xingliu remained unperturbed, even smiling at Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, I remember you were never one to act so rashly. Why not hear me out before jumping to conclusions? As soon as he finished speaking, the natural chakra surrounding him began to coalesce, and in the next moment, an orange hue enveloped his pupils. Sage mode. And without any signs of a frog transformation? Initially, Jiraiya intended to detain Xingliu and extract from him how he knew of the prophecy foretold by the Toad Sage. However, upon witnessing Xingliu's sudden transformation into Sage mode, he promptly released him. Had I known you could enter Sage mode, this entire scenario could have been avoided, Jiraiya sighed, casting an exasperated glance at him. But why are you in Sage mode? I thought no one had entered Mount Mayaboku besides myself. Ah, now you're finally inclined to listen to me. Are you? Xingliu chuckled mischievously, stretching his recently restrained body. Yes, I'm here to listen, but why should I take Naruto as a disciple? If you can enter Sage mode, surely you could teach him ninjutsu yourself? Jiraiya inquired with a puzzled expression. That leads us to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, Xingliu began, succinctly recounting the script he had previously perused regarding Jiraiya and Naruto, while also shedding light on the matter concerning pain, Yahiko. You're suggesting that the child of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Sage is actually two individuals? Initially, Jiraiya thought Xingliu was merely spinning a tale, but as he absorbed the subsequent revelations, his astonishment grew. I am to be slain by my own disciple. Noticing Jiraiya's contemplative demeanor, Xingliu realized he had successfully captivated his attention. Thus, he decided to stoke the flames of persuasion further. Do you not wish to avert the tragedy of being slain by your own student? Xingliu continued to incite. If you were to take Naruto as your disciple beforehand, would it not ensure your safety? Upon hearing Xingliu's words, Jiraiya's claim of fearlessness undoubtedly rang false. After all, who would not cherish their own life? Yet, subconsciously, he was averse to selecting a disciple in such a manner. This inner turmoil left Jiraiya rooted to the spot, motionless. Could it be that this old man had lost his wits upon learning of his impending demise? Xingliu prodded the immobile Jiraiya and remarked, You may be foolish, but I certainly am not. Perhaps sensing the scorn directed at him, Jiraiya shot a glare at Xingliu, who was sheepishly scratching his head. I hereby consent to what you proposed earlier, he declared. What? Jiraiya's sudden statement caught Xingliu off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. You mean to say you wish to take Naruto as your disciple? Jiraiya replied disdainfully. Look at you, with that vacant expression. It was you who urged me to take him on as a disciple, and now you appear befuddled. So, are you allowing me to accept a disciple or not? Jiraiya's inquiry silenced Xingliu, for he understood the gravity of provoking Jiraiya. The fate of the ninja world might rest upon his shoulders. Do take him. You absolutely must take Naruto under your wing. He is one of the prophesied children spoken of by the great sage Toad. Do you not wish to fulfill the task entrusted to you by the great sage? Upon realizing that Xingliu was resorting to provocation, Jiraiya merely smirked in acquiescence. Did I not just agree? Why do you persist in this needless chatter? Nevertheless, I require your assistance with a matter concerning another disciple of mine. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Xingliu understood his intent and nodded in agreement. I shall accompany you back to the Rain Ninja Village. However, be advised that Nagato and the others are no longer in their previous location. To find them, we must venture to the Akatsuki's main stronghold, especially since Yahiko has perished. What? You say Yahiko is dead? After the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya had spent 3 years instructing a few young disciples in the Rain Ninja Village, and he vaguely recalled 2 boys named Nagato and Yahiko. Indeed, due to the machinations of Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo, the 3 of them fell into a trap, and Yahiko sacrificed himself to save Konan. Xingliu recounted a portion of the narrative he had gleaned from the manga, making Jiraiya aware of the grim circumstances. Hanzo and Danzo, you say? They shall soon learn the reason behind the blooming of flowers. Upon hearing the names of those who had caused the demise of his disciple, Jiraiya's latent power, as one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, erupted, causing the floor beneath him to crack under the weight of his fury. I implore you, perverted sage. Could you not remain silent until I finish speaking? Xingliu helplessly patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Gradually using the spiritual pressure he had copied to assimilate the spiritual energy surrounding Jiraiya, allowing him to slowly calm down. The 2 individuals, as far as I know, are destined to meet a tragic end. Not to mention that Hanzo, according to the timeline, had already been killed by Nagato, and even Danzo would eventually be eliminated by the fool leading a team in a few years. What? Who is this fool that the boy speaks of? How could he possess the capability to vanquish Danzo? Do they share some deep-seated enmity? Observing the myriad expressions that flitted across Jiraiya's face in mere minutes, Xingliu feigned an air of profundity, clasping his hands behind his back. These matters are of little concern. After all, everyone's fate has long been predetermined. Your primary responsibility now is simply to educate young Naruto. Let us refrain from discussing further. Though Jiraiya yearned to confront this enigmatic figure, witnessing how effortlessly he quelled his own rage extinguished any inclination to resist. Very well, it is nearly time for us to depart, lest the situation over there spirals out of control. With that, Xingliu draped his arm over Jiraiya's shoulder and stepped into the suddenly materializing distorted space. Before Jiraiya could comprehend what was happening, he was drawn inside. Time rewound to the moment when Itachi Uchiha had just departed with Kisame Hoshigaki. As the others gathered around Kakashi, who was ensnared in a jinjutsu, deliberating on how to rescue him. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Xingliu, could you please assist Kakashi? Might Guy, Kakashi's close friend, gazed at the 2 newly arrived figures with a troubled expression. Hey, don't look to me for help. I am utterly unfamiliar with jinjutsu, Jiraiya decisively declared as the group turned to him for a solution. What about Lord Xingliu? I recall your ocular techniques once controlled the 9 tails. Can you not rescue Kakashi? With Jiraiya's retreat, the group could only place their hopes on the young man who had once saved the village before reaching the age of 20. I can indeed assist, but I can only free him from the Tsukuyami. The scars on his psyche, however, are beyond my reach. Initially, when the group heard Xingliu mention a method to save Kakashi, they nearly erupted in joy, but his concluding remark deepened the already palpable silence. Truly remarkable. You can shift the emotional atmosphere so drastically with just a few words, Jiraiya remarked, poking the instigator of this heavy mood. Enough. You, who know nothing of jinjutsu. Be quiet. With that, Xingliu stepped forward once more, addressing the group. Though I cannot save Kakashi, I know someone who can. Come on. Not even a Suma, a man, would entertain you, and if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, even Tsunade would be tempted to give Xingliu a thrashing. Who enjoys leaving sentences half-finished. In such a dire situation, Jiraiya, who held a status comparable to Xingliu among the group, first delivered a firm pat on Xingliu's head before proceeding to express his discontent. You little rascal, I've longed to give you a good thrashing. Not to mention your half-hearted conversation with me on the rooftop. How can you still make jokes in such a life-threatening scenario? Ouch! What are you doing, perverted sage? Xingliu rubbed his head where Jiraiya had struck him, glancing at him with a look of dissatisfaction. I was about to mention that person. He retorted. You interrupted me. Realizing that he indeed had been the one to interrupt, Jiraiya quickly apologized. My bad, please continue. I promise I won't interrupt you this time. Upon hearing this, Xingliu shot him another exasperated glance before slowly resuming his earlier unfinished statement. Actually, the person I was referring to is someone you also know. The one who persevered alongside you and Orochimaru until the very end of the Second Great Ninja War. Xingliu grinned mischievously at Jiraiya. No way. Could this brat be talking about that woman? Just as Jiraiya pondered this possibility, Xingliu revealed the answer. The only one capable of bringing Kakashi back is Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary three of Konoha. So it truly is her? Upon hearing Xingliu mention that he knew the person, Jiraiya instinctively suspected it might be her. But he anticipated it would indeed be Tsunade. Tsunade. The group initially fell silent upon hearing the name, gradually recalling who she was. Among the legendary three, aside from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had just attacked the village, Tsunade was only well known in gambling circles. After all, following the Fourth Great Ninja War, she had become a figure of ridicule, referred to as the Big Fish by various ninja villages, a testament to her abysmal gambling skills. Indeed, Xingliu nodded with a smile under the puzzled gazes of the others. She is the one who, armed solely with her medical prowess, stood alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru until the end of the Second Great Ninja War. Even Jiraiya believed that aside from Tsunade, no one else could possibly cure Kakashi's ailment. Yet, that woman was a notorious gambler, frequently found in various gambling establishments. Who knows where she might be now? Jiraiya-sensei, surely you know where Tsunade is now? No, I don't. Jiraiya wished he could shout this loudly, but under the hopeful gazes of everyone, he could only muster a few names of the gambling houses Tsunade often frequented. Xingliu noted down the places Jiraiya mentioned with a smile, casting him a suggestive look. What a bond among the three of you. Who would have thought you'd be so aware of each other's whereabouts? Get lost. I refuse to believe that you, little rascal, have no idea where Tsunade is. After being teased by Xingliu, Jiraiya finally realized he had fallen into the trap set by the impudent youth. How could anyone who knows Tsunade's name be unaware of her current whereabouts? Enough of this idle chatter. I shall escort you back to the hospital shortly. If Sasuke inquires about Kakashi's condition, simply relay the matter to him. As he spoke, before anyone could respond, they found themselves back within the confines of the hospital in the Hidden Leaf Village. You all should stay here obediently. After the recent battle, I assume everyone is rather fatigued, Xingliu remarked with a smile as he helped Kakashi onto the bed. Lord Xingliu, did you mean to inform Sasuke about Itachi's arrival in the village? Asuma inquired. Indeed, if memory serves me correctly, Sasuke should burst through that door any moment now. Sure enough, scarcely had Xingliu finished speaking when a cold, dark-clad boy entered the room. Where is Kakashi? Where is he? The boy's gaze landed on Kakashi, who lay upon the bed, and he turned to the others, demanding, why is Kakashi lying there? What on earth has happened? Sasuke, please remain calm and listen to me. Xingliu began, but before he could continue, a ninja burst into the room, shouting, Hey, I just heard that Uchiha Itachi has returned, and his target is Naruto. In an instant, Sasuke dashed out of the room with astonishing speed. Sasuke. The group sighed as they watched him leave. It seemed that Itachi still held a significant influence over Sasuke. Very well, you all should rest here and recuperate. Jiraiya, let us proceed to Ichiraku Ramen to find Naruto. And perhaps we can bring Sasuke back as well. Not long after Xingliu spoke, he transported himself and Jiraiya hundreds of meters away to Ichiraku Ramen. Owner, one bowl of ramen, please. Upon emerging from the distorted space, Naruto's voice resonated within the ramen shop. Naturally, if one sought Naruto, this would be the prime location. Pushing aside the shop's curtain, he discovered Naruto happily slurping his noodles. Upon seeing the person sit beside him, Naruto's appetite waned. Why has Uncle Xingliu suddenly come here? Surely he is not expecting me to treat him. Protectively cradling his bowl of ramen, Naruto's demeanor revealed how he perceived Xingliu. Fear not. I do not intend to steal your ramen. I shall treat you to this meal. At the very least, Xingliu reassured him. Yay. Owner, please pack another bowl for me. Hearing that Xingliu would treat him, Naruto was more than willing to share a meal. Upon noticing the silver-haired elder standing beside him, he quickly greeted him. Don't forget our agreement, you brat, Jiraiya said, and with that, he took Naruto by the arm, leading him away with the freshly packed ramen. As I gazed at Naruto being dragged away by Jiraiya, my heart remained unperturbed. I even requested a bowl of ramen from Uncle Ichiraku and began to savor it. Just as I was nearing the end of my second bowl, our dear Sasuke, the second pillar of our story, finally arrived. He forcefully lifted the curtain that concealed the shop, only to find not the Naruto he had sought, but me, Xingliu, whom he had just encountered in the hospital. Hey, weren't you just in the hospital? How did you manage to get here in such a short time? And those two large bowls on your table, are you serious? We've only been apart for about 10 minutes, yet you've devoured so many bowls of ramen. In contrast to Sasuke, who frequently altered his facial expressions, I elegantly finished the last drop of broth before slowly turning to regard this unfortunate soul who was so easily deceived. From his arrival until the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sasuke seemed perpetually ensnared in deception, particularly during that tumultuous age of adolescent impetuousness, when he even instigated an attack on the Five Kage summit. Reflecting on these events, I approached Sasuke with a touch of pity, gently patting him on the shoulder, and then, akin to admonishing an inept younger sibling, I uttered a statement that left him bewildered. Could you not be a bit more astute and refrain from being used as a pawn? If it weren't for the myriad of troubles you caused midway through, the saga of Naruto would have concluded in Shippuden, and we wouldn't have had to contend with the likes of Uchiha Obito afterward. Huh, what are you talking about, Shingyo-sensei? Sasuke forcefully shrugged off my hand from his shoulder and coolly inquired, do you know where Naruto is? Uchiha Itachi is after him. As one who held the script, I was well aware that Itachi's objective was Naruto, and I had already enlisted an unbeatable bodyguard to ensure his safety. Are you aiming to assist Naruto, or to seek vengeance against your brother? I asked, observing Sasuke's expression darkening. Logically, the primary arc of Naruto revolves around Naruto's pursuit of Sasuke's story, with the other narratives serving merely as embellishments. Thus, it seemed implausible for Sasuke to be entirely indifferent to Naruto's plight. Indeed, after taking a deep breath, Sasuke managed to temporarily shed his previous grim countenance. My current objective is to save Naruto. With that, he donned a resolute expression as he fixed his gaze upon me. I admit that until just now, when you posed your question, I harbored thoughts of avenging my brother, Uchiha Itachi. However, I also recognize that I stand no chance of defeating him now. Before Xinglu, the proud youth lowered his head, his voice trembling as he implored, please lend me your strength. I wish to save my companions. This lesson would conclude here. Xinglu regarded Sasuke, who had cast aside all arrogance, his heart solely focused on rescuing his friends. Sasuke, please lift your head. I may utter something that will incite you to strike me. So for the next few minutes, please manage your fists with care. What could the teacher possibly say that would provoke such a reaction? Sasuke pondered, yet he trusted his self-control to withstand the urge. Thus, despite his bewilderment, he acquiesced to Xinglu's request, reasoning that he could vent his frustrations on Naruto later. You needn't worry about Naruto's safety. I have arranged for a prominent figure in a nearby village to protect him, a person whom even Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame would struggle to contend with. Upon seeing Sasuke nod, Xinglu slowly revealed his plans for Naruto, indicating that their reunion would be postponed for 2 years. Xingchun, Sasuke suddenly called out, interrupting the moment. What is it, my little Sasuke? Perhaps sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sasuke, Xinglu began to retreat towards the forest. Sasuke approached with an unsettling smile, asking, could you assist me with something? Absolutely not. Xinglu replied, crossing his arms defiantly, observing the flicker of amusement in Sasuke's eyes. He quickly inferred the boy's intentions. Is it truly impossible? Sasuke's Sharingan began to manifest as he spoke. Indeed, it's not feasible. I have other matters to attend to. Let's postpone your request for another time. With that, Xinglu slipped into a distorted space, leaving Sasuke alone to vent his frustration at the empty air before him. Wow. I never expected Teacher Xinglu to be so cunning. After venting at the spot where Xinglu had vanished, Sasuke gradually calmed down. Once my Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo, I will definitely give that cunning teacher a good lesson. At that moment, the aspirations of the young Uchiha Sasuke had shifted. His pursuit of vengeance against his brother, Itachi, was now eclipsed by a new objective, to teach that cunning teacher, Xinglu, a lesson he would not forget. That brat nearly had me dealt with. Xinglu, having distanced himself several hundred meters away, sighed in exasperation. In terms of raw power, 10 Sasukes would scarcely pose a threat to him. However, on a moral level, should Xinglu dare to lay a hand on Sasuke, he would find himself soundly defeated. Rather than facing inevitable defeat, it would be more prudent to eliminate this bout from its very roots. Is this not one of the establishments frequented by the notorious lecherous sage? Xingliu gazed upon the gambling den before him, which, though far more rudimentary than the gambling houses of ancient times, possessed a certain completeness. Oh, allow me to demonstrate who truly reigns as the greatest gambler in the ninja realm. Upon entering the establishment, it became evident that, aside from a select few possessing chakra, the majority of patrons were ordinary individuals devoid of any such power. It seems that the lofty ninjas hold little regard for such trifling sums of money, Xingliu remarked, eyeing the maximum betting limit displayed above. Unlike the gambling houses of his previous world, where one could wager as much as they wished and win accordingly, here the establishments operated more like games. Once a certain limit was reached, staff would promptly escort one out. It is not that these gambling houses are averse to profit, but in this ninja world, pursuing a task appears far more lucrative. Thus, the majority of those who frequent such places are merely ordinary folk without chakra. Esteemed guest, I presume this is your first visit to our gambling den? Would you like me to introduce you to the various games we offer? Hardly had Xingliu stood at the entrance when a server, resembling a lackey, approached him. Very well, the matter of money is of little consequence. What matters most is finding a game that piques my interest, he replied, producing several gold coins from his garments and handing them to the server. Thank you, kind sir. I shall provide you with the utmost quality of service. The server received the coins with both hands, fully aware that these few coins represented a month's worth of toil for him. He had not anticipated such a generous tip from a mere stranger. It was not that he lacked decorum, but rather that the sum was exceedingly generous. As long as your subsequent service satisfies me, this small gratuity will not go unappreciated, Xingliu remarked. Truth be told, for one with the talent of replication, such gleaming gold coins were merely a matter of copying and pasting. After years of diligent study, Xingliu had mastered the application of this skill across a myriad of items. Beyond merely mimicking ninjutsu he had observed, he could even recreate essential everyday items to a certain degree. Of course, the replicas could never truly compare to their authentic counterparts. As the saying goes, what is real cannot be faked, and what is fake cannot be real. Thus, the items Xingliu produced bore certain imperfections, albeit undetectable to the naked eye. Yes. Esteemed guest, please follow me. This way lies one of the most popular games in our establishment. The server led Xingliu toward the area bustling with patrons. The game at this particular table was known as Big or Small, typically featuring a banker against multiple players. As long as the dice revealed a number greater than that of the banker, the player would emerge victorious. The humble attendant gradually introduced various games to Xingliu, the wealthy patron, yet Xingliu remained seemingly uninterested. Suddenly, a figure emerged that piqued his curiosity, a woman clad in a green trench coat and wooden clogs. The very person Xingliu sought for his gambling expedition, Tsunade Senju. Could it be that the esteemed guest is intrigued by this woman? The attendant teased, observing the transformation in Xingliu's demeanor upon her entrance. Hearing the attendant's playful remark, Xingliu responded with interest, "Oh, are you quite familiar with her? Well, who among us frequenting the gambling houses does not recognize the woman standing at the door? She frequents various establishments in our vicinity. Though her gambling skills are not particularly impressive, in the matches I have witnessed, she has lost no less than several hundred times," the attendant whispered conspiratorially. While her gambling prowess may be lacking, her physique is undeniably remarkable. However, those who have attempted to engage her have found themselves swiftly dispatched. Therefore, I advise you to reconsider your intentions toward her. After all, beauty alone requires a reputation to enjoy its benefits. Would you not agree? I shall heed your advice, Xingliu replied, though the attendant could tell that the guest was hardly absorbing his words as he continued to gaze intently at the woman. Meanwhile, Tsunade took her seat at a table where she often played, betting on high or low. This is one of the easiest games for the dealer to manipulate, Xingliu murmured, eyeing the dealer at the table. When it comes to dice, some can skillfully roll the numbers they desire. He recalled videos and films from his previous life, where certain individuals, having mastered the techniques, could achieve whatever outcomes they wished, even executing tricks like the Pillar of Heaven. Before long, he witnessed the dealer collecting the money Tsunade had placed on the table. Typically, dealers allow newcomers to win a few rounds as a ploy, yet surprisingly, despite rolling a 5, Tsunade's opponent managed to roll a 4. The dealer could only accept her wager with a heavy heart. Goodness! How unfortunate must one be to roll a lower number under such lenient conditions? With his Sharingan, Xingliu discerned the dealer's intention to let Tsunade win. Yet her luck was so poor that she could not prevail even under such favorable circumstances. It was perplexing to witness someone persistently striving forward despite consecutive losses. As Xingliu continued his lamentations, Tsunade lost several more rounds in quick succession. Even in a scenario where both sides have a score of 3, the dealer managed to sweep the board. If, in their world, there existed someone as unfortunate yet playful as Tsunade, Anyone engaged in a match with her would be wise to bet against her. Wouldn't that be akin to effortlessly leaning against the vast ocean? Observing that Tsunade's stakes were nearing the gambling house's limit, Xingliu resolved to allow her to savor the thrill of victory. Surely, this would persuade her to acquiesce to one of his requests. Thus, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xingliu approached Tsunade, first restraining her hand as she prepared to cast her final silver coin, and then inquired, "Would you like to experience the exhilaration of winning?" This question held far greater significance for Tsunade, who had yet to taste victory, than any material desire. Her persistent obsession with gambling stemmed solely from her yearning to win at least once. Yet, the outcomes she encountered were often disheartening, which contributed to her continued presence in various gambling establishments. "Oh, you believe you can grant me the pleasure of winning?" Tsunade mused, skeptical of her luck. As one of the legendary Sannin, how could she not discern that the dealer was favoring her? Yet, despite the dealer's generous hand, her own luck remained abysmally poor. It was the kind of luck where one could hold an exceptionally strong hand, yet still play it miserably. How could one know without trying? "While your luck may leave much to be desired, mine is remarkably fortuitous," Xingliu retorted. "A person blessed with extraordinary luck paired with one who has never won. Does that not equate to a mathematical balance of positive and negative?" With a smile, Xingliu continued, "Since you have voiced such confidence, I shall refrain from further argument." With that, Tsunade retrieved her last silver coin from her impressive collection, declaring, "This is the final round for today. Whether I can experience the thrill of winning lies in your hands." "Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed," Xingliu replied, taking the still warm coin from the table and placing it before the dealer. "This time, I shall reveal to you a myriad of winning strategies." As the dealer called out the bets, Xingliu's journey in the casino commenced. "Open. 233. 8 points." As the dealer revealed the contents of the dice container, many players with lower scores plummeted from their lofty hopes into despair. After a brief moment of shock, they fished out more silver coins to continue the next round. Did Xingliu, who had previously boasted, manage to win? Let us not forget that he possessed the Sharingan, a rather advantageous tool, and even as a novice, his luck was unlikely to allow him to lose in the first round, not to mention his protagonist's aura, a rather overpowered trait. 342. 9 points. With the final score declared by the dealer, Xingliu again pushed a substantial pile of chips, silver coins, towards Tsunade. "What do you think? Have you experienced the thrill of winning yet?" Seiryu pointed at the pile of silver coins before Tsunade. "Well, how should I put it? Although the money on the table appears substantial, it seems utterly unrelated to me. Observing others win seems no different from my own potential to achieve victory. If merely watching someone else win suffices, then I, too, could accomplish that. However, as Shima lamented, merely observing another's victory, as Tsunade suggested, does not involve my own efforts. After all, every time she lost, it indicated that someone else was, indeed, winning. She had witnessed countless victories at the gambling table. And unless the winnings were earned through her own endeavors, what distinction exists between winning and losing? I apologize. I will certainly let you take the reins from here." With those words, Seiryu surveyed the myriad games around him, realizing that nothing appeared to rely solely on individual skill for success. Just as he was about to give up, he spotted a rather inconspicuous game nestled in the corner of the gambling den. Perhaps it was due to the bizarre setup on the table, as this game required 4 players to commence, and the time to start a round was exceedingly prolonged. Hence, the game of mahjong seemed an improbable presence in this gambling house. "Finally, I have discovered a game that does not depend on luck and can be played with some degree of skill. Yes." Seiryu resolved to introduce Tsunade to an exhilarating round of Japanese mahjong. In contrast to those other games that rely solely on fortune, mahjong incorporates an element of collaboration. "You just stated that my winnings were entirely unrelated to you, correct? This game should afford you some sense of participation, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, even if your luck is abysmal, it can't be worse than someone assisting you with a winning hand, can it? Tsunade, I have an idea that will not only provide you with a sense of involvement, but also enable you to earn some money. Will you trust me one more time?" After having already placed her faith in him once, it seemed there was little to lose in doing so again. Thus, after placing all the silver coins from the table into a bag, Tsunade stood and addressed Seiryu. "I hope what you say is true this time. And consider this money alone. I will repay it through my own efforts one day. Hey, there is no need to wait for that day. Even if you don't return the money, as long as you promise to lend a hand in saving someone, we can consider this matter settled." Having already appropriated Kakashi's title of copy ninja, he felt guilty enough. If Kakashi were to learn that while seeking help for him, he was slacking off, he might very well turn to the Akatsuki without a second thought. Just a jest, no matter how reckless he became. He would never toy with the life of his brother's apprentice. Otherwise, he could easily find himself on the receiving end of the Ninetales mode, complete with a Rasengan warning. You aren't suggesting that this is your proposal, are you? After Xingliu led her to a secluded corner, Tsunade gazed incredulously at the layer of dust that had settled on the mahjong table. Indeed, while this game does require a degree of luck, the primary reliance is on one's own skill and strategy. Most crucially, you are no longer merely an observer watching me win. Once you take a seat, opportunities to win are assured, Xingliu explained. Her words struck a chord with Tsunade, yet the pivotal issue remained. Who would be willing to participate? If this game were truly popular, how could the dining utensils be left untouched, gathering dust? While Tsunade pondered the matter of attendance, she noticed that Xingliu had miraculously gathered a couple of extraordinary individuals. Young lady, standing by the table must be awfully dull. Don't you wish to engage in an exhilarating game? Xingliu introduced two girls who appeared to be sisters. The elder exuded a cool demeanor, while the slightly shorter younger sister cowered behind her, clearly a girl plagued by social anxiety, though her gaze was fixed eagerly on Tsunade's impressive figure. Upon realizing that Tsunade had not responded, the elder sister repeated her invitation. Young lady, isn't it boring just to stand there? Wouldn't you like to partake in an exciting game? Are you calling me? Tsunade questioned, looking at the cool girl, who seemed too young to be addressing her in such a manner. Quit looking around. I'm indeed talking to you. The cool girl confidently stepped forward with her sister in tow. It's a rare occasion to meet at a mahjong table. It would be a disservice to the mahjong gods if we didn't play around together. Though the shy sister remained silent, her eyes remained glued to Tsunade, seemingly hoping for her agreement. Fine, I suppose if you two were boys, I would have walked away, but seeing such charming young ladies before me, even I, an old auntie, cannot resist. Yay, finally, someone is willing to play mahjong with us. Upon hearing Tsunade's consent, the two girls jumped with joy, shedding their earlier coolness and timidity. However, this adorable demeanor was merely a facade outside the mahjong table. Once seated, they transformed dramatically. Win. 200. 400. Win. 400. 800. Win. 12,000. After the cool girl achieved consecutive victories, she successfully eliminated Tsunade in the final round of the sixth game. Wow. Xingliu never anticipated that within just a few minutes, a 4-round mahjong match could conclude so swiftly, especially with Tsunade being knocked out. Let us play again. To my surprise, aside from this older brother, both Saki and the older sister possess such feeble skills in mahjong. It's evident that my performance has only just commenced. The right hand of the cool older sister has inexplicably begun to emanate a spiral formation, yet Hashiryu, having utilized the Sharingan, discerned no trace of chakra. This suggests that it is indeed a unique talent of that young girl. But wait, what was the name that sister called her earlier? After a moment of reflection, Hashiryu successfully recalled the younger sister's name. Saki, perhaps? Gulp. Upon hearing that name, Hashiryu was reminded of a certain infamous demon lord from a renowned anime, celebrated for the phrase flowers bloom on the ridge. However, Hashiryu had now come to understand the true identities of these two individuals in the ensuing match. Kan. Sumo. Ridged Sumo. 4,000. 8,000. With Saki's final play blooming beautifully on the ridge, she managed to reduce her score to 0. Not bad, Saki. I didn't expect you could bring it down to 0. As the older sister, Teru, the demon lord, had unleashed her full might from the very beginning. Yet Hashiryu and Tsunade intervened a few times with their strategic plays, thus concluding the 2 rounds of the East and South. My prowess is all thanks to you. Sister. Upon receiving her sister's praise, Saki smiled bashfully. The mystery has been solved. I never anticipated that the 2 young girls I randomly encountered at the gambling hall would be Saki and Teru from Tenma. But didn't I traverse into a world that wasn't part of Naruto? How have 2 utterly unrelated individuals emerged? Just as Hashiryu was lost in thought, Saki, unable to contain her eagerness for the next round, timidly tugged at the sleeve of Hashiryu's garment. Big brother, shall we play mahjong together again? Her soft, endearing tone combined with Saki's bashful demeanor made it impossible for Hashiryu, the LSP, to resist. Thus, he pushed his cards forward and gradually accelerated the pace of shuffling on the table. Wow, I didn't expect you to fancy my sister S-type. Observing the exuberance of Hashiryu, Teru couldn't help but tease him. Haha. In contrast to Hashiryu's darkening expression, Tsunade, seated opposite him, erupted into laughter as if she had discovered a new joke. Fortunately, Tsunade managed to restrain her extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could a mere mahjong table withstand her legendary might capable of sending various renowned ninjas flying? All right, let us finish this hand. And then I must return to save someone. Otherwise, my older brother will surely scold me. However, before Hashiryu could finish his sentence, a voice behind him interjected, evoking both laughter and exasperation. Thank heavens. I can't believe you, Lord Hashiryu. Actually remember that there's a patient you need to take back to save. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, unexpectedly appeared behind Hashiryu, his expression warm as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. I believe I reminded you last night to conduct yourself appropriately, did I not? Setting aside the fact that you chose to assist Naruto in seeking out a teacher while others engaged in battle against Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, it is rather questionable that you abandoned everyone at the hospital to indulge in a game of mahjong with a few girls at a gambling den. Can you not see the inconsistency in your actions? Faced with Minato's reproachful tone, Hashiryu found himself at a loss for words. However, upon catching sight of Tsunade standing before him, an epiphany struck him. Wait, perhaps I do have a counterargument. Who says I am merely idling about? Am I not engaged in an important mission? With newfound confidence, Hashiryu raised his voice slightly. Do you not recognize who sits before me? That is none other than Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, whose prowess can be likened to that of your teacher, Jiraiya. Surely, you have heard tales of her miraculous medical ninjutsu, which enabled our trio to persevere until the end, have you not? With such a legendary figure present, is it not trivial to assume that Kakashi's minor ailment can be resolved? After Hashiryu's fervent praise, even Minato, taken aback, was momentarily speechless, as was Tsunade, who looked at him with bewilderment. Had she ever claimed to be able to cure any ailment? Moreover, she had yet to even meet the patient in question. What gave this fool the audacity to assert that he could heal the person they spoke of? The title of Sannin was merely a moniker. She did not possess the extraordinary abilities of her counterparts. In the brief moments that followed, Tsunade silently criticized Hashiryu multiple times in her mind. Yet, considering he had stayed by her side at the gambling den, she felt compelled to attend, regardless of whether she could treat the patient. Not to mention, he had previously helped her win a significant amount of currency. Indeed, Hashiryu had come to the gambling den with the intent of persuading her to return and attend to the patient. As for why they were seated there playing mahjong, that story stemmed from her small wish. Thus, Tsunade conveyed to Minato the words Hashiryu had spoken during their first encounter, including how he had gone so far as to invite two girls to join them for mahjong, all to ensure she experienced the thrill of winning. Initially, Minato had assumed Hashiryu's visit to the gambling den was solely to seek her out. However, after hearing Tsunade's explanation, the relaxed grip of his fist subtly tightened once more. For the love of, if only he had chosen to disclose this from the beginning to help fulfill her wish, how many complications could have been avoided? Even if he intends to assist her in achieving her desire, surely that could have been addressed after treating the patient. Understanding the entirety of the situation, Watergate felt an undeniable, pent-up energy within him, unable to be released. After all, this predicament could not solely be blamed on Hashiryu. It was merely a case of encountering the right individuals while employing the wrong methods. Thus, placing his hand once more on Hashiryu's shoulder, Watergate, with a deep sense of resignation, advised, in the future, before embarking on any significant endeavors, make sure to consult me for the proper approach. Otherwise, I genuinely fear you may mismanage the situation. Watergate was acutely aware that the only commendable attribute of this insufferable youth was his strength. When it came to devising strategies and commanding operations, he exhibited absolutely no foresight whatsoever. Oh, I see, Hashiryu responded, though he was unaware of the true implications of Watergate's words. However, the notion of not having to lead in the future was indeed a relief. After receiving Hashiryu's affirmation, Watergate shifted his gaze to the two charming young ladies seated beside him. Where on earth did you find these delightful girls? It was unclear whether Hashiryu's LSP tendencies were clouding his judgment or if Watergate's inquiry lacked clarity, but in Hashiryu's ears, the question morphed into, where did you abduct these two adorable girls? Consequently, upon hearing Watergate's question, Hashiryu merely regarded him with a puzzled expression and responded somewhat coldly. What is the purpose of your inquiry? Do you not already have a 5-year-old child? Alas, despite Watergate's typically placid demeanor, he found himself straining to suppress the urge to bind Hashiryu and give him a good thrashing upon hearing such a retort. He merely wished to inquire about the origins of these two girls, not to entertain the unseemly thoughts that Hashiryu seemed to entertain. Moreover, if he were not genuinely interested in fostering a connection between Hashiryu and these two young ladies, he would have had no reason to concern himself with their backgrounds. Very well, let us put this matter aside for now. However, it is indeed time for us to proceed to the hospital. Kakashi's prompt recovery would undoubtedly be advantageous for Konoha. I understand. Although Watergate's original plan was to escort Tsunade to the hospital for Kakashi's treatment after completing this round, Hashiryu's presence merely advanced the timeline slightly. Yet, this sudden decision left the two young ladies somewhat flustered. What a pity. I thought we could enjoy ourselves a bit longer. But it seems you big brothers are leaving now, remarked the cool sister with a pout. Hearing her sister's words, the initially shy Saki, who had hidden behind her sister due to Watergate's unexpected appearance, nodded in agreement. Apologies, but one must blame a certain individual who fancies himself capable of rivaling the true Sharingan. If it weren't for him, we could have played a bit longer, big brother. The self-important individual, Achu. Will you big brothers return here again? As if having reconciled with Xingliu, the timid Saki peered from behind her sister, inquiring of Xingliu, big brother. Will you promise to bring this big sister here to play mahjong with us once everything is settled? She continued, if anything else arises, just leave it to this naughty uncle beside me, and you can come play mahjong with me, all right? Xingliu, crouching down to meet the gaze of the adorable little one, replied, then it is settled. Tomorrow, my sister and I shall wait here for you, big brother. With that, Saki shyly extended her small hand, her delicate fingers forming a pinky promise. Haha, I assure you, Xingliu chuckled, extending his own pinky to gently link with Saki's. Though Mizumoto felt reluctant to disrupt this charming scene, he understood that if he did not intervene, his visit would be in vain. Thus, he could not help but interrupt their conversation. All right, it's not a matter of life and death. We are merely escorting someone to see a patient. If all goes well, it should only take about 10 minutes. He added, or perhaps, little sister, you could accompany us. Once your big brother has completed his task, you can all play mahjong together. This suggestion was indeed enticing, and the two girls nearly voiced their desire to join. However, being the elder sister, Saki knew better. Should they express their wish to go, it was likely that the other party would not respond kindly. Then we shall go and return promptly. Saying this, Xingliu opened a rift in space behind her and led Mizumoto and Tsunade back to the hospital. Big brother has left us. Saki and her sister stood watching as Xingliu and the others completely vanished from sight. However, since big brother had made a pinky promise with her, he would surely return to find them. Unbeknownst to Xingliu, who had departed the gambling den, events were unfolding that he was completely unaware of. Even if he had known, he would have merely smiled faintly and remarked on how adorable it was. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Xingliu and his companions were doing their utmost to soothe the increasingly impatient Might Guy and others. It was natural to feel restless. Anyone would be anxious upon seeing a friend lying unconscious while being confined to the premises. Not to mention, even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would surely find it difficult to refrain from seeking a remedy. Indeed, Minato himself was growing somewhat impatient, which is why he personally set out to retrieve Xingliu, who was idling in the gambling den. How could you leave us here for so long while you play cards in the gambling den? Indeed, despite Might Guy's usual amiable demeanor, upon hearing Xing Lu's egregious display of negligence, he felt compelled to take action and teach him a lesson. I apologize, but have I not brought with me a top-tier medical ninja capable of treating Kakashi? Is the esteemed title of one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha not sufficient to warrant your patience for a mere few hours? Moreover, Kakashi is not in any imminent danger. Of course, Xing Lu could never utter that last remark in front of everyone. He believed that should he do so, all those present in the hospital would eagerly wish for him to experience the harsher realities of society. Would Minato, as the elder brother, not come to his aid? Surely, his decision to remain an onlooker was already a testament to his character. If it were not for the embarrassment, he would have no doubt taken the opportunity to reprimand his own disciple. Such is the bond between them. While the others engaged in playful banter, Tsunade seized the moment to thoroughly examine Kakashi's condition. Aside from a minor abrasion from the initial stabbing by Itachi Uchiha, he bore no significant external injuries. Upon a cursory inspection of Kakashi's physical state, it was clear that Xing Lu's initial assessment was accurate. The affliction was predominantly psychological, with negligible physical harm. Removing her ever-present mask, Tsunade addressed the group. If the damage is solely psychological, I possess an 80% chance of restoring his consciousness. However, as Tsunade hesitated, an impatient Might Guy urged her to continue. He would do anything to revive his dear friend. Lady Tsunade, please do not speak in half measures. As long as it leads to Kakashi regaining consciousness, I am unconcerned with any potential side effects. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that the prospect of Kakashi awakening outweighed the risks of any side effects. Alas, Kakashi's psychological damage is more severe than I had anticipated. While I am confident in my ability to awaken him, it may lead to temporary memory disorientation, what we often refer to as amnesia. Upon hearing this potential side effect, the group fell silent, only to collectively gasp. Would Kakashi be reduced to a state of utter confusion, unable to articulate coherent thoughts? If so, perhaps it would be better for him to awaken on his own. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Tsunade reassured them, do not worry. This amnesia is merely a temporary state of confusion. It will gradually mend over time. Thus, the likelihood of him becoming mentally impaired is a mere 1%. Upon hearing the possibility of becoming mentally impaired, in accordance with the narrative's demands, there was inevitably someone ready to interject. Indeed, as Kakashi's close companion, Might Guy could hardly contain his urge to engage in debate. Isn't there still a 1% chance of becoming incapacitated? Why is there no guaranteed method to restore his clarity? The others had long grown accustomed to Might Guy's propensity for such banter, thus they disregarded his remarks entirely. Shifting their attention towards the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who served as Kakashi's mentor. Fourth, what is your perspective on this matter? If you concur, I shall commence preparations immediately. Should you disagree, I will return with Seiryu to the gambling house to resume our game of mahjong. Minato refrained from responding to Tsunade's inquiry at first, instead directing his gaze towards Seiryu, who lounged carelessly on another bed. Seiryu, do you possess a method to counteract this side effect? Initially, Minato had merely intended to pose a casual question to Seiryu, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the man's forthcoming answer. Isn't it merely a fleeting amnesia? You forget that what Uchiha Itachi can accomplish, I too can replicate. I am not some fool lying idly on a bed. Without hesitation, Seiryu replied to Minato's question. After all, he would only intervene once Kakashi had been treated, thus not violating the narrative's integrity. Very well, once Tsunade-sensei has restored Kakashi, you shall take her place in alleviating his side effects. Upon learning that Kakashi would soon regain consciousness, the burden that had weighed upon Minato began to lift, leaving only a mountain of official duties remaining. With Kakashi's situation resolved, it was time for him to return to his responsibilities. As soon as Minato's words concluded, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his office within the Hokage Tower. The sudden disappearance of Minato was nothing new to the onlookers within Konoha. Only the Hokage and the ever-lax Seiryu could appear before others in such a manner. However, despite both being capable of space-time ninjutsu, the aura surrounding these two men felt entirely distinct. Thus, with Minato's consent for Tsunade to treat Kakashi, the group began preparing the necessary tools for the procedure. Meanwhile, Seiryu, as another ace of Konoha, simply reclined on an unoccupied hospital bed, observing the diligent efforts of his comrades. Yet, this was a tacitly accepted arrangement. For who could predict when this esteemed individual might decide to withdraw from participation, even leaving the Hokage, Minato, at odds with him. Thus, they willingly opted for a modicum of hardship to maintain the mood of their esteemed patient. After an arduous preparation lasting nearly 10 minutes, the necessary props were finally assembled. While Xingliu, having lain on the hospital bed for an extended period, had succumbed to a deep slumber. Let us commence the treatment, one declared. For there is no requisite to awaken the patient and alleviate the side effects simultaneously. Originally, Tsunade intended to rouse Xingliu from his repose, but upon reflection, she resolved to awaken him only after ensuring the efficacy of her treatment method, which was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Should she awaken the patient, only to find him still unresponsive, there was a risk he might, in a fit of anger, retreat to the gambling den to amuse himself with the young maidens, which was an unwelcome thought. However, Tsunade's concerns were somewhat superfluous. Had it not been for the demands of the narrative, Xingliu would have effortlessly healed Kakashi by now. As a man endowed with extraordinary abilities, such minor ailments ought to be easily remedied. Lady Tsunade, please feel free to direct us. As long as we can revive Kakashi, we shall comply with any task you assign us. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade felt no surge of gratitude. Instead, she cast them a withering glance. Isn't that self-evident? You didn't think I would be courteous to you, did you? You there, with the prominent brows and eyes. Yes, you. First, secure Kakashi to the bed. The method I plan to employ may be somewhat forceful. Thus, for the sake of my delicate constitution, the patient must endure a slight inconvenience. Are you serious? This thought echoed in the minds of all present. As one of the legendary Sannin, it was absurd for her to utter such a ludicrous statement. Had they not witnessed her single-handedly dispatching that lecherous sage, they might have almost believed her frivolous words. Hurry up. It is merely a matter of securing a motionless patient. Is it necessary to dawdle so? Tsunade, observing those who had previously volunteered to assist standing idly, nearly caused the hospital to lose its reputation. It was they who had expressed willingness to help, yet now they hesitated to act. If they were truly unwilling to save a life, they ought to let her return. She had been forcibly dragged from her lively game of mahjong by the fourth Hokage, now that she had declared her capacity to awaken the patient. Their lack of cooperation was exasperating. All right, we understand. After Tsunade's urging, the group finally snapped back to attention and began attending to the immobile Kakashi. This should have been done sooner. Must I resort to scolding you to ensure obedience? Tsunade muttered. Her irritation reignited as she gazed upon Kakashi, now swathed in bandages by her assistants. Are you all truly as dense as pigs? I merely asked you to secure the patient to the bed. As she spoke, Tsunade pointed at Kakashi, who was entirely swathed in bandages on the hospital bed. How much do you truly despise this man to bind him in such a manner? After receiving a scolding from Tsunade, the crowd began to regain their senses. Was the figure on the bed, resembling a rice dumpling, a product of their doing? Tsunade could no longer endure their foolishness. After shooing them all out of the room, she took it upon herself to attend to the wrapped-up figure. The surgery lasted for over an hour, and by the time the originally bedridden Seiryu had risen, she remarked, "You've chosen the perfect moment to awaken. I've nearly completed my task here, and now it's your turn to shine." Indeed, at the very moment Tsunade ceased her efforts, Kakashi, who had been lying with his eyes closed, began to stir. "Where am I? And who are you all standing by my bedside?" he murmured, slowly lifting his hand to support his head. Seiryu, donning a white coat procured from an unknown source, feigned seriousness while glancing at a resume in hand. "Congratulations, Mr. Kakashi. Oh no, I mean Miss Kakashi. Your surgery has been a resounding success. You have splendidly transformed into an exceptional young lady." Seiryu adjusted her glasses, a playful glint in her eyes. "What? A girl? Are you referring to me?" Kakashi's incredulous response nearly sent him into another faint. After cautiously confirming the presence of his longtime companion, he let out a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, my second brother is still here." Observing that Kakashi had not fallen for the ruse, Seiryu was not surprised. After all, she had no intention of truly altering him. However, witnessing his momentary shock made the prank worthwhile. Initially, Tsunade had assumed Seiryu donned the white coat for a serious purpose, only to discover it was merely a prank. Before Seiryu embarked on her next mischief, Tsunade felt compelled to issue a warning. "Ahem, Seiryu, is there something you've forgotten?" Tsunade coughed lightly, addressing her. "Not at all. There is nothing I could possibly forget," Seiryu replied, perplexed. "Surely there must be something?" "Think carefully," Tsunade hinted subtly towards Kakashi, lying before them. "Oh, is that what you meant?" Seiryu exclaimed, her realization dawning as she activated her Sharingan. "Should I really alter his consciousness to that of a girl?" She mused aloud, gazing at the still self-doubting Kakashi. "Stop. If you wish to avoid any repercussions from the fourth Hokage, I suggest you think twice. Perhaps I should refrain. Testing the waters could lead to dire consequences." Demonstrating remarkable efficiency, Seiryu set aside her mischievous intentions. After utilizing her Sharingan to assist Kakashi in a meticulous recollection of his memories, he once again collapsed onto the bed. Very well, upon awakening, he should revert to his original self. Xingliu wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and remarked, "Not bad. I never expected you to possess such skills. At first, I thought you were merely a slacker who floated through life, due to Tsunade's preoccupation with gambling rather than village affairs. Today marked the first genuine opportunity to witness Xingliu's prowess. Certainly, He had observed Xingliu's abilities at the gambling den. Yet those were largely attributed to mere beginner's luck rather than any semblance of technique. My strength is beyond your imagination. If you cannot envision it, then there is nothing I cannot achieve. Xingliu, brimming with confidence, placed his hands on his hips, almost daring anyone to inscribe invincible across their faces. Tsunade, witnessing Xingliu's audacious demeanor, felt her previously subdued anger surge once more. Do you realize that such a gesture, when executed by an adult man rather than a mere child, carries significant weight? Oh, if you are so formidable, could you perhaps alter my luck at gambling? I do not seek to win every time, but at least 7 or 8 victories out of 10 would suffice. It is worth noting that Tsunade, often referred to as a big fish among the gamblers, had a reputation for her astonishingly unfortunate luck, one that seemed to ensure she would lose every time. Thus, if Xingliu could indeed change Tsunade's fortune, he would be akin to a legendary figure capable of defying fate itself. Tsunade, would you care to reconsider your request? Upon hearing Tsunade's demand, Xingliu's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a mask of anguish. Her request felt as unattainable as winning a World Cup for his former country's football team, an endeavor far beyond human influence. Setting aside whether this man, endowed with extraordinary abilities, could indeed enhance Tsunade's luck, even the self-proclaimed deity who had transported him to this world would only shake his head in disbelief. I thought you were impressive, yet you cannot even fulfill such a simple request. After mocking him, Tsunade cast a dismissive glare at Xingliu, making him acutely aware of his shortcomings. In the face of her derision, Xingliu could only manage an awkward smile. If his abilities truly reached the level of altering fate, he would have long since returned home. Was the allure of his previous world's anime, or its authentic cuisine, so diminished? In this realm, aside from the occasional amusement found in gambling, life resembled a primitive society devoid of electricity. Beyond the essentials of eating, drinking, and sleeping, the only pastime available was playing with sand. Sometimes, this resulted in the creation of a castle or a towering robot. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door jolted Xingliu back to reality. Tsunade-sama, Xingliu-sama. Have you finished? Who was the person speaking from outside? Do you truly comprehend that certain strings of text, when woven together, can convey more than one meaning? Clearly, the interaction between Tsunade and Kakashi was merely a matter of tending to his ailments in the hospital, yet it seems to suggest a far more intimate connection between them. Contemplating this implication, Xingliu couldn't help but cast a discreet glance at Tsunade, only to find her expression as serene as ever, realizing that perhaps he was reading too much into it. On the other hand, Tsunade was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon sensing Xingliu's gaze, she instinctively assumed he was silently prompting her to invite the individual outside to come in. And indeed, she proceeded to do just that. The door is not locked. You may enter. Tsunade's sudden voice jolted Xingliu's thoughts back from the cosmos. However, upon seeing the broad-shouldered, large-eyed figure stepping into the room, he recognized that this was the very person who must have called out moments ago. As the newcomer entered the hospital room, he immediately sensed a peculiar gaze upon him. Following this instinct, he turned to find only Xingliu engaged in conversation with Tsunade. Could it be that I misinterpreted? Might Guy pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Xingliu, who had nearly been exposed, was feigning a casual conversation with Tsunade about trivial matters. How remarkable is this sixth sense of his? Merely casting a glance in his direction almost led to his discovery. Lady Tsunade, Lord Xingliu, how is Kakashi's condition at present? Might Guy swiftly dismissed the earlier oddity from his mind and redirected his attention to Kakashi, who lay on the hospital bed. In the original narrative, the author never hinted at any marital ties between them. Indeed, it seems that even the urge for procreation pales in comparison to true love. Xingliu scrutinized Kakashi and Might Guy with an unusual gaze, contemplating how to allocate their respective positions. Should it be Kakashi or Guy at the forefront? This poses a philosophical quandary. Perhaps sensing that same unusual gaze from earlier, Might Guy finally realized that the peculiar look had indeed come from Xingliu. Ahem. I must ask, Lord Xingliu, why do you regard me with such an expression? I trust one have not acted inappropriately? Might Guy inquired, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing, truly. I was merely curious about the depth of your friendship with Kakashi, Xingliu replied, unable to articulate the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind upon witnessing the untainted sincerity in Might Guy's eyes. Surely, He could not inquire about who would be on top in the relationship between him and Kakashi. Thus, Xing Lu resorted to the legendary art of changing the subject to engage the blank slate that was Might Guy. As expected, when questioned about the strength of his bond with Kakashi, Might Guy was effectively diverted. My friendship with Kakashi is forged through our battles, and he remains my eternal rival. As if recalling a cherished memory, the mere mention of his eternal rival softened Might Guy's expression. Starry looked at Might Guy, whose face resembled that of a lovesick maiden, and could only silently wish them well in his heart. Ahem. Observing how Might Guy had been distracted by Starry, Asuma and Tsunade exchanged a brief cough, urging him to hastily conclude his fanciful reminiscence. Almost forgot to inquire about Kakashi's condition. Regaining his composure, Might Guy sheepishly scratched his head before addressing the two attending physicians regarding his dear friend's ailment. Oh, you mean Kakashi? Thanks to our joint efforts, he has successfully transformed into a girl. Just as Starry was about to share the delightful news of Kakashi's metamorphosis with Might Guy, he was abruptly silenced by Tsunade's swift punch, leaving him clutching his abdomen in distress. However, having witnessed Starry's tendency to utter a plethora of nonsensical remarks, Tsunade seized the opportunity to explain Kakashi's condition to his circle of friends. Kakashi's after-effects have largely been alleviated by that fool over there, and I have also treated the injuries he sustained during Tsukuyami. Therefore, Kakashi has returned to the state he was in before his battle with Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, the group of friends was momentarily stunned, only to erupt into a thunderous cheer. Kakashi has finally returned to normal. We can spar with one another once again. This brilliant individual has truly slept for an eternity. If he were to slumber for just a couple more days, the mounting tasks would inevitably fall upon my shoulders. Although each person had their own reasons for wanting Kakashi to awaken, their collective sentiments were ultimately positive. By the way, why is Kakashi still lying motionless in bed, even though he has been treated? Indeed, Might Guy was the most concerned about Kakashi, and after a brief moment of joy, he raised a point that had previously gone unaddressed. Are you foolish? Haven't you ever been ill? Who can immediately rise from bed after recovering from a serious illness? Starry, having regained his composure, could no longer suppress his urge to critique Might Guy's foolish question. Is that so? Upon hearing Starry's explanation, Might Guy scratched his head in realization. I truly have never been sick, so I was unaware that recovery operates in such a manner. Goodness. So the rumors were true. It seems that the foolish truly do not catch colds. Starry internally scoffed. Well then, if there is nothing else, you should return to rest early. It is unnecessary to assign someone to watch over Kakashi. At present, he is merely in a state of ordinary slumber, and as long as he recharges tonight, he will awaken anew by tomorrow. After all, there are still so many people lingering here. Even if Xingliu wishes to sneak away and indulge in leisure, he must wait until those individuals depart before he can slip away. Otherwise, before he even warms his seat, he would be forced back by the persistent presence of others. Thus, in order to escape for a moment of respite, it is imperative to first send those cumbersome individuals on their way. You are right. It is indeed time for us to return home. Asuma glanced at the sky outside, which was gradually darkening. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spent the better part of the day at the hospital. Moreover, everyone present, save for Tsunade, who had arrived only in the afternoon, had not stepped out for lunch, remaining steadfastly by Kakashi's bedside. After lingering a while longer in Kakashi's room, the group decided to leave the hospital together. Upon witnessing the departure of others, Xingliu initially contemplated using spatial movement to return home, but he was captivated by the falling leaves outside. How much longer do you intend to remain up in that tree? If I don't call you down, will you wait until Kakashi is discharged to come down? Xingliu called out after opening the window to the boy perched above. I didn't expect you to notice me, the aloof boy replied, effortlessly leaping from the tree into the room. Upon entering, he first glanced at Kakashi, still resting in bed, before turning to Xingliu with a question. Teacher Xingliu, how is Kakashi doing? Weren't you listening from the tree? Tsunade just mentioned that Kakashi is fine. He simply needs a good rest, and he will recover by tomorrow. As she spoke, Xingliu reached up to tousle the boy's hair. Sasuke, this situation is not your fault. Moreover, it was orchestrated by your brother. How could we possibly place the blame on you? But he is still a member of the Uchiha clan, my own elder brother, Sasuke replied. Well, if your brother truly wished to harm Kakashi, he would have acted decisively long ago. There would have been no room for Might Guy's heroic intervention. Xingliu reassured the 5-year-old boy before her. Had he intervened in Danzo's schemes, perhaps Sasuke would not be the person he is now, but rather a doted son of a wealthy family. In terms of tragedy, only Naruto, who had not altered his fate, could rival Sasuke's plight. Hence, in the original narrative, Naruto continually pursued Sasuke, even as he faltered, for in Naruto's heart, there was always a place for Sasuke. After Xingliu's comforting words, Sasuke's mood gradually began to settle. He transformed from a typical, affectionate boy back into his usual cool, stoic demeanor. Promise me you won't tell Naruto about this. Otherwise, I will certainly show you my strength, Sasuke threatened, raising his adorable little fist. That remains to be seen. As long as you behave, I assure you, I shall keep this matter to myself, Xingliu teased with a smile. Teacher Xinglu, may I pose a question to you? What question, if it is within my knowledge? I shall certainly divulge. Is it true that Lord Minato is aware of your rather unrefined behavior? Thus, the figure whom Sasuke has dubbed the Dogman, after delivering a thorough thrashing to the young brat, proceeded to invite him to dine at Minato's residence. After all, the landlord's pantry is ample. Whether one or two partake in the meal, it is still the same. These two solitary souls could only seek the benevolence of the esteemed landlord Minato. Upon returning home from work, Minato was taken aback to discover two unexpected guests lounging upon his sofa. The elder one was easily recognizable, even in the most obscure form. Yet the presence of the younger one within his abode was indeed perplexing. So, you thought merely crashing for a meal alone was insufficient, and you brought along a tag-along? Initially, Minato had hoped that with Naruto accompanying his sensei on a training journey, he and his wife could enjoy a long-awaited moment of intimacy. However, this delightful aspiration was abruptly disrupted by the grinning rogue before him. "Oh dear brother, I merely feared you might find the atmosphere too tranquil," he exclaimed. "Thus I brought along little Naruto's dear friend to join us. Furthermore, do you not wish to experience a different flavor of sun? Compared to lively Naruto, this more stoic version is rather commendable." Xinglu, akin to a cunning broker, draped an arm around Minato's shoulder, extolling the distinctions between the little Sasuke and Naruto. In response to Xinglu's nonsensical ramblings, Minato had no desire to engage further. He forcefully dislodged the offending hand from his shoulder and retreated into the kitchen to join his wife. The time spent indulging this rogue in frivolities was far less appealing than the prospect of cooking alongside his beloved. At least in the kitchen, he could share tender moments with her, whereas accompanying this rascal was a mere squandering of his existence. As Minato disappeared into the kitchen, Sasuke suddenly interjected, "I never imagined you could be so unrefined in front of the fourth." Hearing Sasuke's jibe, Xinglu nearly succumbed to the urge to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. Yet, this insufferable boy appeared quite obedient before Minato. So why did he reveal his true colors in Xinglu's presence? Was his personal charisma truly that compelling? Who would have thought you could not only exhibit such unrefined behavior, but also adopt such a repugnant expression? Though Sasuke was oblivious to Xinglu's thoughts, the sight of that expression sent shivers down his spine. Such minor details are of little consequence. Just remember that I shall always surpass you. Xinglu coughed awkwardly, attempting to regain the dignity he had lost before Sasuke. However, how could the illustrious Uchiha's second son concern himself with such trivial matters? Upon realizing that Xingliu's remarks were merely an attempt to mask the embarrassment from earlier, he disdainfully snorted, then obediently settled onto the sofa to await the meal. No matter how provocatively the other party behaved, he remained indifferent. Finally, when the call for dinner resonated from the kitchen, Sasuke, having found his zen, rose to assist in setting the table. Look at you. Despite being significantly older and having more life experience than young Sasuke, why is it that he understands the need to help serve the dishes while you lounge at the dining table like a grandee? The moment Minato emerged, he found Xingliu reclining at the table, legs crossed, devoid of any desire to assist. This sight stirred a sense of imbalance within him. How is it that, as the Hokage, I must return home to help my wife with chores, while you, a good-for-nothing, sit idly awaiting your meal? Minato's sentiments were echoed by Sasuke, who had just emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. It was evident that Xingliu, that shameless scoundrel, was merely there to mooch off a meal. How could he brazenly sit at the dining table waiting to eat? Faced with the impending judgment from these two frugal souls, Xingliu quickly unleashed his skills as a master actor. "Ahem, you may not be aware, but my inactivity is for a reason," he said, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly, then feigned weakness while glancing at the two before him. "While assisting Kakashi this afternoon, I inadvertently fell victim to a hidden technique left within his body by Itachi Uchiha. Though you see my complexion looking rosy, it is merely a fleeting glimpse of vitality. Minato and Sasuke placed the dishes they had just brought from the kitchen onto the table before promptly returning to continue serving. They could not afford to relent. Some had become so shameless as to feign illness to avoid work. Those who still held on to their dignity could hardly stoop to such a level. With the collective effort of everyone present, excluding Xingliu, this simple yet unremarkable dinner was prepared. Yet, at this modest table, a battle centered around Xingliu unfolded. Instigated by none other than our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya, you must listen. Something utterly outrageous occurred today, Minato began, as he served a piece of meat to his wife, Kushina, before launching into his tale. What happened? Upon hearing of gossip, Kushina suddenly found her rice less appetizing and eagerly pressed Minato for details. This incident is indeed related to Xingliu. Minato glanced over at Xingliu, who was diligently enjoying his meal, before continuing his narrative. Were we not invaded today by the Akatsuki? That rascal Kakashi was caught in a jinjutsu by Itachi Uchiha. Is Kakashi all right? I recall that he too possesses the Sharingan. So how could he fall victim to jinjutsu? Alas, how can authenticity contend with imitation? That fellow Kakashi brought this upon himself, insisting on a one-on-one confrontation that led to his current predicament. But I digress. That is not what I meant to discuss. After realizing the situation, Minato conveyed to Kushina the incident concerning the two young ladies whom Seiryu encountered at the gambling house. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression towards Seiryu began to shift. Say, little Seiryu, is what your brother said true? Initially, Kushina had intended to fret over Seiryu's romantic prospects. But upon hearing Minato's account, she came to understand that love is not merely a matter of seeking it out. Often, the more one rushes, the more elusive it becomes, yet sometimes it appears unexpectedly before one's eyes. Perhaps it is this uncertainty that draws so many to such sentiments. What do you mean by true? Only when he heard someone call his name did Seiryu pause from his meal to respond. Kushina, mistaking his silence for shyness, playfully patted his shoulder and teased, "Oh, don't be bashful. I just asked if what Minato said is true. Did you really stumble upon your true love at the gambling house?" Suddenly confronted by his sister-in-law's playful banter, Seiryu found himself momentarily at a loss. He vaguely recalled Kushina mentioning someone who encountered true love at the gambling house, and she seemed to be referring to him. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Clinging to a shred of hope, he glanced at Kushina, only to find her fixedly gazing at him, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Gulp. It appeared she was indeed speaking about him. Seiryu-'s last flicker of hope was extinguished by the inquisitive gleam in her eyes. "If I said I had no connection with those two young ladies, would you believe me?" he inquired. Kushina refrained from directly answering, instead countering with a question about whether he believed she believed in him. "Very well, if that is what you all think, I shall accept it as such." Rather than allow her imagination to concoct some melodramatic scenario, he decided it best to admit the truth, even if it meant acknowledging the absence of any intimate connection. Upon hearing Seryu's willingness to concede, Kushina playfully patted him a few more times. Indeed, boys must boldly confess their feelings to the girls they like. You must not be like a certain blockhead who waits for the girl to take the initiative to the point of revealing her feelings. Surely, I am not such a fool. If there were truly a man with such a dense head, he would be unworthy of love, wouldn't he? The last two statements were exchanged between Seiryu and Kushina while they both regarded Minato's expression, as it was common knowledge among the other ninjas of their generation. Aside from the concerned parties themselves, in any realm, the pursuit of men by women is merely separated by a thin veil, as long as one maintains a moral advantage. Even a block of wood can be easily conquered. This meal, ignited by the conflict initiated by Minato, concluded with Xingliu and Kushina teasingly reminiscing about Minato's past. Meanwhile, Sasuke, merely a bystander, leisurely cleared the dishes from the table, aware that it might be a long time before he could savor such home-cooked meals again. While escorting Sasuke home, Xingliu unexpectedly inquired, "Have you eaten your fill tonight?" Although cognizant of his erratic thoughts, Sasuke was taken aback by the suddenness of the question. "If you are inquiring about my hunger, then I must say that the food I consumed tonight is the finest I have had in years." "Oh, come now. You know that is not what I meant. What do you think of Minato and his wife? Does it diminish your hatred for Konoha even a little?" Xingliu observed Sasuke's sudden silence and chuckled. You already know? Sasuke touched the cursed mark that Orochimaru had inscribed upon him. Isn't it just the heavenly curse mark? It's not some extraordinary technique, Xingliu remarked disdainfully, glancing at the three tomos symbol on Sasuke's neck. Rather than relying on the power of that research-obsessed fool, Orochimaru, why not expand and refine your own techniques? There are countless ways to grow stronger without depending on anyone else's strength. Yet you chose to allow that snake to brand you. How foolish can you be? Upon hearing Xingliu's reproachful words, Sasuke, for once, refrained from retorting and hung his head in remorse. Why had he felt the need to borrow strength from others? Even if he sought vengeance against Itachi with borrowed power, it would no longer align with his original intent to avenge his family. Xingliu-sensei, can you help me remove the mark Orochimaru placed on me? Sasuke gazed at the man beside him with hopeful eyes. This man, despite his seemingly disheveled appearance, was undeniably formidable within the ninja world. Surely, someone so capable would have a means to rid him of that cursed mark. No, I must have misheard you. Could you please repeat that? I already told you that I will not help you. Xingliu, after clearing his ears, reiterated his refusal. Why should I assist you in resolving a mess of your own making? I am only offering a few words of guidance out of principle, as your teacher. Thus, the troubles you have brought upon yourself should be resolved by your own means. After uttering these words, Xingliu turned away, heading towards his apartment, leaving Sasuke behind, feeling as though he had been abandoned. As he made his way back, a figure suddenly leapt down from a tree. Is this truly wise? Xingliu first calmed his startled spirit before expressing his discontent. My goodness! Lady Tsunade, why did you suddenly descend from the tree? It is already quite late. Do not feign ignorance. You have long been aware of my pursuit, else you would not have chosen this secluded corner near your dormitory to await my arrival. Are you intending to lead me to a gambling den? Upon glancing at the now dark surroundings, it seemed that the gambling houses were not open at this hour. My life is not solely centered around gambling. I sought you out for another matter. Noticing the seriousness on Tsunade's face, Xingliu decided to abandon his previous playful demeanor. Curious as to what could compel one of the legendary Sannin to request his assistance with such gravity. Speak, and I shall determine whether I will lend my aid. This request seemed reasonable, and Tsunade, recognizing the significance of her request, appreciated his earnest approach. I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Sasuke. How do you intend to handle the situation with Orochimaru? Yet another villain seeking to impose upon him. Initially, Xingliu had no intention of involving himself in such matters. His earlier reprimand of Sasuke had been an impulsive outburst. If he were to address this issue, the only solution he could envision was to eliminate Orochimaru entirely. However, the latter's cloning abilities were exceedingly troublesome, and even if he were to succeed in vanquishing one, it was likely that another would soon emerge. With this thought, Xingliu resignedly spread his hands. I find it impossible to tame this Orochimaru, unless there exists a method to eradicate him completely. Any discussion here would be a mere exercise in futility. Though his words were somewhat blunt, they articulated the ongoing dilemma that had plagued them. The third Hokage had once believed that the Reaper Death Seal would permanently seal Orochimaru, yet here they were, not long after, faced with a near-new iteration of him. In Xingliu's previous world, such actions would have undoubtedly led to accusations of recklessness. So, how shall we address this Orochimaru? While a small minority may believe that allowing him to act without restraint will lead to nothing, he has already begun to turn his aggression towards the people in his village. We cannot simply stand by and do nothing. What if I were to tell you that, aside from Sasuke, there is another individual afflicted by the heavenly curse mark? Hashiryu suddenly recalled that it was Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko, who first bore the mark, though it was subsequently sealed by the third Hokage. Despite being Orochimaru's apprentice, Anko demonstrated no mercy during their fierce confrontation, even contemplating a mutual destruction. I know who you are referring to, as I was the one who treated this kunoichi. As she spoke, Tsunade regarded Hashiryu with a peculiar gaze. Do you think Orochimaru harbors feelings for his female disciple? Although rumors abound that he is a ruthless individual, he displayed leniency during their one-on-one battle. No, he practically allowed her to escape unscathed. How else could he have merely incapacitated her in a fight where he was aware that she intended to perish alongside him? If he had no interest in Anko, why would he repeatedly let her off the hook? Tsunade, with an air of someone who has unraveled Orochimaru's true nature, placed her hands on her hips and boasted to Hashiryu. So, how does this relate to our discussion on how to deal with Orochimaru? You aren't suggesting we bait him with his disciple, are you? In contrast to Tsunade's smug demeanor, Hashiryu regarded her as though she were a rare creature. If Orochimaru were so easily manipulated, would so many allow him to act with such impunity within the confines of their village? Is this method really unfeasible? Hashiryu, exhausted from critiquing Tsunade's plan, sighed deeply and turned to leave for his apartment. Hey, you haven't clarified whether this method is viable. Observing his strategist depart without a word, Tsunade rushed forward and grabbed his collar, causing Hashiryu to unceremoniously collide with the ground. The sound of his fall echoed, revealing to Tsunade the undeniable quality of his posterior as it met the earth with a resounding thud. Ouch! Hashiryu yelped in pain, turning to cast a reproachful glance at the one responsible for his predicament. Sister, I do not recall having wronged you. In fact, I believe I have aided you. Why then, must you treat me this way? Even if you wish to stop me, must you exert such force in restraining me? Hashiryu indicated the slight tear in his collar caused by her excessive grip. Had it not been for the durability of his clothing, he was certain that Tsunade's strength could have torn it apart, thus adding yet another tale to the long night of a rogue wandering without attire. Apologies. My mind did not respond in time during the moment of action. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to exert even a modicum of strength. Tsunade forced an awkward smile at Xingliu, then proceeded to reveal the other reason for her visit that evening. Do you recall the two young girls we encountered at the gambling house today? Indeed, how could I forget? After all, these two little overlords were among the reasons that captivated my interest in Rimahjong. If I were to encounter Xiaohe again, it would be the perfect conclusion. After all, Xiaohe possesses a remarkable prowess, yet how does she compare to Tsunade standing before me? Contemplating the disparity between the two, Xingliu stroked his chin, attempting to weigh them in his mind. However, mere mental comparisons proved somewhat challenging. Tsunade, perhaps sensing an unwelcome gaze directed at her, lightly flicked Xingliu on the forehead with a fraction of her strength. What the? Who dares to assault me? The sudden flick snapped Xingliu back to reality. But upon noticing Tsunade's almost amused expression, he could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Shall we visit the gambling house again tomorrow? After all, we did make plans with those two little sisters. Thus, Tsunade, having been forcibly diverted from the previous topic by Xingliu, soon forgot about the earlier incident. Once they agreed upon a time, they parted ways. A night devoid of dreams ensued, except for a brief episode where the self-proclaimed deity berated him. Yet Xingliu still felt he had slept quite well. Indeed, sleep was remarkably restorative. He pondered which rooster, having not yet seen the dawn, was making such a ruckus, crowing as if it were seeking a mate. Spring had long since passed. After a while, the rooster, perhaps facing the judgment of some benevolent soul, let out a final crow before succumbing to eternal slumber. I never anticipated that this noisy alarm, which had disrupted my sleep for 2.5 years, would depart so abruptly. Sighing in resignation, Xingliu drifted back into deep slumber. Surely, no one would disturb this languid fish's sleep again. Knock, knock, knock. Who could be making such a ruckus at this early hour? Just as Xingliu hoped to enjoy a long-awaited return to sleep, the incessant knocking shattered his peaceful dreams. Bang, 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 crash. The sound of the door yielding to the relentless assault signaled the breach of a long-held bastion. What the? Was I just a tad slow? How could my door be reduced to such a state? Having just donned his clothing, Xingliu turned to see his door lying in tatters on the ground, while the culprit responsible for its destruction awkwardly maintained the knocking gesture. I believe it is high time for you to replace the entrance door of your home, which is why I have come to assess its quality and sturdiness. Regrettably, this door has become exceedingly feeble due to prolonged corrosion. Rather than placing faith in the fabrications of the true culprit, Xingliu would rather consider the other party as a defenseless lady. I said, Lady Tsunade, it seems our agreed-upon time is not as early as I had anticipated. Moreover, even if we were to venture there now, it appears that the gambling house has yet to open. Xingliu, gazing at the flustered Tsunade before her, realized that despite their eagerness to visit the gambling house, they could only enter once the establishment opened its doors. Furthermore, even if they were to arrive early, it was unlikely that many patrons would be present. In the absence of other players, it would be more enjoyable to invite a few friends for a game. Considering that many would prefer to visit the gambling house to squander their money rather than engage in a friendly match, they were, after all, drawn to the bustle of a crowd. After Xingliu's interruption, Tsunade finally recalled the purpose of her visit. Enough of this foolish chatter. I have come to inform you that Sasuke has suddenly vanished. She explained that last night, due to her concern for Sasuke, she had dispatched someone to protect him. However, today, during the shift change, that individual discovered that their charge had inexplicably disappeared. Oh, I did not anticipate that this young rascal would actually venture over there, Xing Lu remarked, surprisingly unfazed by Sasuke's sudden disappearance, viewing it as a natural occurrence. After all, having witnessed his own inadequacies, Sasuke must be fervently seeking power. The cursed seal of heaven, implanted by Orochimaru, was one of the significant means through which he could attain immense strength in a short span of time. So, rather than diligently cultivating your own strength, you lean towards the power bestowed upon you by others? Xing Lu mused aloud. Are you not at all surprised by Sasuke's sudden disappearance? Why would I be surprised? If I were genuinely taken aback, I would not have sought to warn that young rascal in my capacity as a mentor last night. Yet, it seems he could not resist the allure of such power. Orochimaru had inscribed the cursed seal upon Sasuke due to his admiration for the youth's body and the treasures of the Uchiha clan, particularly the Sharingan. In the past, when Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki, he had long coveted Itachi Uchiha's body, not only because it was youthful but also because it possessed a fully evolved Mangekyo Sharingan. However, due to Itachi's overwhelming strength, Orochimaru could only watch enviously as that coveted body traversed before him. Now, he had shifted his attention to the even younger and weaker Sasuke Uchiha. In a moment when the other party ardently craved power, Orochimaru effortlessly implanted a technique into Sasuke Uchiha's body that would allow him to seize control. Are we then to merely observe as Sasuke plunges into Orochimaru's ranks alone? Fear not. The unfolding of events aligns perfectly with my expectations. Xingliu waved a fan, seemingly conjured from thin air, adopting an air of mysterious omniscience. Very well, if you, as his teacher, remain so composed, then my own anxiety as an outsider would be futile. With that, Tsunade flashed a mischievous grin at Xingliu. Since you are already awake, shall we not engage in a bit of physical activity? Are you suggesting? 10 minutes later, Tsunade lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Xingliu appeared unsatisfied, licking his lips. I didn't expect you to be all talk. I hadn't even begun to warm up when you were already sprawled on the floor. Goodness. We agreed to merely exchange blows using our own strength. Yet you shamelessly activated Sage Mode. Tsunade, rising from the ground, could scarcely maintain the dignity befitting one of the legendary three ninjas. Her extraordinary strength was utterly stymied by her opponent's Sage Mode, and even with all her might, she could not breach his defenses. Alas, it seems I have not utilized any chakra. Moreover, in a one-on-one scenario, without employing any techniques, no one would willingly engage with you. At this juncture, Xingliu recalled a certain woman known as Little Pepper. Perhaps she could match Tsunade evenly without the use of chakra. As Xingliu and Tsunade arrived at a time neither too early nor too late, it coincided perfectly with the moment when the diligent salaryman was preparing to leave for work. At that moment, the one opening the door was none other than Minato Namikaze, who had yet to embark on his daily journey. So, what brings you and Lady Tsunade here so early? Initially intending to step out, Minato was startled by the vigorous knocking at his door. However, upon opening it, he was astonished to find Xingliu and the seemingly impossible presence of Tsunade at his doorstep. This was not to say that Tsunade could not be at Minato's home, but rather that their interactions were limited to the relationship of a friend of his teacher and a disciple of his friend. Thus, under normal circumstances, it was improbable for Tsunade to appear here, let alone seek him out so early in the morning. Yet, considering the playful demeanor of the man before him, it became clear that one could not measure his actions with conventional logic. With this realization, Tsunade's unexpected presence at his home no longer seemed so abrupt. Indeed, it could be deemed quite natural. So it turns out, dear brother, that you have not yet gone to work? Before arriving here, Xingliu had anticipated that Minato might still be at home during this time, yet he did not foresee that it would be Minato himself who would answer the door. What do you care if I went to work or not? Minato retorted. But you, arriving so early and knocking vigorously on my door, surely you do not merely wish to inquire about my work status? As he spoke, Minato cast a casual glance at Tsunade, who stood beside Xingliu. And at this hour, are you not supposed to be resting in your own room? What compelled you to bring Lady Tsunade over here? Perhaps the soundproofing of the Konoha high-rise apartments was remarkably effective, for despite the proximity of their homes, neither Minato nor Xingliu was aware that Tsunade had forcefully dismantled the door of Xingliu's residence early that morning. Otherwise, given the loud crash of the door, It would have been inconceivable for Minato to question Tsunade's sudden appearance. There was indeed a reason for Lady Tsunade's early visit, and Xingliu resolved to disclose to Minato everything except his desire to witness a duel between Kushina and Tsunade. He informed Minato of the cursed seal of heaven implanted by Orochimaru on Uchiha Sasuke, as well as Sasuke's departure from the Hidden Leaf Village. In addition to these serious matters, Xingliu recounted, with embellishment, the unfortunate demise of his front door in the line of duty. Can't you fix your own door? You are not incapable of using wood-release techniques. Rather than waiting for me to summon someone to assist you, it would be swifter to take action yourself. The sudden departure of Uchiha Sasuke had likely already been reported to the relevant authorities, and upon returning to the office, Minato would surely acquire information that Xingliu was unaware of. Yet, what struck him as absurd was that this slacker had only just invited someone over for dinner the previous night, and now, by the very next day, that individual had already left the village. Did this slacker possess knowledge of certain insidious undercurrents unknown to him? Was this the reason for inviting Sasuke over for a meal? If this were true, it would mean he had unjustly misjudged Xingliu. Xingliu had indeed warned him earlier, but he had failed to perceive the situation in advance. With this thought, Minato's gaze towards Xingliu shifted from one of disdain to a more considerate demeanor. I am already aware of this matter. You may leave the next steps to us. After confirming their official business, Minato regarded Xingliu and Tsunade with a gentler expression than usual. If you haven't had breakfast yet, would you care to join me at my home? Huh. Why is this rascal suddenly looking at me with such gentleness? Surely he isn't plotting something devious again. Upon noticing the warmth in Minato's voice, which was unusually softer than his typical demeanor, Xingliu instinctively suspected ulterior motives. Thus, after considerable deliberation, he decided it would be best to take Tsunade out for breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen instead. Hold on, we still have some important matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your long-awaited time together. Upon finishing his words, Xingliu hurriedly departed with Tsunade, as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in being called back. Observing Xingliu's sudden evasion, akin to fleeing from a deluge, Watergate felt for the first time the insignificance of his stature as the fourth Hokage. However, considering the boy's usual lethargy, it was hard to believe he had anything of great importance to attend to. Wasn't he the so-called important matter merely a trip to the gambling house with Lady Tsunade? It was quite absurd that someone could elevate a visit to a gambling den to the status of a significant undertaking. Watergate initially contemplated expressing his discontent to Xingliu, but the thought of the two young women he had seen at the gambling house yesterday caused him to reconsider his stance. Oh, I had thought this rascal was quite earnest, yet upon encountering someone he fancied, he couldn't restrain his desire to see them. Nevertheless, could this young lad manage to handle both sisters? At that moment, Kushina, who had been waiting for Watergate's return, emerged from the house. Just as she stepped out, she overheard Watergate mentioning something about two sisters. You aren't considering finding a pair of sisters to serve you, are you? Haven't you been sufficiently drained from last night? Kushina regarded her husband with a bemused expression, recalling how he had expressed a longing for their long-overdue time alone together, yet it had lasted but a few fleeting hours. Were it not for Watergate's claim that he needed to be up early for work, he might still be lying in bed, motionless. The mere mention of the previous night's escapades made Watergate's already exhausted state ache anew. Under his wife's playful scrutiny, Watergate resolved to share with her Xingliu's intentions of visiting the gambling house to pursue women. Initially, Kushina wore an expression of resignation upon hearing her husband mention that Xingliu had returned to the gambling house, for the boy had become like a younger brother in their household. What elder would remain cheerful upon learning that their younger kin frequented such establishments? Surely, only someone with a fortune could afford to overlook such behavior. If not, how could one permit their younger counterpart to linger in such places? Of course, if he were a gambling prodigy, that would be an entirely different matter. Returning to the reality that Xingliu was neither a gambler nor a fortunate heir. Upon hearing of his latest foray, Kushina felt justified in her reproach towards her husband for not intervening. Yet, as she listened to Watergate's explanation, her expression visibly transformed. To one's surprise, Starry Flow turned out to be quite the romantic, taking Lady Tsunade to the gambling house early in the morning to pursue flirtations. Kushina, filled with joy, playfully patted Minato's back, nearly causing him to expel his recently consumed breakfast. Amidst her delight, she glanced at the neighboring apartment, where the door had already collapsed. Did she truly expect Starry Flow to repair his own door alone? If he were to undertake such a task, it would likely remain unfixed for quite some time. As she spoke, Kushina entered Starry Flo's apartment and surveyed the surroundings. Aside from a brand new bed, the furnishings were those that she and Minato had helped him select during his housewarming celebration. Had they not assisted in furnishing his home, the only piece of furniture would have been the 2-meter bed he created himself. When Starry Flo first moved into the neighboring house, he was accustomed to the wooden beds commonly crafted in the village, having grown used to a comfortable mattress in his previous world. That very night, he replicated the grand bed from his old room. Minato and Kushina were quite astonished upon seeing such a creation for the first time, prompting them to request Starry Flo to replicate one for their own home the following day, along with a desk and other furniture. Due to the extensive use of his copying ability that day, Starry Flo spent the next day in a deep slumber, barely regaining his energy. Perhaps because of that experience, he hesitated to replicate items from his former world again, lest he find himself becoming merely a tool. Under Kushina's subtle reminders, Minato recalled the various pieces of furniture Starry Flo had crafted for them, deciding it would be prudent to assist him with the minor issue of repairing his apartment door. I shall find someone to help fix Starry Flo's door. After all, as his brother-in-law and sister-in-law, it is only right that we lend a hand. Minato looked at Kushina with an oddly amused expression. Kushina, since we are that rascal's brother and sister-in-law, shouldn't we take a moment to consider his potential future partner? At first, Kushina did not grasp her husband's meaning, but as she noticed Minato raising an eyebrow and casting her knowing glances, enlightenment dawned upon her. Indeed, it is only natural for an elder brother and sister-in-law to ensure their younger sibling's suitability in a companion. I shall discreetly visit the gambling house to discern whether these 2 young ladies are fitting for Starry Flo. If they are indeed suitable, we will promptly arrange matters with their families. However, if they do not seem appropriate, Kushina's playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. If they are not a match for Starry Flo, then we may have to intervene. Minato found himself in agreement with Kushina's resolute decision. Rather than allowing both parties to maintain an ambiguous connection, it would be more prudent for the elders to decisively sever the ties, thus completely extinguishing the causal link between them. Otherwise, should the situation reach an irretrievable point, it would be detrimental to both sides. The Watergate couple, having conjured up a grandiose melodrama of familial ethics in such a brief span, was, of course, oblivious to Starry's predicament. Even if Starry were to learn of this matter later on, he could only helplessly observe the unfolding events. After all, he was truly at a loss as to which aspect of his behavior had led the Watergate couple to associate him with their 2 daughters. If such a connection existed, it would merely be a case of overthinking. After finishing breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen, Starry and Tsunade aimlessly wandered the village, aimlessly passing the time. However, as it was peak commuting hours, people were steadily departing for their workplaces, and their leisurely strolls only contributed to the congestion. Thus, the 2 opted to ascend to the rooftop of a nearby home, idly conversing to alleviate the monotony. I remember you're a teacher at the Ninja Academy, aren't you? Yes, why do you ask? Isn't today a school day? Why haven't you arrived for your duties yet? Starry later sought information from Shizune about this individual. 5 years ago, he had inexplicably appeared in the public eye, and it was only through the formidable endorsement of Minato Namikaze, the current 4th Hokage, that this unidentified outsider was permitted to reside in the village. However, during the subsequent attack by the Nine Tails, he single-handedly shielded the village from disaster, thereby solidifying the villagers' perception of him as a friend rather than a foe. Today is merely a school day. What does that have to do with my idleness? Starry reclined on the rooftop tiles, dismissing the matter. Had he not been forcibly assigned by Minato to the Ninja Academy, he would never have lingered in this dismal place for so long. Lacking any understanding of this world's chakra and other intricacies, how could he possibly instruct others without leading them astray? Consequently, after Naruto and Sasuke graduated, Starry resigned from the academy, reasoning that it was far more enjoyable to be a slacker than to educate these younglings. Among the subsequent crop of children, only Konohamaru exhibited any notable prowess. What makes him so remarkable? His ability to single-handedly defeat one of the 6 paths of pain is an accomplishment that even some adults cannot claim. Starry and Tsunade lingered on the rooftops until the gambling house was nearly ready to open. However, upon returning to their familiar mahjong table, they discovered that they were the only patrons in the vicinity. Did we arrive a tad too early? Starry observed that the dealers had only recently begun their preparations, explaining why their table lacked any offerings at that moment. Indeed, it is rather early. In the past, I would typically arrive only after having lunch. As she spoke, Tsunade cast a glance at the speechless Xingliu. What do you think? Shall we wander about a bit and return after lunch? Though Tsunade's suggestion seemed quite alluring, it primarily appealed to those restless souls. For someone like Xingliu, who preferred a more languid existence, it mattered little where he idled, whether in one location or another. Idleness remained idleness. He would much rather recline where he was, for the journey back and forth would be exhausting. The distance he had traversed over the past few days equated to more than double the exercise he had accumulated over the past month. If he continued to exert himself at such a strenuous pace, he would require an exorbitant amount of rest to recuperate. As Xingliu once again slumped over the mahjong table like a languid fish, Tsunade could only shake her head in resignation. She then rose to explore the various tables in the gambling den, continuing her study of the games. Alas, if only he had a mobile phone or a handheld gaming console at that moment, it would spare him the monotony of lying there idly. Xingliu reminisced about the days before his transmigration, when he would be at home with a phone in one hand and a tablet in the other. And after tiring of those, he could sit at his computer desk and watch the latest episodes of his favorite shows. Why must I be thrust into such a wretched place? Setting aside the question of whether a modern individual like himself could survive in a realm devoid of both phones and the internet, it was perplexing that no one had bothered to explain why he had suddenly been transported here. Just as Xingliu lay in his impotent fury upon the mahjong table, a melodious female voice broke through his thoughts. What is a modern person? And what are these things you mentioned? The mobile phone and the internet. Turning at the sound, Xingliu discovered that Xiao Zhao and Xiao Xia had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Initially, the sisters had intended to scare him while he lounged at the mahjong table, but as they approached, they had overheard his utterances of names unknown to them. Those are remarkable things that you are not familiar with, Xingliu replied, attempting to obfuscate the truth in a manner that was not quite an excuse. Upon hearing this vague answer, the two girls expressed their dissatisfaction, and before Xingliu could react, they ensnared him, one on each side. If you do not clarify what those things are, we shall hold on to your hands and not let go. Such an audacious declaration could only have come from the elder sister, Xiao Zhao. Were it the timid Xiao Xia, who blushed at the mere thought of conversing with strangers, Xingliu might have divulged all his secrets without hesitation. After all, who can truly withstand the charms of a soft and adorable little sister? Yet, the sweet affection from her elder sister, Xiao Zhao, possesses its own unique allure. Now that you all are curious about the names I mentioned earlier, I shall graciously share them with you. After indulging in the delightful antics of these two sisters, Xingliu decided to reveal some of the playful devices from his original world to the girls. Among these were not only common gadgets like mobile phones and computers, but also handheld gaming consoles and the once popular little tyrant. Upon hearing about these unfamiliar amusements, the girls eagerly expressed their desire to try them out. However, after several rounds of reassurance from Xingliu, they ultimately relinquished their wish to experiment. Well, it's only been one night apart, yet how swiftly they have nestled into his embrace. After experiencing a wave of generosity, Tsunade returned to Xingliu, only to find him ensconced in the arms of two different types of enchanting beauties. Would you believe me if I said I allowed them to hold my hands to prevent them from falling? Being enveloped? No, rather. Being embraced by the soft bodies of these charming girls made it nearly impossible for Xingliu to part with that delightful sensation, which Tsunade surely observed. With Tsunade being nearly a generation older than Xingliu, she was certainly aware of the playful antics of these little ones. It was merely the two girls adorning themselves with affection for him. Now that our mahjong quartet has convened, what could possibly be more significant than this? Having teased the children sufficiently, Tsunade lifted the mahjong set she had just acquired from the owner, signaling them to take notice. Indeed, as soon as she revealed the game, the girls promptly released their hold on Xingliu and scampered to their designated seats, settling in obediently. Alas, how swiftly that delightful sensation has vanished. Xingliu lamented the absence of that tender touch and wished that moment could linger indefinitely. Come now, if you truly enjoy it, why not bid farewell courageously? Tsunade whispered into Xingliu's ear. Although it may seem frivolous to develop feelings for a pair of sisters, isn't it already half the battle won when the other party does not reject you? Thus, the remainder depends on you. After patting Xingliu on the shoulder, Tsunade returned to her seat to shuffle the tiles. The remaining half is to be determined by himself? Xingliu pondered over Tsunade's words. Could he genuinely develop feelings for someone else, even if he were the kind of person who might vanish at any moment? Could he truly leave a mark in this world? Outside the window, directly across from where Xing Lu sat, a woman with dark red hair gazed at him with a worried expression. Is this fool still unable to see them as family? Even though you may believe that you can no longer return, do not forget that we, your family, remain here for you. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Concealed outside the gambling hall, gazing surreptitiously at Seiryu, is Kushina, who, having acquired the address from her husband, wished to observe her future sister-in-law, the enigmatic Kyubi. Aside from her initial astonishment at the sight of the two sisters, Kotaro and Kosaki, she has since redirected all her focus onto Seiryu, who wears a visage of melancholy. After all, what could possibly be more significant than her own brother? This expression of sorrow on Seiryu's face had only been witnessed by her and Minato shortly after Naruto's birth. Perhaps it was this facade of forced cheerfulness that led them to accept him as their brother. Oh, little Seiryu, why have you yet to unravel the knots within your heart? At that time, she and Minato had inquired about the reason behind Seiryu's expression. However, after he smiled at them, he too adopted that same sorrowful demeanor, gazing at the sky that seemed so near yet utterly unattainable. I simply do not know how much longer I can remain in this world, nor whether I can coexist harmoniously within it, were words Seiryu once shared with Minato and Kushina. At that moment, the couple could not comprehend the weight of his words. Yet, as he subsequently engaged in a series of erratic behaviors, they gradually understood that Seiryu was not of their world. Nevertheless, even with this realization, it could not alter the fact that he remained their brother. The trio within the gambling hall, though not as perceptive as Kushina regarding Seiryu's inner turmoil, eventually recognized that today's Seiryu was markedly different from the one they once knew after witnessing him repeatedly unleash his frustrations. Big brother, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to help you feel better? It was the soft and adorable Saki who first spoke, gradually approaching Seiryu and earnestly placing her small hand upon his forehead, comparing it to her own. You're not feverish, are you? Perhaps a stomach ache? Would you like me to rub it for you? Lost in his own world, Seiryu could hardly entertain other thoughts upon seeing the charming girl before him. He immediately enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if he wished to merge her essence with his own, not releasing her until she squeaked in discomfort. Haha, Saki. Big brother is just fine now. After thoroughly releasing the pent-up negativity within him, Seiryu once again donned his signature languid smile, prompting the bashful Saki to retreat behind her sister, peeking out with half her face visible as she regarded him. It's wonderful to hear you're okay. If big brother is unhappy, then Saki would also feel sad. Accompanied by the shy demeanor of Saki, a sweet and innocent voice emerged. It was precisely this adorable girl before him that enabled Seiryu to finally untangle the knots in his heart. To hell with that other world. He was the man chosen by the gods. How could he allow himself to appear cowardly and hesitant, bringing shame upon those heroic figures who traversed to other realms? Indeed, Seiryu's heart was now devoid of burdens. Having the rare opportunity to journey to another world, he could not afford to cower in fear as he once did. What difference was there between him and his former self if he remained timid? Thus, Seiryu, in pursuit of his aspirations to become a legendary hero, decided to leave after playing a few rounds of mahjong with the three girls. However, he was met with unanimous opposition from the two girls, excluding Tsunade. Please don't go, big brother. We haven't even finished half of yesterday's rounds, they exclaimed. Even if you're willing to leave, can you bear to part with Saki? Shortly after Xiao Zhao's plea, Saki, momentarily casting aside her shyness, approached and tightly wrapped her arms around Seiryu's, making it impossible for him to extricate himself from the embrace of this soft and endearing girl. Stay with us a little longer. We've only just managed to escape the confines of our homes. If we return so soon, we'll surely face punishment from our families. The gentle sound of Saki's voice, combined with her frail and pitiful expression, made it exceedingly difficult for Seiryu to disappoint her. While the girls in this world were not entirely confined to their homes, their freedoms were indeed limited, particularly for those of Saki's age, who were often preoccupied with household duties, leaving no respite in the passing of their days. Very well, I shall play a few more rounds with you. But you must return home before nightfall to avoid worrying your families, he conceded. With that, they shuffled the mahjong tiles for the next game. Aside from a brief interlude to enjoy a meal of Ichiraku ramen, Seiryu devoted the entirety of his day to the gambling house, engaged in games with the three girls. As the final round dragged on for too long, Saki and her friends failed to honor their agreement to return home before dusk. Goodbye, big brother. Xiao Zhao and Saki waved from the entrance of their modest home, bidding farewell to Seiryu, who had escorted them back. Farewell. If your parents scold you, remember to seek my assistance, he called out, unable to resist offering that advice to the two girls hidden behind the door, hoping they would not face punishment for their tardiness. Now, aside from repairing the door to his apartment, Seiryu needed to contemplate his future plans. Although he spent the entire day accompanying Xiao Zhao and Xiao Chan in their spirited games of mahjong, Xing had already meticulously arranged his future endeavors. If the subsequent narrative were to unfold as originally scripted, it would likely involve Jiraiya's journey to the Rain Village to investigate Pain. However, when discussing the investigation of Pain, one cannot overlook Jiraiya's fierce battle against Pain in the Rain Village. Confronting the 6 paths of Pain unprepared is indeed the hallmark of a true man. For Naruto only engaged them after thorough preparation. Yet, the incident of Pain's assault on the Hidden Leaf Village should be averted, as Xing insisted on accompanying Jiraiya on this mission to the Rain Village. He had previously promised to join Jiraiya in visiting another of his savior disciples, thus ensuring Jiraiya's survival this time around. Should the Akatsuki organization lose their leader prematurely, how would they respond? Or how would Itachi Uchiha react? Although the Akatsuki was initially established by Yahiko and Nagato with the noble intention of bringing peace to their homeland, following Yahiko's demise, Nagato transformed the organization's objective into the pursuit of tailed beasts. After Nagato's death, Obito took command, yet his ambitions merely revolved around the collection of tailed beasts, lacking the grandeur of others' aspirations. Ultimately, his sole desire was to create a world with Rin. As the story neared its conclusion, the true nature of his manipulation became obscured, with the organization's ultimate goal evolving into the so-called Moon's Eye Plan or the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Yet, Obito Uchiha is merely a minor player. If I were to preemptively dismantle the Akatsuki, would he still be able to orchestrate such grand schemes? With his almost invincible abilities, Xing was no longer inclined to remain passive. His singular aim now was to eradicate all potential threats within the ninja world before returning to the gambling house to continue playing cards with that charming girl. With this thought in mind, Xing felt an overwhelming urge to teleport and eliminate everyone in the Akatsuki. However, facing an entire assembly of S-rank rogue ninjas alone seemed rather absurd, so he resolved to wait for his allies to return. I'm back. Originally, Xing had hoped to join the Minato couple for a meal, but upon opening the door to their room, he found it utterly vacant. Even if Naruto is not home, surely this foolish couple wouldn't abandon their house entirely, would they? Xing remarked sarcastically at the empty abode. Indeed, upon discovering the absence of anyone in the room, he instinctively suspected that Minato and Kushina had seized the opportunity for a romantic interlude while Naruto was away. Oh, true love lies with the parents, while children are merely an afterthought, he mused, gazing at the photograph of Naruto adorning the wall. Oh, little Naruto, if you were to learn of this, would it not drive you to darkness? Why do you keep rambling as soon as you return, you little rascal? At that moment, an exasperated voice suddenly came from behind Xing. Turning around, he discovered that Minato had, unbeknownst to him, appeared at his back. Oh my, how can you walk so silently, brother? Xing exclaimed, taking a small step back, his heart racing as he patted his chest. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique could be used like that. It was fortunate that he was merely startled, but if he had frightened his sister-in-law, it wouldn't be resolved with just a beating. As Xing continued to dig his own grave with his words, Minato couldn't help but raise his hand and flicked his forehead. Bam! The crisp sound resonated off Xing forehead, and Minato knew he had indeed struck home. In contrast to Minato's satisfied expression, Xing, who had just been flicked on the forehead, was now holding his head in pain. You think just because my sister-in-law isn't here, you can bully me? If you keep this up, I will fight back. Oh, and how do you plan to retaliate? Just as Xing had spoken his bold words, he sensed a familiar spiritual pressure emerging from outside. When the owner of that voice completely stepped into view, it revealed Kushina, who was watching Xing, who was being bullied by Minato, with an amused yet enigmatic smile. Little Xing, do tell, who exactly do you intend to retaliate against? Well, it was unexpected that his rare display of bravado was overheard by Minato's wife. Typically, a strong-witted individual like Xing would never dream of laying a hand on those who treated him well, But now that he had mustered the courage to act tough, he found himself ambushed by another formidable presence. With no way to turn the tide, Xing Lu simply closed his eyes and decided to surrender completely. "What nonsense are you concocting in your head again, you little rascal?" Kushina observed Xing Lu's resigned expression, finding it both infuriating and amusing. Had she ever mentioned punishing him? Who was he putting on this act for? It seems the situation is developing in an unexpected direction. Does that mean this beating? Why did you flick my forehead again? Just when Xing Lu thought he had evaded a beating, he received yet another flick on the same spot Minato had just struck. "First, take a look at your own strange expression in the mirror before speaking to me," Kushina remarked, shooting him a glance before leading Minato back to their apartment to supervise the ninja coming to fix the door. "Is my expression really that strange?" With that, Xing Lu raised his right hand, and a portable makeup mirror appeared in his grasp. Oh my, who is this grotesque-looking man? Upon seeing the reflection of himself in the mirror, Xing Lu nearly smashed it. It seemed his expression management was seriously lacking. This bad habit of displaying all his emotions on his face had already drawn comments from many in his previous world. He had once practiced in front of the mirror in his bathroom, attempting to conceal his expressions, but the outcome was utterly disheartening. At times, he truly envied those who wore a single expression through joy and sorrow alike. If only he possessed such an extraordinary skill. He could master the legendary art of uttering falsehoods with open eyes. However, as Xing Liu indulged in these fantastical and unrealistic musings, a voice from outside abruptly interrupted his reverie. "Xing Liu, how much longer do you intend to linger in your room? Shouldn't you come out and take a look at the new door to your room?" "What? Wasn't the door to my room just broken by Tsunade today? When did a new door appear?" Puzzled, Xing Liu stepped out of the neighboring Watergate's home and swiftly returned to his own abode, a journey of merely 2 or 3 minutes. What on earth is this? On his way back, Xing Liu had contemplated how to renovate his entrance, but upon returning home, he discovered that the door, which had previously collapsed on the floor, had been restored to its original position. Moreover, the layout of the room was entirely different from what he remembered. If the current arrangement resembled that of a normal person's living space, then the previous state of Xing Liu's room could only be likened to a doghouse. Now, the room not only featured basic furniture, but also boasted numerous shelves and tables for storing miscellaneous items. In stark contrast, the former layout had little more than a bed and a few sofas in the living room as decoration. Well, this layout was crafted by me and Watergate over an entire day. Isn't it far more beautiful than your previous residence? Kushina, who had been directing the placement of the furniture, approached Xing Liu upon seeing his astonishment at the doorway. Eager to unveil the new home she and Watergate had prepared for him. "It is indeed lovely. But is it truly appropriate for a grown man to reside in such a meticulously arranged apartment? Furthermore, these furnishings and the labor involved must not have been inexpensive. Regardless of the world one inhabits, custom furniture and hired help are exceedingly costly." Thus, before returning home, Xing Liu had merely considered hastily replicating the original door from wood, never imagining a grand purchase of furnishings like Kushina and the others had undertaken. Moreover, they had only recently gifted him a brand new set of furniture for his new home. Would it not be rather inappropriate to ask for their assistance in renovation once again? Oh, come on. Isn't money meant to be spent? Have you forgotten that your older brother is the illustrious 4th Hokage? Businessmen would be eager to curry favor with him, not to mention charging him a penny. Kushina understood Xing Liu's concerns, which stemmed solely from the significant sum they had invested in renovating his room. However, in truth, neither of them spent a single penny this time. Leaving aside the fact that Minato, the 4th Hokage, occupies a position of great prestige. It is indeed, as Kushina mentioned, those merchants belong to a category that desires to offer money, yet the recipients are unlikely to accept it. After all, if a modest sum could secure the support of the Hokage for their future business endeavors, this transaction would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Not to mention, they even assisted in renovating the home of another formidable asset within the village, Xing Liu. Gaining favor with these two individuals would, in the long run, be far more advantageous than the fleeting benefits of immediate gains. Indeed, merchants remain ever consumed by their pursuit of profit. In the original world of Xing Liu, some merchants employed such trivial favors to curry favor with those in power. Rather than merely establishing a transient commercial relationship, they seized the opportunity to initiate acquaintance through small acts of kindness. The most adept merchants do not make their intentions overtly clear. Rather, they employ a subtle strategy that compels one to accept their goodwill, even when aware of their motives. For instance, they might declare, "You are our 100,000th customer, so I shall not accept your payment." You may even gift these items to someone else and purchase another set. This represents the most extreme tactics of some merchants, while others possess the finesse to sell you a product, leaving you joyfully praising their success. Of course, such mastery is exceedingly rare. If everyone could achieve this level of persuasion, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Ahem, the previous segment is a touch exaggerated. It serves merely as amusement and holds no reflection of reality, as Xingliu mentally berated those unscrupulous merchants. The workers hired to transport the furniture had already placed it in its designated area. After presenting the delivery receipt for Minato's signature, the workers gradually departed. Once all the workers had left, Xingliu and Kushina eagerly entered Xingliu's new home to admire the latest furniture. How wonderful that your brother and sister-in-law treat you so well. While we are still using furniture that has served us for many years, they have provided you with an entirely new set for your 5-year-old home. With that, Minato revealed a thoughtful smile and wrapped his arm around Xingliu's shoulder. I have heard from your sister-in-law that you seem quite taken with one of the girls at the gambling house. Is it true you have feelings for her, but lack the courage to express them? No wonder he felt as though he had been under scrutiny all day. Initially, he dismissed it as mere paranoia. Yet, hearing such revelations from Minato, one of the individuals present at the time, confirmed that he was indeed being followed. Hey, why have you suddenly stopped speaking? If there are words that are too difficult to express, perhaps we could enlist your elder brother and sister-in-law to intervene. In this hidden leaf village, our reputation still holds considerable weight. What I mean to say is, if you truly harbor feelings for these two sisters, I would not oppose it. After a day of keen observation, it appears that the sisters indeed have a fondness for you. Otherwise, they would not cling to you throughout the day, as Kushina chimed in. Xingliu was quite taken aback by this couple's insinuations. He merely had a crush on Sakura and her friends, yet their words implied that a marriage was already a foregone conclusion. I must ask you, dear brother and sister-in-law, could you perhaps temper your enthusiasm? Even if I do have feelings for them, a relationship requires time to develop, does it not? Thus, there is no need to rush this matter. Fearing that the couple would press him into a hasty marriage, Xingliu decided to share only the parts of his thoughts concerning the Akatsuki's intentions and the necessity to eliminate them. He refrained from divulging any crucial mainline details. If Watergate were to convene a 5 Kage summit in a fit of anger after hearing his plan, it would undoubtedly lead to the complete annihilation of their group by the Akatsuki. After all, that organization operates at full strength. Although Naruto had once charged in alone and faced severe repercussions from the representatives of the 5 villages, a united Akatsuki would pose an entirely different level of threat. A mere pawn like Naruto would hardly stand a chance against even the weakest of them, such as Haiden. So, are you still contemplating a life of inaction? Watergate, upon hearing Xingliu's plan, was taken aback that he was not proposing a summit of the 5 Kage. Instead, he gazed at the man before him in astonishment. This slacker seemed intent on turning over a new leaf. Among those who would rejoice at the prospect of Xingliu abandoning his lethargy, Watergate would certainly be at the forefront. The absence of a ninja of his caliber indulging in idleness would imply that Watergate himself could afford to do the same. Thus, Watergate's expression towards Xingliu began to shift. Were it not for this brat's reluctance to inherit his position, he would have considered stepping down from the role of Hokage to travel the world with Kushina. However, this transformation would have to wait until Naruto returned. For now, Xingliu would still maintain his facade of idleness, spreading his arms in resignation. If others were to discover that this seemingly formidable individual before them is merely a slacker, how many would be disheartened? After all, the fact that their lifelong aspirations culminate in the indolent beginnings of someone like me is a reality that few could bear. Now, enough of your and my banter. Instead of wasting time, we should gather all the tailed beast Jinchuriki in the village for concentrated protection. After all, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku is destined to become the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Moreover, Naruto had encountered him during the Chunin exams. With that, Xingliu conveyed information regarding Gaara to Watergate, allowing him to determine the best course of action. I shall contemplate the matter you mentioned. However, should it come to fruition, it will undoubtedly require your involvement. The transfer of such a significant power as the Jinchuriki cannot be accomplished solely with the efforts of Kakashi and his companions. It would be an arduous task indeed. Rest assured, as this initiative originated from my suggestion, I shall take full responsibility, for it pertains to his potential early retirement. Naturally, I must see this through to the end, lest a few tailed beasts escape and leave me to deal with the aftermath alone. As the hour grew late, Xingliu and his companions opted to order takeout from a ramen shop. Yet, after indulging in several bowls of ramen throughout the day, Xingliu found himself reluctant to encounter it again for the time being. Time passed, minute by minute, and when Xingliu finally opened his eyes in his apartment once more, it marked 6 full years since he had traversed into this ninja world. Had he truly been here for 6 years? He glanced at the sleeping Sakuchin beside him. Since he resolved to abandon his previous lethargy, he had ardently pursued Sakuchin, whom he had fortuitously met at a gambling establishment. Just yesterday, amidst a delightful day, they had officially become husband and wife. "Big brother, why are you awake so soon?" Despite their marriage, Sakuchin continued to refer to him as big brother rather than husband. From the moment they met, he had always been her big brother, and now he was exclusively hers. "Apologies, did I wake you?" Xingliu gently caressed Sakuchin's fluffy head and smiled. "No, I just find this all a bit surreal. I never expected to become big brother's wife." She nuzzled her adorable head against his large hand. "This is no dream. Big brother truly belongs only to Sakuchin now." While Xingliu's words were directed at Sakuchin, they also resonated within himself. Had he not come to clarity on that fateful day, he might still be lurking in some corner, avoiding responsibility. Instead of marrying such a delightful girl in this world. Knock, knock. "Little Xingliu, are you awake? Minato has important matters to discuss with you." Though they yearned to linger in their tender moment, the sound of knocking from outside compelled them to set aside their intimacy. Nevertheless, as they dressed, they took their time, relishing the moments together. When they finally opened the door, nearly 30 minutes had elapsed. Xingliu emerged with a bright and refreshed demeanor, while Sakuchin followed closely behind. Her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. "My dear brother, although you were just wed yesterday, I now have a most significant task to entrust to you." Upon observing the two young individuals emerging from the living room, Watergate discerned that they had engaged in some rather inappropriate activities within the confines of their chamber. As someone who has traversed this path before, Watergate could clearly read the expressions on their faces, revealing everything. However, gazing at the inseparable pair before him, Watergate was reminded of the reason for his visit. Thus, despite knowing that his request might be somewhat inconsiderate towards Xingliu, he felt compelled to approach him for assistance. Let us not neglect the fact that Kakashi, a former copy ninja, alongside Might Guy and Asuma, had just attended Xingliu's wedding yesterday and were subsequently dispatched on missions by Watergate. Had it not been for the fact that it was Xingliu's wedding night, Watergate would have already sent him on a mission. "Now, what is it that you wish for me to do? The sooner you clarify matters, the sooner I can return before dinner," Xingliu declared, his tone brimming with audacity. Yet he possessed the confidence to be so bold due to his mastery of space-time ninjutsu. Ignoring Xingliu's mention of a particular subject would have sufficed, yet upon hearing it, Watergate impulsively struck the innocent table, startling Sakura, who promptly sought refuge behind Xingliu. "It is none other than that group from the Akatsuki. They have already commenced their actions, and their timeline is significantly earlier than you initially anticipated." With that, Watergate relayed the news he had received from other villages to Xingliu. As Xingliu comforted the frightened Sakura, he listened attentively to Watergate's account of the intelligence gathered from other villages. "My dear brother, did I not already indicate that my initial estimation was merely a preliminary assessment? Therefore, there is no need for such agitation," Xingliu remarked with a knowing expression, directing a meaningful gaze towards Watergate. "After all, did we not make arrangements in advance?" Initially, Watergate was uncertain about the specific arrangements Xingliu referred to, but upon witnessing Xingliu's peculiar expression, he finally recalled one of the many plans Xingliu had orchestrated. "You are alluding to that young Uchiha, are you not? Yet, why was this particular boy chosen to infiltrate the Akatsuki? You even sought numerous team members from around the world for him. Your decision led to my son ignoring me for several days," Watergate remarked with a smirk. "Oh, do not dwell on such matters. Simply ensure that you coordinate those individuals from the rear. I shall address any unforeseen complications alongside the lecherous sage," Xingliu replied, deflecting Watergate's inquiry with a light-hearted laugh. After all, one cannot simply state that members of the Uchiha clan are destined to play the role of villains, can they? Setting aside the scheming of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito in orchestrating the Fourth Great Ninja War, one must consider that if it were not for the slight revelation of the script's contents by young Uchiha Sasuke, he would still be contemplating how to launch an assault on Konoha. "Very well, I shall refrain from inquiring further about this matter. However, you must diligently safeguard the life of that young Uchiha, for he serves as an invaluable infiltrator within the Akatsuki organization. If it were the same Starry Lu from a year ago, languishing in idleness, he would undoubtedly dismiss any counsel from him. Yet, since I disclosed the forthcoming plans to him that day, Watergate has come to regard Starry Lu as his advisory council. Essentially, all significant matters are deliberated with him before a decision is reached. Of course, the ultimate authority still resides with Watergate. If Starry Lu's perspective were to sway him, then the position of Hokage might as well be handed over to him directly. Rest assured, the infiltrator within the Akatsuki is not solely the burden of that second pillar. In order to earn Uchiha Itachi's trust, he personally subdued that old fox Danzo, allowing him to act as he pleased. However, following this incident, Starry Lu faced some so-called reprimands from the upper echelons of Konoha, which Watergate singularly dismissed with his influence. If any of you possessed the prowess and talent of Starry Lu, I assure you, not only would you not dare to reprimand him, but even if one of you claimed the Hokage position I currently occupy, I would graciously relinquish it. These words served as Watergate's rationale to silence the higher-ups, and it also provided him with an opportunity to eradicate some of the village's entrenched pests. Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi, who was ensnared by that old schemer Danzo and infiltrated the Akatsuki? Watergate only learned of this from documents left behind by the third Hokage. Danzo, in his ruthless ambition for the Uchiha clan Sharingan, was willing to jeopardize the lives of an entire family to manipulate a mere child of around 10 years, Uchiha Itachi. Had Starry Lu not later mentioned this, he would have remained ignorant of Danzo's truly merciless nature, concurrent with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, the person I speak of is none other than Uchiha Itachi. In this hidden leaf village, no one harbors a greater love for it than he. Starry Lu's assertions are not mere words. If we disregard Itachi's obsession with his brother, there exists no one more devoted to the village than he. Very well. As for those intricate details, you may handle them as you see fit, for that was our initial agreement. Now, upon witnessing Watergate's nonchalant demeanor, Starry Lu is reminded of the client from his previous world, akin to this individual who merely uttered something insignificant, subsequently leaving the subordinates to occupy themselves with it. However, it seems you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit this early in the morning. Surely, it cannot be solely to confirm matters akin to the plan? If that is indeed the case, I would not mind allowing you to linger in the Tsukuyami for a few days. With that, Starry Lu's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and should Watergate acquiesce, he guarantees that in the next instant, the latter would be rendered a babbling fool. Hold on. The Watergate was genuinely startled by the antics of Xingliu. Indeed, a man's temper can escalate significantly when interrupted, especially after having just experienced a particular sensation. Watergate felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the other party did not truly intend to make a fool of him. Gradually, he articulated the reason for his visit. I have come to prepare you for your journey to the Sand Ninja Village. What? You say that Chisasa and Deidara have already arrived at the Sand Ninja Village? According to the original storyline, these two members of the Akatsuki were tasked with capturing Gaara. Both Chisasa, who employs puppetry in his assaults, and Deidara, who wields explosive clay, are formidable foes for Gaara, who has only recently assumed the mantle of Kazekage. It is a classic case of mismatch, given that one pursues the permanence of art through puppetry while the other seeks the ephemeral nature of explosive clay. I truly hope they engage in a battle. Although no reports had yet been received from the Akatsuki members, based on the timing you provided, it is likely to occur within the next couple of days. Watergate, unusually serious, placed a hand on Xingliu's shoulder and reiterated, as I have said before, although you have just celebrated your wedding night, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, we must enlist your strength. Upon hearing Watergate's declaration, Xingliu shrugged nonchalantly, accepting his fate. All right. It's not that you want me to slack off, is it? I shall get to work. Perhaps it was the comical nature of Xingliu's demeanor that prompted a laugh from Saki, who was behind him. Uffed, big brother. Do you realize how hilarious you look right now? Saki chuckled, clutching her stomach in laughter. Your expression simultaneously conveys reluctance to work and the inevitability of having to do it. Who can display such contrasting emotions on their face at the same time? Funny? Xingliu looked at Saki, who was now crouched on the ground in laughter. Was she referring to him? Unbeknownst to him, his puzzled expression only served to amplify Saki's amusement, and her laughter erupted once more. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore, big brother. I must return to my room. If I see you making such amusing faces again, I fear I shall laugh myself into a stupor." With that, Saki slowly made her way back to her shared room with Xingliu, though her delightful laughter lingered in the air. Whether Xingliu was intrigued by his own expression is uncertain. He pulled out a mirror and began to make silly faces at his reflection. Watergate had thought he had become immune to Xingliu's unexpected antics after so many years of companionship. But upon witnessing him amusingly contort his face in front of the mirror, he realized that he still had much to learn. Did I just hear your laughter, brother? Is my expression truly that amusing?" As she spoke, Xingliu elongated her face towards Minato, simultaneously pulling a funny face. Haha, I can't take it anymore. If you keep this up, I might just lose my composure." Minato, who had been the Hokage for several years and usually maintained a stoic demeanor in public, found it impossible to sustain his indifferent facade in front of Xingliu. "Hey, I noticed you've been bustling about lately, so I thought I'd conjure up this little spectacle to help you unwind," she said, making yet another silly face. This time, she succeeded in breaking through the stoicism of the fourth Hokage. "Ha ha ha, I can't keep a straight face. If this continues, I won't be able to maintain my serious demeanor all day." Minato turned his back to her, trying to avoid looking at her playful expressions. Yet images of her funny faces kept replaying in his mind. "Remember to check on the Akatsuki members in the Sand Village later. If they have indeed arrived, it would be ideal to repel them, but the priority is for you to return to me unharmed. So, even if you can't defeat them, it's perfectly fine. After all, they aren't from our village. Why risk your life for them, right?" Minato chuckled as he patted Xingliu on the shoulder. "Well done, brother. It seems you've mastered a significant portion of my skills," he thought, reflecting on how the Minato before him would never have considered prioritizing his own life. Everything was always for the benefit of the village, a motto once held dear by the old Minato. After all, he was the one who chose to seal the nine tails within himself and Naruto rather than abandon the village. Enough said. I've expressed all I needed to. You should have a proper conversation with Sakura. The only compensation I can offer as your elder brother will come after this situation is resolved," he continued. Truth be told, had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would never have intruded upon this newlywed couple. Yet, with the village's elite forces dispatched, the remaining personnel were hardly capable of defending against the threat. After careful consideration, Minato decided to send Xingliu on this task. "All right, if we keep talking, it will soon be dark. If night falls, what's the point of me going out?" Xingliu flashed her signature lazy smile. "I won't see you off. Just make sure to close the door behind you. I'll head back to comfort Sakura, who has just married me but now must endure a brief separation." With that, Xingliu turned and walked towards their new home, leaving Minato to finish his last sip of tea in the empty hall before he departed. "No matter how many times I visit this place, I simply cannot acclimatize to its ghastly weather. The one who expresses such grievances is Hashiryu." Having just shared a fleeting moment of warmth with Saki-chan, his journey from Konoha to Sunagakure took merely a few minutes, rendering his arrival here a secret to all. "Are you not Lord Hashiryu?" A girl, sporting two playful ponytails and wielding a large fan, suddenly emerged from a building. She gazed at Hashiryu with disbelief, for it was inconceivable that he would appear here. After several confirmations, she realized that the man before her was indeed the Hashiryu from Konoha. "Ah, Temari. I scarcely recognized you. It seems you have grown even more beautiful in just a few months." Hashiryu, unable to resist the allure of a charming young lady, could not help but flirt, despite having wed just yesterday. "Ha, it has been a few months, Lord Hashiryu, yet you remain as amusing as ever." Temari replied with a bemused smile. "I recall that you were married just yesterday. What brings you to our humble abode so soon? Could it be that you are still haunted by the memory of Temari?" "Well, if I were to affirm that, what would you do?" Hashiryu bantered, emboldened by the playful exchange. After all, engaging in light-hearted repartee costs nothing, so he relished the moment. "If you truly cannot forget Temari, I would be more than willing to oblige. All right, Temari, let us cease the jesting." At that moment, a man with the kanji for love etched upon his forehead emerged from within. "Gaara, greetings." The one who intervened to halt the banter between Hashiryu and Temari was none other than Gaara, one of Hashiryu's objectives for visiting Sunagakure. Hashiryu was no stranger to Gaara. Their acquaintance had been cultivated through countless interactions, whether during the Chunin exams or at high-level meetings held by the village months prior. Upon recognizing Hashiryu's greeting, Gaara nodded and then turned to Temari, who wore an expression of exasperation. Did I not mention that we would have guests arriving soon? It appears you were ill-prepared. Well, one might say that I have everything ready. You simply cannot see it, Temari countered, gesturing towards the accommodations that had been arranged. After a brief silence, Gaara shifted the topic, for he had initially wished to showcase his authority as Kazekage in front of visitors from other villages. However, he now found himself wishing to dig a hole and hide in embarrassment. Enough of this, you two siblings. Do not engage in trivialities before me. After knowing you both for so long, if I cannot see through your antics, it would be a shame to have been a slacker for so many years. Upon exchanging glances, Gaara and Temari decided to abandon their pretense and directly invited Xinglu to join them in their endeavor to thwart the Akatsuki organization. Xinglu, I trust you have sensed the impending assault from the Akatsuki upon our sand village within the coming days. Otherwise, you would not have journeyed such a distance to assist us. Therefore, as the fifth Kazekage of the sand village, I formally extend an invitation to our allies from the Leaf Village to aid us in repelling the Akatsuki. Wait, did my elder brother not formally invite you beforehand? Xinglu had assumed that Minato came at Gaara's behest. However, he was taken aback to learn that Minato had arrived even before receiving an official invitation from their village. Had this confusion occurred during the second or third ninja wars, Minato would undoubtedly have been apprehended by the guards as a potential spy. It was not that they had failed to send an invitation to the fourth Hokage. Rather, the other party had been unable to find a suitable envoy. After all, when confronting a top-tier rogue ninja organization like the Akatsuki, mere numbers could not substitute for quality. If the individuals dispatched were inadequate, they would merely be offering their lives in vain. Gaara explained awkwardly to Xinglu. Very well, I shall accept it as such. However, have you received any information regarding when those members of the Akatsuki will arrive? You see, I left my newlywed wife just yesterday to come here and assist you. So it would be prudent to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. Upon realizing that Xinglu's expression was earnest and devoid of jest, Gaara and Temari promptly presented the intelligence they had gathered for Xinglu's examination. The thought of their long-awaited reinforcements turning back merely due to Minato's concern for his wife's loneliness the day before the battle would surely elicit a mix of laughter and tears from the other villages. Xinglu, this intelligence was relayed to us by our ninjas stationed at the border before your arrival. According to their reports, the Akatsuki has dispatched two individuals, Deidara, codenamed Seiryu, and Sasori of the Red Sand, codenamed Tamino. Gaara handed over the classified document to Xinglu. Indeed, it appears to be this duo of artists, Xinglu remarked. Recognizing the familiar names in the confidential report before returning the document to Gaara. I believe this Sasori is originally from your village, is he not? How does it feel to have former comrades from your village return as adversaries? Surely, it must be rather exhilarating, Xinglu teased, chuckling to himself. Such a sensation pales in comparison to the joy you speak of, Gaara replied, his tone reflecting his discontent. Conversely, I find this sentiment utterly dreadful. Had those individuals from years past extended a modicum of warmth towards him, our village might have boasted an S-rank ninja. If our village had an S-rank ninja, we would not have to rely on this idle fellow for assistance. Upon hearing Gaara's dejected tone, Xinglu's initial irritation at being dispatched by Minato dissipated entirely. Indeed, nothing alleviates one's own melancholy more swiftly than the misfortunes of others. Thus, aside from the occasional meal with Sakura, Xinglu devoted the remainder of his time to fortifying the defenses of Sunagakure alongside Gaara and his comrades. One fateful evening, a colossal bird, seemingly crafted from clay, soared above Sunagakure, upon which stood a youth with a yellow ponytail and a diminutive yet sturdy scorpion puppet. Is this the village where Shikaku resides? Why is it surrounded by nothing but sand? My skin has been parched beyond measure these past few days, lamented the ponytailed youth. Is the area surrounding Sunagakure not sand, but gold instead? Retorted the scorpion puppet with a raspy voice. Besides, haven't you been perched atop that bird for days? How could the wind and sand possibly reach you? Indeed. Here is a puppet master bold enough to critique me. Kindly emerge from that cumbersome puppet before you cast further aspersions, the ponytailed youth responded, casting his gaze upon the village below, which shimmered with light. It seems this place is not as devoid of warmth as you suggest. The glow emanating from the buildings appears rather inviting. Perhaps it is merely my heart that has grown too cold? No sooner had the cumbersome puppet finished speaking than it leapt from the great bird hovering in the sky. Wait, Scorpion, what are you doing? The youth exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden descent of his companion. He hastily maneuvered the bird to descend to the spot where the scorpion had just landed. The two members of the Akatsuki believed their sudden arrival would go unnoticed. Yet within the edifice representing the Kazekage, several individuals had already perceived their presence from the moment they appeared. Goodness, why do I suddenly feel that the puppet master seems rather daft? To dare leap into an unknown enemy's defenses without foreknowledge. Xinglu mused, bemused by the absurdity of their actions. If the Akatsuki is comprised of such individuals, I should have simply obliterated them at the outset, lest they be granted any further opportunities to make their entrance. Perhaps their strength allows them to disregard such defenses? In truth, Gaara and his siblings shared similar sentiments regarding the scorpion's apparent foolishness. If their adversaries were indeed of such a caliber, there would be no need to seek reinforcements. The three siblings could easily send them packing. Certainly, the questions they posed have been answered by the buildings engulfed in flames. Indeed, those who engage in the realm of art cannot be expected to approach their actions with the rationality of ordinary humans. Upon receiving the reports relayed by their subordinates, Xinglu and his companions hastened to the location where the scorpion of the red sand and Deidara had recently descended, only to be met with a sea of raging fire. Yet, hold on, the inferno appeared to harbor more than mere flames. Xinglu pointed out the faint lavender mist that lingered alongside the fire. Those who had narrowly escaped the fiery chaos had not yet had the chance to celebrate their survival before collapsing onto the ground once more. I had a feeling that this duo of artists would not simply limit themselves to the destruction of buildings. The clay bombs and poisonous gas demonstrated that this squad had quite the flair for the dramatic. Lord Xinglu, surely you do not intend to remain idle any longer? Temari, observing Xinglu's fixation on lamenting the adversary's methods while taking no decisive action, could no longer contain her frustration. Our village did not invite you here merely to witness a spectacle of arson, did we? With all this time spent lamenting the enemy's actions while they continue to set fire around us, we ought to take direct action to drive them away. After all, if they persist in their incendiary endeavors, our village will incur significant losses. Oh, I nearly forgot that I am here to assist, not to spectate, Xinglu remarked, tapping his forehead as he recalled his purpose for being there. Lord Xinglu, I implore you to take this seriously. Our village's finances are already among the weakest, and if we allow them to continue their rampage, we will all be living in tents. However, just as Temari pleaded for Xinglu to focus, a nearby building was once again consumed by a tremendous roar of flames. Ah, Xinglu, you scoundrel! Can you please take this seriously? Temari exclaimed, disregarding decorum as she seized Xinglu's collar and shook him vigorously. Do you have any idea how much funding is required to construct such a tall building? And it's a whole expanse, no less. I can already envision the scene tomorrow when the displaced villagers storm our office. Despite Temari's complaints about Xinglu's apparent lack of urgency, she held no doubt about his capability to expel those members of the Akatsuki. Xinglu realized that if he continued to dawdle, Temari would lose her composure long before he could drive off the arsonists. Thus, with a mere flick of his wrist towards the still-burning structures, the flames were extinguished in an instant, restoring the buildings to their former, unscathed state. Was it truly such a daunting task to revert a blaze-ravaged edifice back to its original form? Why the dramatic reaction? Adjusting his attire, which had been disheveled by Temari's earlier actions, Xinglu vanished from sight under her astonished gaze. Is it true that one cannot play without being on the brink of death? Is it amusing to witness the despair etched upon others' faces? After hand-throwing a few scathing remarks at the spot where Xingliu had just vanished, Shumi resolved to assist at the makeshift hospital. Why does she hesitate to confront the elusive Xingliu? For heaven's sake, if she were to pursue, how would she differ from those who recklessly throw themselves into danger? One need only contend with that rogue from the Akatsuki. He alone suffices for the task. Both Deidara and Sasori were taken aback by the sudden obliteration of the buildings. According to their initial estimations, even after the Jinchuriki unleashed the power of the tailed beast, it was inconceivable that the flames could be extinguished so swiftly. Furthermore, how could those structures, previously consumed by fire, revert to their original state? Was everything they witnessed merely an illusion? Sasori, what is your perspective on this matter? Initially, Deidara shared Sasori's belief that they had both fallen prey to the enemy's Jinjutsu. However, as a man who spent his days alongside masters of illusion, Deidara quickly dismissed this notion. If we are not ensnared in an illusion, It can only mean that the adversary has summoned an expert whose prowess far exceeds our own to rescue them. As a former ninja of Sunagakure, Sasori naturally possessed ample knowledge of the village's capabilities. Unless several geniuses, equally formidable as he, had emerged during his absence, these circumstances remained inexplicable. What are your thoughts? That adept protecting the brat, Shikaku, might be beyond our combined strength. Perhaps we should retreat after obliterating the village? Deidara was never one to sacrifice himself for a mission, nor would he willingly face an opponent he knew he could not defeat. Thus, upon realizing the gravity of their situation, his thoughts shifted from how to vanquish the enemy to how to escape. As they deliberated on whether to fight or flee, a voice suddenly resonated from behind them. I trust you do not intend to merely set a fire and depart? Perhaps they were too engrossed in their discussion, or the opponent was too elusive, for they had failed to notice the substantial figure that had materialized behind them. Hey, weren't you just discussing me? Now that I stand before you, make your choice. Will you fight or flee? I have been waiting in this desolate desert for days for your arrival. Xingliu, feeling somewhat irked by their lack of response, found it absurd that he had journeyed so far only to be met with indifference. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate the weight of his fists, intending to deliver a crushing blow to each of them. Surely a delightful prospect. Hee, I have yet to experiment with this technique. I sincerely hope that neither of your heads bursts upon my gentle touch. As she spoke, Xingliu's right hand began to swell gradually. Although the inflation appeared slow, the size soon surpassed any description that could be applied to a mere clay pot. In just a brief moment, her hand had expanded to a magnitude sufficient to knock down the two individuals before her with a single punch. Initially, Deidara, still reeling from the situation, assumed the sudden darkness enveloping their surroundings was merely a trick of the sky. However, as Xingliu's fist approached, he finally sensed the impending danger. What the hell? How could the sky darken in the blink of an eye? No, Scorpion, get out of the way. Once he regained his composure, Deidara swiftly pushed the nearby Chio away, narrowly evading Xingliu's enormous fist. What are you doing? Chio, initially oblivious to the unfolding events, only realized the gravity of the situation when he saw the enormous fist covering the spot where they had been standing. He understood that Deidara had just saved him. Expressions of gratitude would not escape his lips. He would simply refrain from further pursuing the matter of being shoved moments earlier. Ah, yet another quintessential tsundere. Alas, a man-est tsundere nature hardly garners any favor. Indeed, no sooner had Chio made his declaration than Deidara, now quite disheveled, rose from the ground to voice his grievances. Damn it, no more of this nonsense. If I hadn't been trying to save that fool, I wouldn't have found myself in such a predicament. And now that imbecile dares to speak of accountability. If I ever rescue that fool again, I might as well be a dog. Coughing slightly, he hesitated to interrupt them, but felt compelled to remind them of the pressing matter at hand. You must choose. Will you fight me, or will you leave this place? As a mature individual, it is only natural to allow the other party to select their preferred course of action, is it not? Of course, whether they would acquiesce to this request was an entirely different matter. Scorpion, what are your thoughts? Deidara's foremost inclination was to escape, and he inquired of Chio merely to justify his own desire to flee. Returning to Akatsuki would certainly invite mockery. Chio felt exasperated by Deidara's inquiry, pondering. Come on, even a fool knows to run when faced with an unbeatable opponent. Are you really asking me this? Am I the fool, or are you? Yet, these thoughts would never escape Chio's lips in Deidara's presence, lest he be looked down upon. Thus, Chio made the most foolish decision of his brief existence. Humph, is that even a question? We are proud members of the S-rank rogue ninja organization, Akatsuki, and we shall never flee with our tails between our legs. Moreover, our adversary is merely a child. Why should we be so afraid? After the Scorpion of the Red Sand concluded his grandiose monologue, he turned away, leaving Deidara with an indomitable silhouette. He chuckled to himself, thinking that if the time came to discuss departure, he would possess a valid excuse. I have attempted to persuade my partner, yet he has chosen to leave, thus I must follow suit. He was certain that if questioned by the organization, he would articulate it just so. However, contrary to his expectations, when Scorpion anticipated Deidara would suggest leaving, he was met instead with words that took him by surprise. Since you have stated it thus, shall we not attempt to defeat our opponent? What? The ever-fearful Deidara actually expressed a desire to conquer such a formidable adversary? Was this truly the same Deidara he knew, who trembled at the thought of death? So, you have made your choice, I see. Although Xingliu already discerned their decision, he adhered to protocol and once more inquired of Deidara and Scorpion. Pray, tell me your choice. After exchanging glances, they perceived a shared determination, tinged with despair, within each other's eyes, and slowly articulated their decision. Our choice is as they spoke. They simultaneously distanced themselves from Xingliu, launching a barrage of reckless attacks toward him. Ah, so it is as I feared. I had hoped for a resolution through peaceful means. Upon witnessing an array of clay explosives and toxic gases hurtling towards him, Xingliu merely waved his hand gently, deflecting the incoming projectiles. You must have seen your leader employ this technique before, have you not? Xingliu remarked with a smile. By the heavens! The Rinnegan, Deidara, and Scorpion gasped in astonishment as they beheld the transformation of Xingliu's gaze, which was no longer the innocent eyes they had previously encountered. They had only witnessed the Rinnegan in their leader, and in their understanding, such eyes existed solely within him. Yet now, they beheld this anomaly in someone other than their leader. I admit, Qinglong, I might have spoken a tad too loudly earlier. Perhaps we should consider retreat? What a coincidence. I share your sentiment, yet I am uncertain if our adversary would permit our departure. Faced with the Rinnegan in Xingliu's eyes, Deidara and Scorpion surprisingly ceased their futile bickering over pride. After all, should they cling to their vanity, their very lives might be at stake. Scorpion, do you think if we were to express our willingness to leave now, our opponent would graciously allow us to depart? After witnessing Xingliu effortlessly thwart their assault, Deidara's previously despondent spirit began to stir once more. Though I perceive the likelihood of this outcome as rather slim, I shall nonetheless take a chance. Presently, the Scorpion of the Red Sand dares not voice any dissent. Had he not been so concerned with his pride earlier, they would have vacated this accursed desert long ago. Had they left sooner, there would be far fewer complications to contend with now. Thus, I shall embark on this endeavor. Given the current trajectory, death appears inevitable. It is perhaps wiser to gamble on the chance that their adversaries might spare them. Should fortune favor them, all would rejoice. Yet, even in failure, the result would amount to mere death. Consequently, after swallowing hard, Deidara raised both hands and, as he approached Xingliu, implored, might we engage in a more civil discussion? Oh, why the sudden cessation of hostilities? Upon observing Deidara's deliberate approach, Xingliu abandoned his earlier inclination to draw the two closer. Since the individual expressed a desire for dialogue, it was only fitting for a mature man to grant the opportunity for persuasion. After all, this rare moment of motivation should not be squandered. If after such a prolonged wait the outcome were merely a crushing defeat, it would have been wiser to eliminate them before they encroached upon the village's boundaries. However, experiencing a narrative akin to that of a powerful protagonist was rather delightful. In Xingliu's original world, such a scenario would be the epitome of aspiration, where one could effortlessly determine the fates of others. Indeed, who would not wish to embody the figures in novels or animations who wield such authority over life and death? If they had known that Shikaku possessed such an overwhelmingly formidable guardian, they would surely have refrained from venturing into this locale. While the mission assigned by the organization was of considerable importance, it was predicated on the absence of life-threatening dangers. These thoughts were merely Deidara's internal musings. Setting aside whether he could articulate such sentiments aloud, the mere fact that his life rested in another's hands necessitated caution in his words. Otherwise, should he inadvertently provoke displeasure, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Esteemed one, might you allow us to depart? We pledge never to tread upon the territories of Konoha or the Sand Village again, for surely, you do not wish to be at odds with our Akatsuki organization, do you? Alas, what did this proclamation truly signify? The moment Deidara uttered those words, regret washed over him. Did he truly adopt a tone of supplication? Those unaware of the situation might misinterpret his statement as an assertion of their advantage. Thus, upon hearing Deidara's words, Xingliu instinctively checked his ears, confirming he had not misheard. Without hesitation, he utilized the universal pull to ensnare the fleeing Scorpion of the Red Sand. Could I now consider you as eager to engage in a fierce confrontation with me? No, no, listen to my explanation. After a dramatic sigh reminiscent of a deliberate resignation, Deidara finally regained his usual tone. Would you believe me if I claimed that those words just now were not mine? Observing Deidara's earlier frantic demeanor, Xingliu could offer understanding. However, understanding aside, a confrontation was inevitable. Yet, there was room for some amusement. Thus, Xingliu first glanced at the furious Scorpion glaring at Deidara. Then recalled a question he once pondered. When two artists from opposing schools clash, who emerges victorious? Now was the perfect moment to discover the answer. Given that both parties were currently at odds with one another, a subtle nudge from him would surely ignite a brawl. So, the actor of unparalleled talent, Seiryu, took center stage once more. He moved back and forth between Deidara and Scorpion, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, how I wish to spare you both. Our leader has issued a direct order to eliminate you without mercy. Otherwise, I would have orchestrated a situation where you could discreetly depart. Initially, Deidara and Scorpion had harbored thoughts of mutual destruction upon hearing Seiriu's words. However, the sudden pause from the other made them realize there was a glimmer of hope. P.S. A typical case of being sold and still counting the money for the seller. Thus, the simpleton number 1, Scorpion, could no longer contain himself and inquired of Seiryu, "Esteemed one, is there a chance for us to turn this situation around? We would agree to anything you propose if it allows us to leave." Simpleton number 2, Deidara, indeed. Just reveal the conditions that would enable our departure, and we shall comply with whatever you demand. Upon witnessing the earnestness displayed by the two before him, Seiryu donned a look of feigned difficulty. Seeing this expression, Deidara and Scorpion assumed their sincerity had struck a chord with Seiryu. After exchanging glances, they resolved to exert further effort to compel his concession. Simpleton number 1, esteemed one, if you would permit our release, I would gladly offer you the 100 puppets I carry. Seeing Scorpion willing to part with his ace, Deidara, not wishing to be outdone, contemplated what he could contribute. It seemed he possessed nothing beyond clay. Just as he pondered over what gift might surpass Scorpion's offering, he suddenly remembered the map he had secretly drawn before leaving. Presenting that meticulously organized map would undoubtedly surpass the value of Scorpion's 100 puppets by leaps and bounds. Unexpectedly, the map that I impulsively created has manifested its value in such a manner. Thus, Deidara, the fool of the second degree, decisively opted for his own life over the organization. Master, compared to the inconsequential puppet scroll from Sasori, I possess something that will undoubtedly satisfy you. With this, Deidara raised an eyebrow at Seiryu. Oh, could it be that kind of item? Initially, Seiryu had no intention of accepting the puppet scroll offered by the Scorpion. But upon hearing Deidara mention his possession of something valuable, she questioned the necessity of those useless puppets. Was it that her own beloved Sakura was uncomfortable or unseemly? Therefore, those worthless puppets were better left for the solitary Sasori. Of course, Seiryu did not imply any malevolent intentions with the puppets. Rather, she sought to mock Sasori for creating so many to keep him company in his loneliness. However, based on her prior understanding of Sasori's character from the original world, she recognized him as merely a child in need of affection. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately exposed weaknesses in his battle against Chiyo and Sakura, leading to his defeat. Indeed, it is something that will please you. As Deidara spoke, he handed the scroll depicting the Akatsuki's map to Seiryu, while snatching the puppet-sealed scroll that Sasori had intended to give her and casting it to the ground. It's best not to burden the adults with this rubbish. Keep it for yourself to use at your leisure. Deidara first turned to mock Sasori, then shifted his gaze back to Seiryu with a sycophantic grin. My dear, this is a distribution map of our organization's current base, detailing not only the locations of various combat forces within, but also the mechanisms required for entry. I have meticulously marked everything on it. So, this so-called valuable item is merely this worthless thing? Seiryu gazed blankly at the crude map of the Akatsuki's distribution in her hands. Initially, she had thought that he was presenting her with something akin to a forbidden tome like Paradise of Affection, only to discover it was this piece of rubbish. Ahem, Deidara. You should keep this distribution map for yourself. What a joke. There are countless warehouses filled with these Akatsuki distribution maps in Minato's office. If they lack even such fundamental information, then the two undercover brothers Seiryu invested in are merely idle. If this shabby distribution map is what Deidara considers a valuable item, it pales in comparison to the earlier scroll Sasori offered her, which contained a plethora of useless items. However, upon glancing at the now visibly angrier Sasori, Seiryu realized that if he had previously only intended to give Deidara a good beating, his thoughts had now morphed into a desire to utterly obliterate him. To others, these puppets may merely appear as a collection of worthless scraps. However, for this unloved child, they have been cherished companions for many years. If someone were to belittle your beloved kin to mere insignificance, how would you respond? The very thought of not avenging such a slight would be an act of mercy on one's part. Xing Lu observed that the tension between the two individuals had reached a critical point, and now it was time for him to ignite the final spark. With the prowess of an award-winning actor, Xing Lu once again unleashed his unparalleled performance, determined to fan the flames of animosity that simmered within their hearts. Alas, while I have come to understand that the treasures you present me are mere figments of your self-importance, such offerings fall woefully short of compensating for the consequences I face for defying our leader's orders, he lamented with a shake of his head. As he spoke, Xing Lu discreetly monitored the expressions of Deidara and Sasori. Indeed, upon hearing that their gifts were insufficient, their heads drooped once more in disappointment. Yet, with the atmosphere primed, it was time to broach the matter at hand. If I could bring back one of you to our leader, surely I would not face punishment, would I? The expression Xing Lu wore resembled that of one grappling with an internal conflict. His once handsome visage now bore the creases of distress. His pearly teeth clenched tightly against his lip due to the weight of his decision. Seeing such a countenance, Deidara and Sasori could not possibly suspect that Xing Lu, who seemed so considerate, was merely orchestrating a ruse to provoke them into combat. Thus, after a pretense of reluctant negotiation, they commenced their artistic duel, the eternal against the ephemeral. Scarlet Flow, 8 waves of needles. C1 Clay Spider. As both sides engaged in a flurry of offensive and defensive maneuvers, the Tardigrade arrived, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro. What is happening here? Why are these members of the Akatsuki suddenly turning against each other? Temari, having just concluded her previous duties, was taken aback to witness the once unified Akatsuki members embroiled in conflict, while Xing Lu sat leisurely in a chair, casually snacking and observing the fierce clash. This spectacle nearly short-circuited her already limited intellect. If I am not mistaken, they have all fallen victim to teacher Xing Lu's illusion, she pondered. Although Gaara had never witnessed Xing Lu in action, he had diligently studied his capabilities during his tenure as the Kazekage. It was revealed to him that someone not of the Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan, a bloodline limit he had uncovered in his research on Xing Lu's abilities. The prospect of an instructor with powers far surpassing theirs, including the Sharingan, ensnaring them in an illusion to instigate conflict was, for Xing Lu, merely a trivial matter. When did I ever suggest that this could only be achieved through ninjutsu? Upon hearing Gaara and his companions engage in self-explanatory monologues, Xing Lu, seated comfortably with a snack, suddenly found the fruit in his hands to be less appealing. It seems that to ascend to the higher echelons of the village, one must possess an imaginative mind. My elder brother and sister-in-law already indulge in enough fanciful thoughts. Why do Gaara and his siblings, who have only just assumed the mantle of Kazekage, also revel in such flights of fancy? Observing Xing Lu's perplexed expression, Gaara and his companions believed they had misspoken, causing them to swallow their subsequent praises for one another. After all, they were the hopes of their entire village, and if their words displeased him, they would become the eternal scapegoats of the community. While Xing Lu had fallen silent once more, the battle between Deidara and Sasori raged on with fervor, even revealing their previously concealed trump cards. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Technique. C4 Karura. A fierce exchange of powerful techniques ensued, but apart from depleting each other's chakra, they had yet to land a single blow upon one another. Suddenly, an ant-shaped puppet emerged from behind Deidara. Qinglong, you've taken the bait. Puppet's secret technique, Black Ant. The puppet shot towards Deidara at an astonishing speed. Did you think all those years I spent partnering with you were in vain? Just as Sasori felt assured of his victory, Deidara burst into laughter. Huh. The very puppet that had just ensnared Deidara was instantly obliterated by the ensuing explosion. Clay clone? Indeed, an excellent escape tactic. Deidara was well accustomed to the sudden disappearances of his opponent. Had they not relied on such tricks, he would have perished countless times by now. So now that your Black Ant is no more, how do you intend to capture me? Perhaps due to the expiration of the concealment technique, Deidara reappeared not far from the explosion's epicenter. You didn't think I only had the Black Ant as my puppet, did you? With that, 2 more puppets, resembling a man and a woman, manifested around Sasori, said to be modeled after his parents from his youth. Would deploying them now not invite accusations of calling for parental intervention when unable to hold his own in battle? As anticipated, Deidara could not resist teasing Sasori upon sighting the 2 familiar puppets. I merely destroyed one of your puppets, Sasori. There's no need to summon your parents, is there? Are you planning to lodge a complaint against me, or hoping they might give me a severe reprimand? Once again, we are confronted by a loquacious and tiresome individual. The Red Sand Scorpion originally crafted these two puppets due to a prolonged absence of affection. Yet Deidara has absurdly interpreted this as a desire to lodge a complaint with the parents. Azure Dragon, your verbal prowess seems to be your only strong suit. I now wish to see if you possess the leisure to utter such drivel further. As Red Sand Scorpion spoke, several scrolls materialized before him, releasing a plume of smoke that revealed a few exquisitely crafted puppets. Was it truly the case that the third Kazekage fell at the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion? Gaara remarked upon the sudden appearance of one of the puppets. Well, since the deed is done, continuing to pursue this matter seems rather pointless. Upon hearing Gaara's sudden voice, Xing Lu promptly sought to comfort him. Should this artistic clash between titans be interrupted by others, all of his prior efforts to stoke the flames would be rendered futile. To prevent any outside interference in this duel, Xing Lu casually erected a barrier around them, ensuring that onlookers remained confined to observe the battle in silence. Gaara had never intended to meddle in the confrontation between Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion. After all, seizing such an opportunity for mutual destruction would be foolish. Returning to the puppets summoned by the Red Sand Scorpion, apart from one that belonged to the third Kazekage, the others appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Puppet Crow, Puppet Salamander, and my current puppet, Crimson Flow, shall now showcase their splendid performance. At some point, a young man with striking crimson hair appeared on the scene, manipulating the puppets with threads of chakra. Are you ready for the second round of battle? Goodness, does Scorpion truly wish to eliminate me? Deidara observed that aside from the final 100 puppets, even his usual disguise, Crimson Flow, had been deployed. Since you have treated me this way, it would be remiss of me to hold back. Initially, Deidara used but one hand to craft his clay bombs, but now he had engaged the other as well. This meant that from the moment he utilized both hands to create clay bombs, his production speed had effectively doubled. C2 Dragon, C3 number 18. With the acceleration of his clay bomb production, executing two distinct techniques became a mere trifle. Magnet Release, Iron Wall. In response to Deidara's frenzied assault, the Red Sand Scorpion effortlessly deflected these bombs using one of the third Kazekage's techniques. If this is the extent of your abilities, then you may find it challenging to withstand what is coming next. As he spoke, the third Kazekage, standing before the Scorpion, suddenly summoned thousands of arms from the talisman in his left hand, encircling Deidara with a heavy grip. Those arms, which surrounded him, suddenly released the venom concealed within. The technique known as Thousand Hands Manipulation was unleashed. Oh, ensnared by the intricate mechanisms of the Scorpion's puppet, Deidara found himself facing his gravest peril yet. Should he fail to extricate himself from this dire predicament, he would surely be methodically drained by the Scorpion. If such were the case, we might as well congratulate the Scorpion in advance for securing victory in this battle. Xingliu narrated this climactic confrontation as if broadcasting a live event, explaining the unfolding drama to the siblings Gaara and Temari beside him. Although Xingliu articulated his commentary with a tone of trepidation, he held no belief that Deidara would succumb so easily to the Scorpion's relentless grasp. It must be acknowledged that Deidara had yet to employ his ultimate technique of mutual destruction. Should he be compelled to resort to such a desperate measure, it would indeed signify the true essence of crisis. Returning to Deidara's perspective, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was encircled by the third Kazekage's hidden mechanisms. Yet he remained unfazed, even attempting to suppress the slight upturn of his lips that hinted at confidence. O Scorpion, do you truly believe that these trinkets can confine me? Moreover, how can you ascertain that what you have ensnared is indeed my true form? The Scorpion's tactical mindset did not escape Deidara's keen perception. He noted the underlying malice inherent in such stratagems. In the realm of their combat, the conventional skirmishes of ordinary individuals were insufficient to satiate their thirst for battle, leading some to incorporate psychological tactics into their confrontations. Presently, Deidara employed this very strategy to gauge the fortitude of their wills. However, to be candid, this tactic was more effective against those prone to overthinking. Had he faced simpletons or muscle-bound brutes, they would scarcely concern themselves with the possibility of hidden tricks. After all, the adage that sheer force can overcome any obstacle holds true. Returning to the Scorpion, while he may not embody the archetype of an overthinker, he nonetheless regarded Deidara's words with caution. It is well known that when it comes to conspiracy, Deidara's penchant for cunning and strategic development ranks him among the elite of the Akatsuki. It is no wonder he has consistently managed to escape unscathed even in the face of imminent defeat. Thus, the question arose, did this Deidara truly possess an unrevealed trump card? If he indeed held a legendary ace and successfully played it, would the Scorpion be able to withstand the outcome? What is the matter, Scorpion? Why have you fallen silent all of a sudden? Deidara taunted. A cautious expression etched across the Scorpion's visage. Have my words unnerved you? In this moment, it was undoubtedly Deidara who relished the unfolding scenario the most. As he seized the moment of hesitation from the Scorpion, he had already devised a plan to extricate himself from the entanglement of those probing appendages. Moreover, he could inflict some damage while the Scorpion still hesitated to act against him. Since you have abandoned your offensive, it is now my turn to strike. With those words, Deidara continuously molded clay with his chakra, causing the clay on the ground to gradually split into numerous diminutive spiders. C1 clay spiders. Although the individual power of these tiny arachnids was insufficient to obliterate the surrounding tendrils, what if there were hundreds or even thousands of them? With a sufficient quantity, their collective strength would undoubtedly compensate for their individual weaknesses. As Deidara spoke, the clay that had fallen to the ground had transformed into a legion of clay spiders. They began to disperse along the tendrils that hung down to the ground, positioning themselves on the branches nearby. If this is your final gambit, allow me to obliterate it first. With a commanding shout, the diminutive spiders scattered across the branches detonated in unison. The ensuing explosions dismantled the tendrils encircling Deidara. How about it, Scorpion? Now you possess no means to defeat me. Freed from his constraints, Deidara seized the opportunity to taunt the Scorpion before him. After all, had he not sought the insights to escape his predicament, he would certainly be the one facing defeat now. Upon witnessing Deidara's escape, the Scorpion, despite his foolishness, realized that the previous claims of reinforcements were mere tactics. With his last vestige of advantage squandered, the Scorpion was left with no choice but to unveil his ultimate technique. Indeed, I should not have overthought our battle, he mused, retrieving the scrolls that sealed his puppets from his robe. From this moment, I have no desire to converse further. Secret technique, 100 puppet manipulation. As he spoke, the Scorpion unleashed all of the puppets contained within his scrolls in one swift motion, each now tethered by fine strands of chakra. Though my limit is 100 puppets, I doubt this alone will suffice to defeat you, he declared, forcibly extending several of the chakra threads to control the previously summoned puppets. Come forth. Our final battle is about to commence. We shall finally ascertain whether it is eternity or mere moments. With that proclamation, the Scorpion commanded his 100 puppets to advance toward Deidara. Ha ha ha, you have finally summoned them. Have you? As the Scorpion's partner for so many years, Deidara was well aware that his last resort was no longer a secret. The 100 puppets, to him, merely served as materials to showcase his artistry. C2 Dragon. C3 number 18. Deidara ascended upon a colossal dragon fashioned from clay, and subsequently hurled a bomb resembling a humanoid figure downwards. As it descended, the clay-crafted figure continually enlarged, expanding from an initial radius of 10 centimeters to a formidable 30 centimeters. How splendid it would be if he could obliterate that wretched pervert in the process. Indeed, the primary aim of Deidara's grand-scale C3 bomb was not the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Throughout this confrontation, his true target had always been the aloof Xing Lu, who sat nearby, observing them as if they were mere performers. Such a bomb, even if it failed to annihilate you, should at the very least inflict some injury, right? Gazing at the slowly descending human bomb, this technique encapsulated the pinnacle of his chakra. Should this strike fail to wound his opponent, he might as well expend his remaining chakra for a self-detonation to entertain the onlookers. Of course, the thoughts swirling in Deidara's mind were beyond Xing Lu's comprehension. However, upon witnessing the enormous humanoid bomb plummeting from the sky, Xing Lu unhesitatingly utilized his Kemui to erase it from existence. I must ask, why create such a perilous contraption amidst a battle? If Deidara were to learn that his presumed lethal weapon, which he believed could inflict harm upon Xing Lu, had been effortlessly neutralized, he would undoubtedly resort to a final self-detonation in a bid to perish alongside his foe. Yet, such a scenario would only arise if Xing Lu allowed him the satisfaction of self-destruction. Otherwise, with Xing Lu wielding the Rinnegan in his left eye and the Sharingan in his right, it would be utterly absurd for Deidara to even consider self-detonation. Having lost the last vestige of a potential comeback when his bomb was instantaneously dispelled, he was left to ponder the nature of the perverse adversary he faced. He had a foreboding sense that even his final resort, the self-detonation, would be thwarted by his opponent. Otherwise, he would have detonated the moment number 18 vanished. Yet reality proved that Deidara's decision to withhold his self-detonation was wise, for he soon found himself ensnared within a distorted space, and in the next moment, he stood before Xing Lu on the ground. Why, dear Deidara, do you resort to such dangerous devices? What will you do if they harm others? Upon seeing Deidara, Xing Lu delivered a stern admonition, though its effect was decidedly minimal. Is this person deranged? Whether my bomb harms anyone is of no concern to me. Xing Lu's earnest attempt at educating Deidara bore no fruit, yet he remained unfazed by the lack of impact. Very well, I have discerned your capabilities through this battle. It is now time for you to conclude this engagement. Xing Liu first glanced at the slowly approaching scorpion before addressing Deidara before him. However, the words spoken by the latter resonated differently in Deidara's ears. Let this fleeting amusement come to an end. I am utterly fatigued by the incessant squabbling among this assembly of novices. With this thought, the desire within Deidara to perish alongside Xing Liu resurfaced once more. Yet his companions, including Gaara, had already taken the initiative to bind him with ropes. I advise you, young man, to refrain from acting rashly. Should you provoke that individual, the consequences will be far from trivial, Kankuro remarked quietly, drawing closer with a hint of sarcasm. If anyone were to suffer the brunt of Xing Liu's retaliation, it would undoubtedly be him. Previously, during the Chunin exams in the woodlands, Kankuro had been thoroughly bested by this perpetually smiling man. All he did was purchase the last bowl of ramen, and you cannot fathom the lengths to which that individual went in response. As Gaara and Temari heard Kankuro recount this tale for the first time, they perked up, eager to learn the ensuing events. Once Kankuro sensed that the atmosphere had been sufficiently charged, he cleared his throat and began to narrate the tale of Xing Liu's revenge. After I bought that last bowl of ramen, he had someone deliver ramen to our temporary residence in Konoha every single day. Initially, everyone thought the nature of Kankuro's fear of Xing Liu would reveal something truly dreadful. Yet, who would not welcome daily deliveries of food? How could one possibly harbor animosity towards such a person? Do not be hasty. I have yet to conclude my narrative. Kankuro anticipated the disdainful looks he would receive after the first half of his story, but if they could maintain such expressions after hearing the rest, that would be quite impressive. There is indeed more to this story that remains untold. And surely, you do not believe that I am merely frightened by something so trivial, do you? Kankuro, donning a peculiar expression, continued his unfinished tale. At first, like you, I was delighted by the daily deliveries of ramen. But that all changed on a certain day when I began to understand the extent of that man's methods. As Kankuro's words reached the ears of those around him, they could not help but swallow hard. What could have transpired to instill such terror in one who receives food daily from another? While Gaara and his comrades envisioned various dramatic scenarios, they finally heard Kankuro divulge the reason behind his profound fear. Have you ever experienced a day where every meal consists of the same dish? Eating the same thing for every meal? Isn't this rather commonplace for them? Especially during those financially strained times when having a single meal a day was considered a blessing from the heavens? Judging by your expressions, it is evident that you have likely experienced such a situation. As he spoke, Kanjiro shifted to another explanation to elucidate the matter. So, have you ever found yourself dining while someone nearby was intently watching you, insisting that you finish your meal within a specific time frame? Oh, such an odd practice has indeed eluded their experiences. Could it be that the individual employed this peculiar method as a form of retribution against Kanjiro? Truth be told, being observed while eating is tolerable. However, the real issue arises when the portions provided increase day by day, and the variety never repeats. This would undoubtedly cause discomfort, wouldn't it? After listening to Kanjuro's words, the group fell into contemplation. Surely, no one could be so trivial as to resort to such childish means of revenge to prank others. Nevertheless, their gazes involuntarily drifted toward the individual vigorously patting the shoulder of the scorpion. If it were indeed that person, it would not be surprising for them to engage in such mundane antics. Perhaps Xing Liu sensed that he was being discussed and turned to find several individuals, including Deidara, regarding him with peculiar expressions. Unable to endure such scrutiny any longer, Xing Liu approached them and exclaimed, Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything to you, have I? The very fact that he had yet to act was what made it all the more unsettling. If he were to actually take action, wouldn't they find themselves in dire straits? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. After all, offending the leader could lead to their own misfortune. To prevent Xingliu from spiraling deeper into unfounded thoughts, Gaara felt it was his duty to redirect the conversation. Xingliu-sensei, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Instead, we should focus on how to deal with these two members of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing Gaara's lead, Temari and Kanjiro echoed in agreement. Indeed, we have worked so hard to capture them. Now that they are in our grasp, we must determine how to handle them. Oh, I almost forgot about that. In truth, Xingliu had already conceived a plan for dealing with the two Akatsuki members. But his idea was so outlandish that he had yet to share it with anyone, including the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, if they were to learn of his thoughts, they would merely sigh in resignation and acquiesce. So, has Xingliu-sensei already devised a strategy for their disposal? Even though the incident involving Xingliu resulted in no significant loss of property for the villagers, and those afflicted by the poison from the scorpion of the red sand were healed by the medical ninjas, Gaara's animosity toward the two members of the Akatsuki was diminished, albeit slightly. Nevertheless, they were still to face the consequences of their actions. After some contemplation, Xingliu resolved to share his proposed course of action with Gaara and the others. What would your thoughts be if I suggested we release them? What? Xingliu-sensei, you must be jesting. Otherwise, you wouldn't be considering letting them go. Upon hearing Xingliu's suggestion, Gaara and his companions were incredulous. After all, how could a sane person simply release captives they had worked so hard to acquire? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xingliu had already devised a cunning plan and was indeed inclined to let the captives go. Believe me, I am not joking. I genuinely wish for them to depart unharmed, Xingliu said with a smile as he elaborated on his scheme. This notion had recently been inspired by a character in a certain series involving a death god, where all but the boss and Jin were undercover agents. Such a captivating premise was too intriguing for Xingliu to overlook. He pondered what kind of chemical reactions might occur if he adapted that model to the Akatsuki, where everyone, except for Uchiha Obito, would be an undercover agent. The mere thought was tantalizing. Gaara was uncertain whether this plan would genuinely entice him, but upon hearing it, he and his siblings exchanged bewildered glances. An all-undercover plan. A normal person would never conceive such an idea. However, could this scheme truly succeed? The three siblings looked at one another, each reflecting the doubt in their eyes. Perhaps, just perhaps, this audacious plan could indeed be realized by Xingliu. Xingliu-sensei, does the Hokage know about your plan? Gaara inwardly felt a burgeoning inclination to agree with Xingliu's proposal, but prudently sought to ascertain whether it had received the fourth Hokage's endorsement. You're asking if my older brother knows? I haven't yet disclosed this plan to him. I only conceived it not long ago, and by that time, he had already dispatched me here. In truth, Xingliu was being disingenuous. This plan was not a recent invention. 3 months prior, on a fateful day, Xingliu had accompanied the old man Danzo to negotiate with Uchiha Itachi. I never expected to have the chance to see you again, he remarked as a flock of crows emerged from the shadows, gradually coalescing into a human form. Hello. It has been quite some time, Uchiha Itachi. The last time we met was in Konoha, if I recall correctly, Xingliu said, placing the unconscious Danzo on the ground and smiling at the young man before him. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Your summons this time is surely not merely to inquire after my well-being, is it? Uchiha Itachi gazed at the elderly Danzo, discarded on the ground by Hashiryu, who bore with him something that stirred my heart. Indeed, my purpose for seeking you out is far from a simple greeting. As he spoke, Hashiryu cast the elderly Danzo before Uchiha Itachi. My intent in approaching you is to propose a transaction. The demeanor of Hashiryu had shifted entirely from the cheerful visage he had previously worn in Itachi's company to one of solemnity. For him, it was merely a change of expression. Do you truly believe that bringing Danzo before me would earn my acquiescence? Moreover, I have yet to hold you accountable for the matter concerning Sasuke. Why did you involve my brother in the Akatsuki? Is my role as an infiltrator not sufficient? At the moment Uchiha Itachi beheld Hashiryu ushering Danzo into his presence, he discerned that the latter was aware of the events of yore. This indicated that Hashiryu was among the few privy to the knowledge of Itachi's role as a covert operative dispatched by Konoha to infiltrate the Akatsuki. One might say that Itachi's devotion to his brother is truly commendable. unexpectedly confronted by the nemesis responsible for the annihilation of his clan. His foremost concern was not how to deal with this adversary, but rather to chastise Seiryu for incorporating his brother Sasuke into the organization. What would you do if I were to assert that one infiltrator is insufficient? Seiryu did not directly respond to Itachi's inquiry, but instead countered with a question of his own. How would I know what I might do? Should Sasuke also join the Akatsuki, I would not hesitate to prioritize his safety above all else. Itachi refrained from answering Seiriu's question directly. Instead, he subtly indicated that his brother's safety would take precedence, even if it conflicted with the mission bestowed upon him by Konoha. Seiryu had anticipated that Itachi would engage in an unconventional form of negotiation, yet he was taken aback that this peculiar approach involved his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Were there to be a contest for the title of the world's most devoted brother, should Itachi not be nominated, the accolade would certainly be shrouded in controversy. Very well. Let us lay our cards on the table. Seiryu grew weary of indulging in riddles with Itachi. Surely, there were more enjoyable pastimes, such as playing a few rounds of mahjong at the gambling house. My purpose for seeking you out is to discuss another scheme. With that, Seiryu unveiled his plan for an entire network of infiltrators to Itachi. The notion that Itachi would divulge this plan to the members of the Akatsuki is utterly nonsensical. Setting aside the fact that Sasuke has become akin to a disciple to him, Uchiha Itachi, the epitome of fraternal devotion, would never engage in actions that would jeopardize his brother's mentor. Furthermore, in this realm of ninjas, if we were to discuss loyalty to one's village, Uchiha Itachi's allegiance to Konoha undoubtedly ranks among the highest. Thus, the notion that he would betray Konoha and divulge intelligence to members of the Akatsuki is utterly inconceivable. Moreover, there exists a crucial point. It is highly improbable that anyone could contend with a person who possesses such extraordinary abilities. Should Uchiha Itachi ever contemplate a reckless action, he would likely meet his demise before any information about the village could be leaked. Indeed, one could say he would be reduced to mere ashes. Returning to the scheme of infiltrating the organization, Uchiha was initially taken aback by Shinryo's proposal. It was beyond comprehension that a plan could exist where everyone, save for the leader, would be an undercover agent. In this ninja world, anyone who joins an organization or village typically possesses a certain degree of loyalty. Therefore, the idea of embedding spies within other organizations or bribing one of their members, as suggested by Shinryo, is fundamentally implausible. Furthermore, the individuals tasked with gathering intelligence within those organizations are entrusted with this critical responsibility solely because the leader holds absolute confidence in them. Consequently, persuading such individuals to betray their own is nearly an impossible endeavor. Little Itachi, since I am able to articulate this plan, rest assured I possess the means to orchestrate it effectively. Now, all I require from you is to ascertain whether you are willing to assist me in this undertaking. For the plan to be executed successfully, not only must one possess formidable strength, but the internal arrangements are equally vital. Initially, Shinryo had considered assigning this task to Sasuke. Yet he quickly realized that, having just joined the Akatsuki, Sasuke would likely lack the opportunity to execute such a mission. Thus, he turned his thoughts to Uchiha Itachi, who had been a member of the Akatsuki for over a decade. This individual, despite his somewhat excessive attachment to his younger brother, far surpasses Sasuke in both experience and influence. Moreover, it is essential to note that Uchiha Itachi's intellect is exponentially superior to that of his brother, Sasuke. Otherwise, he would not have been able to maintain his undercover status within the Akatsuki for over 10 years without being discovered. Do you believe I have any room for negotiation? I am convinced that if I refuse your request, the very next moment you would erase my memories of this night, Uchiha Itachi remarked with a wry smile. Gazing at Shinryo, whose eyes had transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. It was not that he wished to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, but rather, he could not relinquish thoughts of his brother, Sasuke, who had been sent to the Akatsuki by Shinryo. Should he be eliminated here or fall victim to Shinryo's manipulation, he would be unable to ensure his brother's safety. If Sasuke were to be discovered by Uchiha Obito, Itachi did not believe that Shinryo, far removed in Konoha, could possibly learn of Sasuke's peril in a timely manner, even with the use of space-time ninjutsu. It would be implausible for him to predictably appear at Sasuke's side just as danger approached. In the interest of ensuring the safety of his younger brother, Itachi Uchiha reluctantly acquiesced to Shinryu's proposed plan. Hey, little Itachi, there's no need to be so pessimistic. The Akatsuki organization will soon become nothing more than a hollow shell, Xing Lu remarked, affectionately draping an arm around Itachi's shoulder. The decline of the Akatsuki began with the capture of Gaara. During Naruto and his companion's rescue mission, they suffered the loss of the formidable Sasori, and later, they lost the powerful Kisame while attempting to capture Killer Bee. Not to mention, the tragic fate of Itachi, who was ultimately defeated by his own brother. Truly, he embodies the epitome of a tragic brotherly bond within the Naruto saga. Thus, even if Xing Lu did not dismantle the Akatsuki, it would inevitably fade into irrelevance as the narrative progressed. However, Xing Lu was resolute in keeping the details of the Akatsuki's downfall from Itachi. Should the plot veer in an unforeseen direction, the one who held the script would have to rely solely on his strength. Therefore, he imparted only the necessary tasks to Itachi, ensuring that the storyline remained faithful to the original narrative while skillfully guiding its development. As long as the storyline progressed smoothly, Xing Lu, the man with the script, could effectively transform the Akatsuki into a subsidiary akin to a distillery, with all but the leader acting as double agents. Returning to the moment when Xing Lu captured Deidara and Sasori, it became clear that Pain, Nagato, originally intended to send a different team to capture Shikaku. It was unclear why, at the last moment, the artistic duo was dispatched instead. This decision was a result of Xing Lu's strategic foresight before departing. He had insisted that Itachi ensure this particular duo was assigned to the mission. Without their involvement, the operation would not have succeeded as smoothly. Speaking of undercover operations, it suddenly occurred to Xing Lu that he had yet to inquire whether the two individuals before him were willing to assist him in fulfilling a small wish. Ahem, Deidara and Sasori, if I could offer you a way for both of you to survive without fearing retribution from your organization, would you accept it? Xing Lu posed to the two Akatsuki members present. Initially, they might have entertained such a proposition. However, having recently been manipulated by Xing Lu, they were now filled with skepticism towards this man, who could ascertain the truth behind his current suggestion. If they were to be duped again without knowledge, they would prefer to meet their end at that very moment. Oh, come now, there's no need to be so fearful. I assure you, this time I speak the truth. Noticing their doubtful expressions, Xing Lu resolved to appeal to their sense of trust with sincerity. After 30 minutes, Deidara and the scorpion of the red sand lay on the ground, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they rolled about incessantly. Hee. Surely you wouldn't want these scrolls to be seen by others, would you? Just kill us. The two, recalling the various poses they had been compelled to adopt under Xingliu's manipulation, felt an overwhelming desire for death, one that had never felt so intense. Even during the relentless psychological torment they had just endured. Well, I trust you are now inclined to acquiesce to my request? Xingliu, with his Sharingan activated, waved the scrolls in his hand and smiled at the two sprawled on the ground. What options did Deidara and the scorpion have if they refused? They couldn't possibly allow the other party to disseminate the scrolls in their possession, setting aside the fact that they could not match their opponent in strength. They were now at a distinct disadvantage. If the scrolls in Xingliu's hands were exposed to the public, it would subject them to a different kind of demise, one of social death. Thus, under Xingliu's earnest invitation, the two ultimately agreed to his terms. However, unbeknownst to them, their mortifying moments, aside from being witnessed by Xingliu, were also observed by 3 bystanders. Had they remembered this fact, they would not have so readily conceded to Xingliu. As for the trio of onlookers, they initially could not comprehend why Xingliu had suddenly activated his Sharingan to hypnotize the two men. Yet, following a series of commands from him, they soon grasped his intent. They watched as Deidara and the scorpion, under Xingliu's orders, performed various actions that were utterly uncharacteristic of them, some of which were rather suggestive and even inappropriate for younger audiences. What now, brother? I suddenly find the sight of those two men getting cozy quite delightful, one remarked, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the scene where their faces were nearly touching. Among the siblings, it was undoubtedly Hanabi who was most affected by this visual. Although Deidara and the scorpion had been released from their trance not long ago, Hanabi, witnessing their continued rolling on the ground, could not help but conjure a rather risque narrative in her mind. Indeed, the appeal of such scenarios seems to thrive in every context. As Xingliu observed Hanabi, who was barely restraining her drool, he wondered whether this experience would influence her future married life with Shikamaru. Well, now that everything has been resolved, it is time for me to return home. After surveying the surroundings, which had been marred by the artist's fierce battle but were now restored by his efforts, Xingliu turned to the trio to announce his departure. Teacher Xingliu, do you have to leave so soon? Gaara felt compelled to urge him to stay, both out of gratitude and personal affection, as Xingliu had not only spared the village any loss, but had also saved his life. However, whether the other party will remain here is not something they ought to ponder. After all, they must diligently maintain their facade. Upon hearing Gaara's entreaty, Xingliu merely shook his head slightly. The mere thought of spending several days in such a dismal place made him quite uncomfortable. If he were to linger here any longer, he would rather return home. One must understand that the desert's midday and nighttime are two entirely different realms. When the sun rises, the heat is nearly unbearable. And once it sets, the chill is so severe that one can see their breath. Such relentless oscillation between sweltering summer and biting winter is perhaps best suited for the local inhabitants. For someone like him, a seasoned vagabond, it would be far more pleasant to return home and languish in the embrace of his soft, loving wife. Lord Xingliu, could you possibly share a copy of that painting for my appreciation? At this moment, the bashful Temari, who had been hesitant to speak, finally found her voice as Xingliu opened a portal to another dimension. Moreover, she immediately requested the very album of illustrations that Xingliu had just presented to Deidara and the others. No, absolutely not. Before Xingliu could respond, Deidara and Sasori, standing nearby, hastily intervened to thwart this unfinished transaction. What a preposterous notion. The embarrassment of having their humiliating moment witnessed by these individuals was already quite mortifying. Should they succeed in obtaining those artworks, they would be left with no recourse but to resign themselves to defeat. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Deidara and Sasori realized that if they allowed Temari to prevail, it would lead to a complete reversal of power dynamics. Thus, they could only offer Temari an apologetic expression, promising her that should any new albums arise, she would be the first to receive them, thereby concluding this matter. All right, if we do not depart soon, we shall miss dinner at home. With a wave of his hand, Xingliu stepped into the portal and vanished. Witnessing such a sudden disappearance from someone of his stature had become commonplace for Gaara and his companions. Over the past few days, aside from aiding Gaara in arranging the village's defenses and idly passing time in the conference room, Xingliu had spent most of his moments in the delightful company of his beloved wife. Therefore, it can be said that he did not regard the two unexpected members of the Akatsuki with any significant concern. Upon returning home, Xingliu transformed into an embodiment of vitality, a stark contrast to his demeanor in Sunagakure. However, just as he was about to surprise his cherished wife, he heard the delightful sounds of girlish laughter emanating from within the house. Sayaka, when do you think Big Brother will return? I don't know when he'll be back either. But he should return in a few minutes, right? After all, he has been punctual with dinner these past few days, Sayaka replied sweetly. Indeed. I have been married to Minato for many years, and I have never encountered a ninja who treats international missions so frivolously. A slightly more mature voice chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Sister-in-law, the truth is, Big Brother. All right, I understand that brat Xingliu would never act irresponsibly, so Sayaka, there is no need for you to fret. Jushe gazed upon the utterly adorable girl before her, perplexed as to what could possibly attract the younger one to Xinglu, compelling her to disregard her family's objections and insist on marrying that scoundrel. Truly, it is a stroke of fortune for that rascal to wed someone as delightful as you. Sister-in-law, it's not like that. In truth, my elder brother treats me exceptionally well. The girl, who had been flustered, suddenly radiated an aura of happiness, as if recalling a cherished memory. I had intended to marry my elder brother as well, but you got to him first. Xiao Zhao had indeed harbored thoughts of marrying Xinglu and had even hinted at her willingness to share him with Saki. Yet she was met with a stern rejection from him. It wasn't that Xiao Zhao lacked charm compared to Saki. Rather, Xinglu believed that such an arrangement would be profoundly unjust to both young women. Besides, he was not one to collect lovers indiscriminately. Sister, how can you still dwell on that matter? Saki, lost in nostalgia, felt a twinge of panic at her sister's mention of the incident. Despite being married to Xinglu, she still felt that her sister ought to be his wife, believing herself to be the foolish one unworthy of his affection due to her bashfulness. Honestly, sister, how can you still cling to your brother-in-law like that? It's quite unlike you. The sudden voice elicited varying reactions from the three individuals in the room. Elder brother, Saki exclaimed, surprised at the mention of their relationship, feeling as though it was an unfair advantage. Xing Lu entered through the door and greeted Zhou Xianai, who was seated on the sofa, before turning to the girl who looked at him with delight. I'm back. He embraced her tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Hee, welcome back, elder brother. Saki giggled, nestling against his solid chest, inhaling the familiar scent. Oh, you two are quite shameless, aren't you? How can you behave like this in front of your two elders? Though Xiao Zhao's words dripped with disdain, her expression was one of comfort. What? Is it wrong for us to express our longing for each other in our own home? After recharging his energy, Xing Lu gently released Saki from his grasp and began to banter with his sister-in-law. It's not that it's wrong. But did you not notice that we two elders are present? Xiao Zhao replied, casting a reproachful glance at him. And since you entered, you haven't even glanced at me. Xiao Zhao's words left Xing Lu momentarily speechless, as it was evident to anyone that he had been deliberately avoiding her gaze. All right, Xiao Zhao, don't be too hard on little Xing Lu, Zhou Xianai finally interjected, interrupting their playful quarrel. Originally, I intended to relish the sight of this callous man in a state of perplexity a while longer. However, since you, Sister Kushina, have expressed your thoughts, I shall let him be. With that, Xiao Zhao suddenly transformed her demeanor, beaming at the two individuals before her. The reason for my visit alongside Sister Kushina seems to pertain to you, Saki, doesn't it? Indeed, it does not. Could it be that you have come here for some pressing matter, sister? Upon hearing her sister's words, Saki tightened her grip on Hashiryu's clothing once more. Noticing Saki's apprehension, Xiao Zhao decided against prolonging the suspense and directly revealed the purpose of her visit. The reason I have come here is to share the news that I am to be wed in a few days. What? Everyone present, save for the already informed Kushina, gazed at Xiao Zhao in astonishment. This was particularly true for Hashiryu, who had recently believed that she still held a place in Xiao Zhao's affections. Had it truly been only a few days since they last met? How could someone suddenly emerge as a contender for marriage? I understand that this revelation may come as a shock to you. In truth, the other party was equally astonished when I made this decision. Xiao Zhao recalled the unexpected proposal she had received not long ago. In the midst of an ordinary day, an unremarkable individual proposed to an equally unremarkable girl, and she consented. Everything unfolded so naturally that she felt as if she were dreaming at that moment. What manner of person is my yet-to-be-seen brother-in-law? In her recollection, she had never witnessed her sister interacting with anyone other than the elder brother. How could it be that after merely a few days of not seeing her sister, a brother-in-law had suddenly appeared? He is just an ordinary villager, lacking the remarkable skills of the elder brother and the striking appearance he possesses. In every sense, he is an unremarkable person, so inconspicuous that one might fail to spot him on the street. Yet, he is someone with whom I can entrust my lifelong commitment. Xiao Zhao remarked with a smile at her sister. Does sister-in-law know about this matter? Hashiryu turned to Kushina, who was engrossed in the gossip, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Of course I am aware of this, for he sought me out prior to the proposal. Upon hearing Kushina's words, a profound question arose in Hashiryu's mind. He sought you out before proposing? But why? With me as the brother-in-law and Saki as his sister present. Would he approach you beforehand? Noticing the puzzled expressions on Hashiryu and Saki's faces, Kushina refrained from immediately explaining the reason and instead posed a curious question to Hashiryu. Do you know how the villagers refer to you? What relevance do the villagers' names for me hold in this matter? However, upon hearing Kushina pose this inquiry, Hoshiryu could not help but feel an intense curiosity about how the villagers perceived him. Consequently, he turned his head to the girl named Saki behind him, only to find her simply smiling and shaking her head, indicating her ignorance on the matter. The fact that Saki was equally uninformed only heightened Hoshiryu's intrigue regarding the villagers' opinions of him. Thus, he found himself returning to the woman before him, who was wearing a mischievous grin. So, what exactly do the villagers think of me? What relevance does this matter have with the fact that the fiancé of Xiao Zhao chose to approach someone unrelated like you, rather than the two of us directly involved? In truth, this situation bears no extraordinary significance. I merely happened to meet that individual and offered a bit of advice by chance. Besides, you and Saki hardly ever step outside your home. Where would that person even seek you both? Indeed, Kushina's words held truth. Saki's family was quite restrictive, seldom allowing the two sisters to venture out into the world. Their encounter with Hoshiryu at the casino was merely a serendipitous occasion during their first outing. The reason for their inability to meet Hoshiryu was even simpler. His current residence was surrounded by various ninjas stationed at the elite Konoha dormitories. While the individual in question was merely an ordinary person, utterly incapable of gaining entry. However, one could only ponder whether this person's fortune leaned towards the favorable or the unfavorable, though they could not meet Hoshiryu. They fortuitously stumbled upon Kushina in the marketplace while she was shopping for groceries. Initially, the individual was unaware of Kushina's connection to Hoshiryu and Saki, treating her merely as a friend with whom to share their inner turmoil. At that moment, Kushina did not realize that the female protagonist they spoke of was indeed Saki's sister. She simply offered quiet counsel to alleviate the other's worries. Thus, through this back-and-forth interaction, a marriage born of chance began to take shape. After Kushina elucidated this matter, Hoshiryu found himself at a loss for words. If his first encounter with Saki at the gambling den was already a stroke of luck, then what was the significance of this fated union? He had never imagined that someone could so thoroughly embody the concept of serendipity. Setting aside the sheer fortune of finding someone connected to the protagonist of his own story amidst the vast sea of humanity, one could question whether such countless strokes of luck could not be shared with others. Nevertheless, this situation was what it was. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Kushina still had something vital yet to disclose. Just as this thought crossed Hoshiryu's mind, he suddenly heard Kushina broach the very subject he was pondering. "Little Hoshiryu, do you not wish to know how the villagers currently perceive you? Tomorrow morning, you will know after wandering around the market." To be honest, Watergate felt quite gratified upon receiving such intelligence. After all, this salted fish, after languishing for so many years, finally accomplished something befitting his abilities. At that moment, Kushina suddenly wore a meaningful expression as she gazed at Hoshiryu. It was getting late, and as elders, we should not linger here as your light bulbs. Indeed, you should have seen the expression on the big brother's face when he returned. I have never witnessed anyone master the art of changing expressions with such swiftness. At that moment, the big brother's face was nothing short of spectacular. Hearing their teasing, even Hoshiryu's thick skin turned a shade of crimson. Thus, in the instant he raised his hand, the two elders who had been playfully mocking him were swiftly transported back home. Finally, tranquility enveloped the house, and Hoshiryu let out a deep sigh. I truly do not understand how they manage to engage in such endless conversations. It makes it quite challenging for someone like me, who struggles with social interactions, to contribute. If you consider yourself socially anxious, then what should I be called? Upon hearing Hoshiryu's words, Saki bestowed upon him a beautiful eye roll, encouraging him to ponder for himself. "Big brother, have you eaten? There's still hot pot prepared by us at home. Would you like to join?" Before Hoshiryu could respond, his stomach had already protested on his behalf. "I already know your answer," Saki said as she rose to enter the kitchen, gathering the necessary items for the hot pot. "You can take a shower first, and then come out for dinner." Speaking of showers, an immature thought suddenly surfaced in Hoshiryu's mind. He quietly approached Saki from behind and embraced her tightly. "What if we shower together and then prepare dinner together afterwards?" Upon hearing Hoshiryu's rather audacious suggestion, even Saki, despite her innocence, grasped his meaning. Thus, reluctantly, Saki allowed Hoshiryu to lead her into the bathroom for cleaning. This little girl's endurance remains as lacking as ever. Starting tomorrow, I must help her train diligently, or life will be quite arduous for her. Hoshiryu glanced at Saki, who had already fallen asleep on the bed, before quietly returning to the bathroom for a cold shower. When he eventually re-entered the room, considerable time had passed, and upon seeing Saki in his arms, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Meeting you during the most beautiful phase of my life is the greatest fortune of my existence." The next morning, Hoshiryu and the others awakened to hunger. After all, anyone who has not eaten all night and has engaged in prolonged activity would inevitably feel famished. Thus, Xing Lu and his companions, after a long absence, rose early. They selected some lighter ingredients from the hot pot they had intended to enjoy the previous night to prepare for breakfast, contemplating whether to indulge in a nap or engage in other activities afterward. After a short while, 2 bowls of steaming noodles were swiftly devoured. Ah, how delightful it felt! With a morsel of food in their bellies, their previously empty stomachs began to feel pleasantly full. "Big brother, what shall we do next?" After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Xiaochan inquired while drying her hands with a cloth, casting a glance at Xing Lu, who was languidly reclined on the sofa. "I am not quite sure what to do either," he replied. "Is there anything you wish to do, Xiaochan? Whatever you suggest. I shall gladly assist you." There was no deceit in Xing Lu's words. Had there not been an urgent matter, he would not have risen so early, especially not the day after completing a task. In the past, he would have slept the entire day away, only reluctantly emerging from slumber. However, now that he was a married man, it was inconceivable to spend an entire day in bed without purpose. This led to his inquiry about Xiaochan's plans. As if she had something in mind, he could simply accompany her without further thought. Xiaochan, drawn by his words, perched herself on his lap, pondering with her finger on her chin. I wonder if this counts as a plan? Didn't T-Sister Kushina suggest we visit the marketplace last night? Since we have risen early today, why not chance our luck there? Perhaps we might uncover some unexpected information. The more she contemplated, the more feasible the idea seemed, prompting her to hastily drag the still-seated Xing Lu back to change clothes for their outing. However, it appeared she had somewhat underestimated his shamelessness. After some dilly-dallying in the room, they finally stepped out of the house, Xing Lu holding the blushing Xiaochan's hand. It seems we have never walked hand in hand on the street like this before, she mused. Perhaps every woman possesses an innate talent for shopping, as Xiaochan appeared far more lively on the streets than at home. Indeed, it's just as you said. Xing Lu reflected on their previous outings, noting that Xiaochan's sister, Xiao Zhao, had always been by their side. This moment of holding hands was a first for them. With this realization, Xing Lu made a significant decision in his heart. All right, today we shall explore every nook and cranny of Konoha. Saying this, he led Xiaochan forward, eager to experience anything interesting they might encounter along the way. Finally rejuvenated, Xing Lu exclaimed after gulping down a large pot of cold tea. Feeling his previously parched throat finally cooled down. Why is it so hot today? It had just rained yesterday. After helping Hoshi Ryu wipe the sweat from his forehead, Saki picked up a cup of warm tea from the table and took small sips. I was initially planning to dominate the streets of Konoha with you. But now that the weather has suddenly turned sweltering, let us retreat indoors and engage in something meaningful instead. After uttering these words, Hoshi Ryu glanced at Saki with a knowing look. As if he sensed a change, she appeared far more enchanting than she had a month ago. Please, big brother. We've only just begun our outing, and we haven't completed our purpose for being out here. Upon hearing Hoshi Ryu's suggestion to return, Saki quickly seized his hand, playfully shaking it and pouting. She certainly did not wish to indulge in such activities under the glaring sun, for once they were done, she would be left sprawled in bed until the following morning. The thought caused her already flushed cheeks to redden further. Saki, why is your face so flushed? Is the heat getting to you? Hoshi Ryu reached out to touch Saki's forehead, discovering only a slight warmth, with no significant cause for concern. Nevertheless, to ensure her comfort, he led her into a nearby tavern to escape the heat. However, despite the establishment being labeled as a tavern, its interior bore little resemblance to one. Welcome. As they entered, a waitress approached them eagerly. Please, choose any available seat. However, the options for seating were limited, as the sweltering weather had driven most of the populace indoors to such establishments that offered refreshments. Moreover, perhaps due to the tavern's unique decor, its patronage was several times greater than that of other venues. Here is our menu. Should you wish to order, feel free to call for me, the waitress said, placing the menu and complimentary drinks on their table before attending to another group of customers. As Saki surveyed the bustling tavern, filled to capacity, she marveled. Wow, big brother. This tavern is quite impressive. I've never seen a tavern gather so many people, except perhaps for a gambling house. Isn't that to be expected? As a tavern encompassing two of the four major forms of entertainment, food and drink, it is an essential venue for leisure. Given the oppressive heat outside, it is entirely normal for passers-by to come in, seek refuge, and enjoy a drink. Wouldn't you agree? This delightful way of unwinding is merely an ordinary occurrence in the world from which Hoshi Ryu hails. One cannot expect to earn a mere few thousand while performing work worth several tens of thousands. If such a person truly exists, you must cherish them dearly, for individuals of this innate dedication are indeed rare. While Xing Liu and his companion expressed their sentiments, they ordered 2 beverages and 2 meals, prompting the waitress to take their order before they resumed listening to the mundane conversations around them. Topics range from the neighbors' recent litters of puppies to the village beauty's alleged infidelity. However, what intrigued Xing Liu and his companion the most was the sudden emergence of another shadowy figure in their hidden leaf village. What could this be? How had such information eluded them despite the shadowy figure's frequent appearances at the Hokage building? It was rumored that, apart from the illustrious 4th Hokage, there existed a clandestine figure operating in the shadows. Where did you hear such news? One inquired. You needn't seek out information. In this village, even a casual conversation would reveal such tidings. Tell me more about this shadowy figure. What kind of person are they? Why do they share a title akin to the Hokage? In truth, the title had not been self-propagated by the shadowy figure. It had inexplicably spread throughout the village over time. It was likely that even the shadowy figure was unaware of this moniker. Upon hearing this, I recalled someone mentioning that this shadowy figure might be the Hokage's brother. Yet, the accuracy of such information remained uncertain. It matters little whether it's true or not. After all, having another prominent figure like the Hokage to protect our village can only be advantageous, right? I recently heard that a neighboring village was attacked. Now, with both a visible and hidden protector, we should feel secure. Indeed, as you said, the addition of a shadowy figure to safeguard us should be a wonderful thing. In contrast to the cheerful laughter of Saki, Xingliu, after absorbing this conversation, felt compelled to scream internally. That old rogue Minato has once again ensnared me. Setting aside the vexing title of the aforementioned shadowy figure, who could the current Hokage's brother be, aside from himself? Furthermore, given the enormity of the situation within the village, if Minato had not sanctioned it, the information would not have spread so rapidly. The mere fact that a second person was aware indicated a lapse on the part of those gathering intelligence. He had sensed Kushina's suspicious demeanor the previous night, but he had not anticipated that this couple would orchestrate such a significant trap for him to fall into. Big brother, why has your face suddenly turned so red? Are you feeling a bit warm? Saki remarked, fanning him with the fan Xingliu had crafted earlier. My cheeks have flushed not due to the heat. He certainly cannot claim that I blushed because I was duped by that unscrupulous couple. If this incident were to reach the ears of Saki, she would undoubtedly find amusement in the plight of her two guests. Your orders have arrived, the waitress announced as she placed the items they had requested on the table. While Hashiryu engaged in conversation with Saki. Big brother, what did you order? Saki inquired, eyeing the skewers in Hashiryu's hand. Oh, Saki, have you never tasted barbecue? These dishes are among the quintessential pairings of summer alongside beer, Hashiryu replied, lifting a glass brimming with beer and taking a hearty gulp. These two are truly a match made in heaven, he exclaimed, savoring a skewer while downing another sip of beer, much to Saki's astonishment. Big brother, how can you indulge in alcohol during the day? Aren't we supposed to explore later? Saki remarked, somewhat exasperated by Hashiryu's carefree demeanor as he alternated between barbecue and beer. Oh, this little bit of beer won't intoxicate me. We shall still reign over the streets of Konoha. Half an hour later, the table was cluttered with an array of cups and bamboo skewers. And the previously boisterous Hashiryu now lay sprawled across the table, unconscious. What happened to our plans to conquer the streets of Konoha? How did you end up like this? Saki lamented, placing her hand on her forehead in resignation before calling several staff members to assist in transporting the inebriated Hashiryu back to their home. My head aches terribly. Hashiryu groaned, awakening in bed with a throbbing headache. Where am I? Wasn't I just drinking with Saki in the tavern? Why am I suddenly here? As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He realized he had awakened in a bed. Wait, I woke up in bed. Cautiously, Hashiryu lifted the covers only to discover that his clothes had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that someone had picked him up? That seemed unlikely. This was not the world he once knew. And wasn't Saki supposed to be by his side? Where was she? How could such a large presence simply vanish? Just as Hashiryu pondered these questions, the door to the room swung open, flooding the space with glaring light that forced him to shield his eyes. Our drunken feline has finally awakened. The identity of the newcomer remained obscured to Hashiryu, as the brightness prevented him from seeing clearly. However, he could ascertain that this individual did not harbor ill intentions. Otherwise, he would have sensed hostility. Excuse me. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the girl who was beside me? Since I cannot sense any hostility from the other party, it would be permissible to casually inquire about her, wouldn't it? What? Upon hearing Xing Lu's question, the individual standing at the door was evidently taken aback. After a brief pause, they chuckled and teased Xing Lu with a mocking tone, asking, Are you looking for that girl for some particular reason? Upon noticing that Xing Lu was searching for Saki, a rather immature thought crossed the individual's mind. They gazed at Xing Lu with a playful expression. Though Xing Lu was unaware, is there something you need from that girl? She is currently quite busy and unable to attend to you. Xing Lu felt an uncanny familiarity with this scenario. It resembled something out of a certain storyline. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of this village. It was utterly implausible that anyone would dare to touch his woman. Enough of your tricks. I stopped playing such games when I was 5. So, you had better summon that girl inside, or I might not want to find an unfamiliar corpse by the river tomorrow. In the face of Xing Lu's blatant threat, the person at the door exhibited no fear, but rather a sense of eager anticipation. Really? If I could indeed receive guidance from the legendary Lord of Shadows, it would be an honor, they remarked, and in an instant, their figure vanished from Xing Lu's sight, only to reappear behind him wielding a shuriken. Wow, you really intend to do this, don't you? At this moment, Xing Lu disregarded any concerns about his attire, rolling off the bed onto the floor before the other could make their next move. Have you no sense of martial ethics? Attacking a young man in his 20s? And on top of that, while I'm not even dressed. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction, Xing Lu hastily donned a pair of undergarments that had been lying nearby. Don't be shy. Your physique is nothing to be ashamed of, the individual remarked, scrutinizing Xing Lu, who was clad only in undergarments. I didn't expect you to have such a good figure after undressing. You seem to be so lethargic and inactive otherwise. Feeling the unabashed gaze of the other upon his body, Xing Lu quickly donned the remaining articles of clothing. Is it possible that such peculiar inclinations exist in this world as well? Cut the small talk. If this continues, I will gladly engage with you to the very end. Initially, Xing Lu was already vexed at being inexplicably assigned such an absurd title today, and now, with an individual in his room fixated on his appearance, even his good temper was beginning to fray. Thus, the person in front of him provided the perfect opportunity for him to vent his frustration. Today, it's either you on top or me on top. Prepare yourself. Spiraling. Just as Xing Lu was poised to unleash his S-rank ninjutsu, the sudden voice from the doorway distracted him. Hey, if I don't seize this excellent opportunity, I might not have the courage to do so when another chance arises. In the fleeting moment when Xing Liu was overwhelmed by the divine aspect, a figure suddenly materialized behind him, striking him unconscious. Who are you? Just as Xing Liu was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, he finally discerned the identity of the individual who had just confronted him. And then, there was nothing more. The man known as Lord Shadow succumbed to the ground, defeated and unwilling. When Xing Liu regained consciousness half an hour later, he found the room devoid of the assailant, save for himself and Saki-chan. Unlike the previous awakening, this time Xing Liu merely opened his eyes calmly, emitting not a single sound. Big brother, you're finally awake. I've heated dinner several times. Saki-chan's voice, sweet and endearing, resonated from the entrance. Upon hearing the voice he had longed for, Xing Liu snapped back to reality and swiftly threw off the covers, hurrying to Saki-chan, burying his head in her nurturing embrace. Ugh, Saki-chan, I am no longer pure. Initially bewildered by Xing Liu's sudden advance, Saki-chan paused upon hearing his words, before erupting into a melodious laughter akin to the chime of silver bells. Haha, big brother, are you truly distressed over such a trivial matter? What do you mean trivial? That woman had seen all of me, and in my most vulnerable state. Xing Liu lamented, growing increasingly aggrieved. Why must I have such a sister-in-law? The more he contemplated, the more he felt he ought to retaliate in kind. Well, it was merely Jazina who glimpsed your form. It's hardly a grave issue. Besides, you cannot very well return the favor by revealing her body. At this juncture, Xing Liu sensed an unfamiliar aura emanating from Saki-chan, and to his astonishment, it instilled a sense of trepidation within him, despite his extraordinary capabilities. How could this be? Isn't it customary for elders to see the bodies of their juniors? For the sake of self-preservation, Xing Liu resolved to change his course of action, but contemplated a different method of reprisal. That's good. Jazina was worried that you might seek vengeance upon awakening. However, since you've decided against it, she should feel at ease now. As she spoke, a woman with dark red hair emerged from behind the door. Haha, little Xing Liu. You've finally awakened. The woman with the flowing crimson locks was none other than Xing Liu's sister-in-law, Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the fourth Hokage. Indeed, I owe much of my restful slumber to you, sister-in-law, Xing Liu remarked, casting a sardonic glance at the woman at the threshold. Had it not been for that woman's subsequent actions, he would have been enjoying dinner at the dining table while flirting with Saki-chan. Moreover, it was the raucous woman who not only scrutinized her own body from head to toe, but also knocked herself unconscious from behind. Oh dear, Kiryu. I merely wish to ascertain whether your physique was developing normally. This is for the sake of your future happiness. Upon hearing Kiryu speak to her in such a brusque tone, Kushina did not scold him. Instead, she teased the two about their happiness. Kiryu gaped at the woman before him, bewildered. Could such words truly escape the lips of a woman? And what manner of adorable creature was the bashful Saki-chan, now nestled against his chest? Do not assume that discussing such matters is embarrassing. As someone who has traversed this path, I am merely imparting the advice of a senior. Kushina, however, remained oblivious to any potential impropriety in her words. Stop! Kiryu interjected before she could utter any more shocking statements, fearing that the charming creature in his arms might short-circuit from the overwhelming information. Dear sister-in-law, could you not exhibit a touch of ladylike decorum? I truly cannot fathom why my brother was ever attracted to such a fiery spirit. It seems that once a woman transforms into a lady driver, the vehicle simply cannot be halted. For years, Kiryu had believed himself to be a student who excelled in theory, even if practice eluded him. Yet, upon encountering Kushina, he realized that even with theoretical perfection, he could not compete with a seasoned veteran. Now that is an unjust remark, Kushina retorted, taken aback by Kiryu's sudden personal attack. Your brother is indeed fond of my spirited nature. Otherwise, how could Naruto have been born so swiftly? Given his father's rather stoic demeanor? Kushina's assertion held truth, although her initial intention for entering Konoha was to become the vessel for the Nine Tails. The indomitable little firecracker encountered the so-called genius, the Yellow Flash. A diligent mortal met with a striving genius. According to the narrative of a youthful idol drama, they were a quintessential couple. Moreover, it was through Minato's repeated acts of gallantry that their beautiful love story unfolded. All right. Let us set aside your romantic tales for the moment. There is a pressing question I have long wished to pose to you, and your answer will determine whether I shall impose any penalties upon you. The you in question, aside from Kushina, undoubtedly refers to Minato, who is currently working diligently within the Hokage office. If Kiryu did not clarify this matter, he would likely find himself sleepless this evening. In truth, the reason why Kushina did not leave earlier was precisely due to this matter. She surmised that after exploring the market, Seiryu and the others would undoubtedly inquire about it. I am aware that you wish to understand why we intend to mold you into a clandestine hero. However, in this tumultuous world of ninjas, a deified protector often serves to steady the restless hearts of the villagers, does it not? Furthermore, we have not been dishonest, have we? Subduing the Nine Tails, repelling members of the Akatsuki, and conquering Orochimaru, along with the recent rescue of the Sand Ninja Village. These are all your accomplishments, are they not? Therefore, do not question why Minato and I wish to present you as a heroic figure. This honor is rightfully yours. After all, a hero who has achieved so much should not be allowed to fade into obscurity. At this point, Kushina, who had initially worn a serious expression, instantly reverted to her usual playful demeanor. Of course, this is merely the public narrative. In reality, Minato has been so preoccupied with his duties that he has scarcely been home, while you have the luxury of lounging at home with your lovely wife. This hardly seems fair, does it? Thus, after some consideration, Minato and I decided that rather than allowing you to continue idling away your time at home, it would be more beneficial to actively seek out tasks for you to undertake. This not only lightens Minato's burden, but also provides you, a slothful individual, an opportunity for self-improvement. You see, your brother and sister-in-law care for you, don't they? After Seiryu vented his frustrations, he finally sighed in resignation. Encountering this couple was the only miscalculation of my life. Initially, when I traversed into this world and met Minato, I believed I could simply rely on him and enjoy a life of leisure. However, I did not anticipate that in this relationship, it would become a matter of who is truly supporting whom. Let us not forget that during Obito's ambush on Konoha, I saved the lives of Minato and his wife. And considering the series of strategies I orchestrated against the Akatsuki later, it is hardly accurate to say that I am merely clinging to Minato's coattails. Oh, do not say such things. Kushina chuckled as she patted Seiryu on the shoulder. You and Minato are sworn brothers, are you not? It is only natural for brothers to assist one another. Moreover, did we not also aid you in winning the heart of such a charming and lovely wife? I cannot deny that you played a part in that, but could you not have informed me beforehand about these decisions? And who exactly conceived the title of Shadow? Prior to marrying Saki, I faced opposition from her father, as my only notable merit at that time was saving the fourth Hokage. Over the years, I had merely been idling about the village, and the villagers had largely disregarded my heroic image. Thus, the question arises, What father would willingly marry off his precious daughter to a ne'er-do-well? If such a father truly exists, he must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards his daughter. The incident involving Saki required an immense effort on our part to persuade that stubborn old man. Upon hearing Hashiryu mention this matter, Kushina began to reminisce about the events from a few months ago when she and Minato visited the other family's residence. Had it not been for Minato's esteemed position as Hokage, I am certain we would have been unceremoniously turned away during our initial visit. Reflecting on this matter, Kushina felt a tinge of grievance. Aside from her childhood, she had never been cast out from anyone's home as an adult. If it weren't for that rascal Hashiryu's impending marriage, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Speaking of which, little Hashiryu, do you not owe both me and Minato a request? If I recall correctly, you once stated that we could make an unconditional request of you. Had I not reminisced about those past events, I might have completely forgotten that we possessed such leverage over Hashiryu. Is that so? I seem to have no recollection of it. Oh no, it appears that I did indeed promise that couple something. Seeing that they had not invoked this request for so long, I assumed they would simply forget about it. Yet, unexpectedly, they have suddenly recalled it. No, I must resolutely deny the existence of such an agreement. Otherwise, I dread to think of the dreadful demands they might impose upon me. Hee, I knew you would feign ignorance. It seems I was wise to have secured a written promise from you. With that, Kushina produced a scroll from her bosom, clearly inscribed with Hashiryu's unconditional pledge to Minato and Kushina on a specific date. What say you? Surely, you do not wish to appear untrustworthy before your beloved Saki? Kushina teased, waving the scroll. Blast it. I truly wish I could slap that past version of myself. Why did I leave such decisive evidence in the hands of Kushina and her husband? Without this scroll, my silver tongue would have surely extricated me from this inconsequential promise. So what is it that you wish me to do? Now that this matter had turned into a definitive agreement, Hashiryu had no choice but to accept, as he did not wish to be seen as unreliable in Saki's eyes. What should I have you do? Observing Hashiryu's newfound compliance, Kushina felt somewhat disoriented. Her desire to have him perform a task was a sudden impulse. When it came time to seriously consider what to ask of Hashiryu, she found herself at a loss. Surely, I cannot simply have him take over his husband's position as Hokage while they embark on a journey around the world, can I? That notion seems rather feasible. However, I cannot help but wonder how many would rise in opposition should this slothful individual assume the mantle of Hokage. Xing Lu observed the gradually twisted smile on Kushina's face, feeling that even betraying his word in front of Saki would be preferable to adhering to this so-called promise. Hey, although I did indeed agree to assist you unconditionally with a task, you wouldn't expect me to undertake something utterly impossible, would you? If that were the case, I would have the right to refuse your request, he asserted. Of course, even if I declined, it would be as though I had fulfilled it. This cunning strategy was something he had learned from his previous world. While such an approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, one cannot be expected to comply with every demand made by others, can they? If someone were to ask you to engage in actions that violate societal morals, would you comply? There exists such a method of deceit. Kushina, who had been contemplating what task to assign Xing Lu, quickly retracted her immature thoughts upon hearing his clarification. Otherwise, if Xing Lu were to simply declare his unwillingness to act, she would have wasted a perfectly good opportunity to command him. I will discuss it with Minato and get back to you afterward. Rather than racking my brain here for a way to prank Xing Lu, it would be better to brainstorm together when he returns home. That sounds reasonable. But it would be best to decide within this week, she replied. Otherwise, the opportunity will expire. The astute Xing Lu once again imposed a time constraint on the condition. And with only 2 days remaining until the week's end, it was unlikely that they would devise a method to prank him in such a short span. Kushina had already experienced Xing Lu's utter lack of scruples, so even with the sudden time limitation, her heart remained unperturbed. However, before departing, she felt compelled to make a quip. Little Xing Lu, has anyone ever told you that you can be quite the dog? With that, she turned on her heel and left Xing Lu's apartment, returning to her own home. Sometimes, you think I want to be a dog. It's this wretched world that forces me into such a role, Xing Lu sighed, closing the door behind him before heading to the kitchen to assist Saki in setting the dinner table. After finishing their meal, they took an evening stroll. Since Xing Lu's drunkenness earlier had thwarted their plans to conquer the streets of Konoha. Nevertheless, the post-dinner walk proved to be a delightful experience. Big brother, do you have any thoughts about girls like Kushina, who are mature and outgoing? Saki suddenly inquired of Xing Lu. Huh? Why do you ask me that all of a sudden? Xing Lu understood that Saki's question stemmed from being taken aback by Kushina's bold remarks earlier that evening. If your question is prompted by what Kushina mentioned tonight, there's no need for concern. After all, everyone possesses a personality that aligns with their own. Just like my interactions with the esteemed Watergate, do you believe that if I possessed a personality akin to his, you would still hold affection for me? The words of Xing Lu plunged Xiao Jian into deep contemplation. If the temperament of the fourth Hokage were to be infused into the character of my elder brother, would he not transform into a rigid and unyielding individual? She certainly did not desire such a fate. Hee. It seems I have already envisioned how Watergate's character might be reflected in my own persona. Upon noticing Xiao Jian's delicate face pale in realization, Xing Lu understood that she had already imagined the implications of such a scenario. Therefore, what if the character of Kushina were to be integrated into her own persona? The mere thought of embodying the personality of Sister Kushina evokes an image too delightful to fully contemplate. It appears you have discerned the answer, have you not? Well, I shall simply remain true to myself. If I were truly to adopt the temperament of Sister Kushina, I am certain I would find it unbearable. Xiao Jian declared resolutely to Xing Lu. Haha, it is precisely this earnest yet charming aspect of you that I adore. Seeing Xiao Jian's adorable demeanor, Xing Lu could not help but embrace this rare gem of a being before him tightly. The following morning, Xing Lu was roused from slumber by a cacophony of banging at the door. The door itself, along with its lock, was forcefully knocked to the ground. Why does the scene suddenly feel so out of place? Xing Lu remarked as he gazed at the fallen entrance. Wasn't this very door recently repaired at the behest of Watergate? How could it be toppled once more? And this time, the perpetrator was none other than... My sincerest apologies, dear Xing Lu. I momentarily lost control of my strength. Kushina chuckled awkwardly while rubbing the back of her head. Indeed, the culprits behind the door's destruction were the couple residing next door, the same individuals who had previously assisted in its repair. So, your prior efforts to mend my door were merely a prelude to today's mischievous act, were they? I had been peacefully nestled in bed, embracing Xiao Jian's soft form, only to be startled by an unexpected invasion. And this time, the intruders were none other than those who had previously aided me in my home repairs. Oh dear, it is merely a door after all. Were it not for the concern of disturbing you, I could easily arrange for a new one to be replaced every day, each distinct from the last. Observing the conversation spiraling further from the point, Xing Lu realized that if they continued down this path, it would become an endless exchange. Thus, in order to seize the opportunity to indulge in a brief return to slumber before the heat of the day set in, Xing Lu felt compelled to intervene in their ceaseless banter. I trust your visit today was not merely driven by a dissatisfaction with my door, seeking to topple it once more? If that were the case, you are welcome to do as you please with it. I must return to my slumber. With that, Xing Lu began to turn back towards his room to catch up on sleep. Hey, are you truly intending to return to your slumber? As Xing Liu prepared to return to his room, Kushina felt a sense of urgency. She had been tasked by her husband to ensure that the man before her made a trip to the Hokage building. Otherwise, what was the point of being here, when she could be cuddling her beloved wife instead of engaging in idle chatter? Observing Kushina's self-satisfied demeanor, Xing Liu could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Enough of this banter. I've come to fetch you at Minato's request to take you to the Hokage building. Despite feeling somewhat irritated by his earlier remarks, she could not deny the truth in his words. Why would he choose to ignore his adorable wife at home in favor of spending time with a woman he could neither consume nor cherish? Were it not for Minato's explicit orders, she would much prefer to remain in her room, delighting in the comforts provided by that rectangular box called an air conditioner, which Xing Liu had invented. Oh, what trouble has that infuriating brother of mine summoned me for now? I have yet to settle the score for being sent to that wretched sand ninja village on the day after my wedding, she thought, her frustration mounting. Just as she had returned and enjoyed a day of rest, he expected her to undertake another mission? At this point, Xing Liu's tone had escalated with agitation. He aspired to be the king of idlers, recently burdened with the absurd title of Shadow Lord. He found it utterly vexing that even a few days of respite were denied him. Did they truly expect him to function as an overworked cog in a machine? As Xing Liu's emotions surged, Kushina realized that Minato had undoubtedly stirred up trouble this time. After delivering her message, she hastily departed, unwilling to be embroiled in the conflict between the two men. After some time, the initially agitated Xing Liu gradually regained his composure. However, upon regaining his senses, he could only see the remains of his door lying obediently on the ground, while the instigator of this chaos had vanished. You may have left swiftly, but did you ever consider helping me reinstall this door? Xingliu stared in silence at the damaged door and its frame, and with a resigned sigh, he set about repairing it himself. Before he married Sakura, his home had little of significance to him. If something were stolen, it was of little consequence, as it held no value. However, things were different now. His home held something more precious than his own life, and he had to ensure its safety. After a thorough reconstruction of the original door, an epic-making aluminum door was installed in his home. Is this truly something I can bring into this world? Xingliu pondered, gazing at the familiar facade of his apartment, momentarily believing he had traversed back to his original world. Although such items are merely self-copied, they are certainly preferable to those wooden doors that are easily toppled to the ground. Gazing at the incongruous aluminum alloy door amidst the surrounding wooden ones, Xingliu chose to disregard it entirely. After all, these objects were solely for his own use. Even if that self-proclaimed deity wished to lecture him, it would hardly be severe. With this thought, Xingliu's previously anxious heart calmed considerably. However, he had forgotten about the groundbreaking appliances he had personally installed in the Watergate house. If that divine old man truly sought to hold him accountable, he might very well drown him in a deluge of words. Just as Xingliu pondered how to concoct an excuse to placate the old man, the door to his room swung open from the inside. A delicate girl, rubbing her eyes, slowly emerged. "Big brother, what are you mumbling about in here? Did I just hear Sister Kushina's voice?" Her languid voice emerged from Sakura's lips. Upon seeing the adorable figure before him, Xingliu's thoughts of the Watergate's orders and the old man's lectures were swiftly forgotten. He hurriedly embraced his soft and lovely wife tightly in his arms. "I'm sorry, did I wake you?" he asked, as he reveled in the softness of her presence, gently running his fingers through her lustrous hair. Sakura, squinting her eyes in enjoyment of the tender grooming, playfully nudged her fluffy head against his solid chest. "Are you still sleepy? If you are, shall we sleep a little longer?" Xingliu softly suggested to the charming creature in his embrace. I'm not particularly sleepy anymore. But if you insist on having me accompany you to sleep, I wouldn't mind," Sakura giggled. "Then what are we waiting for? I didn't get a good night's sleep after that door incident, so it's perfect for a little nap now." With that, Xingliu led Sakura back to the room for a cozy slumber. As for Kushina's earlier request to visit the Hokage building, he decided to attend to it after a refreshing rest. In the Hokage office of the Leaf Village, Minato was examining the intelligence returned by his subordinates. He was surprised to find that the Akatsuki members were still undeterred. Initially, Minato believed that merely hindering their efforts to collect tailed beasts would dissuade them. But to his astonishment, they not only persisted but intensified their actions. After rubbing the corners of his eyes, Minato suddenly recalled something and turned to his assistant beside him. "By the way, has Xingliu arrived?" Upon hearing his superior's inquiry, the assistant could only respond with a pained expression. "Lord Minato, you know his temperament all too well. If he were inclined to come, there would be no need for anyone to notify him, would there? Moreover, do you truly not know whether he wishes to come or not?" Speaking of the esteemed Lord Watergate's younger brother, she truly had never encountered someone who could live so unrestrainedly. This individual was so audacious that they outright refused tasks that Lord Watergate, as their elder brother, had assigned to them. "At first, I had assumed that this person was quite amiable," the assistant quietly remarked. In truth, Watergate was well aware that Xingliu could not possibly appear before him at that moment. Only those like them, the weary wage slaves, would be found toiling away in the office at such an early hour. How could his lethargic younger brother possibly show up now? Why is it that some individuals, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, choose to be so lackadaisical? Watergate felt a mixture of love and exasperation for his indolent brother. He cherished the fact that his brother often illuminated the right path for him during moments of confusion, yet he resented that once the correct direction was provided, his brother would promptly revert to a state of idleness, leaving all subsequent arrangements to him alone. Well, I must admit, I am also uncertain about what this esteemed individual is thinking. Why not ask him directly? The assistant glanced awkwardly at the young man standing at the door. What could be more disconcerting than speaking ill of someone only to find that they were smiling and listening? If I had the chance to inquire, I certainly would not choose to ask you. Moreover, when I left home, I had asked Kushina to summon him here, yet he has yet to arrive. How then am I to pose my questions? Watergate, oblivious to the assistant's desperate gestures, continued to lament his languid younger brother. "Oh, so, is this the kind of person I am in your eyes, dear brother?" Watergate suddenly heard a very familiar voice, but upon reconsideration, he realized that it was impossible for that person to be here. Xiaojing, did I just hear the voice of that insufferable brat Xingliu? Watergate turned once more to his assistant, yet he was well aware that this rascal could not possibly be present. The assistant first glanced at the young man standing at the door, then at his boss, who was muttering to himself, and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Why must the playful banter between these two esteemed individuals involve me, the mere worker? The other had been standing at the door for quite some time, yet his boss refused to even glance in their direction. "Ah, I am so weary. May this world swiftly come to an end. Since you have said that, dear brother, I shall return home to continue my slumber," Xingliu remarked nonchalantly. "Had it not been for Saki's persistent urging to come here, I would never have returned. Furthermore, after coming here, I must endure you speaking ill of me. Thus, I might as well go home and cuddle with Saki for another nap." Wait. Even if Watergate could not believe that Xingliu was standing before him, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the only person bold enough to speak to him in such a manner, aside from his wife, was this insufferable brat. What are we waiting for? I no longer wish to wait. As Xingliu spoke, a distorted space suddenly materialized before him. He turned his head to glance at Minato, who was seated at his desk. "You should handle your own matters. After all, I am merely a slothful fish. Farewell." As Xingliu prepared to step into the warped dimension, Minato disregarded any semblance of decorum and leapt forward, executing a slide tackle toward Xingliu. "I told you to wait," he exclaimed. Startled by Minato's unexpected action, Xingliu found himself unable to react in time. With a thud, he ended up sprawled atop Minato, and the two remained in this peculiar position. "Wow, I had no idea that Lord Minato and Lord Xingliu shared such a relationship," a nearby assistant mused. "No wonder Lord Minato speaks of Lord Xingliu with such a tone of a jilted lover. It turns out he has been lamenting how indifferent Lord Xingliu has been." The assistant, witnessing this delightful tableau, found herself unconcerned with their previous quarrels. After all, she had seen a spectacle that sufficiently compensated her fragile heart. Dwelling on past grievances would surely invite misfortune. Returning to Xingliu and Minato, the two remained in a state of shock for several minutes before finally regaining their senses. Xingliu, with a sudden burst, leapt off Minato and retreated to a corner, contemplating the absurdity of his situation. He had just been astride a man, his own foster brother, no less. What in the world? I did not traverse into a romance novel. Why must the old man subject me to this? In contrast to Xingliu's turmoil, Minato seemed entirely unfazed by the incident. Upon seeing Xingliu rise from his position, he calmly stood up as well and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "I presume you've had your fun. It's time we address some serious matters," Minato said, casting a knowing glance at Xingliu, who was now crouched on the ground, drawing circles in the dirt. "Is it truly necessary for your mood to shift so dramatically over two men tumbling to the ground? In our world, such physical contact is hardly unusual. Please, do not speak. Allow me a moment to collect myself," Xingliu replied, still haunted by the recent encounter. He felt an overwhelming urge to return home to seek solace with his wife, believing that would be the remedy he needed. Although he intended to glance back at Minato, the earlier scene rendered him incapable of meeting Minato's gaze directly for the time being. Thus, Xingliu could only turn his back to Watergate and utter words that made him desire to smash the other's head. "I understand you have matters to discuss with me, but you will have to hold it in. I do not wish to see you right now. Farewell, my foolish elder brother." With that, Xingliu opened a portal and departed from Watergate's office. Who am I? Where am I now? What am I to do? Observing the sudden disappearance of Xingliu, Watergate could not help but pose these profound questions to himself. Just moments ago, he had a sizable sardine before him. Yet now this sardine had vanished after declaring its intent to run away from home. "Do you know what that fellow came here for?" Watergate turned to his assistant, bewildered. It seemed he had not done anything particularly egregious to that individual. He had merely expressed a few complaints to his assistant. A common occurrence, one might say. So why did Xingliu suddenly decide to leave? Noticing the distress on his boss's face, the assistant realized that if he did not provide an answer soon, this man would incessantly ponder the matter. Thus, he steeled himself to explain to his employer the reason behind Xingliu's abrupt departure. "Lord Watergate, I actually know why Lord Xingliu left so suddenly." The assistant's unexpected remark instantly caught Watergate's attention, pulling him from his reverie. He swiftly approached his assistant, placing his hands on the assistant's shoulders and exclaiming with fervor, "Quickly, elucidate to me why that brat left so abruptly. Was my earlier disparagement truly so hurtful to him?" As he felt his boss's fervent grip on his shoulders, the assistant silently prayed that Lady Kushina would not witness this scene. Otherwise, his position would surely be in jeopardy. "Well, I thought you were in a hurry to summon Xing Lu due to some pressing matter. Yet, I did not expect you to have the leisure to tease your assistant." The assistant mused internally. Indeed, the only thing that humans pray for seems to be the avoidance of undesirable situations. Just as he finished his silent prayer for Kushina not to appear at that moment, she unexpectedly materialized at the office door. "What? Was I not able to satisfy you last night? I did not realize you had the energy to jest with your assistant." Kushina sauntered towards Watergate's desk, gazing at her husband. It seemed she had always held back her perceptions of him. Otherwise, he would not possess the capacity to tease his assistant. Seeing that the current situation exceeded his mental processing capacity, Watergate could only maintain his stance, wide-eyed, as he beheld his wife's sudden appearance. "Lord Hokage, you are quite bold. I cannot believe you dare to flirt with your assistant in my presence." Kushina gazed with a bemused expression at the pair of talented individuals before her, contemplating her own sense of redundancy in this scenario. Observing the escalating chaos, the young assistant recognized that if she did not act promptly, she might find herself in a position of no return. Therefore, in an effort to vindicate her own integrity, she swiftly shook off her boss's hands resting on her shoulders and calmly approached her employer to elucidate the reason behind such an intimate gesture. "So, the turmoil surrounding Minato was instigated by that young rascal, Seiryu?" Kushina cast a skeptical glance at the immobile Minato, and if what the assistant claimed was indeed true, her belief was already more than 80% solidified. After all, within the confines of Konoha, only she and that impudent boy could provoke Minato to such a state. No one else possessed the capacity to breach his defenses, let alone rouse him to the point of embarrassment. You wonder if his son Naruto could evoke such a reaction? Pray tell, what parent would ever feel embarrassed by their own child? If such were the case, one might as well give the child a good thrashing. One round may not suffice, so perhaps two would do, as long as one indulges in whatever brings them joy. Of course, one must exercise restraint when dealing with children. Otherwise, the subsequent task of coaxing them back would be 100-fold more troublesome. Upon witnessing her employer's temper subside, the assistant finally exhaled in relief, believing that tomorrow's grim discovery in the river might well be reduced by one body. But what of the source of this commotion? The young Seiryu himself? Why had she not spotted him? Kushina had been diligently searching for him ever since the assistant mentioned his arrival at the office. Yet no trace of the boy could be found despite her thorough search. If you seek Lord Seiryu, you might find him at his home. As he returned there shortly before your arrival due to a trivial matter, the assistant informed her, recounting the incident where Seiryu had knocked Minato to the ground, nearly leading to a kiss. However, instead of chastising her husband upon hearing this rather delightful mishap, Kushina approached him with a serious demeanor, saying, "Next time such an eye-catching scene occurs, you must be sure to inform me. Otherwise, I shall miss out on a splendid scoop." Yet, Kushina merely indulged in playful banter. Should Minato truly find himself in such a predicament, the individual responsible for the mishap would likely be sent flying to another planet. Did Seiryu mention when he would arrive? She had inadvertently damaged their front door earlier. If he planned to come over, it would be an opportune moment to have someone assist in repairing it. At this juncture, one might ponder why Kushina herself did not undertake the task of fixing the door. Really, when has one ever witnessed a delicate lady such as herself engage in carpentry? Her expertise lay in opening doors, not mending them, specifically, the kind that opens one's mind. I am uncertain when Lord Xingliu will arrive. He merely left a remark about returning home to properly heal with his wife before departing. It's hardly surprising that the assistant provided a somewhat ambiguous answer to Kushina, as she was merely relaying what Xingliu had previously conveyed. Thus, it seems that they will require a considerable time, perhaps even a fierce battle, before they can make their way here. As someone who has experienced similar situations, Kushina is well aware of the implications behind Xingliu's words. Ultimately, it alludes to a spirited game of chutes and ladders between a man and a woman. With this thought in mind, Kushina settled down on the sofa designated for guests to pass the time. During this period, various pieces of intelligence flooded back to Minato from across the globe. After a while, he managed to process the information within his mind and returned to a state of normalcy. However, once he regained his composure, he found himself once again engulfed in the relentless tide of unresolved matters. Eventually, upon witnessing the two individuals at his desk frantically sorting through the newly arrived intelligence reports, Kushina set aside the captivating novel she had been engrossed in and decided to assist them. Thus, the trio in Minato's office spent the entire morning diligently addressing the affairs at hand, until shortly after noon when Xingliu emerged from the distorted space alongside his wife. "Wow, have you stirred up quite the hornet's nest?" he exclaimed, noticing the overwhelming number of scrolls that had accumulated in the office within just a few hours. Originally, Xingliu intended to bring Saki over to the Hokage building to join Kushina and the others for some leisure, but given the circumstances, it was evident that they lacked the time for such diversions. "Hey, you arrived just in time. These scrolls are all you're doing," Minato remarked, tossing one of the scrolls he had been holding toward Xingliu. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xingliu sidestepped to avoid the makeshift projectile and picked up the scroll that had been tossed his way. "Do you realize how dangerous it is to throw things around carelessly?" However, Minato, preoccupied and unable to spare even a moment for a reaction, retorted, "Cut the chatter. You'd best take a look at that scroll in your hands. This is genuinely my first encounter with such a situation." "What do you mean? Since you claim it's your first time, why are you asking me?" Although Xingliu voiced his skepticism, he dutifully unrolled the scroll he held. "Oh, it merely states that all members of the Akatsuki are mobilizing to attack the village hidden in the clouds. Is that really anything significant?" All members mobilized. Initially, Xingliu had assumed that the information concerning the Akatsuki's assault on the village hidden in the clouds pertained only to Sasuke's small team. To his astonishment, he learned that the entire organization was converging on such a modest target. "I must ask, is this intelligence accurate? Surely, our intelligence department has made an error. While the village hidden in the clouds is fortified by the Eight Tails and the Raikage, it seems implausible that the Akatsuki could rally all their members for an assault on such a minor village." According to Xingliu's understanding of the Akatsuki organization, they would typically dispatch no more than a duo for their missions. However, why have they now mobilized their entire force? Initially, I suspected a miscalculation from our intelligence department, but after receiving reports from our undercover agent embedded within the Akatsuki, I discovered that the information was consistent with previous reports. Watergate opened the drawer of his desk and handed the topmost note to Xingliu. "All personnel, Eight Tails," exclaimed Xingliu in astonishment. "What on earth is Nagato thinking? They haven't even recovered Shikaku from the Sand Village yet, so why are they suddenly targeting the Bull Demon of the Rain Village? What are your thoughts on this matter?" Watergate set aside some less significant scrolls and turned his serious gaze towards Xingliu, hoping he could provide a general direction as he had in the past. "To be candid, I never anticipated such a sudden move from the Akatsuki. They have always operated in pairs for their missions. This unexpected action from the Akatsuki has truly caught Xingliu off guard. Over the years, he had believed that he, the master of the script, could manipulate everyone in this world at will. Yet, the Akatsuki's full-scale mobilization has made him realize that events have deviated from the original script. Upon seeing Xiaojing by his side, Xingliu found renewed resolve. Since the situation has veered away from the original narrative, it is imperative that he regain control over its direction rather than lamenting his fate. Unlike his earlier carefree demeanor, Xingliu now wore a rare serious expression as he looked at Watergate. "Has the intelligence indicated that the Akatsuki has indeed commenced their operations?" "Not yet. But based on my extensive understanding of the Akatsuki over the years, they are likely to take action within the next few days." This was the second time Watergate had witnessed such a serious expression from Xingliu, the first being that night, when he proposed embedding an undercover agent within the Akatsuki. It seemed that the young man was finally beginning to take matters seriously. Watergate observed Xingliu intently studying the intelligence reports on the Akatsuki laid out on the table. Clearly, the organization's sudden mobilization had finally instilled a sense of pressure in him. "So, we have a few days to strategize, correct?" Xingliu's sudden inquiry startled Watergate, who had been lost in thought. "I mean, we do have a few days to plan, right?" "Yes, that's correct." "Very well then. I shall return in a couple of days. It's already time for dinner." Watergate watched as Xingliu, who had only been there for less than 30 minutes, departed. He had thought that the young man might have turned over a new leaf, but it seemed he remained as lackadaisical as ever. "Dear, let's trust that rascal. After all, his contradictory nature is nothing new. I dare say he has already begun devising a plan." As one of the few who have witnessed Hashiryu display a moment of vulnerability, Kushina holds a unique perspective on such matters. After all, Hashiryu embodies the quintessential tsundere personality. It is entirely possible that she could merely express a desire to return home for dinner, only to swiftly embark on an investigation the moment she turns away. Upon hearing Kushina's remarks, Minato could no longer maintain his previously stoic demeanor. As he turned to face Kushina, a beaming smile replaced his serious expression as he embraced her. Hee, wasn't I just trying to align my expression with what I should have shown when I saw Hashiryu leave? Besides, I've witnessed her moments of fragility as well. After all these years spent with that troublesome kid, how could I not understand the essence of who she truly is? Kushina gazed at the man before her, speechless, uncertain whether to commend his immaturity or not. Truly, Hashiryu is fortunate to have a brother like you. I know. Having a little sister like Hashiryu is one of the greatest blessings of my life, Minato replied, a smirk dancing on his lips as he looked at Kushina, seemingly inviting her to inquire why it was merely one of the greatest. However, as a mature woman, Kushina would not grant Minato the opportunity to flaunt his charm. Rolling her eyes with a playful disdain, she wriggled free from his embrace and returned to her scrolls. Such a vexing little kitten, Minato chuckled, shaking his head before resuming his seat to peruse the unfinished scrolls. The light-hearted exchange in the office remained unbeknownst to Hashiryu, but if he were to discover it, he would merely sigh at the cunning nature of this couple. Meanwhile, Hashiryu and Saki strolled through the bustling market, filled with the sounds of merchants calling out. As they selected their dinner for the evening, after a prolonged silence, Saki finally could no longer contain her thoughts and asked, "Big brother, are you truly planning to ignore this matter?" Taken aback by Saki's inquiry, Hashiryu paused before turning to the girl beside him with a smile. "So, do you believe I should intervene in this situation?" "Well, to be honest, I am quite reluctant to have you leave me for such an extended period again. However, if your involvement could save more villagers from the Rain Shinobi village, I would prefer it if you took action. Yet, I also fear for your safety during this endeavor." "It's quite distressing," Saki admitted, a troubled expression crossing her face as she lowered her gaze. "What if I can assure you that I will remain unscathed during this mission? Would you then allow me to participate?" Hashiryu's intense gaze fixated on the girl, whose head was bowed in worry, revealing a look she had never seen from him before. His eyes seemed capable of melting hearts, a gaze even more captivating than when he had proposed to her. "Big brother, that's truly unfair. If you look at me with such an expression, how could I possibly find it in my heart to refuse you?" Saki sighed and adopted a resigned expression as she regarded Hashiryu. "Hasten your return, for I am well aware that if I were to decline your request, you would stealthily slip away without my knowledge, would you not? Hee, you are indeed my most cherished girl. I am astounded that you have seen through my ulterior motives." In truth, Xinglu had contemplated the notion of sneaking out in the dead of night. Yet he soon realized that such an act would surely cause sorrow to the one he holds dear. Thus, this idea was swiftly dismissed. Yet, a failed scheme gave rise to another. Suddenly, Xinglu recalled how the future Naruto employed shadow clones to accomplish tasks that required his presence elsewhere. Naturally, he meant to send a clone to investigate the reasons behind the Akatsuki's sudden upheaval, while he himself would remain here, keeping company with his beloved. However, now that Saki-chan had consented to his investigation, his priority was to ensure a swift and safe return. "Do refrain from that gloomy gaze. It is the one thing I cannot bear. If I were to insist on your company, you might later resent me for it," Saki-chan teased with a playful wink. "Hee, you know I am the type to repay grievances without delay. Thus, I shan't harbor any resentment. At most, I might just prevent you from rising the following day," Xinglu remarked, casting a knowing glance at her. "How outrageous. If you truly dare to treat me thus, do not expect to lay a finger on me afterward," Saki-chan exclaimed, her face flushed as she playfully swatted Xinglu. Yet, to him, her gentle strike felt more akin to a mere tickle. Nevertheless, the cunning Xinglu would never forsake such a splendid opportunity to strengthen their bond. As he theatrically clutched the spot where Saki-chan had struck him, he lamented, "Alas, your blow has left me grievously injured." Seeing his exaggerated display, Saki-chan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She approached and lightly tugged at his calf, retorting, "If you genuinely wish to perform, could you at least take it seriously? I distinctly struck your other side, yet you are now clutching the wrong place." Have I grasped the incorrect area?" Xinglu feigned surprise, continuing his lament in a different direction. "Oh, my hand. Saki-chan found herself at a loss for words regarding this man before her. Just moments ago, he had been perfectly fine, yet now he was transformed into a comical figure. Moreover, oh, what are those two little lovebirds over there up to? Mama, that brother seems to be crying. Shoo, do not stare at them. That brother and sister are merely playfully teasing one another. Saki-chan thought that she ought to refrain from accompanying this man in the future, lest he embarrass her further. Well, I shall take my leave now. After a hearty meal, Xing Lu stepped outside, ready to embark on his journey. Off you go, swiftly and safely return. With a hint of irritation, Saki addressed the man before her. Currently, she was adorned in an outfit that starkly contrasted with the season. Her normally alabaster complexion inexplicably flushed with a rosy hue, and her bright, expressive eyes had become unusually moist. But what if I suddenly don't wish to go? Seiryu gazed at his petite wife standing at the door, feeling an unforeseen reluctance to part from her. Could it be that he had not eaten enough? Or was it merely her overwhelming charm that held him back? No, you mustn't. Upon hearing Seiriu's sudden declaration of disinterest in their outing, Saki's anxiety began to mount. Heaven knows what she had just endured. They had been enjoying their meal at the table when, inexplicably, they found themselves retreating into the room. By the time they re-emerged, the sky had darkened significantly. However, you cannot hesitate. You are our Konoha's shadow master, destined to save our village. Do you understand? Saki proclaimed with a weighty tone directed at the man before her. Seiryu, with a forlorn expression, replied, but the sky has already turned dark. Perhaps we should venture out tomorrow instead? What difference does it make to you whether it is dark or light? Saki saw through Seiriu's cunning plan to linger and engage in mischief. For someone like him, adept in space ninjutsu, the time of day held little significance, particularly since he was headed to the sand village, from which he had only recently returned. The back and forth of time was merely a matter of seconds. With a stroke of luck, he could return home that very night. Thus, Saki's initial worries dissipated, replaced by an urgency for Seiryu to depart. Very well, very well. Some women, once sated, forget those they cherish, he lamented, as he hummed an odd tune while distorting space behind him. He stole a glance back at Saki, whose cheeks were now a deeper shade of crimson, and upon noticing her clenched fists brimming with frustration, he smiled and said, "Wait for my return. We shall continue our unfinished business." With that, Seiryu plunged into the warped space, having discerned that Saki, usually gentle and kind, was now poised to hurl her shoes in his direction. Saki chuckled, shaking her head in exasperation at the vanishing figure of Seiryu. What a love-hate relationship it was with this brotherly figure. After all, she had ensured that he was thoroughly satisfied, both materially and spiritually. If he were to follow through on his promise upon his return, she would surely find herself unable to rise from bed the next day. Not long after Saki had entered her room, Kushina stealthily descended from the rooftop. These two young ones are rather frequent in their encounters, aren't they? At this rate, my little nephew may soon make his entrance, Kushina mused to herself at the door. However, if I were to have a child, perhaps that rascal Xing Lu could mature a little, right? Otherwise, what kind of esteemed ninja from Konoha would he be, spending his days wallowing in idleness? Speaking of which, Kushina cast her gaze upon the aluminum alloy door before her. I wonder what Minato meant by asking me to come protect Sakura. Even if the Akatsuki organization is formidable, they could hardly invade the village and forcibly abduct someone, could they? This question had no one around to answer her, only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. I hope such an event does not transpire. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what that insufferable boy might do. After saying this, Kushina glanced once more at the aluminum alloy door and then vanished in a flash. In the spot where Kushina had just disappeared, a masked man emerged from seemingly nowhere. Has he already formed attachments? The masked man surveyed the door of unknown material before him. If I were to take away someone dear to you, you would surely understand the anguish of losing a beloved, wouldn't you? With that, the masked man strode through the aluminum door, and when he reappeared, he cradled a sleeping girl in his arms. Feel the fury. Savor the regret. Anyone who dares to obstruct my creation of a world with Rin shall be eliminated. The masked man proclaimed dramatically, as if caught in a fit of youthful fervor. Just as he reveled in this imperial sensation, an overripe egg suddenly soared from a nearby dwelling, hurling itself at him while shouting, "Are you insane? What time is it? Don't you have work tomorrow?" As the egg hurtled closer, the masked man found himself contemplating an unusual question. Was he being attacked by an egg? And by a mere civilian devoid of any chakra? Foolish human, do you know who it is you just targeted? At that moment, a warped space emerged before him, redirecting the egg's trajectory towards the one who had just shouted, "What the?" After wiping the egg residue from his face, the man unleashed a torrent of expletives at the masked figure, cursing with abandon, encompassing everything he knew and did not know. Is this the futile outcry of a powerless human? To think that upon my return to Konoha, I would be greeted not by my mentor, nor by the man who obstructs my path, but by this incompetent fool. The masked man sneered at the person inside the house. It seems that in light of the world I am about to create, it is time to rid myself of such individuals. For if Rin were to return and witness this, she would surely blame me. With that thought, a void-like black hole appeared above the house, and in an instant, the entire structure vanished without a trace. Foolish humans do not deserve to remain in this world, wouldn't you agree? Lin. What the masked man remained unaware of was that not far behind him, a man wearing sunglasses was observing him in a rather peculiar manner. Was this the very individual who had nearly caused the demise of Lord Hokage and his beloved spouse several years prior? He appeared no different. Save for a hint of adolescent rebellion, the sunglasses-clad figure mused, reflecting on the information relayed by the insects. "Oh, it seems you hold a different opinion of me." Suddenly, a voice both familiar and foreign echoed from behind the man in sunglasses. The masked man, due to the insects encircling him, the sunglasses-wearing man had gained a premature awareness of the identity of the voice's owner. He beheld the masked man, who cradled a girl in his arms, materializing silently behind him. The title of masked man. How many years had it been since I last heard it? The masked man seemed lost in reminiscence, lifting his gaze toward the pitch-black sky. Yet, I still believe it would be better to revert to my original name. What say you, my dear teacher? With a swift movement, Minato leapt down from the rooftop, holding Kushina firmly. Obito, why do you remain so obstinately deluded? No matter how much you harm others, you cannot resurrect Lin. Minato gazed at his former pupil, perplexed by the dark magic that had ensnared him, leading him to unleash calamities merely to bring one person back to life. Is that how you truly feel, teacher? Obito inquired, turning his attention to an inconspicuous corner. And what of you, Kakashi? You witnessed Lin perish before your eyes. Do you share your teacher's sentiment? Do you believe I should not attempt to resurrect her? As soon as Obito finished speaking, a silver-haired man emerged from the shadows. Obito, it has been a long time. Indeed, it had been a considerable duration. The last encounter had occurred at the Kanabi Bridge. Obito gazed at the man who had once been entrusted with the care of his beloved, realizing with sorrow that the girl they both wished to protect had vanished. Kakashi, I ask you once more, will you stand before me in opposition, or beside me to forge a world in which Lin exists? Obito looked at his former friend, reluctant to consider him an adversary, yet compelled to make a choice for the future of the ninja world. Is that so? It seems you two will stand against me. Obito's tone suddenly took on a shade of melancholy. If Lin were to learn that former companions had become foes, she would undoubtedly be furious. However, for the sake of my dreams, such trials are perhaps unavoidable, he thought, casting a glance at the girl nestled in his arms before turning his gaze back to Minato and the others. Inform that man. If he wishes to avoid losing his most cherished woman as I have, he should bring Shikaku and the Nine Tails to the Lightning Village to find me. After speaking, Obito turned without looking back and walked towards the distorted space behind him. Oh, since you've mentioned coming to find me, why not linger a little longer? Just as Obito was about to enter the distorted space, another distorted space suddenly materialized behind him. However, unlike you, I will not fail to protect my beloved woman. As he spoke, the girl he had been holding, Sakura, inexplicably found herself in Xingliu's hands. See, only the inept would unleash their impotent rage here. Obito shifted the woman he had been cradling, only to discover that she had returned to the other's embrace. Universal pull. I trust you've witnessed this move employed by Pain, correct? With that, Xingliu dismissed the incompetent figure before her and gently cupped Sakura's face with her hand. You truly give me cause for concern. Just earlier, you advised me to be cautious, yet here you are, almost abducted by that delusional fool. Perhaps it was the sound of Xingliu's murmurs that roused Sakura from her slumber. After a moment of confusion, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon surveying her surroundings, panic struck her. Hadn't she just been asleep in her room? How had she suddenly arrived in this strange place? You little fool. How is it that you opened your eyes without even noticing me? Xingliu found herself both exasperated and amused by Sakura's bewilderment. right in front of her. Yet she seemed instinctively oblivious to her presence. It was hard to decide whether to commend her for her protective instincts or simply shake her head in disbelief. Hearing the familiar voice, Sakura finally directed her attention back to the figure before her. Upon recognizing her older brother's visage, she realized she had been cradled in his arms without knowing when it had happened. Big brother, didn't you just leave? Why are you suddenly back here? And why have you brought me to this unfamiliar place? Clearly, this little fool still did not grasp the situation at hand. However, she was a fool he had nurtured. A little foolishness was acceptable, as he would keep a watchful eye on her from now on. I will explain this to you later. For now, go play with your sister Kushina. As he noticed the approaching couple, Minato and Kushina, Xingliu decided to entrust his little fool into their care. Once Xingliu set her back on the ground, Sakura hurriedly walked over to Kushina, linking her arm with hers. Satisfied that Sakura was safe for the moment, Xingliu returned his attention to the scowling Obito, who looked utterly enraged. My friend afflicted with the Chinibyu, I had initially intended to pay you a personal visit. Yet here you are, arriving at my door unbidden. As he spoke, Xingliu's expression gradually darkened, and he coldly addressed his companion. I had hoped to engage you in a game of spirits, but it seems you have provoked someone far beyond your capacity to confront. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise? At the moment he uttered these words, those surrounding him, including Minato, were suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented chill emanating from Xingliu, one so profound it rendered them nearly speechless. Yet, how could the man known as Uchiha Obito, now deemed a madman, refrain from further courting danger after receiving such a harsh ultimatum? Marvelous, truly marvelous. The murderous intent radiating from you stirs the very essence of my being. Uchiha Obito exclaimed with a deranged, almost euphoric laughter, his gaze fixated upon the increasingly disdainful expression of Xingliu. It appears you are beginning to comprehend the anguish of losing Rin. Is this the kind of twisted delight that your Akatsuki members derive? Xingliu retorted, contemplating the likes of Deidara, who incessantly detonated explosives, and Sasori, who transformed corpses into puppets. Then there was Obito, whose perverse excitement blossomed from witnessing others' anger. Regret coursed through him as he pondered why he had entangled himself with this cross-generational criminal organization composed of such deranged individuals. Turning to Minato, whose incredulous expression mirrored his own disbelief at the transformation of his former disciple, Xingliu mused on the bewilderment they both felt. His gaze then shifted to Kakashi, who had been stealthily observing from a distance. However, as soon as Xingliu's eyes fell upon him, Kakashi had vanished, perhaps wishing to feign ignorance and escape the situation. Yet, considering his own position, he too would likely flee if faced with a former friend now so drastically changed. It would be all too easy to act as though they had never crossed paths this night. My dear brother. I leave the matter of your disciple in your capable hands. I have no desire to remain in the company of that deranged individual for even a second longer, Xingliu remarked, brushing against Minato. What are you saying? He orchestrated this entire affair to draw you out. Minato replied, his demeanor resolute, as if refusing to forgive Obito unless he imparted a thorough lesson. Moreover, he nearly abducted your dearest girl. Are you truly willing to let him off the hook? Yet, Xingliu interjected, no more excuses. You must take action today. Minato leaned closer to Xingliu, gesturing toward the direction of Sakura, who was animatedly whispering to Kushina, her vibrant spirit seemingly untouched by the earlier chaos. Had the abduction been successful, you would never again behold that girl who perpetually wore a smile. After attending the extracurricular guidance from Mizunome, Xingliu's heart simmered with indignation. However, as time passed, he regarded Mizunome, who had fervently urged him to confront the adversary, with a look of bewilderment. Truly, this exemplified the virtues of a benevolent teacher and a dutiful disciple. A disciple who, but a few years prior, nearly caused the demise of his esteemed teacher and his wife. And a teacher who incessantly encouraged others to discipline his own students. Such a tale, if recounted in future generations, would undoubtedly be hailed as a remarkable narrative. How do you feel, dear brother? Is there an overwhelming desire within you to deliver a sound thrashing to that individual? Mizunome remarked. If that is indeed the case, do not hesitate to act. As your teacher, witnessing my students being reprimanded by others pains me deeply. However, it was the adversary who provoked you first. Thus, I cannot, under any circumstance, show favoritism toward my own student. The righteousness with which Mizunome spoke almost elicited laughter from Xingliu. Should anyone dare to claim that the fourth Hokage, Mizuno, was devoid of mirth, he would vehemently contest such a notion. Look at that individual's selective interpretation and those reluctant, pleading eyes. This time, without Mizuno's presence, the Oscar for Best Actor in Hollywood would have remained unobserved by Seiryu. Indeed, if the award were to be bestowed upon another, it would surely be a sign of conspiracy. The kind of performance he delivered, one that seemed like a facade of innocence yet was anything but, could not possibly be replicated by seasoned actors entrenched in the industry for decades. Thus, how could Seiryu, the Silver Horse Emperor, permit his dear brother to perform solo? Enough of this, brother. I am aware of the turmoil within your heart. And these words are spoken only after careful consideration, Seiryu said, donning an expression of understanding as he patted Mizuno's shoulder. I shall grant your student a reprieve this time. He has traveled far from his home. Should his colleagues learn that he returned empty-handed and faced a stern reprimand from his teacher, he would surely lose face among them. Having spent considerable time with Seiryu, Mizuno understood the thoughts swirling in his mind. He merely wished to instruct that insolent boy, a task far lighter than the life-threatening predicament they had faced. Yet, this troublesome younger brother continued to prattle on, fully aware of Mizuno's intentions but reluctant to act. Were it not for his own constraints, Mizuno would hardly require the assistance of that insufferable brat. Nonetheless, Mizuno's inability to act was a temporary state, for soon Uchiha Obito would present demands that would be quite difficult to refuse. I never imagined my once formidable teacher, Mizuno, would grow old. I had initially plotted to ensnare you and Uzumaki Kushina, yet here you are, maintaining your composure in the presence of a student who once sought your demise. I find myself perplexed, uncertain whether to navigate this situation with ease or to feel overwhelmed. Were I in your position, I would have undoubtedly unleashed a spiraling sphere upon my opponent at the very moment our eyes met. Just as Uchiha Obito had finished his statement, he sensed a sudden surge of violent wind-based chakra emanating from behind him. Perhaps you are indeed correct. After delivering a spiraling sphere, one feels an undeniable sense of relief. Minato gazed upon Uchiha Obito, now embedded into the ground, and he was astonished to encounter a request of such nature throughout his lengthy existence. However, as the teacher, it is only fitting to indulge this peculiar preference of his pupil. Isn't it ironic, my friend? Just moments ago, you were adamantly advising me to teach him a lesson, yet now you find yourself in the fray? Upon hearing Shinryu's words, Minato glanced at the subdued Uchiha Obito beneath his foot. Initially taken aback, he hastily lifted his foot and stepped back before casting a wary glance at his younger brother. You didn't witness anything just now, did you? Shinryu was utterly speechless at Minato's attempts to feign ignorance. After all, he had committed the act. How could he dare utter such words? Is there truly a person like this? Yet, Uchiha Obito indeed deserved a good beating. It was unheard of for someone to request such an experience. What do you mean by seeing nothing? Did you not engage in any actions? Observing Shinryu's blatant dishonesty, the two women behind him covered their eyes in disbelief. Truly, one could say that these brothers' shamelessness rivals that of the highest ranks. It was absurd for such a large man to claim he saw nothing when he had clearly acted. While these two brothers engaged in their banter, Uchiha Obito, still dazed on the ground, gradually regained his senses. Upon rising, he spotted Minato attempting to evade accountability not far behind him and found himself at a loss for words. He could chastise him for striking, yet it was baffling that someone with such formidable combat prowess would resort to such underhanded tactics and attempt a sneak attack from behind. I never anticipated that after only a few years apart, my teacher would resort to such base tactics, Uchiha Obito scoffed. Base tactics? If what he did was lowly, then your earlier actions of abducting innocent women must be deemed acceptable. Minato yearned to unravel the thoughts of his former pupil, questioning whether his mind was solely filled with double standards. Thus, confronted with Uchiha Obito's blatant hypocrisy, Shinryu decided to administer a lesson. I have heard that your Uchiha clan's Sharingan can see through all illusions. However, I find that hard to believe. How about this? If you can pierce the illusion I have set, I will allow you to leave unscathed. What say you? The right eye of Shinryu has ceased to be the Rinnegan. Now it bears the inscription of the number 1, emanating a violet flame. Do you truly believe you can prevent my departure? As he spoke, that familiar distorted space appeared once more behind Uchiha Obito. It was merely my carelessness that allowed you to rescue that woman. Next time, fortune will not favor you. Farewell. foolish souls who wish to impede the arrival of a new world. Just as Uchiha Obito intended to step into the distorted space, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Did I ever imply that I would permit you to leave? You have unjustly inflicted emotional harm upon my beloved, and yet you dare to seek escape? The characters in Xingliu's right eye transformed into the number 6, and within it burned the violet flames. The battle-hardened Uchiha Obito sensed something amiss and quickly activated his Sharingan to assess his condition, discovering no physical ailment, thus realizing the man before him had manipulated the situation. What have you done to me? Why is it that despite my body exhibiting no abnormalities, I remain immobile? Uchiha Obito shouted towards Xingliu. What could be the reason? Xingliu slowly approached Obito, removing the mask from his face. Indeed, you appear more handsome this way, he remarked, gently caressing the void where Obito's left eye once was. Do I look grotesque? A person who should have perished long ago still stands before you. Uchiha Obito spoke with a hint of despondency. Not at all. The truth is that all of this is part of Uchiha Madara's scheme, including the reasons behind your rescue and the orchestrated sight of your beloved's demise. All of it is merely that man's conspiracy. Thus, Xingliu succinctly unraveled the plot of Uchiha Madara, who was once renowned alongside Senju Hashirama, to the unfortunate man before him, even delving into aspects long buried in the annals of history. Initially, Uchiha Obito thought this man, named Xingliu, was merely speculating without basis, yet as the narrative unfolded, he began to sense numerous inconsistencies. Are all of Madara's actions aimed at ultimately dominating this ninja world? Were our exposures the result of his hidden manipulations? Uchiha Obito gazed incredulously at the man before him. Despite being significantly younger, how could he possess such detailed knowledge, surpassing even my own as the involved party? Has he somehow gained an advantage? Were Xingliu to grasp Obito's thoughts, he would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. After all, he is acutely aware of his nature as a man wielding external enhancements. Allowing him to remain would undoubtedly yield endless troubles in the future. However, this is merely a jest in this world. Whether one resorts to such enhancements is of no consequence to others. His principle is clear. If one does not provoke him, he shall not retaliate. But should one cross him, they will surely face dire consequences. Moreover, when have you ever witnessed a lethargic fish moving about incessantly? Unless, of course, the adversary directly confronts you. Even if you dominate the entire ninja realm, he would merely sit back and applaud. While it may not be an absolute certainty, it is at least 70% likely that this little old man harbors ambitions of conquering the ninja world. Xingliu spread his hands in resignation. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, all present inhaled sharply. Even Minato was hearing this for the first time. He had always presumed that their only foe was the Akatsuki organization. Yet to his astonishment, the true mastermind was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had co-founded the Hidden Leaf Village alongside the first Hokage. After revealing this shocking information, Xingliu turned his attention back to the Uchiha Obito he had under his control. Would you prefer to assist an indirect enemy in unifying the ninja world? Or would you choose to turn back to safer shores? Indeed, he had now comprehended the entirety of the situation. Should he aid the very person who nearly brought about his demise and feigned concern for his own salvation, or should he retreat to safer grounds? Not long ago, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to assist him, as he had provided an opportunity to resurrect Lin. However, upon learning that Lin's death was orchestrated by him, trust had waned. After all, it was evident that he was the sort of individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Why then would he continue to aid such a person? Furthermore, he had indirectly caused the death of his beloved, only to return and claim he could help bring her back to life. Surely, even a fool would recognize the folly in trusting such a proposition. Although he might be somewhat naive, he was not so foolish as to persist in a path of darkness after being cautioned. Thus, when Xingliu posed the question of whether to continue down this treacherous path or to turn back, his heart yearned unreservedly for the latter. For his very life was now in the hands of another. Death did not frighten him. What he feared was the inability to avenge Lin after his demise. Observing the wavering resolve of Uchiha Obito, Xingliu felt that the Akatsuki's infiltration was progressing toward success. Yet, do you believe that this was where the matter concluded? Certainly not. Here, Xingliu once more presented Uchiha Obito with an irresistible proposition. What if I told you I could bring Lin back to your side? As he spoke, his left eye began to transform into the form of the Rinnegan. I trust you have heard the old man Uchiha Madara mention the Rinnegan before, have you not? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito merely nodded, for he was captivated by the notion introduced by Uchiha Madara regarding the Rinnegan being the eye that governs life and death. Initially, his affiliation with the Akatsuki was solely motivated by a desire to obtain the Rinnegan possessed by pain. However, upon discovering that resurrecting a person required an immense amount of chakra, he began to contemplate cooperating with them in their pursuit of the tailed beasts. What I can offer you, I can also provide, he mused. Will you trust an enemy or the mentor who once guided you? Xing Lu slowly tempted Uchiha Obito, believing that soon his heart would completely surrender. In truth, Xing Lu, endowed with the ability to replicate talents, possessed no fewer than 100 methods to resurrect the woman known as Rin. Yet, to maintain the equilibrium of this world, he resolved to employ the conventional means available to him. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the method he currently wielded to control Uchiha Obito was inspired by the unique abilities of a certain guardian of the mist, specifically a technique known as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Time passed, and aside from Kushina, who could no longer resist the urge to send the drowsy Sakura home, both Xing Lu and Minato observed what choice this man would ultimately make. In a shadowy corner, another figure with grayish-white hair awaited the outcome, none other than Kakashi, who had returned from his departure. It remained unclear whether he had truly slipped away or merely pretended to do so. But witnessing his former comrade's potential shift from darkness to light presented an intriguing opportunity. I have made my decision, a sudden voice jolted Xing Lu, who had been dozing in his chair, back to awareness. Oh, what will your choice be? Should you opt to remain our adversary, I shall ensure you remain here indefinitely. Xing Lu inquired with keen interest. I am willing to turn from darkness to light. Moreover, you need not assist me in resurrecting Rin, Uchiha Obito declared. And upon uttering those words, he felt as though a substantial void had opened within his heart. For so many years, this desire had morphed into an obsession, yet now, as he chose to relinquish it, the heavy burden that had long oppressed him vanished. This was indeed an unexpected revelation. Xing Lu had contemplated various responses Obito might offer, yet the one that emerged was beyond his imagination. Convincing someone who had clung to their desires for over a decade to let go was undoubtedly more challenging than ending their life. Yet, the man before him had chosen to abandon his long-held fixation, a decision that was nothing short of admirable. I am genuinely astonished to arrive at such a conclusion myself, Uchiha Obito remarked, lifting his gaze to the sky, which, aside from the moon, revealed only a smattering of clouds. Reviving Lin has long been my fervent desire. One might even call it an obsession. That fateful day, when I witnessed Lin being slain by the denizens of another ninja village, I often pondered, if I had been present, might the outcome have been different? Could it be that Lin would have survived? Alas, the answer is regrettably negative. Life does not indulge in such what-ifs, particularly when the events were irrevocably altered by the machinations of others, rendering any possibility of change utterly implausible. While others lurked in the shadows, I remained in the light. Even those who are cautious cannot outmaneuver those who meticulously plot. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito cast a glance at Minato behind him. Several years prior, when I launched my assault on Konoha, I had already gleaned that the sealing of the Jinchuriki would weaken during their birth. Thus, I chose that very day to strike. Moreover, I had wagered correctly. Had it not been for your unexpected intervention, Konoha might have lost 2 S-rank ninjas. Minato, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation from the earlier confrontation rise anew. However, upon hearing Obito's subsequent words, he finally revealed the first genuine smile of the evening. Fortunately, you were present at that moment. Otherwise, I would have become the murderer of my own teacher and matriarch. With that, Obito bowed deeply to Xing Liu, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you immensely. Naruto, you're conveniently omitting the fact that you almost caused me not to be born, aren't you? Seeing Obito express his gratitude so earnestly left Xing Liu, who was typically carefree, feeling somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, as a figure of considerable stature, he managed to bear this level of gratitude with grace. Xing Liu's hands fidgeted uncomfortably, first scratching his face, then the back of his head. It appeared he was not as composed as one might have assumed. You look far more endearing in your current state than before, Minato remarked as he approached and patted Xing Liu on the shoulder with a smile. If Kushina and Sakura had not yet departed, they would have witnessed a side of Xing Liu that diverged from his usual haughty demeanor. However, the only ones privy to this charming side were Obito and Minato, along with Kakashi, who was stifling his laughter in the corner. As Xingliu observed the peculiar smiles of the two men before him, his already flushed cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Enough with the noise. In a situation like this, anyone slightly younger would react similarly, all right? What? Is this kid implying we're old? The former teacher and student exchanged glances, realizing that, in the realm of ninjas, they were indeed quite youthful. However, when compared to the vibrant and spirited Xingliu, who was merely 22 or 23, they certainly appeared older. One is the Hokage of the village, while the other is a busy individual constantly on the move, appearing significantly older than his peers. Thus, they both exclaimed in unison, "How wonderful it is to be a laid-back individual." The following day, several individuals convened at Minato's residence to discuss matters, primarily focusing on how to recruit the remaining individuals into their ranks. Excluding the werewolf, the only members of the Akatsuki yet to be approached were Pain and Kisame. Therefore, he planned to solidify this endeavor while Minato summoned Uchiha Obito to his home. The thought of the entire Akatsuki transforming into a clandestine organization akin to the infamous Bacardi from a certain anime, with all members as undercover agents, was quite exhilarating. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Minato to hurry and open the door. Standing at the entrance were Uchiha Obito, who had already exchanged his Akatsuki cloak, and Kakashi, clad in the distinctive green jacket of Konoha. "Haha, it's great to see you both," Minato said, stepping aside to let them in. He smiled and asked, "Did you have a pleasant evening?" Upon hearing their teacher's inquiry, both Obito and Kakashi exchanged awkward glances before nodding in unison. It should be considered quite good. After an entire night of heartfelt conversation, they had cleared the air regarding past events, thus alleviating the initial awkwardness that accompanied their reunion. It was indeed a relief. The estrangement among comrades was an unfortunate circumstance. Notably, when Xingliu had discovered Kakashi hiding in the corner, it had surprised him greatly. He had previously witnessed Kakashi departing the scene, only to find him lurking in the shadows. Had it not been for Xingliu's intervention, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of another living soul. "We understand," both Obito and Kakashi affirmed seriously, surveying the interior of the house. Apart from some unfamiliar furniture, the layout radiated warmth and comfort, not to mention the family photos adorning the walls and the height measurements carved into the pillar, which served as testament to the love shared by Minato's family. Reflecting on this, Obito, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt, lowered his gaze. He had almost become the architect of this warm family's disintegration. "Hey, Obito, don't you ever tire of frowning all day?" A voice suddenly interrupted from behind him, followed by a soft embrace. "I know you've had a difficult time all these years, almost living in a hellish existence," Kushina murmured gently as she stroked Obito's hair. "So, we have long since forgiven you for the events of that day." Of course, this was a slight exaggeration, considering he had nearly caused the demise of both her and Minato. Hearing Kushina say they held no resentment towards him initially brought Obito genuine joy. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, it all seemed quite reasonable. Do not dwell on it too much. Although the journey has been somewhat convoluted, the outcome is indeed favorable. As she spoke, Kushina glanced around but did not spot the pivotal individual, prompting her to inquire of Minato, "Is that rascal still asleep?" Without needing to ponder, Minato knew precisely whom his wife referred to and merely shrugged his shoulders in response. "Do you really expect that rascal to appear so soon? At this hour? He is likely still lost in slumber." Realizing the person she intended to mention was absent, Kushina awkwardly cleared her throat and remarked, "Let us not speak of that rascal. He has a wife now, yet he continues to lounge about as if unbothered. I truly do not know how to describe him. Are you all talking bad about me?" Came a teasing voice from the door as Seiryu entered, accompanied by Saki. Upon seeing them, Kushina instinctively swallowed the words she had intended to hurl at him. After all, while it was one thing to gossip privately, it would be quite another to voice such criticisms in front of him, which would surely be a delightful affair. "Indeed. We were just discussing how utterly lackadaisical you are," Kushina shot back, casting a sidelong glance at him. Despite possessing strength that surpassed Minato's and even rivaled that of the first Hokage, who was once revered as the god of shinobi, he squandered his formidable talents in a state of lethargy. How could one not feel compelled to critique you? In the face of Kushina's usual jibes, Hashiri merely shrugged and turned his attention toward the kitchen. "What are we having to eat? We came here without even having breakfast. Are you genuinely incapable of understanding? Or is it merely an act?" She retorted. "And when we choose to be lackadaisical, could we not do so thoroughly? Your demeanor suggests they were quite foolish. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a lively exchange, critiquing each other for their idleness and lack of ambition. Yet now, he seemed to abandon even the pretense of effort, opting instead for a complete display of indolence. What else with the looks, everyone? I'm merely inquiring about our meal. If there are substantial dishes, it would be best to expedite the preparations. Otherwise, we shall be left starving. Hashiryu felt no sense of guilt for his behavior. He considered himself a mere slacker, having come here solely for the food. As for discussions about national affairs or other pressing matters, those could wait until he was well fed. He had no desire to involve himself in such intrigues. Perhaps for the first time, Obito observed this side of Hashiryu. He had always imagined that someone of Hashiryu's caliber would be enigmatic and elusive, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was, in fact, quite the amusing character. So, has Kakashi always been like this? Obito inquired, tugging at Kakashi's sleeve. Indeed, ever since I became acquainted with him, he has always exhibited an unrestrained demeanor, at times even resorting to vociferous outbursts in front of the villagers, akin to a street ruffian. However, since his arrival in the village, he has consistently contributed to the welfare of Konoha, Kakashi remarked, observing Hashiryu as he continued to argue with Kushina and the others. I see. Then I should have a clearer understanding of his character. Obito nodded in agreement. In contrast to Obito and Kakashi, the kitchen was alive with various voices echoing from within. Hey, Minato, could you help me reason this out? Is it really excessive for my wife and me to come here for breakfast when we haven't eaten yet? It's hardly unreasonable, right? Yet this lady has been nitpicking at me since we stepped through the door. I can overlook that. But we simply wish to share a meal. Such a modest request shouldn't be too much to ask. Hashiryu complained while tugging at Minato's arm. Is it merely about sharing a meal? I have never encountered anyone who has so many demands while attempting to mooch off a meal, Kushina remarked, crossing her arms and casting a cold glance at the man before her. Sakura, I trust you are not as unreasonable as that man. It's not even mealtime yet. And had he approached me politely to mention his hunger, I might have offered him something to tide him over while I prepared the meal. Yet, he barged in like a lord, demanding to know what's for dinner and lamenting about his missed breakfast. Am I unable to wield a knife? Or is he simply overstepping? Regardless of his superior strength, there would still be a cost to bring me down. As she spoke, crimson chakra enveloped her, as if she genuinely desired to engage Hashiryu in a serious confrontation. Witnessing the rising tension between the two, the only two sane individuals in the kitchen hastily intervened, understanding that if a fight were to ensue, they would be at a loss as to whom to support, given their familial ties. Hey, didn't you say you were hungry? I'll whip up some noodles for you to tide you over, so let us all calm down, Minato said, clasping Hashiryu's arm. Kushina, please don't be upset with my big brother. He's just the type to talk big. Perhaps he was merely too hungry, leading to a momentary lapse in judgment. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words, Sakura chimed in, wrapping her arms around Kushina's shoulders. After a while, through the persistent efforts of Minato and Sakura, the tempers of Hashiryu and Kushina were finally tempered. Eventually, Hashiryu and the others were able to enjoy the breakfast they had long anticipated. Once the situation had settled, Minato finally found a moment to sit on the sofa and attend to his former disciples. I apologize for the earlier commotion. I never anticipated that the impudent lad and Kushina would nearly come to blows over such trivial matters. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow and pondered aloud. Have they always been this way? In their perception, their mentor seems to embody a character of utmost gentleness, yet they have unexpectedly unveiled another facet of themselves. It is not as if this behavior was commonplace. Rather, it began to diminish after Hashiryu's wife, Saki, joined the household. Upon reflection, Minato realized that such occurrences had not transpired for quite some time. However, prior to that lad bringing Saki into the fold, these disputes occurred at least once a week, with Kushina invariably emerging victorious. It wasn't that Kushina triumphed in physical contests. Rather, it was in the realm of card games and chess crafted by Hashiryu. Yet, after Hashiryu imparted his knowledge to Kushina, she had never lost to him again. Your bond is truly remarkable, Obito remarked, observing the incessant banter between the two at the dining table with envy. Oh dear, are you envious of them? Minato cautioned. I suggest you refrain from underestimating the situation. Just as he finished speaking, another round of their quarrel erupted from the table. Why does this noodle lack flavor? Is it because you couldn't afford salt or meat? Even a rabbit would refuse such insipid noodles, Hashiryu exclaimed, holding a bowl that had just been emptied of its last drop of broth. You've already devoured the noodles that even a rabbit wouldn't touch. What more do you demand? Kushina retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Seiryu. Humph. Your cooking doesn't even meet half the standard of my dear Saki-s. Do you think I relish dining at your home? She shot back. What? If you are unwilling to eat, then by all means, do not. I'm certainly not forcing you, Kushina replied. After observing the unfolding drama, Minato turned back to Obito and Kakashi. Do you still envy them? As Minato prepared to intervene, both Obito and Kakashi merely shook their heads. If their strong bond was forged through quarrels, they preferred to maintain it as such. After all, the thought of enduring major disputes every few days was daunting enough, let alone engaging in actual conflicts. Thus, time passed steadily, and aside from the initial brief interlude, the rest of the gathering remained harmonious. Well, aside from the brief scuffle between two children over a chicken leg, this meal was quite enjoyable. Now that our purpose for visiting has been fulfilled, it is time for us to return home for an afternoon nap. Once they finished clearing the table, Seiryu intended to take Saki back to their adjoining home. Wait. Seeing Seiryu poised to leave, Minato rushed forward to grasp him firmly. Did you think my invitation was solely for a meal? Huh, wasn't it? Xinglu tilted his head in mild surprise, recalling how he had failed to persuade even his most charming student to return the previous night. It seemed that the remaining members of the Akatsuki, those misfits, were still beyond their control. The organization, in its current state, could truly be described as a shadow of its former self. From the initial infiltration by Itachi Uchiha to Xinglu's own impulsive decision to include Sasuke Uchiha, and more recently, the duo of artists encountered in the Sand Village, the only remaining forces of significance in the Akatsuki were Pain and the enigmatic Kisame. As for the so-called Xiao Xuanwu, it was merely a pawn in someone's quest for resurrection. Upon hearing Xinglu's remarks, Minato felt an overwhelming urge to crack open his head to discern his thoughts. Surely, their conversations couldn't be limited to the Akatsuki. Moreover, had they not discussed the matter of Obito Uchiha just the night before? While Minato was grateful for Xinglu's efforts to coax Obito back, he wished his rusty mind would awaken from its stupor. You mentioned that the mastermind behind these events is Obito Uchiha. We must thoroughly devise a plan to thwart his schemes, he said with a hint of exasperation. It was evident that this troublesome brother's insistence on a meal could only portend mischief, and indeed, no sooner had they finished dining than they were summoned to labor. Feel free to conduct your research. My presence is inconsequential, Xinglu sighed, raising his hands in resignation. Would it not be more prudent for you esteemed leaf ninjas to delve into this rather than relying on my hapless ideas? What do you think? After enjoying my hospitality, do you still wish to depart? Minato remarked with a smirk, glancing at the enchanting Sakura, who had been captivated by Kushina. You may leave, but your wife shall remain here to repay her debt. Xinglu observed Sakura, who was engrossed in conversation with Kushina, rather than being captured. It seemed she had willingly approached, seeking to be ensnared. I shall do what I must, he declared, albeit with a hint of despondency, casting a glance at Sakura, who had yet to acknowledge him. But I must clarify that I can only offer sporadic advice, should matters exceed my mental capacity. I reserve the right to abstain from responding. As he witnessed this lazy fish finally relinquishing its grievances, Minato acknowledged the two women giving him a thumbs up, reciprocating the gesture to signify their splendid collaboration. Little did Xinglu realize that the one who had betrayed him was none other than his beloved wife. Initially, he had assured her that their outing was merely for a meal, and should she wish for him to undertake any tasks, they could simply flee. However, his plans, though noble, had been marred by the presence of a traitor. Sakura, prepare yourself for a morning in which you may find it difficult to rise from your bed. Xinglu teased, wearing a playful expression as he gazed at the little figure hiding behind Kushina, who was evading his attention. Since you have chosen to betray him, you must have prepared for such an outcome. I understand now, regardless of who is above tonight, just wait and see. Rarely has Saki-chan, upon hearing Hashiryu's threat, ceased to blush in shyness. Evidently, the female driver beside her has imparted quite a bit of knowledge. Is this the realm of married couples? Why does it seem so different from what they had read in books? Obito and Kakashi exchanged astonished glances at the intimate secrets being exchanged between Hashiryu and Saki-chan. Are these words meant for the ears of single souls like them? Why do they sound so much like flirtation between men and women? Heh, are you not a tad envious of that pair? Minato, having returned to the sofa and engaged in conversation, cast a glance at Hashiryu and Saki-chan that bore a hint of envy. While envy was indeed present, it was clear that not all couples enjoyed the same perfection as Lord Hashiryu and his wife, Kakashi remarked, snapping back to reality. For Kakashi, who had lost his parents at a young age, his understanding of romantic relationships was largely derived from literature. Hence, after comparing the written words to the reality of Hashiryu and Saki-chan, he could only feel envy towards their union. Have you two considered what lies ahead? If that brat Hashiryu truly resolves the matters concerning the Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, the ninja world would essentially be left with only disputes between villages. Minato observed with a serious expression for the first time that day, directing his gaze towards his two students. Their youth had been fraught with suffering, and he sincerely hoped they would find companions to share their lives with. If this situation is truly resolved, I might spend the rest of my days seeking atonement. Obito spoke first about his future aspirations. I have committed far too many deeds over the years. Although the motivations were subtly intertwined with Obito's shadow, the execution was solely my burden to bear. Obito, Minato had intended to counsel his resolute student, yet he was cut off by the latter. Sensei, please refrain from advising me. This is the cause I have sown, and I must bear the consequences it yields. Since Obito has stated this, they could only hope that he would soon find redemption and a partner for life. And what of Kakashi? You do not intend to travel the path of atonement like Obito, do you? Minato inquired of his student, who had always been self-sufficient. I often hear others discussing your relationship with Might Guy. You do not genuinely wish to accompany him for a lifetime, do you? Although Minato was generally open-minded regarding matters of love, he hoped his cherished disciple's sexual orientation would lean towards conventionality. Upon hearing Minato's words, not only was Obito sitting alongside Kakashi, taken aback, but even Kakashi himself widened his eyes in astonishment. Sensei, from whom have you heard such rumors? I am merely an eternal rival to that fellow guy. As for the orientation issues you mentioned, I am indeed male, and I am fond of women. If you must know. Really? Watergate and the others cast peculiar glances at Kakashi. Not only did they doubt each other, but even high-ranking officials of Konoha had begun to speculate about a peculiar relationship between him and Might Guy. After all, they spent every day in each other's company. And while there are dozens of female ninjas of similar age, Kakashi appeared utterly disinterested in them, preferring instead to hide away with Jiraiya's Ika Paradise. Furthermore, aside from Might Guy, most of those who associated closely with Kakashi were male ninjas. Consequently, others began to question Kakashi's orientation. Indeed, it must be true. Kakashi hastily nodded in affirmation. Then why, with such striking looks, have you never been embroiled in any rumors with female ninjas? Upon hearing the gossip, Hashiryu, no longer wishing to flirt with Saki, promptly moved to another sofa to pose a question he had long yearned to ask. This inquiry had been on Hashiryu's mind for quite some time. In the original narrative, numerous female ninjas had connections to Kakashi, yet from Shippuden to Boruto, Kakashi had consistently been closer to Might Guy. Thus, many fan artists in his original world depicted the two together in their works. The thought of Kakashi being paired with Guy was enough to make one feel mentally tainted. If I were to say that I have no feelings regarding love or romance, would you believe me? Truthfully, he felt quite content being single. If he were to find a partner in the future, it would simply introduce an additional vulnerability, which would extinguish that sentiment. There was no need to elaborate further. Everyone was inclined to believe him. Upon witnessing Kakashi's earnest attempts to justify himself, the group decided to refrain from pressing the matter, recognizing it as a personal issue. Ahem, having discussed enough gossip, it is time to transition to the main topic. Isn't it? Watergate awkwardly cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. Very well, you may proceed with your discussion. Feel free to call on me if needed. Hashiryu unceremoniously reclined on the nearby sofa, observing their animated discourse. The others had grown tired of critiquing his sudden demeanor, as long as he remained involved in the proceedings. It sufficed. After all, should a conflict arise, this seemingly lethargic individual could outmatch them all in strength several times over. All right then, let us discuss the members of the Akatsuki organization. How many members are there now, excluding yourself? Watergate inquired, directing his gaze toward Uchiha Obito. Currently, the Akatsuki comprises 11 members, including the leader, Pain, as well as Uchiha Itachi, Haiden, and Kisame. They are all renegade ninjas from various villages, with some possessing strength comparable to that of certain village kages. Continuing, Uchiha Obito slowly articulated the distribution of combat power within the Akatsuki organization. Tasks within Akatsuki were invariably executed by pairs, one to monitor whether the other was a spy dispatched by a neighboring ninja village, and the other to ensure a balance of power between them. I trust that Xingliu has conveyed this to you already. Although Obito was unaware of how many infiltrators the man lounging on the sofa had managed to insert into Akatsuki, it was evident that such intelligence must also have been acquired by the opposing side. Upon hearing Obito's words, Minato nodded earnestly. The information he received was essentially identical to what Xingliu had previously disclosed. Were it not for Xingliu's perpetual demeanor of lethargy, he might have suspected the latter was a covert operative placed in his village by Akatsuki. Since you are already aware of such intelligence, allow me to share some information that you may not yet know. At that moment, Obito's gaze turned grave, causing both Minato and Kakashi, seated on the sofa, to involuntarily swallow hard. As for the tailed beasts, the members of Akatsuki have successfully gathered all but 3, Shikaku, Gyuki, and Kurama. What? This revelation from Obito rendered the 2 listeners unable to maintain their composure. If what Obito stated was accurate, it implied that Akatsuki had already collected 6 of the 9-tailed beasts. You heard me correctly. When they dispatched Deidara and others to Sunagakure, they had already divided their forces to gather the tailed beasts. Among them, the duo of Pain and Konan had essentially completed the bulk of the mission, acquiring 3 tailed beasts. Obito continued to unveil astonishing information that left Minato and the others astounded. This defies logic. We have also sent people to alert those villages that possess tailed beasts. They have no reason to allow Akatsuki to act with impunity. After Xingliu had warned him, Minato had dispatched personnel to every village to issue warnings. Surely, the strength of a village far surpasses that of 2 Akatsuki members. Sensei, if you view Akatsuki in this manner, you truly underestimate their combat capabilities. Obito found it incredulous that his teacher could so grossly misjudge the power of Akatsuki. Each member is nearly equivalent to the Kage-level ninjas of various villages. In this ninja world, how many individuals possess strength that can rival a Kage? Moreover, they are faced with 2 members of Akatsuki. Even in Konoha, when I assaulted the village, many were deployed on missions and did not return, correct? If that were the case, it would indeed be plausible. Facing a village with a weakened defense, no matter how great the combat power, it would merely serve as cannon fodder. Now that you have a general understanding of the capabilities of those in Akatsuki, their team dynamics are fundamentally characterized by a synergy of 112, which is precisely why Pain insisted on pairing 2 individuals who were at odds with each other. After taking a sip of tea from the table, Obito continued to elaborate. However, I believe you have already secured several of those formidable combatants, haven't you? Hehe, indeed. There are some, but they have all been approached by that brat Xingliu. In response to the inquiry posed by Obito, Minato merely laughed it off. Although he claimed that this particular student had reformed, he still felt the need to ponder carefully before placing complete trust in someone who had once been affiliated with the Akatsuki organization. Obito discerned Minato's caution and merely shrugged, showing no concern over the matter. Very well, it is indeed time for us to deliberate on how to undermine their combat capabilities. Kakashi, having recognized the awkwardness between the 2, decided to take the initiative, for it was rather futile to rely on the lethargic individual sprawled on the sofa. This suggestion was met with agreement from both Minato and Obito. Consequently, Minato proceeded to the study, retrieving a blank sheet of paper upon which he inscribed the names of the aforementioned individuals. First, he noted the artistic duo that had recently visited Sunagakure, Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, who could now be considered entirely non-threatening. Rumor has it that during their time in Sunagakure, they received quite the lesson from Xingliu. Minato first penned the names of those 2 unfortunate souls on the paper, marking an X beneath their names. Within the Akatsuki, the duo of Deidara and Sasori hardly ranked highly. Had it not been for Pain's insistence on retaining them, they would never have become members of the organization. Seeing the X drawn beneath those 2 names, Obito regarded them with disdain, setting aside the cowardice of Deidara, who fled whenever he could not best his opponent, having been thoroughly humiliated in his battle against Itachi Uchiha, only to shamelessly join the Akatsuki afterward. Sasori did possess a modicum of strength, albeit his penchant for transforming corpses into puppets was something he was reluctant to acknowledge. Next on the list was the recent pair that visited Konoha, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. During their invasion of Konoha, they were also frightened away by the formidable combination of Xingliu and Jiraiya-sensei. However, They had mercilessly inflicted considerable harm upon my subordinates, Minato remarked, casting a seemingly casual glance at Kakashi, whose face had turned noticeably red. At that time, I naively believed that only those with Sharingan could contend with other Sharingan users, unaware that the opponent possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Had Xing Lu not summoned Lady Tsunade, Kakashi would likely have remained hospitalized for an extended period. Oh, such an event occurred? It is rare for the typically cautious Kakashi to have stumbled so significantly. This was the first time Obito had heard of such an incident. After all, communication among members of the Akatsuki was limited, and he felt a certain pleasure in learning that his former friend had faced such a fate. Oh, go away. Who was it that spent last night confessing, anyway? Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at the individual beside him. As the teacher, Minato swiftly intervened when he noticed his two students squabbling once more. All right, you two, let us not dwell on titles of elder and younger sibling. What does it matter if young people make a few mistakes? Look at that slothful creature snoozing on the couch. It commits errors daily, yet it remains unperturbed. Your minor transgressions are hardly concerning, are they? However, witnessing his students bicker once again stirred a sense of nostalgia within Minato, as he reminisced about the class he once taught. How delightful it would be if Rin were here with them. It seemed that the three of them were united in this thought. Had the girl named Rin been present, the atmosphere would surely be much livelier now. With a clap of his hands, Minato brought them back from their reverie. Let us not linger on the past. We cannot dwell in bygone days eternally. Instead, let us resume our discussion on Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Regarding this duo, one phrase came to mind: seamless collaboration. Both Uchiha Itachi, a master of Genjutsu, and Kisame, proficient in Taijutsu, epitomized the pinnacle of their respective ninja domains. If we were to confront them, it would be prudent to adopt a strategy of isolating and defeating them one at a time. As one of the involved parties, Kakashi possessed the liberty to express his thoughts. At that time, aside from Might Guy, who could match Kisame evenly, the other three had no means to contend with Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, this pair consistently ranks among the most formidable within the Akatsuki, Obito reflected pensively. That Uchiha Itachi is truly a genius in Genjutsu. Should I engage him directly, I fear I would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing that even the masked man, Obito, found himself outmatched in Genjutsu, Kakashi and Obito pondered how they might stand against such adversaries. I personally suggest that this troublesome individual be left to that slothful creature over there, Minato suddenly interjected. Following his words, both Kakashi and Obito cast their gazes toward the man in question. If it were him, perhaps he could indeed subdue their opponent. Thus, they all nodded in agreement with Minato's suggestion. Very well, since Uchiha Itachi will be entrusted to that brat, let us assign Kisame to Guy. Minato wrote on a piece of paper. We have no objections. They were certainly in favor of Minato's arrangement, for even if they were allowed to engage, they would likely falter. With this group set, they proceeded to arrange the next. Throughout the day, the trio deliberated until the evening meal was nearly ready. Isn't this arrangement a bit unfair to that scoundrel, Xing Lu? Minato mused, eyeing the paper filled with his name, tasked with contending against nearly 80% of the Akatsuki. Oh, but isn't this merely a case of the capable bearing a heavier load? He chose to sleep rather than participate in the discussion. This is his own doing. Minato added with a wry smile. Thus, Xingliu, who merely served as a decorative ornament throughout, was assigned various tasks by these three unscrupulous adults. Later, upon discovering this, he could only murmur a few complaints before obediently attending to his duties. That evening, after experiencing a series of tumbles, Xingliu and Sakuchin nestled in bed, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Big brother, I heard from Sister Kushina that last night I was almost captured by that man sitting on the sofa today. And it was you who saved me, right? Sakuchin said playfully, resting her head on Xingliu's arm. Indeed, that is the case. Are you perhaps inclined to express your gratitude towards me? Xingliu teased, lightly touching an inappropriate area, eliciting a delicate gasp from Sakuchin. Big brother, you are truly naughty, she said, casting a seductive glance at him, nearly provoking another round of playful wrestling between them. Hee, isn't it perfectly normal to be a little mischievous with my obedient wife? If I hadn't left a contingency on you, that lad might have succeeded this time. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Xingliu felt a tinge of fear that Guy Obito, unable to defeat him, even attempted to invade his home. Thankfully, he had set a trap on Sakuchin not long before. Or else, he would have had to face the daunting task of annihilating the Akatsuki to ensure the safety of this little person beside him. Hee. That's why I say my big brother is the strongest, Sakuchin said, nuzzling her fluffy head against Xingliu's chest. However, it was precisely this affectionate gesture that ignited their next round of playful combat. The following morning, Xingliu was once again roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. The only difference this time was that he had specifically installed the doorbell, allowing the newly fitted aluminum alloy door to escape disaster. Ding dong. Upon hearing the urgent chimes, Xingliu knew it was once again the irritable redhead impatiently pressing his doorbell. All right. No matter how fast you ring, I will come out. Upon opening the aluminum door, he found none other than Kushina frantically pushing the doorbell. I recall your room isn't very far from the front door. Why did you make me wait for 10 minutes after the first ring? Kushina inquired, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Sensing the unusual sharpness in her voice, Xingliu refrained from teasing her, promptly asking what had transpired. We can chat later. You can't possibly be so bored as to ring my doorbell this early, can you? Has the village received some troubling news? Recently, the only matter that had caught Xingliu's attention was the Akatsuki's collective attack on the Lightning Village, and perhaps Kushina's agitation stemmed from this situation. The Akatsuki is preparing for a full-scale assault tonight. Upon hearing Xingliu's inquiry about what was amiss, Kushina wasted no time in divulging the recent intelligence she had received. I see, he replied, realizing that they had advanced their timeline for the attack. Have we received any news from the undercover agent we placed? Xingtian pondered momentarily before inquiring. The intelligence we have received is indeed relayed by our infiltrator. However, the letter fails to elucidate the precise reasons behind their sudden offensive. Nonetheless, Minato and the others speculate that the premature attack may be attributed to the unexpected disappearance of Uchiha Obito. Kushina elaborated. Should you wish to gain a more comprehensive understanding, you must visit the Hokage building to confer with them. It appears today will not afford me the luxury of idleness. Nevertheless, it is imperative that I make this trip. Xingtian remarked, please look after Sakura in the room. It seems she will be confined to her bed for the day. With that, he left Kushina, who wore a dazed expression, and hurried towards the Hokage building. After a while, Kushina, grumbling, expressed her frustrations about the plan directed at the already vanished Xingtian before retreating to her own quarters to gather ingredients, intending to care for the bedridden girl. Within the Hokage building in Konoha, Minato sat at his desk, contemplating the intelligence that had been received. He was taken aback by the audacity of Pain's actions. Initially, the Akatsuki organization had been reluctant to endorse such a bold strategy. After all, when had they ever attempted a full-scale exodus? The last instance had merely been a tactical dispersal to gather tailed beasts, which hardly constituted a collective endeavor, merely a synchronized operation at best. Yet this time, every member was congregating at a single location. Did they truly possess the capability to manage such a collective undertaking? Isn't it true that the Akatsuki has always dispatched pairs for missions? Why are they now engaging in collective activities? Minato lamented. I surmise they are aware of Obito's defection to our side. Kakashi interjected unexpectedly. Pain, their leader, likely believes that continuing to send only one or two teams could lead to their downfall, much like Obito, or be systematically dismantled. Hence, he has orchestrated a full-scale offensive to gauge our strength and determine if it truly poses a significant threat. Suddenly, in a void of nothingness, a warped space manifested, and Xingtian emerged, applauding. This must be the most fitting hypothesis I have encountered concerning the intelligence content, he declared, turning his gaze towards Minato, who sat at his desk. Your students can deduce such insights, yet you, as their teacher, remain reliant on them. Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Upon hearing Xingtian's playful jibe, Minato not only refrained from anger, but gazed at him with eager anticipation. Indeed, if my mind is not as agile, then why do you not take the reins yourself? This position has been waiting for your stewardship. As I observe Minato contemplating resignation, Hashiryu merely tilts her head slightly, feigning ignorance. Is this the conduct befitting a Hokage? Each day, he slumbers later than a dog and rises earlier than a rooster, tirelessly grappling with an unending array of trivial matters. If he possessed such time, he might as well contribute to the population planning of Konoha. Upon seeing Hashiryu avert her gaze, Minato realizes that this matter cannot be resolved swiftly. Thus, he merely conveys his desire to step down, knowing that when the time comes for him to truly resign, they will undoubtedly hinder his departure by any means necessary. That said, what brings you here so early today? I recall you usually awaken around 8 or 9. Why the sudden visit to our Hokage building? Minato's remarks are clearly laced with jest, especially since he had summoned Kushina to knock on his door. Hashiryu, seemingly oblivious to Minato's teasing, quickly redirects the blame back to him. If not for your wife ringing my doorbell incessantly this morning, I would not be here amidst the odor of so many men. Wouldn't it be more delightful to be nestled with my soft wife at this hour? This retort catches Minato off guard, and after a brief, awkward cough, he hastily shifts the conversation back to matters of importance. Since you are here, let us promptly discuss how to address this issue. After all, should the Akatsuki successfully capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, their next target will surely be Konoha. Hashiryu recognizes the validity of Minato's statement, thus opting not to continue their banter, settling instead onto an adjacent vacant sofa to engage in discussions regarding countermeasures. However, after several hours of deliberation, they still have not identified a foolproof strategy. Brother, may I request a favor? Minato begins to recall the somewhat immature idea they had discussed yesterday, pondering that if Hashiryu could indeed withstand the majority of the Akatsuki's might, they would possess an absolute guarantee of victory. Rejected. Observing Minato's expression, Hashiryu immediately declines without hesitation. When his older brother bears such a countenance, it invariably results in her exerting the most effort. Thus, she interrupts his incantation mid-cast. I have yet to articulate my thoughts. Why do you hastily dismiss me? Minato feels a hint of exasperation towards his younger sibling, as he was interrupted before he could express his immature notion. Very well, after you complete your statement, I will graciously decline once more. Xing Lu, with an air of reluctant concession, remarked, I have graciously afforded you another opportunity to persuade me. If I were to decline once more, it would be unfair to claim that I did not extend you any courtesy. Witnessing this demeanor from Xing Lu, Mizukage felt a sense of despair. Yet, what could they do when the only one with such formidable strength was that young lad? At most, they could contend with but 15 members of the Akatsuki. Alas, my friend, it would be wise not to place all your hopes upon me, Xing Lu said, somewhat exasperated. If my strength were merely average, how would you propose to thwart their ambitions? Suddenly, this reminder jolted Mizukage back to reality. Indeed, if from the outset we lacked the prowess of Xing Lu, how would we stand against the Akatsuki? This was a question that seemed to provide a direct answer, and Mizukage could not feign ignorance. As he sensed Mizukage's spirit rekindling, Xing Lu began to tease him again. I comprehend your intentions now. With that, Mizukage summoned his assistant and issued a series of commands, including the formation of a ninja alliance composed of various villages to collectively counter the Akatsuki. Wow, my friend, you have finally undertaken an action befitting a rational individual. Seeing that he no longer had to play the role of a mere tool, Xing Lu praised Mizukage. However, his amusement waned when Mizukage produced several letters from his drawer. Since you spend your days napping or eating, you can deliver these letters to the leaders of the 5 great nations. It's merely a matter of a few minutes for you, Mizukage said with a smile, glancing at Xing Lu, whose expression was gradually falling. Surely, you cannot expect me to dispatch other ninjas for this task? While I could send them, I'm merely concerned that by the time they deliver the letters, the battle may be over. He looked at Xing Lu with a smirk. If you are willing to bear the brunt of this conflict, the involvement of those other nations may not even be necessary. Faced with Mizukage's determined demeanor, Xing Lu resigned himself to the task of delivering the letters. After all, when the fighting began, delivering letters would be far less arduous than confronting numerous foes. Realizing this, even someone simple-minded would know how to choose wisely. Fine, I shall go. Xing Lu begrudgingly accepted this errand. However, ever the shrewd one, he would not simply acquiesce to his elder brother's command. If I am to traverse multiple nations, a bit of funding would be in order, wouldn't you agree? He said, extending his palm toward Mizukage with a grin. Of course. It's merely an activity allowance, Mizukage replied, retrieving a crisp 500 yen bill from his drawer. This should suffice for your midday meal, right? After all, your layover 1 TB lengthy, and you wouldn't spend all that much. Confronted by Mizukage's stinginess, Xing Lu could not help but protest. Have you ever seen an employer assign their employees on a business trip with such a meager allowance? Moreover, this meager subsidy appears insufficient even for a bowl of ramen, does it not? TSK, little Xing Lu, you seem to be quite mistaken. Upon hearing such words from Xing Lu, Watergate merely shook his head with a weary air of superiority. Are you not aware that other villages typically lay out a feast to welcome visiting emissaries? Thus, the 500 yuan I am providing you is already exceedingly generous. I assure you, under normal circumstances, we generally do not require any allowances while on official business. Observing Watergate's seemingly convincing demeanor almost led Xing Lu to believe his fabrications. After an intense tug-of-war, Xing Lu successfully extracted nearly 4,000 yuan from the miserly Watergate. Well then, I shall prepare to depart. Having acquired the subsidy from Watergate, Xing Lu was disinclined to engage in further banter. So he bid farewell and readied himself to step into the distorted space to return home. Hey, you little rascal, wait a moment. Watergate, having been thoroughly extorted, called out to the departing Xing Lu. Do you not have something else to give me? If so, let us see it quickly. With that, Xing Lu approached Watergate's desk, extending his hand in a manner that suggested urgency, nearly provoking Watergate to unleash a spiral sphere upon him. Go away. You just extracted a hefty sum from me, and now you dare to seek more? After casting a disapproving glance at Xing Lu, Watergate slowly articulated his reason for detaining him. I understand that you feel burdened by all the responsibilities placed upon you. Yet you and Obito are the only ones capable of dispatching messages swiftly within the village. If you are unwilling to undertake this task, I shall have no choice but to send Obito instead. However, he was recently a member of the Akatsuki and has spent years wreaking havoc across the globe. All right. I understand. Seeing Watergate begin to play the victim, Xing Lu felt compelled to interrupt him. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would still fulfill my duties. Rest assured. After saying this, Xing Lu entered the distorted space without looking back. This time, however, Watergate refrained from interrupting and instead bowed solemnly in the direction that Xing Lu had departed, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance with this matter. Returning home ahead of schedule, Xing Lu initially intended to check on Xiaochan, but upon hearing several women's voices emanating from the room, he was too frightened to enter. No way, Xiaochan, did you not remember what I taught you at noon? The one lying in bed today is not you but rather him? Your performance is quite embarrassing for your master. The voice of Kushina rang out from within. Indeed, I employed the methods that Sister Kushina taught me, and my husband could barely walk out of the room, supported by the wall, the very next morning after our wedding. A voice, slightly more youthful than Kushina's, chimed in. But, Big Brother is just too incredible. Even after applying all that Sister Kushina taught me, he remains so spirited. Xiaochan timidly explained. Oh, if that insufferable brat truly possesses such prowess, then I shall impart upon you a few techniques. First, you ought to refrain from eavesdropping on the intimate conversations of those three women. It indeed substantiates the ancient adage that three women constitute a theatrical performance. I shall leave a note upon the table instead. It is best not to intrude now, lest those three women experience utter embarrassment. One might argue that such discussions among close friends could enhance one's future romantic endeavors, and he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to glean some wisdom from Kushina. After placing the note in a conspicuous location, Xingliu quietly closed the door and departed from his home. He claimed to be delivering messages to several great nations. Yet apart from Gaara of Sunagakure, he was unfamiliar with the leaders of other countries. Having recently arrived in Sunagakure through a spatial distortion, he suddenly realized that he, as a recluse, was not acquainted with any high-ranking officials. During his previous visit to various ninja villages alongside Minato, he had mostly indulged in local delicacies, and the guards accompanying Minato were merely shadow clones he had created. Perhaps it would be best not to dwell on such matters for now. He could persuade Gaara to accompany him on his visit later. After all, Gaara was one of the leaders among the 5 nations. If he could bring him along, at least he would not be unable to meet even the other leaders. Knock, knock. Gaara, are you there? Xingliu rapped on the door of Gaara's office. One might wonder why no one else escorted Xingliu into the office. The answer lies in his direct use of spatial distortion to arrive at the office door. Had he not been concerned that Gaara might be engaged in a private matter, he would have entered without hesitation. Who is it? Did I not request no interruptions from others? It was evident that Xingliu's decision to knock before entering was wise. Had he barged in unannounced, the esteemed leader of a nation, Gaara, would undoubtedly have been mortified. Thus, as a considerate elder brother, Xingliu lowered his voice and assumed the role of an official messenger. Lord Kazekage, the esteemed visitor from Konoha has come seeking your audience. Whether it was due to Xingliu's considerable reputation or Gaara's reserved demeanor towards emissaries from allied nations, A flurry of sounds from within the office indicated Gaara hastily preparing himself, followed by an out-of-breath exclamation. Please, let the teacher in. Ah, indeed. It seems that the youth remains quite intrigued by such matters. Shaking his head slightly, Xingliu pushed open the door to Gaara's office. The first sight that greeted him was several windows ajar for ventilation, whether it was dust drifting in from outside or another cause. Fine grains of sand lay scattered upon the windowsill. Seated in the center was Gaara, his complexion slightly flushed as he attempted to maintain composure while subtly regulating his breath. Upon noticing Xingliu's entrance, Gaara forced himself to appear calm and greeted him with a smile. Teacher Xingliu, I did not anticipate your sudden visit. Do you not see my discontent? If that is indeed the case, then I shall return home. Although Xingliu uttered such words, his actions belied him as he sauntered to the water cooler beside the office and poured himself a refreshing glass of water. No, 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 Teacher Xingliu. Your mere presence here brings me immense joy. How could I ever harbor any disdain towards you? Iai Luo remarked, retrieving a canister of tea from his desk and beginning to brew a cup for Xingliu. However, I was genuinely curious as to why someone as lackadaisical as the teacher would venture all the way to my humble abode, which lacked any significance. Xingliu observed Iai Luo brewing tea with a hint of intrigue. Truly, he was the head of the Sand Ninja village, capable of discerning even his own lethargic disposition. You understand me well, Iai Luo, Xingliu remarked, shaking his head as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. I wonder what has compelled my superior to summon me forth to deliver a message. With that, Xingliu produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Iai Luo. You will comprehend everything once you peruse this letter. After hearing Xingliu's words, Iai Luo became thoroughly intrigued by the letter lying on the desk. What could have prompted the leader of the Leaf Village to dispatch this lethargic individual to deliver a message? Moments later, Iai Luo, who had initially intended to tease Xingliu, found himself preoccupied with more pressing matters and summoned the higher-ups of their village to his office in an unconventional manner. It remained uncertain whether they had coincidentally sought out Iai Luo or if there was another reason. Nonetheless, all the leaders of the Sand Ninja village convened in his office within half an hour. Most of these higher-ups were familiar to Xingliu, with the exception of Temari and Kankuro. Upon seeing Xingliu, they expressed surprise, but recognizing the inappropriateness of greeting him at that moment, they merely nodded before reporting to Iai Luo, who sat at the head of the table. Lord Kazekage, why have you summoned us in such a manner? Temari inquired, recalling that this method was typically reserved for serious matters. I seem to remember that during the last attack by those members of the Akatsuki, you did not employ such a means of communication. Why the sudden urgency today? Kankuro echoed her sentiment. However, Iai Luo did not address their inquiries, but instead regarded the assembled group with a serious demeanor. I understand that you are astonished by the sudden call to assemble, but should I disclose the forthcoming matters, you may reconsider any doubts regarding my actions. With that, Iai Luo passed the letter that Xingliu had previously given him to Temari and the others. Please take turns sharing the contents of this letter, and then I shall elucidate our village's forthcoming actions. Initially, Shino believed that the matter at hand was being overly dramatized, for with the presence of this man, how could anything pose a challenge? However, upon receiving the letter, she realized her ignorance was profound. No matter how formidable an individual may be, it is impossible to thwart the entirety of an organization. Is what is stated in this letter true, Gaara? Upon reading its contents, Shino cast aside all pretense of decorum. If the information within were indeed accurate, no amount of formalities could salvage their village. Were the Hokage to possess a temperament akin to Master Hashiryu, I would be reluctant to accept this grim reality. Yet regrettably, the Hokage of Konoha is not Hashiryu. This implies that every word inscribed in the letter is, in fact, true. What are you two siblings whispering about? May I see the letter? The expressions of the other high-ranking officials shifted dramatically upon witnessing Shino's reaction to the letter. Their curiosity piqued about its contents. Is everything written in this letter genuine? After perusing the letter, the remaining leaders could no longer maintain their previous composure. Their faces contorted with disbelief. If the situation is indeed as described within, the world of ninjas has reached a critical juncture of survival. After all, the Akatsuki organization comprises rogue ninjas expelled from various villages, indicating that they possess an intimate understanding of the combat capabilities of those villages. I wish I could assure you that the letter is a fabrication. However, it is regrettably penned by Konoha's current Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Gaara remarked, shrugging his shoulders. So, what shall we do? Previously, we required assistance from our allied villages to confront merely 2 members of the Akatsuki. If we must face the entire organization alone, we might as well surrender. It is no wonder that this high-ranking member expressed such pessimism. The Akatsuki indeed looms over them like a colossal mountain. Had it not been for a few capable young ninjas emerging within their village, they might have considered aligning with neighboring villages. Do not succumb to despair just yet. Have you not noticed Master Seiryu is seated on the sofa? I am confident that the Hokage had compelling reasons for dispatching him. Otherwise, given his propensity for solitude, he would never undertake a mission unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, we still have Lord Seiryu on our side. After all, he single-handedly drove the Akatsuki away before. Surely he can do so again. The high-ranking officials, upon seeing Seiryu, clung to him as if he were their last lifeline, nearly prostrating themselves in reverence. Do not mistake me for invincible. Upon hearing the remarks from the senior officials, Xingliu abruptly expelled the tea he had just sipped, coughing as he attempted to elucidate his predicament to them. Even if I possess remarkable abilities, I cannot directly confront an entire organization, can I? If I were truly that formidable, they would not so brazenly launch an attack on our village. What a jest! Having narrowly escaped my brother's machinations, now these elders wish to ensnare me as well. Do they truly think I am akin to a virtuous protagonist from those RPGs, shouldering all the burdens during crises? As for this messenger task, had my brother not been utterly swamped, I would have preferred to decline it. Although the funding for this endeavor is quite substantial, I have no lack of resources. Initially, the senior officials presumed I would shoulder this responsibility, yet they were taken aback by my outright refusal. However, they pleaded, Lord Xingliu, you cannot abandon our village. The elders approached, clasping his thigh in desperation. After all, we of Sunagakure are allies of your Konoha. Surely, you would not forsake us, would you? Goodness, what are these old men attempting to achieve? Can they not articulate their thoughts without resorting to such antics? Must they cling to my leg in this manner? And that one over there, why is he groping my thigh as he clings on? And why does it seem to escalate? Just as Xingliu was on the verge of losing his temper, Shumaru, standing nearby, could no longer bear the embarrassment inflicted by these elders. You all, stand up at once. When her voice failed to restore order, she resorted to more unconventional methods. Wind release, gale palm. With a flourish, she brandished the large fan from her back, sending the embarrassing elders soaring out the window in a most orderly fashion. Phew, at last, there is some peace, Shumaru remarked, wiping her brow of non-existent sweat, observing the troublesome officials being expelled. While Xingliu also found the elders to be quite noisy, he pondered whether such an extreme measure was truly warranted. Was it really appropriate to cast them out like that? After all, they were of considerable age, and what if something were to happen? Initially, Shumaru thought Xingliu harbored grievances against her, but upon realizing he was genuinely concerned for the elders' safety, she was taken aback, followed by the sound of laughter echoing in the office from the Sand siblings. Ha! Lord Xingliu, are you truly contemplating the safety of those old men? If that is the case, you need not fret so much, Shumaru chuckled before covering her mouth and explaining, if you doubt my words, you may look out the window to see if they are in any peril. Upon hearing Handball's words, Xingliu was initially skeptical. However, as he approached the window to gaze down, he found no trace of the elderly men, save for a few oddly shaped craters on the ground. Where could they have disappeared? If it weren't for those peculiar indentations, Xingliu might have dismissed the earlier incident as mere illusion. Their absence was quite expected. They must have sneaked back to their homes for a game of cards. Gaara seemed to have anticipated this scenario, promptly reclaiming the letter from Handball's grasp. Xingliu-sensei, if you have time to worry about those old men, it would be more prudent for us to discuss how to tackle the conundrum posed by the Akatsuki organization. Was it his understanding that faltered, or did these individuals possess an extraordinary mental fortitude? How could they return to their mundane activities as if nothing had transpired after being so ruthlessly cast aside? Enough, Lord Xingliu. Those elders who hold positions of authority in the hidden village are certainly not mere ordinary men. They have merely aged and retired. In their youth, they participated in both the first and second Great Ninja Wars. If I put it this way, you should grasp the extent of their combat prowess. Observing Xingliu's unwavering fixation on the matter, Handball felt compelled to elucidate, lest the conversation spiral into an endless loop of inquiry. Then there are no issues. After all, Having participated in wars of such magnitude, they must belong to the ranks of those adept at survival. With his doubts assuaged, he then turned to Xingliu. Shall you not alleviate my own uncertainties? Such as why your leaders sent you here and what their intentions may be. Surely, you would disclose the answers to these queries? Gaara regarded the man before him and implored. Oh, the situation is as follows. Noting Gaara's impatience, Xingliu freely shared the intelligence they had gathered, including the fact that Uchiha Obito had returned to the fold of Konoha. As for why the leader sent me, it is simply because I have little to occupy my time, he stated, breaking the previously solemn atmosphere with his nonchalance. The sudden influx of information left Gaara's mind reeling. Setting aside the abrupt acceleration of the Akatsuki's offensive, could they genuinely trust a former defector who had recently rejoined their ranks? After all, he had betrayed the village not long ago, albeit partly due to the enemy's manipulation. He had still committed the act of treachery. Recognizing the turmoil in Gaara's expression, Xingliu understood that the matter concerning Uchiha Obito weighed heavily on his mind. However, issues within one's own village were not for outsiders to meddle in. Thus, he allowed Gaara to grapple with his concerns in solitude. Oh dear, do not overthink it. Regardless of what happens, my leader will bear the burden. You should contemplate whether your sand village is willing to form a ninja alliance, Xingliu remarked with a chuckle, playfully patting Gaara on the shoulder. Do you believe our sand village has any other option? If you fail to withstand the Akatsuki's onslaught this time, their next target will undoubtedly be us. The weakest among the nations, Gaara replied with a wry smile. Exactly. That is precisely why we proposed this scheme, to prevent such a scenario from occurring. Xingliu responded with a grin. Our sand village should be your first stop, correct? How confident are you in persuading the leaders of the subsequent villages to join the alliance? As Gaara broached the subject, Xingliu seized his playful demeanor and extended his hand. Raising 5 fingers, I estimate my chances of convincing the heads of several villages to be only 50%. 50%. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, Gaara and the others gaped in astonishment. Indeed, you heard correctly. I possess only a 50% chance of persuading those village leaders, Xingliu said, shrugging his shoulders. Sir Xingliu, you must be jesting. With the reputation of your Konoha, it seems implausible that your chances could be merely 50%, Temari expressed, her disbelief evident. Sometimes, having too great a reputation can be a burden. After all, you are aware that every ninja war has concluded with our Konoha emerging victorious, which has made these villages somewhat resentful, Xingliu explained. Surely not. This is a matter of life and death for the ninja world. They must not still cling to past grievances, Gaara interjected, though he had only recently assumed the role of Kazekage. He had heard from the village's elders about the first and second great ninja wars, many of whom believed that bygones should remain in the past. Thus, when he first encountered Xingliu from Konoha, he refrained from expressing any desire to send him away. Ah, Gaara, though you have become the leader of the Sand Village, you still have a long journey ahead compared to the cunning old foxes of other ninja villages, Xingliu remarked, shaking his head. Even my own leader, when he took the mantle of Hokage, was maneuvered around by those elders clinging to their past. What? Are the internal affairs of other villages so tumultuous? Gaara was under the impression that his subordinates were wholly supportive of their leader. Had Xingliu been privy to Gaara's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly rolled his eyes in response. For not all subordinate factions were as compliant as those in the Sand Village. However, I have a strategy that could potentially elevate that probability by an additional 15%. Xingliu began, sensing that the atmosphere was ripe for his cunning scheme. He first presented an implausible probability, then claimed to possess a method to enhance it. This is indeed the art of negotiation. Upon hearing Xingliu mention a method to enhance their chances, Gaara and the others felt an immediate uplift in their spirits, as if the world had suddenly turned brighter. Teacher Xingliu, could you possibly finish your thoughts in one go? Speaking in fragments is quite unkind to the hearts of others. Gaara remarked with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, I nearly believed I was to entrust the fate of my village to a mere 50% chance. Little did I know that Master Xingliu had another ace up his sleeve, Temari chimed in. However, I advise you not to jump to conclusions. I merely suggested a potential 15% increase. Yet there remains a 25% possibility that it may not succeed, Xingliu cautioned. A second negotiation tactic, dousing cold water. When the other party hears that alternatives exist, one can then pour a bucket of cold water over them to increase the likelihood of compliance by 20% later on. Moreover, I am still uncertain whether the other party will agree to this matter, Hence my confidence rests at a mere 50%. What? Gaara and his companions were understandably unsettled. It is impossible to elevate probabilities for something that has yet to be solidified. Yet, who is this enigmatic individual that Xingliu speaks of? If you were in their position, would you be inclined to accept this request? Xingliu began to probe the sentiments of the others as the situation unfolded. After all, such jesting inquiries are a privilege reserved for oneself. The respondent cannot easily evade the question. This represents the final phase of negotiation, transforming the farcical into reality. Ultimately, only the one posing the question knows the truth behind it. After all, the other party is oblivious to whether one is sincere or jesting. Therefore, the rhythm of the conversation remains firmly in one's hands. Xingliu decided to use this playful inquiry to gauge the others. Should they acquiesce, he would then lay bare the entirety of the situation. Conversely, if they declined, he would suffer no loss. If it were you, would you be willing to agree to this matter? Xingliu inquired with a smile. If it were up to me, I would certainly agree. After all, this matter could significantly influence the survival of the ninja world. If my involvement could elevate the success rate, how could I possibly refuse? Kankuro was the first to express his opinion, as he belonged to the protagonist faction, so Xingliu was not surprised by his response. And you, Temari? Would you be willing to agree to this matter? Xingliu decided to save the biggest fish for last. Based on a psychology book he had read prior to his crossing, humans often subconsciously agree to matters when all parties express consent. Thus, Xingliu could not fathom why his elder siblings would agree to matters that the young Gaara would contradict. You ask me? I am not that individual. How could I possibly know what choices he would make? Handong unexpectedly interrupted Xingliu's ensuing plans with an unusual calmness. Did I not already inquire how you would choose if you were in his position? Therefore, even if you cannot represent him, you can still express your own choices regarding this matter. Xingliu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and continued, Oh, I see. Handong appeared to grasp Xingliu's intent and, after a nod, uttered an unforeseen statement. If it were me, I would choose not to assist in this endeavor. Why not? This could threaten the very existence of the ninja world. The first to voice a question was Kanjiro, standing beside Handong. He believed that one ought to accept any opportunity to help, as acts of kindness are inherently beneficial. Why would one refuse such mutually advantageous situations? Why would I decline? Did I not articulate this from the outset? I am not him. Why should I feel compelled to assist him? Moreover, Lord Xingliu has taken such a convoluted route merely to inquire if I, Gaara, would accompany him to deliver a letter, correct? Do you think I am accurate in my assumption, Lord Xingliu? Handong observed Xingliu, who was visibly flustered. Why has this wretched woman suddenly become so astute? In his recollection, she was not the type to charge forth without regard for the consequences. Had he misremembered? Nevertheless, regardless of her keen perception, it mattered little. As he previously asserted, in this jesting manner of inquiry, the advantage lay solely with him. As long as he firmly maintained that the matter was not genuine, he would remain invulnerable. Xingliu, somewhat anxiously, addressed Handong. That is not the case. I was merely asking you all casually. There is no need to take it so seriously. Really? Handong regarded Xingliu with a bemused smile. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Otherwise, how could a man of my shamelessness possibly circle around to ask you? Although Xingliu outwardly wore a cheerful demeanor, internally, he was berating the woman before him. Why is she so perceptive? Indeed, I have never seen you exhibit such humility in the time I have known you. Handong nodded in agreement. Is it conceivable that I have always been this humble? Perhaps my usual carefree demeanor is merely a facade for others, Xingliu replied, somewhat unwilling to concede. Haha, do you truly believe anyone would be persuaded by your tall tales? The Sand Village's trio of sisters displayed varying degrees of disdain as they looked at Xingliu. Very well, you have triumphed. My purpose in visiting Gaara was not only to deliver a letter, but also to request that he accompany me on a journey through the other nations. As the possibility of a reversal faded, Xing Lu could only raise his hands and surrender. Alas, who was it just moments ago that spoke so arrogantly? Dismissing everything as mere banter? Temari, mimicking Xing Lu's earlier tone, recounted the words that had been spoken. Haven't I already apologized to you all? So, will you accompany me? Or not? If not, I shall set off at once. Oh, go ahead. I'll just preemptively decline for Gaara. Temari shrugged indifferently. Wait, I was merely jesting. And on what grounds do you refuse Gaara on my behalf? I am, after all, a benefactor to your Sunigakure. You? I had almost forgotten about that. Temari feigned a tap to her forehead, then turned to the onlooker, Gaara. So, will you join him or not? If you truly intend to go out, do make arrangements for the Shinobi Alliance. It's merely a matter of accompanying teacher Xing Lu to deliver a message. It shouldn't take long, Gaara replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Xing Lu, confident that, even in his absence, Xing Lu would accomplish the task flawlessly. No. It's precisely because I worry those individuals might bar my entry that I invited you along. After all, when the leader of a village pays a visit, the counterpart would surely not ignore him entirely, right? Xing Lu expressed his thoughts, but Gaara and Temari exchanged helpless glances, as if questioning whether Xing Lu had a misapprehension regarding his own abilities. In this world of ninjas, no village would dare treat him with such disdain. Perhaps feeling the weight of their gazes, Xing Lu hastened to urge Gaara to depart. Time is of the essence. We must make haste, lest we truly miss our opportunity. With that, Xing Lu opened a distorted space before them, leading directly to the land of Earth, not far from Sunagakure. I recall that Elder from the land of Earth is rather accommodating. Why do you believe he would deny you entry? Gaara asked as he stepped into the distorted space beside Xing Lu. I have no desire to deal with any old man, and this Tsuchikage will undoubtedly be the greatest obstacle in our mission to deliver the message. Xing Lu recalled the elders he had encountered in Konoha, none of whom were easy to deal with. Engaging with them could easily lead to falling into their traps. Thus, he grasped Gaara's shoulders firmly, stating, "This negotiation in the land of Earth rests entirely upon you, Lord Kazekage. I shall merely provide a show of force if necessary." Observing Xing Lu's serious demeanor, Gaara pondered whether his caution was excessive. Nevertheless, since the matter had been entrusted entirely to him, he resolved to exert his utmost effort. Rest assured, I will handle it with great care. The land of Earth, as its name suggests, is a village founded on the principles of Earth-based chakra. This settlement boasts not only an excellent defensive terrain, but is also encircled by towering cliffs and rugged rocks. Regardless of how many times one visits, it feels akin to stepping inside a fortress. Xing Lu glanced at the village, enveloped by various mountains and stones, without a map modifier. He believed it would be virtually impossible to breach this stronghold using the ninjutsu of this world. Has Master Xing Lu visited here many times? Gaara inquired with curiosity. Not at all. Aside from a previous visit with my leader, I haven't returned since, Xing Lu replied, shaking his head. Oh, I thought from your earlier remarks that you had been here numerous times, Gaara remarked. The little knowledge I possess is hardly sufficient for courting. I merely expressed a spontaneous admiration. After all, this formidable terrain is coveted by every nation throughout history, Xing Lu elucidated. Oh, it seems our esteemed Xing Lu possesses a commendable understanding of history. A diminutive elder suddenly emerged from atop the fortress, landing gracefully before them with his hands clasped behind his back. Lord Third Tsuchikage, I humbly ask for your understanding for my impromptu visit to Awagakure, Xing Lu said as he bowed respectfully. Haha, I never expected to receive a bow from the esteemed Xing Lu. If this news were to spread, many would envy me. The elder chuckled. Despite being over 70 years old, he still emanated an aura of invincibility. Your words are too kind, esteemed elder. To you seasoned veterans, I am merely a fledgling who has just entered the world of ninjas. Hence, I kindly request your guidance. Xing Lu smiled at the third Tsuchikage. Haha, I like this young man. The Tsuchikage laughed, giving Xing Lu a friendly pat on the shoulder before adopting a mysterious expression. What do you say? Would you care to leave Konoha and join us here? Is this how elders behave nowadays? We've barely met, and he is already suggesting I abandon Konoha for Awagakure? Xing Lu queried in bewilderment. Elder, you jest, do you not? I am the sworn brother of the fourth Hokage. Are you not concerned that I might feign allegiance to Awagakure and return with intelligence to Konoha? Haha, what's in a title of brotherhood? If you desire such a superficial honor, I could declare you my brother on the spot, though you may not accept. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, shrugged. No. Such empty titles hold no value for me. Besides, I have a wife in Konoha who was recently wed. No matter how much of a rogue I may be, abandoning my wife to join you is out of the question, even if I were inclined to ally with you. I doubt you would welcome a traitor who forsakes his spouse. Although Xing Liu had merely jested with his words, the elderly Anoki nodded with a serious demeanor, acknowledging, your concerns are indeed valid. Allow me to find a suitable place in the village for you to settle with your wife. This should alleviate your worries, correct? He was acutely aware that such remarks were not meant to be taken seriously, yet he pondered why Anoki regarded them as earnest. Was it true that the generational gap between individuals could not be bridged so effortlessly? At that moment, Xingliu recalled Gaara, who had accompanied him. Since his own words seemed ineffective, it was time to let someone more capable take the stage. However, this capable individual remained behind him, stifling laughter. Perhaps it would have been better to have brought his dear Sakura along for this trip instead. The very presence that he had brought for support proved to be of no use when he needed it most. Why had he even brought this burden along? What is it? Are my conditions not to your liking? Would you prefer I offer my granddaughter in marriage as well? This would certainly make you a contender for the next generation of Tsuchikage, a proposition enticing enough. Wouldn't you agree? Initially, Inoki thought his offer might not be sufficiently appealing to stir Xingliu's interest. Hence he proposed both the position of Tsuchikage and the hand of his granddaughter, believing it would surely captivate him. What? This old man, in an attempt to win him over, not only offered him the title of Tsuchikage, but also wished to wed his granddaughter to him. Xingliu questioned his own allure, doubting whether he possessed the charm to elicit such a proposal from a national leader. Had the two leaders present heard his inner musings, they would have simply shaken their heads in disbelief. Did this lazy fish not comprehend the significance of being a formidable figure in the ninja world? Were it not for his marriage, he would have been trampled at the gates of Konoha by others eager to claim his place. Nevertheless, Inoki's proposition could never entice Xingliu to abandon Konoha. He had the position of Hokage awaiting his assent to inherit. Why would he forsake his home to become a son-in-law in such a remote village? Old man, I appreciate your sincerity, but I cannot simply abandon my brother, Xingliu expressed, his expression softening as he regarded Inoki. It was, after all, Minato who had taken him in when he was homeless, making it impossible for him to leave Konoha for another village. Having spoken those words, Xingliu braced himself for Inoki's disapproval, yet after a prolonged silence, he heard none of the anticipated rebukes. What is the matter? Surely you don't think I am the sort to throw a tantrum when my invitation is declined? Inoki regarded Xingliu with a bemused expression. Such loyalty and sentiment are exceedingly rare, even in my long years. I certainly wouldn't become incensed over such trivialities. With that, Inoki observed Xingliu with an amused glint in his eye. Do you perceive me as a miserly old man? Upon hearing such words from the esteemed Lord Inoki, Seiryu vigorously shook his head, eager to convey that this was not his intention. Humph, I doubt you would dare to think so. With a haughty snort, Lord Inoki turned his gaze towards Gaara, who stood behind Seiryu. The one behind you must be the newly appointed Kazekage of Sunagakure, correct? Why do you persist in hiding behind this impudent child? Is it that an old man like me is unworthy of your presence? Or is there some other reason? As a leader of a great nation, if you cannot summon the courage to face even an old man like me, one must reconsider whether the land of wind is fit to be among the 5 great nations. I always said that old men are notoriously difficult to deal with. Not long ago, they were employing various temptations to entice me, and now they disdainfully criticize the youth. If that rascal Minato ever makes me contend with such cantankerous old men again, I might as well find a tranquil place with Sakura to spend my retirement. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Presently, their pressing dilemma is how to navigate the challenges posed by this old man. However, this situation marks Gaara's inaugural diplomatic encounter as Kazekage, and it bears no relevance to his usual laid-back demeanor. After a prolonged absence of communication with the third Tsuchikage, Gaara stepped forth from behind Seiryu, maintaining a dignified composure befitting his status as the 5th Kazekage of the Land of Wind. Given that both parties are leaders of significant nations, Gaara did not bow in deference to Lord Inoki. Oh, so the Land of Wind has declined to the point of being led by a mere youth like you? The tension between the two leaders escalated rather quickly, a nuance Seiryu had not anticipated. Nonetheless, the clash between the representatives of the new generation and the old was undeniably intriguing. However, now is not the time for such confrontations, and Seiryu felt compelled to intervene to prevent a potential altercation. I must insist that you both cease. Seiryu stepped forward to separate the two. As leaders of your respective great nations, cannot you both consider the well-being of the villages you represent? Upon hearing Seiriu's words, both men huffed and turned their heads away from one another. Moreover, we have yet to disclose the purpose of our visit to you, old man. Seiryu continued. We have come to a Wagakure regarding matters pertaining to the Akatsuki organization. With that, he produced a letter penned by Minato and handed it to Lord Inoki. Oh, what mischief are those Akatsuki members up to this time? Lord Inoki nonchalantly accepted the letter from Seiryu, then remarked, Speaking of which, two-tailed beasts raised in my village were quietly taken away by them. Once you have perused this letter, you will comprehend the events that have transpired and the reasons behind my visit, much of which is attributed to the contents of this correspondence, Seiryu stated mysteriously. Very well. Allow me to read the letter sent by the Hokage of Konohagakure. Old man Inoki leisurely removed the envelope and extracted the letter within. Initially, his demeanor was rather relaxed, but as he delved deeper into the text, the already furrowed lines on his forehead deepened considerably. Is the content of this letter truly authentic? Old man Inoki inquired. His brow furrowed. Regrettably, every word penned within this letter is indeed true. Furthermore, to ascertain the veracity of its claims, we even consulted our operatives stationed near the Akatsuki organization. Alas, their reports have only served to deepen our disappointment, Seiryu shrugged. So your purpose in coming here is to connect with the leaders of several great nations to unite against those Akatsuki members? Old man Inoki asked suspiciously. Precisely, otherwise. Why would I be burdened with this liability behind me? Seiryu glanced at Gaara, who stood behind him. Ha. With that statement alone, our village of Awagakure agrees to this so-called ninja alliance. Old man Inoki chuckled. Really? Your people are genuinely willing to consent to this matter? Seiryu asked incredulously. What? Are you dissatisfied with my prompt agreement? Would you prefer I had refused this proposition instead? Old man Inoki glared at Seiryu. No. It's just that your swiftness in agreeing took me by surprise, making it hard to believe. Seiryu replied. Your disbelief is understandable. I too am surprised by my own rapid acquiescence. Old man Inoki shook his head with a smile. However, since Konoha has taken the initiative, we must face the matter resolutely and agree. Is his influence truly that formidable? Not to mention he has previously aided the Sand Village. It is astonishing that this seemingly difficult old man would concede so readily. It appears I have been outmaneuvered by that cunning elder brother of mine. Why else would he send me instead of others? Clearly, I am still rather naive, Seiryu sighed. Enough. I am aware of your grievances towards that lad from Konoha. But this is part of his duty as the leader of his village, is it not? Therefore, as his brother, you should strive to understand him further. Old man Inoki remarked with a smile. I understand. I merely wish to voice my complaints. Nonetheless, I am indeed shouldering this responsibility for him, Seiryu pouted. Very well. Old man knows you are busy, so I shall not keep you. However, do come by for a chat when you have the time. Old man Inoki said before turning on his heel and returning to his office. As Xing stood there, bewildered after the figure of the old man from the great wild woods vanished from sight, he pondered whether this was truly the conclusion of the matter. Hadn't the comics depicted that the elders in charge were fond of devising trials to test the qualifications of others? Yet, why was it that upon encountering him, the interaction concluded merely with a few casual remarks? Could this be the fabled luck of a protagonist, asserting dominance over others with sheer charisma? Of course, the thoughts swirling in Xing Lu's mind were imperceptible to Gaara. From his perspective, all he could see was a fool who oscillated between solemnity and foolish laughter. After nearly 5 minutes had elapsed, immersed in his own world, Xing Lu finally regained his composure. The first thing he resolved to do was to drag Gaara towards the next nation, the Land of Water, nestled within deep mountains. The Land of Water was perpetually shrouded in thick mist, entirely isolated from the other countries. Although surrounded by seas on all sides, it still boasted numerous mountains with remarkably advantageous geographical positions. Suddenly, a distorted space materialized directly before the hidden mist village, from which Xing Lu and Gaara emerged. We have finally arrived at the fourth country, Xing Lu exclaimed, stretching his stiff limbs after the prolonged journey. Indeed, at this pace, we should be able to return before dinner, Gaara concurred. I hope the Mizukage is as reasonable as the old man, Xing Lu murmured to himself. After a while, Xing Lu stepped into the nation known as the Land of Mist. Is anyone here? He called out, alongside Gaara, as they searched for signs of life within the hidden mist village. However, despite combing every corner, they encountered no one. Where could everyone have gone? Xing Lu remarked, surveying the fog-enshrouded land. I am uncertain. Ordinarily, there should have been guards to inquire about our presence before we entered the village. Yet now both the guards and the residents have inexplicably vanished, Gaara replied. Initially, Xing Lu had suspected that the dense fog had caused the villagers to remain indoors. But after a brief exploration, they discovered that not a single soul inhabited the houses either. What should we do? Shall we investigate that building over there, resembling the Hokage Tower of the Leaf? Xing Lu suggested, pointing towards a prominent structure. Isn't it written in the books that when searching for people, one typically begins with the local landmarks or the tallest buildings? Thus, Xing Lu chose to head towards the Mizuki's office, a place he had previously visited with Minato. If no one was present there, they might as well return to Konoha and consult Minato on how to confront the Akatsuki. For if the hidden mist village was devoid of inhabitants, it was likely that they had all been taken to the village of the lightning by the Akatsuki. After all, it was inconceivable for a village representing a nation to be entirely deserted. I hold no dissent. After all, my role here is merely to serve as an ornament, while the true decision-maker remains you. I shrugged lightly. Very well, let us venture over there to ascertain whether anyone resides within. Given that I, Gaara, have expressed this sentiment, it would indeed be somewhat pretentious for Xing Lu to linger any longer. Upon opening a warped space leading to that edifice, Xing Lu ushered Gaara and myself into the dimensional gateway. The entrance to the building stood unguarded, allowing us to enter with ease. Please wait a moment. I shall utilize my Byakugan to investigate whether anyone remains inside, Xing Lu interjected, halting Gaara from ascending the staircase. With precision, he activated the Byakugan and meticulously surveyed the surroundings. The first floor was devoid of any presence. The second floor, however, revealed something perplexing. A formidable creature seemingly safeguarding several entities resembling children. The third floor exhibited no signs of life. It appeared that only the individuals on the second floor could elucidate the current situation. Have you found anything? Gaara inquired as Xing Lu reverted to his normal eyes. Indeed, I discerned signs of life on the second floor, while the other areas show none, Xing Lu affirmed with a nod. Then let us proceed, Gaara declared, intending to make his way toward the staircase, only to be restrained by Xing Lu. Wait, do not be so hasty. To them, we are outsiders, and it is evident that they would have likely set traps at this sole exit, Xing Lu cautioned. I almost overlooked that crucial detail, Gaara replied. Acknowledging Xing Lu's perceptiveness, it appears you are quite suited to lead students on trials. With a raised eyebrow, Gaara proposed, what if, upon the conclusion of this mission, we from the Sand Village collaborate with you from the Leaf Village for a joint trial? I have yet to experience your teachings, Xing Lu. This could be an opportune occasion for a cross-village ninja challenge. What on earth? Why does it seem that every leader from the great nations wishes to exploit his capabilities? He is, after all, a man who aspires to become the king of lazy fish. What does it mean to wander aimlessly across the map? If not for his confidence in his own strength, Xing Lu would be somewhat concerned that his constant absence might lead to scenarios akin to those in romantic dramas. Do not even contemplate it. After this endeavor, I shall retire completely. Should that fellow press me further, I would have no choice but to obliterate the entire ninja world and whisk my wife away to another realm. This notion had crossed Xing Lu's mind before, as the Kamui he had appropriated from Obito theoretically allowed for spatial traversal. Yet, he pondered whether this ability could indeed connect with his previous world. What? I had intended to learn more survival skills from you, but it seems you are quite resistant, Gaara remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Gaara initially intended to collaborate with the Hokage of Konoha to exert pressure on Xingliu and accomplish certain tasks. However, upon hearing the latter's subsequent remarks, Gaara's somewhat immature notion was swiftly dispelled. After all, he was unwilling to see their world obliterated for the sake of a godlike power. Such fundamental survival knowledge is typically imparted by instructors in the Ninja Academy. Moreover, having ascended to the position of a village leader, what purpose does it serve to acquire an abundance of trivial knowledge, rather than squander precious time? It would be far more prudent to learn from the senior figures of other nations about effectively managing subordinates. Alternatively, he could dedicate himself to honing his sand manipulation abilities. The potential applications of sand are vast. Should he ever find himself in a situation devoid of sand, how would he contend with adversaries? Instead of allowing this impetuous youth to vex him further, it would be more beneficial to assign him a task that encourages reflection. Although Xingliu only assigned the task to alleviate his own annoyance, to Gaara, it seemed as though Xingliu was imparting wisdom on how to broaden his ninjutsu possibilities. Such matters could be postponed for future exploration. They were currently engaged in a mission. After all, the more alliances one has, the better, lest they find themselves exerting additional effort later, which would be quite disadvantageous. While Xingliu's words may have sounded somewhat coarse, they held a kernel of truth. In battles where strength is paramount, every fraction of power enhances the odds of victory. What approach should we take now? We can't simply fly up there, can we? Gaara had scarcely finished speaking when he noticed Xingliu had already taken to the skies. You are correct. We can ascend directly. Xingliu was employing the flight capability he had recently copied from Inoki, though the mechanics of his flight remained a mystery. It did not hinder Xingliu from integrating it into his own ninjutsu. Witnessing Xingliu soar into the air, Gaara was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was a person capable of wielding the three great ocular techniques. Mastering flight should not be trivial for him. Teacher Xingliu, while you can soar, what am I to do? I can't just wait for you down here, can I? Gaara remarked, glancing at his own long legs that could not fly. Of course. You must come with me. We will simply ascend together. As they made their way from the first to the second level, Gaara found himself despondently seated in a whimsical child-sized aircraft conjured by Xingliu's talent. Teacher Xingliu, you can make this peculiar contraption fly. But why must I endure sitting in this odd thing? Wouldn't it be more efficient to carry me directly? Upon reaching the second level, Gaara suddenly recognized a flaw in his reasoning. If Xingliu possessed the ability to make this strange object airborne, why not utilize that capability to elevate himself instead? He must be made to carry such an embarrassing prop. If I were to claim that this ability requires a carrier to function, would you believe me? Xingliu gazed earnestly at Iai Luo. Though they had only traveled together for a few short hours, he had already discerned the depths of this man's shamelessness. Not to mention the way he would occasionally tease you with unknown objects during their journey, but in this particular route, which required his assistance, he would employ an array of embarrassingly playful items as excuses to prank him. Once Iai Luo ceased to be fooled, Xingliu suddenly felt that this trip had lost all semblance of enjoyment. TCH, has our time together already rendered you immune to deceit? After a slight pout, Xingliu abandoned Iai Luo, striding ahead towards their destination. It was rather amusing how, despite being a married man, Xingliu remained so playful. Iai Luo, shaking his head in resignation, hurried to catch up with the forward-moving Xingliu. Teacher Xingliu, how much longer until we reach their location? Iai Luo inquired. Logically, the building should not be vast, yet they had already walked for nearly 10 minutes without arriving at their destination. Almost there, almost there. Among that group, there is quite a skilled illusionist. The path we've taken has already been ensnared by their prior illusions. With his Sharingan activated, Xingliu monitored the chakra's movements while explaining to Iai Luo behind him. However, it could be said that rather than being ensnared by the enemy's illusion, Xingliu had willingly stepped into it, for his sixth sense suggested that following the illusion's direction would be considerably swifter than retracing their steps. Teacher, where did these two fools come from? How can they be right in front of us, yet remain oblivious? A small boy remarked to a mature woman beside him. Upon hearing the boy's voice, the woman simply covered her mouth and chuckled softly. They are quite formidable individuals from other countries. Moreover, that somewhat charming man is considered the strongest in the ninja world. Really? That seemingly simple-minded man possesses such prowess? The strongest in the ninja realm? How extraordinary. Indeed, at first glance, one would not suspect his true strength. However, not long ago, I received news of him effortlessly defeating 2 members of the Akatsuki, revealing that he is not as unassuming as he appears. The mature woman mused, gazing fondly at Xingliu in the distance. However, Teacher Terumi, that man has been trapped in my illusion for quite some time. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? The boy looked up, questioning. Perhaps that fellow has simply begun to act up again. Otherwise, with your level of illusion, he could easily break free with a mere wave of his hand. Terumi replied with a smile. Within the confines of the illusion, Xingliu was indeed deceived by what he termed his sixth sense. Can you believe that such a short distance took them several hours to traverse? Alas, Xingliu, much like a player engrossed in an RPG, resorted to checking a guide after becoming ensnared in a labyrinth. However, no such guide existed here. The only recourse against the illusions was that pair of enchanting eyes, his formidable Sharingan. Yet, upon exhausting its power, he uncovered a truth that left him on the verge of despair. It turned out that Xingliu could only entrust the task of breaking the enchantment to Gaara, as he needed a moment to soothe his wounded, fragile spirit. Xingliu-sensei, what's wrong? Gaara inquired, glancing with concern at Xingliu, who had retreated to a corner, drawing circles. However, he was met with a dismissive response, as Xingliu insisted there was nothing amiss. Ugh, they're only a few meters away, and I knew my dreadful sixth sense was utterly useless, Xingliu muttered to himself from the corner's edge, after several minutes of Gaara's relentless efforts to dismantle the illusion. They finally overcame this rudimentary jinjutsu. Clapping resounded as the famed ninja prodigy found himself ensnared by the illusions of a mere child, even while wielding the Sharingan. Once the enchantment was shattered, Terumi Mei, accompanied by a few children, took the opportunity to mock Xingliu. Initially, Gaara was puzzled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure. But upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. So, you are the newly appointed Kazekage of the Land of Wind? After finishing her jibe at Xingliu, Terumi Mei finally turned her attention to Gaara, who was distinctly different from the previous target of her remarks. Hello, I am Gaara. He replied with a nod. Greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, Terumi Mei redirected her gaze back to the man still lost in his circular doodling. Xingliu, you did not travel all the way from Konoha just to draw circles, did you? She approached and playfully tapped him on the head. Ouch, you hit my head again. Last time, when accompanying Minato, he had received a similar treatment, and now, unexpectedly, she repeated the gesture. Instead of feeling intimidated by Xingliu's sudden change in demeanor, Terumi Mei found him rather endearing. What of it? I'll hit you if I want to, she boldly asserted, leaning closer to him with a confident stance. Hey, don't think you can act as you please just because I refrain from hitting women. When I get serious, even I fear myself. Though Xingliu's words were arrogant, his actions betrayed a retreating demeanor. Inside a prominent structure of the hidden mist village, Xingliu leaned despondently against the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Let go of me. I am a married man. While her embrace was indeed comfortable, he was acutely aware of his marital commitments. And such intimacy with a woman in this setting felt decidedly inappropriate. What does your marital status have to do with me holding you? Upon hearing Xingliu's complaints, Komi tightened her embrace, as if she wished to meld him into her very being. However, just as Xingliu was about to retort, he suddenly became aware of a damp sensation behind him, compelling him to swallow his words. Is she crying? Remaining still in their current position, he sensed the silent tremors of the person behind him, who was quietly weeping. The two maintained this unspoken connection for an indeterminate time until a voice, laden with sobs, broke the silence. Do you think I am utterly useless? As she spoke, Xingliu felt the softness behind him withdraw a short distance. Yet she continued to cling to him tightly. The esteemed fifth Mizukage of the Water Nation, unable to protect her own villagers, and her life having been salvaged by her devoted subordinates, Komi remarked bitterly. Xingliu refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to listen intently as the woman recounted the events of that fateful day. They had arrived with only 6 individuals, each bearing a striking resemblance to one another. Apart from those 6 Pain, Xingliu struggled to conceive anyone from the Akatsuki capable of single-handedly obliterating a great nation's village. These 6 men moved as if they shared a singular consciousness, effortlessly countering their every assault, regardless of the direction of attack. Recalling that moment, Komi felt as if she were reliving a nightmare. A single strike had vanquished all the elites within her village. They were being manipulated from behind the scenes, of course. They acted in perfect unison. Furthermore, the puppeteer of those 6 was the leader of the Akatsuki, thus it was only natural that they could not overcome them. Xingliu reassured her. What do you mean it's natural that we can't defeat them? You should elaborate more. Komi shot him a withering glare. Her patience worn thin by his bluntness, for she feared she might unleash her frustration upon this incorrigible man. Let us set that aside for now. Your visit must pertain to the Akatsuki, correct? Komi swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring about the purpose of Xingliu's arrival. Indeed, our purpose is indeed related to the Akatsuki, but it seems we may have arrived a step too late. Xingliu proceeded to explain their reasons for coming and the matters concerning the Ninja Alliance. However, upon hearing this, Komi remained silent, her expression unchanging. Finally, just as Xingliu was on the verge of dozing off, Komi finally spoke. I understand this situation now. While we in the Water Nation yearn to contribute to this coalition, she glanced at the children playing nearby with Gaara. We must consider our own circumstances. The combat strength of our Water Nation has dwindled to but a handful, aside from those I dispatched as scouts. These few children are all that remain of our fighting force. Observing the sudden despondency of Terumi Mei, Xingliu found himself at a loss for words to comfort her, ultimately offering his shoulder for her to lean upon in silence. After a moment, he sensed that she had released her embrace and stood up. How is it? Is my sturdy shoulder comfortable enough for you? Xingliu rose to his feet and addressed Terumi Mei. Let us not discuss this matter. Isn't it customary for people to lend their chests for support? Terumi May rolled her eyes at him in playful disdain. Ah, your reasoning is rather flawed, Xingliu replied, raising a finger and shaking his head. If I were still unmarried, I would gladly offer my chest, but as I am now the husband of another woman, lending you my chest would be inappropriate. Seeing Xingliu's smug demeanor, Terumi May's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to teach this infuriating man a lesson. Was he mocking her for being nearly 30 and still unmarried? Was that truly his implication? As Terumi May's expression darkened, a rope of water suddenly ensnared Xingliu's wrists, binding him. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Weren't we getting along just fine a moment ago? Xingliu shouted at the woman before him, now transformed by her darkening mood. Yet, Terumi May seemed oblivious to his protests, her laughter echoing ominously. Ha ha ha, eradicate all married men. Had he inadvertently stepped onto a landmine? Recognizing that he had struck a nerve regarding her marital status, Xingliu understood that a woman nearing 30 without a husband was indeed a rarity in their ninja world, especially one in a position of power. How could such a capable and affluent woman remain unmarried? Were the men of the Water Nation blind, or were her standards simply too lofty? If he were not already committed to Saki, marrying such a wealthy woman who could sustain him for a lifetime would have been a long-held dream. Ha ha ha, kill all married men. Just as Xingliu momentarily lost his focus, a wave of water, still steaming, hurtled toward him. Good heavens! No wonder no one wishes to marry you. You old hag. If a madwoman like you were brought home, it would be nothing less than domestic violence every day. Xingliu deftly evaded Terumi May's assault, casting a cold smirk in her direction. In that moment, the woman before him, with her disheveled hair, bore little resemblance to the dignified 5th Mizukage. The current counterpart is nothing short of a madwoman. A madwoman? Ha ha ha, erase that man. Upon hearing the term madwoman, Kazumi briefly regained her senses, only to slip back into her deranged persona the next moment. Ha ha ha, water style, water dragon jutsu. With a laugh, Kazumi unleashed a torrent of water that coalesced into a dragon, hurtling towards Hashiryu. What the hell? You're coming again? Faced with the approaching water dragon, Hashiryu had no choice but to counter with the same technique. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The dragon that emerged from Hashiryu was notably stronger than Kazumi's. Thus, when their jutsu clashed, a portion of the weakened water still surged towards Kazumi's face. Splash! The residual force of the water dragon struck Kazumi directly, but due to its diminished power, it was merely enough to splash water. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to jolt a disoriented woman back to her senses. Hashiryu, what the hell are you doing? Indeed, after the water dragon made contact, Kazumi regained her clarity. Oh my god, this madwoman has finally come to. Hashiryu could hardly contain his relief at witnessing the spark of awareness return to Kazumi's eyes. If the other ninjas from the Land of Water were to learn that their hard-fought protector, the Mizukage, had been driven mad by a man, not only would his elder brother, the Water Gate, be unable to shield him, but even his beloved Saki would scorn him. I let you out to seek collaboration, and yet you've driven the leader of our allied nation to madness. This is no laughing matter. Unlike Hashiryu, who was nearly moved to tears with excitement, Kazumi regarded him with a puzzled expression. Why does this boy look as if he has lost his mind? And why are his hands bound? However, these were trivial matters to her. What was truly pressing was, hey, what's with the water on my face? Did you cause this mess, you little brat? Kazumi approached Hashiryu, demanding answers. In this scenario, it was just the two of them. If not Hashiryu, then who else could be responsible? Surely. Shihen inexplicably drenched herself. Kazumi's mention of the incident prompted an avalanche of grievances from Hashiryu. Who told you to recklessly throw boiling water on me in the first place? I dodged it. So I hold it against you. But then you resorted to ninjutsu, leaving me no choice but to retaliate with the same technique. I simply miscalculated the strength, which is why some water splashed on your face. What nonsense is this? In her recollection, there was no instance of her attacking Hashiryu. Furthermore, that scoundrel had somehow outperformed her in executing the same technique. Upon contemplating this, Kagaya gazed at Hashiryu with a look akin to that reserved for a monstrous entity. Why not confront the Akatsuki organization alone? She inquired. There is truly no need to rally the forces of our 5 nations against them. Initially, Kagaya words were merely a jest aimed at Hashiryu, yet to her surprise, he solemnly shook his head in response. If I were to take on the Akatsuki by myself, it would exceed my daily exercise quota. Thus, rather than exhausting myself. It is far more prudent to enlist a few allies, no, not tools, but comrades, to join in the fight against the Akatsuki. Although Hashiryu believed he was concealing his intentions well, the occasional slip of unspoken words revealed his underlying thoughts, leaving Kagaya-me exasperated. What a lazy good-for-nothing you are. Seeking to avoid effort by accumulating more tools to do the heavy lifting for you. Who else knows of this notion aside from myself? Kagaya-me lamented, covering her forehead in resignation. Logically, the individual from Konoha could not possibly stand idly by while such readily available combat power went to waste. If someone like Hashiryu existed within her village, every means would be employed to extract every ounce of their strength. Should Hashiryu grasp the thoughts of the woman before him, he would surely exclaim in disbelief at her cruelty. While his brother Minato occasionally placed him in precarious situations, he would not impose undue burdens in trivial matters. Yet this merciless woman before him sought to drain him completely. Were the unscrupulous factories of dubious reputation aware of this situation, they would undoubtedly commend her professionalism. What are you even implying? I have no idea what you're talking about. Hashiryu exclaimed as he freed himself from his bindings and hastily turned to escape through a nearby door, only to find Kagaya-me blocking his path. You know precisely what I mean, the tool plan you just mentioned. Who else is privy to this information aside from me? Kagaya-me enunciated deliberately, her serious demeanor nearly compelling Hashiryu to divulge his hidden plans. Indeed, aside from the strategy he devised with Minato concerning the Akatsuki's brewery scheme, Hashiryu harbored a clandestine agenda, his tool plan. As the name suggests, the tool plan entails transforming everyone, save for himself, into mere instruments, to live a carefree existence in the future. Possessing several competent tools is indispensable, for one can never predict when troubles will arise. These tools are intended to assist him in resolving such predicaments. However, acquiring obedient tools proves exceedingly challenging. Thus, Hashiryu resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the Akatsuki's assault on the Rain Village to recruit a few workers to transform into tools. What tool plan? I cannot comprehend your words. He was fortunate that only the woman before him had overheard. Otherwise, his scheme would have been utterly thwarted. Oh, are you certain you wish to continue feigning ignorance? Are you not afraid that I might reveal all this and let other nations know? Kagaya-me's expression was enigmatic as she gazed at Hashiryu. Though Hashiryu felt somewhat unsettled by her piercing gaze, she had to admit that the other party's words held truth. If she were to divulge this matter to others, when could her plan of utilizing tools truly come to fruition? A hint of guilt washed over Hashiryu as she turned her head, pondering that having a few more supervisors to manage her tools might not be such a bad idea. It would allow her to be even more carefree. With this thought, the earlier discomfort she felt dissipated entirely. Ahem, you will keep this secret from me, won't you? What is this? Suddenly becoming so earnest? Kagaya-me had initially intended to test him, for she possessed no tangible evidence. Logically, no one should believe her claims. Yet, Hashiryu had unexpectedly turned sincere, suggesting either a deception or a plea for assistance. To successfully ensnare him, the key was to learn to listen to what he had to say. No one would dislike having someone quietly listen to their words and respond. After all, if the other party has chosen to speak openly, they surely expect a reaction in return. Otherwise, why waste breath on trivial matters? What can I do if I don't comply? If my brothers were to learn of this, who knows what tasks the owner of this shadowy workshop would assign me? Hashiryu shrugged. Kagaya-me scrutinized the man before her, pondering whether he was merely compromising to avoid extra work. The authenticity of his demeanor was strikingly genuine. So much so that Kagaya-me began to believe that Hashiryu's words might indeed hold some truth. Could you elaborate on what this tool plan entails? She inquired. If you obediently heed my words, I shall promise to safeguard this secret. Fine, I understand. Honestly, I'm not sure why I let that slip and let you hear about it. Otherwise, I could have kept this under wraps a bit longer. With a resigned sigh, Hashiryu began to explain his tool plan to Kagaya-me. However, aside from the addition of a few supervisors to oversee the tools, he refrained from disclosing further details. So, this so-called tool plan was devised to minimize or completely replace your opportunities to execute tasks. Kagaya-me gazed at him incredulously. Before taking a seat in the water shadow position, I had encountered numerous individuals who had resigned themselves to mediocrity. However, witnessing someone like Xing Lu sink to such depths of complacency was a first for me. Setting aside the absurdity of the elaborate scheme devised by this individual to embrace their lethargy, It was perplexing that they opted for a convoluted approach to a task that could have been effortlessly accomplished using shadow clones. Should one regard them as clever or foolish? On one hand, they cleverly crafted a substitute to evade responsibility. On the other hand, they complicated a matter that could have been resolved with simplicity. Is there truly such a paradoxical character in this world? When I gazed at Xing Lu once more, the playful mockery that had initially danced upon my features was replaced by a look of pity. After all, how could someone so oblivious to such fundamental truths ever hope to outsmart another? Had I successfully lulled them into a false sense of security? Upon noticing my expression, Xing Lu realized that they had successfully duped me. The second step of my plan involved making them aware of their own ignorance. How could someone with a mind that calculates 3 steps for every one not grasp that shadow clones could easily resolve these matters? Moreover, anyone who truly understood shadow clones knew they could not replace oneself in executing tasks. Not to mention, the chakra consumption of shadow clones far exceeds that of ordinary jutsu, and the fleeting nature of their existence renders them incapable of fulfilling such roles. Now that I have divulged this plan, you wouldn't dare share it with anyone else, would you? Xing Lu feigned earnestness, gazing at me with anticipation. Naturally, I am your most sincere ally. I couldn't bear to shatter Xing Lu's spirits, so I merely thumped my chest in affirmation. Observing my sudden display of enthusiasm, Xing Lu grasped that I had indeed agreed to keep this secret, and now it was time to consider how to enlist this woman to assist in managing those subordinates. A soft knock echoed from outside, interrupting our conversation. I apologize for the intrusion, but I believe this matter warrants your attention, provided you are at leisure. What fanciful notions is Gaara conjuring now? I silently scoffed at the absurdity, before stepping outside with Kimi. Ao and Chojiro, you have returned, Kimi exclaimed, hastening towards the familiar figures at the door, scrutinizing them with concern. It was a relief to see they had returned unscathed. Water Shadow-sama, we are back. The two offered a respectful bow, before commencing their report on the intelligence they had gathered. The assailants who had attacked our village had already left our borders. However, curiously, they were not heading towards the land of lightning, but rather towards the land of fire. The middle-aged man with an eye patch on his right eye conveyed the results of his investigation to Conan. The intelligence I gathered is fundamentally similar to what Uncle Ching has obtained. Those men who acted separately have also headed towards the land of fire. A bespectacled youth accompanied him, reporting his own findings. What do you think about this matter? Rather than responding to her 2 subordinates, Conan posed a question to Seiryu, who, after all, had the most extensive interactions with the Akatsuki and might possess insights unknown to Amon. What else is there to consider? The Pain members are undoubtedly heading to the land of fire to capture the 9 Tails. The only possibility Seiryu could conceive was this. After all, these Pains cannot possibly be visiting Konoha for leisure. Moreover, considering that the Akatsuki has already captured all the tailed beasts except for the 1, 8, and 9 Tails, it would make sense for them to attack Konoha if they are planning to capture the 8 Tails tomorrow. Why do I get the impression that you are not surprised by this at all? Did you already foresee this scenario? Observing Hashiryu's calm demeanor upon learning of the impending attack, Conan speculated whether this man had anticipated the current situation. After all, she had never encountered anyone so composed upon hearing of an assault on their village. How could that be? I am not a deity, nor could I possibly know everything, Hashiryu replied, merely shrugging in response to Conan's inquiry. My lack of urgency stems from the fact that the village possesses sufficient strength to contend with those 6 paths of pain. They will be defeated without my intervention. Sufficient strength? From my understanding of Konoha, there aren't many truly formidable ninjas. Aside from the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, only Kakashi Hitaki and that one with the pronounced eyebrows come to mind. It is no wonder that Conan could only recall these names, as most of Konoha's ninjas are merely renowned in name, with only a handful capable of standing against the Akatsuki. The intelligence you received is outdated. Just yesterday, we persuaded an S-rank ninja, nearly as powerful as the 5 Kage, to surrender, Hashiryu grinned. If we entrusted Konoha to those few, it might even be possible to engage the entire Akatsuki in battle. Furthermore, if anything were to happen to the village, I could return to my wife at a moment's notice. In the outskirts of the forest surrounding the land of fire, Konoha village, a man with pronounced eyebrows addressed a silver-haired youth beside him. I wonder if Hashiryu truly delivered the letter to the leaders of those nations. If that person's speed holds true, he should be in either the land of earth or the land of water by now. Of course, This conclusion assumes that he didn't take a break along the way. Otherwise, he might still be idling near Gaara. The only visible eye of the youth from Comet watched intently the book in his hands. As for the man they had just mentioned, his safety was of no concern. Given that man's formidable strength, he had undoubtedly surpassed the pinnacle of this ninja world. The only worry he harbored was whether the man would truly deliver the letter to the leaders of those nations. Beyond that, he was disinclined to concern himself with much else. "Do you not feel how eerily quiet the forest has become?" inquired the youth, his thick brows and large eyes alert to the surroundings. "You need not ponder. The enemy has already made their appearance." No sooner had the youth spoken than 6 ninjas, remarkably similar in appearance, suddenly surrounded them, all donned in the distinctive black cloaks of the Akatsuki organization. "Kakashi, do you have the confidence to hold off 3 of them?" Might Guy asked, glancing back at Kakashi. "Don't be foolish. I'm not a freak like Xing Lu. How could I possibly handle them?" Kakashi replied, keeping a wary eye on the 3 adversaries before him while casting a sidelong glance at the thick-browed youth behind him. "Haha, you have a point. Yet, with our combined strength, we should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive, right?" Might Guy chuckled awkwardly, beginning to contemplate a plan with the premise of fighting to the death. Having known Might Guy for so many years, Kakashi was well aware of what thoughts occupied his mind, and he offered a reassuring smile. "Let us not be so pessimistic. I believe our luck will not be so dire." As if granting Kakashi and Might Guy ample time to articulate their final words, a figure stepped forward from the crowd just after they had finished speaking. "Copy Ninja Kakashi and the Azure Beast Might Guy, I presume? You two are indeed renowned ninjas from Konoha," the man stated, his expression unchanged as he gazed at Kakashi and his companion. Kakashi politely responded, "It is an honor to receive praise from the leader of the Akatsuki organization." "Oh, it appears you are already aware of my identity." "Indeed. You are the founder of the Akatsuki, the wielder of the Rinnegan, Pain, or should I say Nagato?" Although Kakashi's gaze seemed fixed on the man before him, he was actually attempting to converse with the individual behind him. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the man merely clapped his hands expressionlessly and delivered a response that belied his lack of emotion. "You are the first to see through my identity. Let me ponder who provided you with this information. Was it the masked man who recently went missing? Or the one who has consistently obstructed our efforts to collect the tailed beasts?" Despite the mocking tone of Pain's words, his face remained as impassive as ever. "Such matters are for you to speculate upon," Kakashi replied with a shrug. "Ah, what a true pity," Pain remarked, surveying the surroundings. "Have we not delayed long enough? Why have we yet to see your reinforcements? Do you truly believe that merely the 2 of you can thwart us at the village's threshold? Such a statement underestimates our capabilities. We possess enough self-awareness to recognize our limits." Kakashi spread his hands in resignation. "If you could hold off until our reinforcements arrive, I would be immensely grateful. Regrettably, I find it difficult to comply. Considering our plans for tomorrow, I have already been exceedingly accommodating by prolonging this delay. Once you descend into the abyss, you shall have only your comrades to blame for not arriving sooner." In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage Tower of Konohagakure, Minato remained composed as he orchestrated the upcoming rescue mission to the village hidden in the clouds. Tomorrow, under the command of Seiryu, along with Naruto, Kakashi, Might Guy, and 10 other elite shinobi, we shall proceed. The remainder will remain here to guard the village, he instructed his assistant. "Understood. I shall inform those on the list immediately," the assistant replied before exiting the office. "I wonder if that rascal Seiryu can indeed rally the forces of those villages," Minato mused, reclining in his chair and rubbing his tired eyes. Knock, knock. A sound resonated from the door. "Enter." Minato, who had intended to take a brief respite, forced himself to sit upright. "Sensei, I sense that something is amiss in the forest," Uchiha Obito announced as he entered. "In the forest? I recall that I had dispatched Kakashi and Might Guy there for surveillance." Minato reflected on his strategic arrangements made after Hashiryu's departure. To thwart the Akatsuki's tactics, he had specifically sent these 2 to the village's border to remain vigilant. With the 2 of them, they should be able to contend with any combination of Akatsuki members. Moreover, even if they cannot defeat their adversaries, retreating unscathed should not be overly complicated. Minato felt a degree of confidence in Kakashi and Might Guy, which is precisely why he had assigned them to that location. "I am aware of their exceptional skills, but what if the Akatsuki sends someone of Pain's caliber?" Obito's expression suddenly grew grave, causing Minato to swallow hard. "Are you serious? Has Pain truly made his way here?" Minato questioned in disbelief. Did they not just proclaim an attack on the village hidden in the clouds for tomorrow? Yet now they send a member of their elite ranks to Konoha? Are they sincere in this endeavor? Though this remains speculation, it would be prudent for us to investigate the situation, Obito advised cautiously. Very well. I shall summon Asuma and the others, Minato resolved, promptly instructing for Konoha's finest to be notified. Due to the significance of this matter, within a brief span of time, the elite of Konoha had gathered before the Hokage building, awaiting the appearance of Minato. Had all the Jonin and higher-level ninjas been summoned? Shortly thereafter, Minato emerged from the Hokage building. Report. One of the individuals responsible for gathering the ninjas stepped forward to announce, aside from those on missions, nearly all of Konoha's Jonin have been successfully assembled. Understood, Minato acknowledged, then directed his attention to the multitude surrounding the Hokage building. Esteemed colleagues, according to our scouts, the Land of Water has recently suffered an assault by members of the Akatsuki. Except for the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, along with a few elderly and infirm. The remaining ninjas were brutally slain. Indeed, upon hearing the news of the merciless slaughter of the ninjas from the Land of Water, the elite present began to murmur, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the veracity of the report. I understand that some of you may find this information hard to accept. To be frank, when I first received this intel, I was just as skeptical as you. However, it was later confirmed not only by the ninjas monitoring the border, but also by the messages relayed by our comrade, Xing Lu, who is currently in the Land of Water. His exact words were, "Damn it, brother, although I have arrived in the Land of Water, I fear I am too late. I worry that the 6 Pain who devastated the Land of Water may now target Konoha. So I need you to hold your ground for now. While other ninjas may fabricate information, I doubt my brother would employ such convoluted methods to jest with us, considering he is somewhat of a slacker." Upon concluding this statement, it was not only the group of ninjas before him who erupted into laughter, but Minato himself joined in. For it was indeed inconceivable that their comrade would resort to such a troublesome prank. However, after sharing a moment of levity, Minato's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In order to confront the impending arrival, or rather the already present, pain in our Konoha, I require your strength to protect this village we all share. Nevertheless, he continued, I shall not compel any of you to join this battle, for it may very well result in the loss of several, if not dozens, of lives. Upon hearing Minato's words, all present gazed resolutely at their leader. Do you claim that you would not fear death? Of course, we fear. But we fear even more for the defenseless villagers behind us, who might face brutal slaughter. Thus, confronted with these two fears, they decisively chose the former. Seeing that none of those he had summoned faltered or retreated, Minato felt a surge of exhilaration. His comrades had not shied away. They had bravely stepped forward. Excellent. Now we shall split into 2 groups and head towards the Land of Water to conduct a thorough search. Should anyone encounter members of the Akatsuki, flee immediately. The farther away, the better. With that, Minato suddenly broke into a smile. As the old saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. If we can gather intelligence, we shall overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Would you not agree? Yes. The assembled ninjas raised their fists in unison, echoing the sentiment. Now, having organized into teams, we are ready to embark on our mission. However, it is imperative that each group consists of precisely 45 members. If that number is insufficient, then forming a group of 67 will suffice. The key is to act collectively. As soon as Watergate finished speaking, they began to form their teams. Being from the same village, they quickly found familiar companions with whom to fight. With the teams established, let us set forth. Group A will be led by me, while Group B will follow the masked man. Watergate and Uchiha Obito positioned themselves in opposite directions to determine the search paths. In the southern forest of the Land of Fire, a fierce battle raged on. Yet, rather than a battle, it resembled a one-sided onslaught. Apart from the man with the pot cover hairstyle, the one with the flamboyant style found himself retreating while fending off his adversaries, only to be pulled back by a man with striking orange hair. Kakashi, are you holding up? Might Guy had opened the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, barely managing to contend with the 3 pain before him. But his endurance was waning. With a grunt, Kakashi was yanked toward the enemy by the Deva Path's universal pull, and then sent crashing into a stone wall by the Azura Path, spurting blood. Struggling to rise, he awkwardly remarked to Might Guy, it's not about whether I can hold on. Rather, it's about how much longer we can endure. After kicking away the summoned creature from the animal path, Might Guy flashed his signature bright smile. Is there not a chance we can bring them down directly? Hearing Might Guy's laughter, Kakashi shot him a disparaging glance. Though it was daylight, could we not abandon such fanciful dreams? At present, they were being utterly overwhelmed. And someone dared to utter such unrealistic jest? Think positively. Perhaps a miracle could occur, Might Guy replied. Just then, a hellhound summoned by the animal path lunged at Might Guy while he conversed with Kakashi, prompting him to execute a powerful kick. Upon successfully kicking away the beast, Might Guy finally exhaled in relief and turned to his opponent, sarcastically questioning, "Do you not uphold any martial ethics? Is it not enough for several of you to surround us, that you dare to ambush me, a young man in his 30s, while I speak? Had they not engaged with others for too long? Why did it seem they struggled to comprehend the words exchanged? Who would discuss martial ethics in the midst of a life-and-death struggle? Have we not always resorted to any means necessary to eliminate our adversaries?" Perhaps Might Guy realized that his previous remarks were somewhat outrageous, for after a brief, awkward cough, he assumed a combat stance, inviting the opponent to come forth. "Come, let us together unleash the brilliance of our youth." Observing Might Guy's incessant chatter, the members of Pain began to feel apprehensive about their journey to the Leaf Village. Has that individual always been like this? The god of the heavenly path remarked to Kakashi with a look of exasperation. Apologies, he merely speaks a bit too much. He harbors no ill will. Kakashi regretted bringing Might Guy along, wondering why anyone would be so verbose in the midst of battle. "Hey, Kakashi, why are you apologizing to the enemy? It's clearly that group's fault." Might Guy intended to voice his dissatisfaction to Kakashi, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp reprimand. Silence. If the timing were more appropriate, Kakashi would have relished the idea of thoroughly reprimanding his companion, but for now, he could only channel his frustrations towards the pains before him. The 8 gates of death, first gate. Suddenly, Kakashi's aura surged, elevating his presence significantly. Although it paled in comparison to Might Guy, who had already opened the 3rd gate, it was undeniably stronger than his previous self. "When did you learn this technique from me, Kakashi?" Might Guy exclaimed, astonished to see Kakashi emanating a similar energy. Truly impressive. How many of his jutsus had Kakashi managed to acquire? The 8 gates had been his ultimate technique, yet it seemed to have been mastered by another. "Do not fret. You remain the expert in the 8 gates. At most, I can only unlock the 1st gate," Kakashi replied, swiftly appearing behind the human path and delivering a swift strike. Witnessing his familiar technique employed by Kakashi, Might Guy felt no inclination to critique further. "Damn it, Hitaki. How is this any different from fighting oneself?" After executing the technique on the human path, Kakashi noted, to his dismay, that the opponent still had the strength to rise again. TSK. The damage was insufficient. However, he could not sustain the 8 gates for long. Shortly after, a dark stain appeared on Kakashi's mask. "Hey, why are you suddenly spitting blood mid-fight?" Might Guy, who had been maintaining the 3rd gate, turned back to see Kakashi bleeding. "I told you, you're the expert in this regard. I barely scratched the surface with that last move." Without the 8 gates activated, Kakashi could only rely on his Mangekyo Sharingan to contend with his opponent, though his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Have reinforcements not yet arrived? The journey from Konoha to this place should not take long, right? Kakashi, having narrowly evaded a punch from the Shura path, began to voice his frustrations regarding Konoha's efficiency. Despite having battled for nearly half an hour, no reinforcements had yet arrived. However, Kakashi's lamentations were met with silence, as he was once again drawn towards the Deva path by its gravitational pull. Was this the end? As Kakashi felt himself nearing the Shura path, he realized that should he endure another blow, it would likely be fatal. Just as he was preparing to close his eyes and brace for impact, his comrade, the formidable Might Guy, who had already unlocked the 4th gate, suddenly charged in and propelled Kakashi away. Kakashi had anticipated the force of the Shura path's fist, yet now, aside from the imprint of a foot on his body, he felt no pain at all. Hadn't he just been pulled by the Deva path? Why was he unharmed? However, as he opened his eyes, he witnessed the stout, eye-browed figure of the kappa-headed Might Guy being sent flying backward. Upon fully regaining his sight, Kakashi saw Might Guy, after enduring a punch, crash backward. The impact sent him sliding down a large tree. Coughing up a mist of blood, he could only lean back and gasp for air. "Kakashi, the rest is up to you." After giving Kakashi a thumbs up, Might Guy succumbed to unconsciousness. "Haha, you truly have faith in me," Kakashi thought, gazing at the remaining Deva and human paths of pain before him. It appeared that Guy had managed to exchange himself for the Shura path just before being sent flying. This situation was unexpected. Who could have imagined that someone could shatter my Shinra Tensei through sheer physical prowess? The Deva path remarked as he brushed off the footprint on his body. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Soon, you will experience the profound disparity between us. With that, the Deva path ascended into the air. From his vantage point above, he surveyed the sprawling forests and villages below, then spread his arms wide. Reciting an incantation that demanded memorization, a sack of rice bears the weight of floors, feel the pain. A sack of rice ascends to the second floor, contemplate the pain. A sack of rice is plentiful, embrace the pain. A sack of rice requires my cleansing, comprehend the pain. Each mouthful is muddied, from this moment forth. Who grants you a sack of rice? Let the world experience pain. Spicy heaven's wrath. Shinra Tensei. As the Deva path completed his incantation, a violent surge of chakra began to emanate from him, expanding outward. This was a disaster. Kakashi and his companions, being closest to the Deva path, were the first to feel the overwhelming force of his chakra as the earth beneath them began to churn and tear apart. Why at this moment? Was that individual not present? Moreover, the reinforcements from Konoha had yet to arrive, and Kakashi gazed despairingly at the forest being gradually leveled around the Deva path. As the energy waves drew ever closer, Kakashi shut his eyes in despair. Is this where it all ends? You lot truly inspire no confidence. I merely stepped away for a few hours, and yet I find myself in such a predicament. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed the presence of an individual before him, and to his astonishment, it was Seiryu. Upon recognizing that familiar chakra surge, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. The esteemed elite Jonin has become quite the sight for sore eyes after just a few hours apart, hasn't he? Seiryu turned his head slightly, offering a smile to Kakashi upon hearing the commotion behind him. However, this was hardly the time for reminiscing. With a casual flick of his hand, Seiryu conjured a translucent barrier that enveloped their forested surroundings. I believe this technique is called absolute absorption. He recalled from his previous observations of the Hungry Ghost path. This should effectively siphon off all the chakra from Shinra Tensei, right? With a swift motion, Seiryu gradually reduced the barrier's radius to a 50-meter circle centered around himself. Once he had absorbed the rampant energy from the ground beneath, he realized that this pain could finally evade imprisonment. I have neutralized his ultimate technique. The subsequent skirmish is now in your capable hands. With that, Seiryu opened a distorted space and departed from before him. However, not long after his departure, the support troops from Konoha finally arrived. Did I just hear that insufferable brat Seiryu's voice? Has he returned? The first to act was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who, upon seeing the grievously injured pair, immediately summoned medical ninjas from the crowd to attend to Kakashi and the others, before turning his gaze toward the descending Deva path. Are you one of the 6 paths of pain? Minato's inquiry went unanswered, as the Deva path merely remained still upon landing. After a moment, Minato noticed that this particular pain continued to stand motionless. Were it not for the chakra emanating from him, he might have mistaken him for a mere corpse. Is this your refusal to answer? Then we shall detain you for further questioning. With that, Minato hurled a kunai forward, and as it soared toward the Deva path, he had already positioned himself behind him. Rasengan. The instant Minato's Rasengan made contact with the Deva path, he began to sense something amiss with what stood before him. No, you should say the corpse. A chakra receiver? Minato extracted a black rod from the Deva path, discovering a steady stream of chakra being funneled into it. This means there is someone controlling each of these 6 pains. Yet that insufferable brat must have known all along, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted us with the cleanup while he sought to capture the mastermind behind it all, Minato mused. The words of Watergate are both correct and incorrect. Xing Lu's visit to confront the puppet master is merely incidental. The true motivation lies in persuading one of the fated children, who possesses the eye of reincarnation, to join his ranks. You assert that the other party would never ally with us? Pray, there exists no individual who cannot be swayed, if the right leverage is offered. As for whether my own bargaining power can persuade them, I have not contemplated that yet. Within a cave in the Konoha forest, a young man with fiery red hair is impaled with numerous chakra conduits, as he is immersed in a machine of uncertain purpose. After a series of coughs, he expels a stream of blood from his mouth. Nagato, you cannot continue like this. With that individual present in Konoha, we stand no chance against him. A girl with sky blue hair, adorned with a paper rose upon her head, gazes at the man with deep concern. Conan, spare your counsel. I have no intention of returning this time, Nagato declares, turning to face the blue-haired girl. What perplexes me is why such a formidable individual has suddenly emerged in Konoha, one so powerful that he can even assist in manifesting my eye of reincarnation. Oh, are you searching for me? A man with a signature lazy smile unexpectedly enters the cave. If Minato were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Xing Lu, who had just vanished. Are you discussing me? Upon noticing the two before him frozen in astonishment, Xing Lu offers his characteristic lazy grin. After Xing Lu's second utterance, Nagato finally regains his composure and urgently instructs Conan to flee the scene. Conan, I will handle this. You must leave at once. He had not anticipated that the other party would appear before him without him sensing their presence. The only plausible explanation is that they are merely ordinary individuals who stumbled upon this hidden cave by chance. However, such a notion seems implausible. Who would serendipitously wander into such a secretive location? Thus, the final possibility emerges. The individual is indeed the one they referred to earlier. The one from Konoha who possesses the ability to replicate his eye of reincarnation. No, I will not depart. I shall fight alongside you, Conan declares, producing several paper shurikens and assuming a battle stance to the left of Nagato, her gaze fixed on Xing Lu. The sudden aggression from the two leaves Xing Lu momentarily bewildered. What misstep had he taken that prompted such vigilance from them? He had merely approached to converse, yet suddenly, the atmosphere had ignited with tension. The most outrageous aspect is that they seemed to burn even brighter than Bo, igniting to such an extent that Xing Lu began to question whether he himself was the villain. Ahem, you two should calm down a bit. The reason I have come here is merely to have a conversation with you. In an effort to prove his innocence, Xing Lu raised his hands above his head, donning an expression of harmlessness as he cautiously approached them. However, this facade of innocence had no effect on the two individuals, whose expressions grew even more serious. Stop. Do not come any closer. As the only one in their current lineup capable of moving freely, she felt it necessary to remain vigilant of the man before her. Otherwise, Nagato behind her would be in danger. What an injustice. Am I mistaken about the gesture of surrender, or do I simply appear too fierce? How is it that even the universally recognized gesture of raising one's hands has lost its significance? Stop it, Xiaonan. They truly seem to only wish to talk to us. Otherwise, with our combined strength, we would hardly be a match for them after a meal. Nagato remarked with profound understanding, almost prompting Xing Lu to bow in gratitude. After all, the girl beside him, with her cold beauty, had consistently regarded him with a fierce demeanor, indeed wasting her alluring appearance. But Nagato, that person is the most formidable individual in Konoha. Even that masked man was defeated before him. Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves in this situation, Xiaonan retorted, turning to Nagato. Xiaonan, with Nagato's exclamation. The courage Xiaonan had mustered dissipated. I understand. I shall heed your words, she pouted, retreating behind Nagato, though not forgetting to bare her teeth at Xing Lu. Having grown accustomed to such scenes, Xing Lu was hardly intimidated by her endearing display. After all, he had a cuter little girl at home. Your friend is indeed charming. While charm is delightful, teasing is also in order. Otherwise, we would waste such a lovely girl's efforts to make such adorable faces. Upon hearing Xing Lu's playful remark, Nagato was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I have never encountered a man as interesting as you. I am beginning to believe that you genuinely come with the intent to engage in dialogue. After his laughter subsided, Nagato's expression towards Xing Lu softened, free from the initial resistance. Meanwhile, Xiaonan's disdain for him resurfaced. Humph. How dare you mock me? You must never fall into my hands. Although Xiaonan's gaze was somewhat unsettling, for Xing Lu, it was still less chilling than the disdainful looks he received from Minato and Kushina. In this life, if one cannot indulge in joy promptly, would it not be a waste of the beautiful moments life has to offer? Xing Lu remarked, as if responding to Nagato's earlier inquiry or justifying his own disposition, shrugging his shoulders. To indulge in joy in this life? It seems you dwell in a land devoid of any troubles, Nagato replied. Nagato did not mock Xing Lu's way of life. Rather, he felt a profound envy from within. If the three of us could live as you do in this carefree and worry-free land, perhaps we would not be facing this scene today. Nagato began to reminisce about another friend who lost his life due to betrayal from his own countrymen. The lifestyle Xing Lu described was, in their eyes, merely an unattainable dream. Since the moment Yahiko lost his life, they had ceased to trust anyone. Well, you have come all this way to speak with us, surely. You do not intend to discuss such matters? If that is indeed the case, you may take your leave, for the vision you painted is merely a luxury to us. Just as we cannot comprehend the scene you have just depicted, you may not fully understand the hell we have endured. Therefore, why should we dwell on matters neither of us has experienced? Nagato spoke these words calmly, as if they bore no relation to him at all. At that moment, he appeared to be dismissing the conversation, as if there were no common ground to discuss. However, how could there possibly be no shared topics between them? I know you do not fully believe me, but would you still say such things if I mentioned that I am acquainted with your teacher? Xingliu smiled as he addressed Nagato and the others. Our teacher? Initially, Nagato and the others could not recall whom Xingliu referred to, but soon they remembered the silver-haired man who had taught them ninjutsu long ago. You mean Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato and Conan exclaimed in unison. They were both surprised to discover that the other was familiar with Jiraiya, and upon hearing his name from Xingliu, their astonishment grew. If there were no other person named Jiraiya in this world, then it must be him. From what they knew, this was the only Jiraiya known to the ninja world. At first, they were taken aback by Xingliu's connection to Jiraiya, but upon realizing he was also a member of Konoha, it became less surprising. After all, being from the same village, it would be rather absurd if they did not know each other. So, what is your purpose in mentioning your acquaintance with Jiraiya-sensei at this moment? Surely, you do not intend to merely discuss him? Nagato maintained his earlier demeanor of aloofness as he regarded Xingliu. If merely mentioning an acquaintance could dispel his caution, then the Akatsuki organization would not have lasted as long as it has. It seems it is not so simple after all. Initially, Xingliu had hoped to use Jiraiya's name to gradually build rapport with Nagato and the others, intending to persuade them with his silver tongue. But he did not anticipate their unwavering resistance. If I were truly to do such a thing, what would your thoughts be? Xingliu maintained a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine as he addressed Nagato and his companions. Sighing deeply, Nagato once again channeled his chakra into the machine. Conceding that under the circumstances of their acquaintance with Jiraiya, he could offer them a chance to depart from this place. Wait a moment. Though Xingliu was uncertain whether his elder brother and the others had managed to remove the rods of pain, it was prudent for him to buy some time. After all, should he be absent when Tintin summoned another devastating attack, like the Heavenly Star, only a select few ninja would withstand such a blow. What else is there to say? Nagato expressed his impatience towards a man who had yet to utter a single truth. He had no desire to converse further. Had they possessed the confidence to eliminate their adversary, they would have expelled him long ago. As mature adults, must we continue in such a reckless manner? Can we not engage in a sincere discussion? To prevent a refusal, Xingliu invoked the name of Jiraiya to persuade them. Surely you do not wish for our esteemed teacher Jiraiya to learn that you have not granted him even this small courtesy? If that is the case, I would feel it unjust for him after all those years of teaching you ninjutsu in the land of Rain. It is disheartening to think that his devoted students would not afford him this modicum of respect. After articulating these sentiments, Xingliu turned his back to Nagato and the others, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle in lamentation. Initially, Nagato and Conan were taken aback by Xingliu's words. But as they continued to listen, their expressions morphed into utter bewilderment. Had they truly become as despicable as he implied? Why were they not granting even a moment's consideration? However, as they pondered further, it was Conan who first regained her composure. It appeared that throughout their interaction, they had neither outright refused nor accepted his propositions. Why did this man presume to declare their rejection so definitively? Nagato, should we not expel this man? Since his arrival in our lair, he has spoken nothing but falsehoods. I cannot fathom his true intentions. Conan had always held a disdain for men like Xingliu, who indulged in idle chatter. If given the chance to oust him, she would wholeheartedly support the action. You raise a valid point. We have been foolishly delayed by him for long enough. As he spoke, Nagato regarded Xingliu with one eye, unobscured by his long hair. If I am not mistaken, all this prattling is merely a ploy to buy time, to allow those at the scene of the 6 paths of pain to remove their receivers. He had already attempted to manipulate the 6 paths of pain during his discourse, but felt the chakra flow had ceased. Oh dear, I did not anticipate that you would see through my scheme. With his plan laid bare, Xingliu abandoned the pretense. Indeed, my previous words were merely a means to buy time for those on the other side to remove the long, dark rods from Pain's possession. However, I genuinely wish to discuss this matter with you, Nagato. Should we not impart a lesson upon one another? Upon witnessing the infuriating expression on Xing Lu's face, Xiao Nan, who had previously maintained her icy demeanor, found herself momentarily undone, suddenly wielding dozens of paper shurikens. Should Nagato acquiesce to her request, those shurikens would swiftly transform the loathsome man before her into a veritable porcupine. Stop it, Xiao Nan. Having discovered our current hidden position, our invasion is already doomed to fail, Nagato admonished as he restrained Xiao Nan, returning his attention to the man before them. What exactly do you wish to discuss with us? If your intent is to persuade the Akatsuki members to refrain from attacking the Hidden Rain village tomorrow, you are sorely mistaken. Even as the founders and leaders of the Akatsuki, we cannot dictate the thoughts within the organization. In truth, the Akatsuki is not as unified as you might imagine. Even if you were to eliminate us, they would persist in their assault on the Hidden Rain village. To them, the title of leader is merely that, a title. The absence of one leader simply results in the emergence of another. Nagato had anticipated that such declarations would extinguish Xing Lu's interest, but to his dismay, the man merely regarded him with an impassive expression. Oh, are you finished? Xing Lu inquired, casually clearing his ear before gradually approaching the still-seated Nagato. However, he paused at a distance as Xiao Nan prepared to be on guard. I am well aware of what you have said, thus my objective has never been the Akatsuki you established, but rather you, Nagato. This assertion caught both Nagato and Xiao Nan by surprise. Indeed, from the very beginning, my purpose has been you, Xing Lu confirmed with a nod. In truth, his sole target was Nagato. Xiao Nan was merely an incidental ally in his pursuit. The disarray within the Akatsuki was hardly worthy of his effort. His focus lay solely upon these two invaluable assets before him. Why us? If your aim is merely to eradicate the Akatsuki, you need not seek our assistance. Given how effortlessly you absorbed my Shinra Tensei before, dealing with the Akatsuki should be a trivial matter for you, Nagato questioned. What if I were to say it is to save you? Xing Lu posed earnestly, his gaze fixed on Nagato and Xiao Nan, though they merely returned his stare with indifference. Ha ha ha, I simply perceive the atmosphere to be rather heavy and wish to lighten the mood. Xing Lu awkwardly chuckled, scratching the back of his head. If you are still unwilling to speak the truth, I shall have no choice but to force you to depart from here. With each of Xingliu's playful taunts, Nagato's patience has all but vanished. Should Xingliu continue to withhold the truth, it seems inevitable that conflict will ensue. Alas, it appears I lack the qualities of a protagonist. Xingliu cannot fathom why, in the novels and comics he has perused, countless characters manage to amass followers merely through clever discourse. Realizing he has but one opportunity left, Xingliu has resigned himself to let the professionals handle the negotiations. Hey, perverted sage, how much longer do you intend to linger outside? I nearly jeopardized the negotiations, and yet you remain idly watching? Xingliu called out to the silver-haired elder standing outside the cave. As his voice echoed, the elder, sporting a traveler's pack and a headband, stepped into the cave, clad in wooden sandals. Who is it that insisted I take care of everything? Now you begin to blame me? The elder remarked with a smirk. I can attest to this. When Uncle Xingliu first approached us, he merely wanted us to observe while he put on a show. Who would have thought he would end up being outmaneuvered? A young boy with yellow hair chimed in, following closely behind the elder. Hey, when did it become your turn to interrupt an adult's conversation? Xingliu shot a glare at the yellow-haired boy, slightly irked. Even if he were to discipline the boy, his parents would not hold him accountable. After all, he had been the one to correct a delinquent youth who had neglected home for an entire year. Depending on the circumstances, the boy's parents might even reward him. Fine, I shall remain silent. The yellow-haired boy, genuinely intimidated by the man before him, knew that he had never gained an advantage over him. If he were to be struck in the ensuing confrontation, it would likely be a fruitless endeavor. Naruto, I never imagined that after nearly 2 years of training together, you would still be so inept, the elder observed, shaking his head in disappointment. As his disciple, Naruto should possess the resolve to face the formidable, lest he squander his opportunities. Though he might suffer a defeat, at least he would have had his moment of defiance. Perverted sage, enough is enough. Is this truly how you instruct your disciples? Xingliu cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. Here he was, confronted by a wayward disciple. And Jiraiya still sought to misguide Naruto. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, Jiraiya finally recognized his long-unseen second disciple. Oh, isn't that Nagato and Konan? I never expected to find you both engaged in something so perilous after such a long time. Jiraiya grinned, revealing his teeth as he addressed the two. Gazing upon the familiar smile etched in their memories, Nagato and his companions reminisced about the days spent training alongside Jiraiya in the Rain Village, where countless nights and days had blended into one. Though their mentor continued to instruct others in the art of ninjutsu, the trio that once followed him had dwindled to just two, with the inevitable prospect that soon only Conan would remain. Jiraiya-sensei, it has indeed been a long time since we last met, they reflected, and despite the slightly awkward atmosphere, it did not hinder their nostalgic exchange. Yes, it has been over a decade since those days in the Rain Village, Jiraiya concurred with a smile. Are you aware of what transpired back then in the Rain Village? Nagato inquired. To some extent, yes, but also not quite. I only learned of Danzo's machinations later, through the third Hokage, Jiraiya replied candidly. He had indeed regretted not heeding Orochimaru's warnings about teaching the trio ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Nagato fell into silence, as the bond between them had irrevocably shattered with Yahiko's demise. Sensing the tension in the air escalating, Seiryu began to regret inviting this lecherous old man into their midst. Is that boy behind you our junior disciple? He asked, just as Nagato's voice cut through his thoughts. I didn't expect you to present the Nine Tails to us, teacher. Isn't that a bit like sending a lamb into a tiger's den? Having spent an entire year ensuring Naruto remained outside of Konohagakure, Jiraiya's unexpected decision to bring him before Nagato perplexed him. Do you believe you can take Naruto from me? Jiraiya's expression turned stern, the warmth of his smile replaced by a chilling resolve upon hearing his former student's audacious intent. It seems we were merely pawns in your game. Had you been by our side back then, Yahiko would not have fallen victim to Hanzo and Danzo's conspiracy, Nagato reflected, disillusioned by his former mentor's protective instincts. As the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, Seiryu found himself at a loss for words. Why do you two appear ready to fight? Naruto inquired, puzzled. According to his earlier introduction from his uncle, the two individuals opposite them were also disciples of the perverse sage. Why had the mood shifted so dramatically? Truly, one could not help but marvel at the protagonist of the Naruto saga. His obliviousness was remarkable. Despite both parties vying for his attention, the foolish young man dared to assert his presence, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger. As anticipated, Nagato's attention shifted directly to Naruto upon hearing his voice. My junior disciple is indeed quite intriguing, he remarked, casting a meaningful glance in Naruto's direction. As for whether this intriguing nature is favorable or unfavorable, it is evident to any sane individual. However, the only one oblivious to it all is the eternally naive Naruto. Hey, big brother, do you also find me amusing? He inquired, glancing at Xing beside him. Hey, you little brat, are you out of your mind? When did I ever say you were foolish? Upon noticing Naruto's innocent gaze, Xing, unable to contain himself, lunged playfully at Naruto's round face. Smack! Wow, what a huge mosquito! After playfully swatting him, Xing casually blew on his palm, as if he had truly been swatting a mosquito. Feeling a bit wronged, Naruto turned to his teacher for support, only to find that the latter was preoccupied and indifferent to his plight. He then glanced at his newly acquainted senior brother, his beseeching eyes seemingly pleading, see, this is my daily life. However, to Nagato and the others, Naruto's expression appeared more like a provocation. Was the life they yearned for truly so disdainful in the eyes of another? Shouldn't you two leave this place for a moment? With the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward, Xing finally suggested that Naruto and the lecherous sage step outside, fearing that a confrontation might erupt at any moment. No need. You and Naruto go outside for a bit. Let me have a proper conversation with these two. Jiraiya sighed deeply, opting to resolve the matter himself. The resentment of Nagato and the others would fall solely upon him, the teacher, as it was a consequence of his own actions. The lecherous sage finally sensed that the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, yet just as he was about to speak, Xing swiftly ushered him out of the cave. What a joke! If that brat utters anything to exacerbate the situation, I might lose my assistant. Although Naruto could serve as his aide, employing a child in this new era of the 21st century was simply unthinkable. Even if he were to hire him, it would have to wait a few more years. Once Jiraiya and the others saw that the two had exited the cave, the previously stifled tension surged to a breaking point. The first to act was not Nagato, but rather Xiaonan, who had already positioned herself in a combat stance beside him. Should the conversation take a turn for the worse, she would instantly launch her shuriken at Jiraiya. Speaking of which, I seem to be quite a failure as a teacher, Jiraiya mused, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. In my lifetime, I have only taught 3 batches of students. Minato, who is now the 4th Hokage of Konoha, although he has fared the best among my students. Not long ago, he and his wife nearly met a tragic end. Minato Namikaze, the current 4th Hokage of Konoha. Certainly, Nagato was well aware of the information, including the incident when Uchiha Obito launched a surprise attack on Konoha. He never anticipated that the man he had just encountered would have averted such a calamity. However, the thought that someone who had nearly caused his demise in the past had now become his subordinate elicited a desire to jest with the individual. Honestly, I never imagined that Konoha's Hokage would accept anyone, even a rogue ninja who had once nearly brought about my death. Should I commend your ability to recognize talent, or simply deem you a soft-hearted fool? Nagato regarded Jiraiya with a half-smile. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya had no intention of responding to this query. Instead, he continued to speak about his current students. The previous one was a student forcibly thrust upon me by that brat not long ago. I had intended to retire from teaching, yet I could not resist the persistent pleas of that boy. The mere mention of Seiryu brought a fierce expression to Jiraiya's face. Moreover, did you know? Naruto is the son of my first student. If we were to consider lineage, the implications would be staggering, my father being my senior brother. Which is a tragic thought for Minato. Nagato, however, paid little heed to Jiraiya's words, for among the students he had mentioned, none were included in their ranks. Did he not regard them as students at all? Yet, upon reflection, had he known that his students would wield such influence over the ninja world, he would never have imparted his techniques to them. Nevertheless, this was precisely what Jiraiya wished to convey. In the end, only you remain among my former students, he said, looking upon them with a benevolent gaze. There was a time when my allies sought to eliminate you, yet I steadfastly ensured your survival. Not only that, but I also taught you ninjutsu, Jiraiya reminisced, lifting his head in nostalgia. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, I believe that when you established the Akatsuki, it was not merely to seek tailed beasts, but rather to protect your homeland. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. You should not heed the slanders of others, nor should you transmit your misfortunes to others. I am certain that if Yahiko were alive today, he would not wish for you to act in this manner. Despite the heartfelt nature of Jiraiya's words, to Nagato, they sounded akin to a cat lamenting for a mouse. You have no right to speak of Yahiko. Nagato shouted in fury. If it were not for the power of you ninja villages, Yahiko would never have met his demise. The image of Yahiko taking his own life before him remained etched in Nagato's memory, if not for Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander. The 3 of them would still be together. Instead of the current state of estrangement, if one were to identify the individual most affected by the situation, it would undoubtedly be Konan. Had she not been captured by Hanzo of the Salamander, given the combat prowess of the 3 of them, they could have easily prevailed. Or at the very least, made a swift escape. It's of no concern to you. Konan realized that her earlier remarks had perhaps been excessive, nearly forgetting the awkward circumstances Konan had endured over the years. Jiraiya observed the 2 individuals who relied on each other for support and began to ponder whether his past decisions had indeed been misguided. Perhaps he should have refrained from obstructing Orochimaru back in the day. Contrary to the scene within the cave, Xingliu had directly transported Naruto, the burden, to his father, Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, a black, distorted space materialized at the site of the earlier confrontation with Pain. Naruto was seen being carried on Xingliu's shoulder as they emerged from the void. Foolish Xingliu, put me down, Naruto protested, struggling ineffectively against Xingliu's grip. Enough with the chatter. If you return without visiting your father and mother, it will undoubtedly implicate me, Xingliu retorted while attempting to restrain Naruto. It was he who had taken the liberty of sending Naruto to the perverted sage, and should Minato and Kushina choose to pursue the matter, he would certainly be entangled in it. Please, I'm not ready to go back yet. I'd rather roam the world with Jiraiya than return to endure the lovey-dovey antics of Minato and Kushina, Naruto exclaimed. Oh, if you are unwilling to return, then perhaps you should never come back. A voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing both of them to tremble. Minato approached, accompanied by Obito Uchiha, wielding a black staff. How about this? If you accept my suggestion, you can wander freely and never return, Minato stated coldly, directing his gaze at the now bewildered Naruto. After all, Kushina and I are still young. With a bit of effort, We could always conceive another child. Xingliu wholeheartedly agreed with Minato's perspective. Rather than expend energy trying to convince someone who wished to leave, it would be wiser to create another child while still young. Perhaps even giving rise to a little bundle of joy to warm his already hardened heart. Really? I can truly leave without returning? To the astonishment of the three adults present, young Naruto appeared entirely unperturbed by his father's threat. Instead, he confirmed with Minato, "Dad, are you genuinely willing to let me go?" Truth be told, if he could avoid returning, he would much prefer to remain outside, enjoying life with the perverted sage rather than being confined at home. It seems you have indeed grown wild during this time, no longer wishing to return home. If the expression of anger bore a symbol, then Minato's forehead would undoubtedly be adorned with it. Were it not for the current awkward circumstances, he would surely be intent on punishing his son's misbehavior. After all, with the presence of Xingliu, a formidable ally, as long as he remained alive, even a severed finger could regenerate. Xingliu, I entrust everything here to you and Obito. Once resolved, simply inform me of the sequence of events. Without waiting for their agreement, he took Naruto from Xingliu's shoulder and headed towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Let go of me. I don't want to go home. Having sensed the impending danger, Naruto struggled fiercely within Minato's embrace. However, a father is still a father, and there was no way he would allow his mischievous son to succeed. A mere moment of resistance, and Naruto promptly fainted. Humph, do you really think I'm so easily intimidated? When we return, you shall learn the meaning of true suffering. Observing the two figures gradually fade from view, the remaining individuals exchanged glances. Xingliu, has he always been like this? Obito inquired with surprise. His memories of their teacher were filled with warmth, not the temperament of an irritable man. Do not be so astonished. Minato's reaction is a common ailment among parents. You will understand this experience when you eventually marry and have children. Xingliu spoke truthfully. Minato's disposition was indeed a phase every parent traverses. Children exhibit anger in their youth, continue to do so as they grow, and even once they marry and have children, they still manage to provoke their parents' ire. I see. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to endure such trials, Obito pondered, reflecting on his past misdeeds, uncertain of when he might find redemption. Moreover, the girl named Rin still occupied a significant place in his heart. Xingliu chose not to offer any advice, for fate is unpredictable. It is entirely possible that the next time they meet, he may return with a family of his own. Let us cease idle chatter. The first issue you've stirred must be resolved by you personally. Xingliu referred to the matter concerning Nagato. If Jiraiya could not persuade him through sentiment, then forceful measures might be the only recourse. I understand. My purpose for accompanying the teacher here is to thoroughly resolve this matter. Obito nodded. I was the one who incited them to capture the tailed beasts, so it is only right that I endeavor to persuade them again, just as you once persuaded me. Xingliu recalled that fateful night, realizing he had merely compelled the other party into submission. As for the concept of persuasion, it is entirely a figment of Uchiha Obito's imagination. Is it not? Ah, ha. Well then, the task of persuading Nagato and the others is entrusted to you. Xingliu awkwardly patted Obito's shoulder and remarked, in any case, if negotiations falter, we can always resort to force. Unbeknownst to Obito, Xingliu's true thoughts remained concealed. He mistakenly believed that this assignment was a sign of Xingliu's endorsement of his approach. We have arrived, Xingliu announced as he and Obito reappeared in the cave they had visited earlier, only to find it blocked due to a cave-in. With Jiraiya and Nagato having vanished without a trace. Where have they gone? How could they suddenly disappear? Xingliu pondered, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the ruins. Initially, he had anticipated returning home to spend time with his wife, but under the current circumstances, it seemed that overtime was unavoidable. If I discover where those individuals are, I shall certainly confine their minds with Tsukuyami for several hours. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had brought the battered Nagato and Konan to Tsunade's residence. Knock knock. Is Tsunade home? He called out, supporting Nagato's body as he rapped on the door of the house. Who is it? Came a sharp female voice from within. As Tsunade emerged and laid eyes on Jiraiya and the others, she momentarily froze, then promptly raised her fist the size of a cooking pot and aimed it at his face. You dare return here? If that brat Xingliu hadn't mentioned you were away on a journey, I would have thought that woman had killed you. As Tsunade unleashed her fury upon Jiraiya, she berated him. Wait, Tsunade, Jiraiya exclaimed, feebly attempting to block a few of her punches before allowing her to vent her frustrations upon him. After several minutes of playful bickering, Tsunade finally relented and stepped away from Jiraiya. So who exactly are these two? Don't tell me they are the result of your romantic escapades while away. Tsunade scrutinized Nagato and Konan. Um. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but his face, bruised from Tsunade's earlier assault, made it difficult to articulate a coherent response. Ah, you truly are a handful. Tsunade remarked as she employed her medical ninjutsu to treat Jiraiya enough so that he could speak without difficulty. After all, this was a punishment she had inflicted upon him. If she cured him entirely at once, her efforts would have been in vain. Do you remember those young ones I taught in the Rain Village years ago? Jiraiya managed, his face still bearing the marks of Tsunade's retribution, though it was now far more coherent than before. You mean to tell me these two are those children? Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, realizing that the children they had encountered in the Rain Village had not perished and appeared to be thriving. However, later on, Tsunade glanced at the ninjutsu before her and found herself unable to reconcile the number of children they encountered back then. She inquired of Jiraiya, "How is it that I recall us encountering 3 children in the past? Why are there only 2 remaining now?" Realizing that Tsunade had begun to deduce the future, Jiraiya decided there was no longer a need for concealment. Indeed, although we received news that all 3 had perished, in reality, only one of them has truly died. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's gaze shifted to Nagato and the others, and her maternal instincts surged forth as she urgently pressed Jiraiya for details about their lives over the years. "Oh, in a certain sense, they've been living quite freely," Jiraiya replied with a shrug. "Allow me to introduce their new identities. The male is the mastermind behind the recent assault on our Konoha, controlling 6 pain, and the female is Konan, known as the Akatsuki White Tiger." What? Initially, Tsunade assumed Jiraiya's notion of freedom referred to a carefree existence unburdened by life's struggles. Yet it turned out he meant this kind of freedom. "So, both of them are members of the Akatsuki? Why have you brought them here?" she questioned, bemused. Logically, she should not have had any contact with members of the Akatsuki, yet Jiraiya had brought them into her home. "No worries. These little rascals have just received a thorough lesson from me. They are now considered part of our ranks." To be honest, Jiraiya never anticipated things would progress so smoothly. Initially, when Hashiryu had sought him out, he had harbored some concerns, but after providing a lesson filled with affection, he felt much more at ease. "Yes, we are now allies, so please, Master, refrain from employing that method against us again." Konan trembled as she supported Nagato, standing behind Jiraiya. The battle they had just experienced in the cave was far more terrifying than any fight she had participated in over the years. "Oh, are you referring to being swallowed into the belly of the toad?" "Yes. So please, Master, do not use that tactic on us again." Heaven knows how unbearable it was to be inside the toad's belly. It was sticky and reeked terribly. Moreover, most importantly, within the toad's belly, neither my ninjutsu nor my tools could inflict any harm upon it whatsoever. Heh, did you find yourself feeling helpless and desperate while inside the toad's belly? Previously, one could easily escape from the toad, but after Hashiryu's alterations, it suddenly became impossible to utilize ninjutsu inside. Not only that, but to fortify this prison, Hashiryu somehow reinforced the toad's stomach wall. Jiraiya replied with a smile. Upon hearing that the instigator of her current predicament was none other than Xing Lu, Xiaonan could not help but clench her fists. That scoundrel seemed to be her nemesis. Ever since she encountered him, misfortune had relentlessly pursued her. Setting aside the foul stench she had acquired from Jiraiya's toad prison, how could he dare to claim that he was cuter than her? It was utterly intolerable. If she were to cross paths with him again, she would ensure he felt the weight of her wrath. Now, disregarding the young man you have beaten to a pulp, how could you possibly be so ruthless towards such an adorable girl? After a sigh, Tsunade approached Xiaonan. "My dear, if you do not mind, you may bathe in my quarters. As for your clothes, I shall take them to the bathroom for you." Tsunade's words rang in Xiaonan's ears like the sweetest melody. One could scarcely imagine her yearning for a proper bath at that moment. Were she not under Jiraiya's control, she would have long sought a nearby stream to cleanse herself of the lingering stench. However, Xiaonan glanced at the man beside her. What would happen to him if she left this place? Tsunade, noticing the concern in her eyes, reached out and took Nagato from Xiaonan's grasp. "We shall take care of this man. After all, Jiraiya brought you here specifically for my treatment, so it is only natural that we look after him." She then called out into the room, "Sakura, come help me carry him to the medical room." Moments later, a girl with pink hair emerged from Tsunade's quarters and took Nagato from her hands. Master, this big brother seems to be gravely injured. Who could harbor such a deep grudge to inflict such harm? Sakura inquired, furrowing her brow. What could be the reason behind this? Tsunade replied, casting a teasing glance at Jiraiya. Sensing her playful tone, Jiraiya hastily defended himself. I had no choice. This brat is as stubborn as a mule and refuses to heed my words, so I had to impart a little lesson in love. Oh, is that truly the case? Tsunade remarked with a smirk. Of course, I am an adult. How could I possibly take things seriously with such a little rascal? He tossed the ball of blame to the innocent Xiaonan. Indeed, how could a grown man like you take us seriously? All of this trouble was caused by that fellow, Nagato, Xiaonan replied, somewhat reluctantly covering her conscience. Faced with Jiraiya's fierce demeanor, she could only sympathize with Nagato, believing that he would eventually understand her once the matter came to light. You have truly endured much, Tsunade sighed. Having partnered with Jiraiya for so many years, she was well aware of his cantankerous nature. With that, she promptly led Xiaonan into her bathroom. In the medical room of Tsunade's residence, she was diligently examining Nagato, who lay on the bed. How is the child's condition? Jiraiya inquired, sensing the gravity etched on Tsunade's face. The child's situation is rather grim. The injuries you inflicted could be easily treated by me, yet the life force he has exhausted is beyond my capacity to mend. Is it truly impossible to save him even with the secret techniques of your Senju clan? Jiraiya had initially contemplated surrendering, but suddenly recalled that Tsunade possessed a secret technique passed down from the Senju clan, prompting him to ask again. I have considered that as well, but employing the 100 healings technique would only address his external wounds. The damage he has sustained transcends mere external injuries. It could even be described as a wound to his very essence. Thus, I cannot cure his affliction, Tsunade sighed. What can be done then? This child has endured nightmares for so many years. I only hope he can live well in the time that remains, Jiraiya said helplessly. You need not be so pessimistic. I merely stated that I cannot heal him, but there is someone within Konoha who is far more capable than I, is there not? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya recalled that infuriating individual. It was conceivable that he might indeed be able to save Nagato. However, he pondered whether that person would even agree to help. Given his usual demeanor, do not cast such a negative light on Hashiryu. One must inquire before drawing conclusions, Tsunade reassured him with a smile. True. Perhaps that brat might have a sudden change of heart and decide to help, Jiraiya said, revitalized. I shall set off to find that brat, after leaving with Naruto. I have no idea where he has wandered off to. Perhaps you need not search for him at all. Tsunade gestured towards the suddenly warped space. With a buzz, two men emerged from the distorted space, one of whom was the very Hashiryu Jiraiya sought. Perverted sage, you truly are a challenge to locate, Hashiryu remarked with a smirk. Had it not been for someone spotting you heading this way, I would have taken considerably longer to find you, he added. What a coincidence. We were just speaking of you. However, your current demeanor is rather intimidating. Jiraiya initially intended to request Hashiryu's assistance, but upon witnessing his fierce approach, he chose to withhold his request. Who has transformed me into this state? Why did you leave the cave without reason? What transpired that caused the cave to collapse? Well, after a friendly sparring session, we brought the two of them here for treatment. Jiraiya recounted the recent events to Hashiryu, who, upon concluding the tale, wore a peculiar expression. Well, it seems the perverted sage is quite adept at winning people over with virtue. However, it has spared me considerable trouble. I can agree to save him, but I must require him to work for me for several years. How could Seiryu, the lazy fish, let such an opportunity to acquire a laborer slip by? After all, he was initially seeking to have Nagato work for him. Otherwise, he would not have gone to great lengths to help that fellow resolve his inner turmoil and join them. Upon hearing Seiryu's conditions, Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss. After all, this pertained to someone else's significant life event, and even though he was their teacher, he could not arbitrarily consent on their behalf. We accept your condition, he finally said. At that moment, a girl entered, dressed in clothes that did not quite suit her figure. From the moment she stepped through the door, her gaze remained fixed on Nagato, lying in the hospital bed. After examining the injuries that Tsunade had treated, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned her attention to Seiryu. Conan, with a resolute expression, spoke to Seiryu. I have stated that as long as you can restore Nagato to full health, we are willing to work under you. As the teacher of these two children, Jiraiya could not help but reprimand Conan for her reckless decision. Conan, do not act impulsively. I will have a proper discussion with that scoundrel Seiryu. After all, working under him would merely revert them to their previous way of life. Unlike Jiraiya's angry demeanor, Konan maintained a remarkably calm expression as she spoke, almost as if she were an outsider making a decision unrelated to herself. Teacher, did you not once tell us that a bad life is better than a good death? Now we have the opportunity to fully heal Nagato without any significant cost. Do you not think this deal is quite advantageous? Besides, she added, glancing at the impatient Seiryu, given your understanding of this man over the years, do you truly believe he would compel us to engage in any heinous actions? He almost forgot that scoundrel was just a lazy fish. Even if his two students became laborers for each other, it would undoubtedly be an improvement over their previous existence. Very well, we accept your condition, so you may commence your work. Otherwise, who knows where we might find you later? Jiraiya remarked with a smirk. Just as Seiryu was about to conclude the negotiation before he had even spoken, he suddenly blurted out a remark that invited others to reprimand him. Well, while it is commendable that you are willing to accept my condition, have you considered whether I am willing to accept that troublesome girl as a laborer? I distinctly recall that my conditions only pertain to Nagato, did I not? This blue-haired one has never been mentioned as my laborer, has she? Seiryu spread his hands in exasperation. What? The previously harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Xingliu's recent remarks. I seem to have misheard your words. Did I catch a hint of reluctance in your voice regarding my desire to serve as your subordinate? Xiaonuan suppressed her rising anger, enunciating each word carefully as she inquired of Xingliu. Oh, you did not mishear. I indeed have no intention of employing you as a mere worker. Therefore, whether or not you wish to be part of my team is of no consequence to me. What matters most is that Nagato is willing. As she spoke, Xingliu turned her gaze towards Jiraiya, who remained in a state of astonished disbelief. This blue-haired figure possesses the authority to represent Nagato, does he not? If confirmed, I shall prepare to commence the treatment of my subordinate. Upon hearing Xingliu's inquiry, Jiraiya and the others finally regained their composure. Of course, he possesses authority. However, young man, are you truly certain you do not wish to have Xiaonuan as your subordinate? She is a rare beauty, an icy enchantress, even during idle moments. One could simply gaze upon her for pleasure, could they not? After regaining his senses, Jiraiya leaned in to whisper conspiratorially to Xingliu. The physique of this blue-haired girl is merely slightly superior to Sakura's. Besides, I am a devoted family man, and my wife is infinitely more adorable than this blue-haired lass. So, why would I risk incurring my beloved wife's ire by bringing home a mere decorative subordinate? Xingliu regarded Jiraiya with an expression that conveyed disbelief, rendering him unable to counter her assertions. Alas, one can only attribute Xiaonuan's misfortune to fate, since Xingliu has been so unequivocal. It would be rather unreasonable for her to press the issue further, just as it seemed that both parties had reached a consensus. The insufferable blue-haired girl began to speak once more. Wait. Xiaonuan stepped forward, blocking Xingliu's approach toward Nagato with her outstretched hands. What is it? Did you not just say you wanted me to save him? Why the sudden change of heart? Xingliu regarded the girl before her with a teasing smile. Due to her usual mature makeup, Xiaonuan now appeared merely as a somewhat grown-up girl without it. You must save the person, but you must also accept me as your subordinate. Xiaonuan spoke through clenched teeth, confronting Xingliu. No, as I have stated. I possess not the slightest interest in you. I only came to the cave to find you all to ensure Nagato becomes my subordinate. Xingliu shook her head. But it is evident that Nagato and I are partners. You have no reason to invite him alone. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, Xiaonuan grew increasingly anxious. If Nagato were to serve this man alone, where would that leave her? She had no relatives left besides him. Yet, I have no obligation to invite you, either. Let us not even mention that your abilities do not match mine. It seems you cannot even defeat Obito, who stands beside me. Xingliu observed Xiaonuan with an enigmatic smile. What? You claim I cannot even defeat that man? Upon hearing Xingliu's words, Konan immediately bristled with indignation. As a renowned member of the Akatsuki, known as the White Tiger, how could she possibly be unable to defeat this nameless man beside Xingliu? Thus, Konan stepped forward and declared to Uchiha Obito, I demand a duel with you. The crowd fell into a stunned silence at her proclamation. Who granted her the audacity to challenge a man of Obito's caliber? Even Nagato, confined to a hospital bed, would not dare confront him without certainty of victory. What was she thinking to utter such words? Uchiha Obito, upon hearing Konan's declaration, glanced around several times, and upon realizing that there were no other individuals nearby, came to understand that the one she wished to challenge was indeed himself. "Are you saying that I am the one you wish to challenge?" he asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he pointed to himself. "Indeed, it is you that I wish to challenge." Conan, still oblivious to the peculiar gazes surrounding her, placed her hands defiantly on her hips. "That scoundrel Xingliu claimed I could not best a man whose name I have never even heard. Thus, should I defeat you, it would prove him wrong." Upon hearing Conan's reasoning, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, for her argument was undeniably sound. Was there any flaw in her logic? Absolutely not. Yet, the caveat remained that she must indeed fulfill this hypothesis, lest it be mere empty bravado. "Are you certain you wish to fight me?" Obito, taken aback, had never anticipated that this girl, who always lingered near Nagato, would suddenly display such courage. Was she concealing an unknown strength? Absolutely. Although I am but a girl, I was once the white tiger of the Akatsuki. How could I possibly be unable to defeat you? Conan affirmed earnestly with a nod. While Xingliu had been astonished by Conan's sudden bravery, upon observing Obito's attire and his rather unremarkable visage, she finally grasped the source of Conan's newfound boldness. "Well, it's merely a duel, isn't it? Obito, you should oblige this girl, lest she remain flustered in future encounters," Xingliu suggested. Initially, she intended to assign Conan as a bodyguard to her wife, but upon realizing the girl might not possess the necessary acumen, she decided a lesson was in order. After all, placing such a girl beside her wife would be akin to introducing a ticking time bomb. Obito had not contemplated accepting this uneven duel, but after hearing Xingliu's words, he understood that this confrontation was inevitable, and thus he reluctantly acquiesced. "Since you have said so, it would be rather unrefined of me to continue my refusal. Feel free to unleash your abilities, as long as there remains a breath of life in the opponent. I can restore them to their original form," Starry Lu remarked with a smile. Moments later, Uchiha Obito emerged from the fabricated dimension that Starry Lu had conjured, accompanied by the incessantly murmuring Conan. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. Who would have thought that a mere bystander could obliterate me in such a comprehensive manner? What on earth did Conan encounter in that alternate space? Have you ever experienced being defeated by your own techniques time and again? In that surreal realm, every jutsu she attempted was countered and returned to her by the man standing before her. In essence, she was fighting not against another, but against herself, what is commonly referred to as self-inflicted defeat." Observing the still incredulous expression on Conan's face, Starry Lu realized that this lesson could indeed be deemed a success. "Obito, could you reveal your mask for this girl to see?" Starry Lu suddenly addressed Uchiha Obito. "What is it? If you fancy this mask, I can procure one for you," Obito replied, though he still retrieved the mask he had worn not long ago from his belongings. "Conan, do not rush to question your existence. First, lift your gaze and behold this mask," Starry Lu said as he gently shook her shoulder. "What do you want me to do? I am merely a novice who cannot even defeat a random passerby, so what do you expect of me?" Conan replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. "Oh, are you certain you will not lift your head? If you choose not to do so now, you shall certainly regret it," Starry Lu teased. "Ugh, why are you so bothersome?" Eventually, under Starry Lu's insistence, Conan reluctantly raised her head, but upon seeing the mask in Obito's hand, words escaped her. Starry Lu, noticing her stunned expression, teased with a smirk, "Weren't you quite bold just a moment ago? What has caused you to fall silent all of a sudden?" "Wait, the man I challenged was the masked man?" Conan's mind struggled to process the information. Had she just carelessly challenged that formidable individual? Indeed. Your earlier bravado left us all momentarily speechless, and Obito had inquired multiple times whether you were sure you wished to challenge him. You brought this upon yourself. Starry Lu spread his arms, embodying the essence of someone who had already warned her. Upon witnessing Starry Lu's insufferable expression, Conan's initial shock transformed into a tempest of anger. "Why did you not stop me? Had I known that man was the masked figure, even 100-fold courage would not have compelled me to challenge him," she exclaimed, grasping Starry Lu's shoulders with a mix of embarrassment and fury. "I have made attempts to dissuade you, yet you remain obstinate," remarked Xing Lu with a smile. "However, is it not rather delightful to have a skilled partner willing to accompany you in a match?" You, Xiao Nan, feeling flustered, pointed an accusatory finger at Xing Lu. "Why are you such an insufferable nuisance?" Frustrated and unable to confront her opponent or articulate her grievances, Xiao Nan's composure finally crumbled. and she burst into tears.